In the year he turned 5, Uchiha Obito awakened his double Mangekyō Sharingan ahead of time. He understood deeply that if he were to relive his life without changing anything, it would be a waste of this gift of fate. Thus, he made a vow to create a world where Rin could truly be happy. Even if he had once been called a beast, this time, he was determined to reverse all tragedies. Chapter 1. Obito's Rebirth, starting with double KAMUI. In Konoha village, near the ninja school training ground, against the fence on a bench sat a boy about 4 or 5 years old, wearing goggles, who opened his eyes. Just a moment ago, a surge of memories flooded into his mind. The original memories told him that his name was Uchiha Obito, he was 5 years old, and a first-year student in Class A of the ninja school. Due to his poor performance and assessments over the past 6 months, he had become the bottom of his class. His dream was to become Hokage, and he often helped elderly women cross the street. The person he liked most was his childhood friend, Noara Rin. However, the additional memories informed him otherwise that he, Uchiha Obito, a major schemer in the ninja world, infiltrated Konoha to initiate the Nine Tails attack, causing the deaths of his master and mistress. He induced Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan, to fall into darkness and developed the second generation of the Akatsuki organization. He participated in the Uchiha clan massacre, slaughtering nearly the entire Uchiha Guard. He secretly collected tailed beasts, sparking the Fourth Great Ninja War, and became the second sage of 6 paths, opposing the entire world by himself. In the end, he repented and died protecting the child of the prophecy, Ashura's reincarnation, and his teacher Minato's son, Uzumaki Naruto. For a long time, his dream was to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi to create a world with Rin, often hiding in the shadows causing chaos, with the person he loved being Rin, who was killed by Kakashi. The two sets of memories, aside from the unchanging affection for Rin, were completely different. No, entirely opposite. In an instant, Obito fell into a state of confusion, the two memories clashing and merging continuously, ultimately forming a complete whole. Uchiha Obito was reborn. He raised his hands in disbelief, and what came into view were a pair of somewhat childish small hands. His gaze shifted from confusion to shock. I actually reversed time and returned to the past. Moreover, feeling a strangely familiar power seemingly residing in his eyes, he instinctively activated it. Suddenly, his eyes turned crimson like blood, the black pupils differentiating into 1 tomo, 2, 3 to finally. The 3 tomos spun continuously, transforming into a windmill made of 3 scythes. This was his double Mangekyō Sharingan. It should be known that this body was only 5 years old this year. Awakening the Mangekyō at such a young age would even scare Madara Uchiha if he were present. It was impossible to tell whether the intense mental stimulation had caused him to awaken these eyes once more or if he had brought them back from the future. In the next moment, he instinctively activated the ability of his right eye. Instantly, the space around him distorted, and he felt as if he were a chalk drawing erased by an eraser, abruptly disappearing from the real world. KAMUI spaced, Obito's figure appeared here. This world, sketched in black and white, was his final refuge. Sure enough, the transfer speed of double KAMUI is much faster than a single eye, almost with no delay. Even if it's not as fast as Minato Sensei's Flying Thunder God, it's close enough. Obito couldn't help but let out a sigh. The Mangekyō Sharingan can only reach its maximum effectiveness when a pair is gathered. In his past life, he had long only possessed one right eye. Although he eventually obtained both eyes, he was not in good condition at that time and had to face Kagaya Tsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra, leaving him no time to explore the abilities of his eyes. Now, it was just right for an experiment, but just as he was about to conduct more experiments, suddenly a sharp pain shot through his right eye. A stream of blood tears flowed uncontrollably. Obito covered his eye. I almost forgot. I don't have Hashirama's cells now, so I can't offset the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan. And that he looked at his small body. I'm only 5 years old, I'm still too young. Maintaining the Mangekyō for a long time will be too much for my body. To avoid ending up like Itachi, who is frail and sickly, it's better to use these eyes sparingly for now. Thinking this, Obito exited the Sharingan state. He felt a bit lost. Clearly, after dying, he had met Rin and fell into a deep sleep with her, which could be considered a good ending. Why had he suddenly returned to the past? What could he do now that he was back in the past? Wait, that he suddenly remembered that at this point in time, Rin, Minato Sensei, and Kushina were all still alive. Nagato had not fallen into darkness, and the Uchiha clan was still the largest clan in Konoha. Ha, ha. Obito couldn't help but laugh. Wildly, he knew what he had to do. But as he laughed, his voice became hoarse, and tears streamed down his face that he had no doubt that he possessed the ability to change the future. Not only did he know a lot of information about the future, but he also had the double Mangekyō Sharingan. With just one eye, he could wreak havoc across the entire ninja world with 2 eyes. He didn't even know how he could lose. Yet because of this, he felt an overwhelming absurdity. After the infinite Tsukuyomi plan had completely collapsed, he recognized a fact. He was not a savior, but a butcher. He brought even more despair to a ninja world that was already riddled with wounds. The misfortunes of Minato Sensei, Kushina, and Naruto's family, the fall and corruption of the Akatsuki, the hundreds of lives lost in the Uchiha clan massacre, and the countless lives lost in the Fourth Great Ninja War that were all, to some extent, related to him. Everything began when he witnessed Rin's death and activated the Mangekyō Sharingan in despair. Damn it, Kamui can't hide tears. He was simply the greatest beast in the ninja world. That was why he had resolutely blocked the knife for Naruto. Even if it was not enough to atone for his sins, anything he could do would be a step towards redemption. However, now, this beast could actually return to the past and personally make amends for his sins. How ironic was that? Good people receive no reward, yet bad people can attain redemption. This world is too magical. He didn't know if he had gone mad, or if the deity that sent him back had gone mad. Why did he deserve such preferential treatment? He didn't deserve it. In this timeline, nothing had yet happened, and everyone had not felt the pain that Nagato spoke of. Thus, Minato Sensei's master Jiraiya's values still held, and mutual understanding between people was possible. After all, good people are always knave and kind. Even knowing what would happen in the future, as long as they are willing to change, most people would forgive them. But he could not forgive himself. The scenes of hell he had personally created were etched into his mind like a knife, and even if he returned to the past, he could not pretend that all of it had never happened. But a beast returning to the past, no matter how hard he tried, he would still be that beast. But a beast returning to the past and doing nothing, then he would be even worse than a beast. Even though he knew he didn't deserve it, he had to do everything he could to ensure that Minato Sensei, Kushina, and Naruto could have a happy family, to make the Akatsuki a true dawn, to prevent the Uchiha from facing extermination. As for Rin, he would personally protect her. He wanted to bring peace to the world and create a world where Rin could live happily. Chapter 2, Obito and Rin. If possible, Obito even hoped to lend Madara a hand. Although Madara had caused Rin's death and led him to fall, he was now part of the good people. In this world, being a good person was incredibly difficult. Naruto hadn't fallen, which could only be considered lucky. Obito couldn't help but shake his head. Then, he calmed down and began to analyze the current situation. The moment he was reborn was actually very special. Now, the Second Shinobi World War has ended, and Kakashi's father, Konoha White Fang Tsukumo Hatake, did not die on the battlefield but took his own life. Kakashi was devastated, his spirit crushed, and today, he would apply to graduate early from the Ninja Academy to prove himself that in his past life, he would have broken down because of this. At that time, he was very insecure, afraid he wouldn't be able to keep up with Kakashi and would lose this dear friend. He was even more afraid that Rin would follow Kakashi and disappear from his world. So, to escape reality, he ran away. Until Rin came to find him. It was Rin's comfort and encouragement that helped him regain his spirits. It was also at that time that Rin made the promise, "I will always watch over you." Because of this promise, Rin ultimately waited for him for a long time on the road to the afterlife. History seemed to have turned into a cycle, and he was reborn at this point. In fact, after seeing Rin in the afterlife, he suddenly understood his position in Rin's heart. The bond between him and Rin was not that fragile. One could even say that even if he abandoned the whole world, Rin would not abandon him. Rin's concern for him exceeded that of the entire world combined. So even if Kakashi became the sun in the sky, he could not take Rin away from him. Moreover, the future would prove that he, Uchiha Obito, was the true genius. Kakashi was just a waste after so many years. He still hadn't made any progress. Therefore, he should help that waste regain his spirits. Otherwise, with the scale of the Fourth Shinobi World War, Kakashi wouldn't even qualify to meet Kaguya. Calculating the time, Rin should be coming to find me soon. I will meet up with Rin first, then go find Kakashi. With this in mind, Obito activated his Kamui ability again and returned to reality. Since the war had just ended, Konoha village was still filled with a chilling atmosphere. Fortunately, this had not yet affected the children in the training ground around the Ninja Academy. 5 boys and girls gathered together, playing joyfully during their lunch break, their faces still showing innocent smiles. Although the will of fire, inherited from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had been distorted by the Konoha higher-ups, it was still the foundation of the village and the core. Part of that ideology must be followed by future generations. Compared to the children of the Warring States period who had to go to the battlefield at the age of 4 or 5, these children of Konoha were indeed happier. Obito appeared next to one of the few large trees in the training ground, hiding his figure in the shadows, quietly watching this scene. This was a habit he had developed over the years. In his past life, he had infiltrated Konoha multiple times. Returning to Konoha felt like going home, and he was familiar with where to hide and where the perception barriers would not detect him. Perhaps even the members of the barrier team and reconnaissance team did not understand the layout of Konoha as well as he did. He was here mainly because he was considering that Konoha was infiltrated by a large number of white Zetsu, who were Madara's eyes and ears. It was better to avoid being discovered. As a special case, which could be a huge trouble. Although he wasn't very afraid of Madara now, just an old man nearing death thought if he wanted, he could risk his eyesight and physical condition and use Kamui to teleport over and fight Madara. Madara probably wouldn't be able to defeat him, but he was afraid of involving the people around him. Saving was much harder than destroying. With a reckless personality like Naruto Uzumaki, if luck ran out, he wouldn't just fail to save the world, he might end up just like his past self. Right now, he didn't want to gamble on luck. However, unlike his past life, he was not a ghost walking in the shinobi world. He had a legitimate and lawful identity and did not have to hide in the dark all the time. With this thought, he stepped forward and walked out of the shadows in the afternoon sun of Konoha. The sunlight was just right, and he basked in it, feeling the warmth he hadn't experienced in a long time. This feeling had not been present since he fell into darkness. I could see this moment. A little girl with purple face paint walked into the training ground, seemingly looking around for someone. The girl was both anxious and excited, her small face adorned with bright, sparkling eyes. Obito's gaze immediately fixed on her. It had been a long time since he had seen such a lively Rin. Her existence made this world shine, the reason it had not turned into hell. Obito couldn't help but shed tears. He wanted to go over and give Rin a big hug. He desperately needed Rin's warmth to melt away the gloom he had accumulated over the years. But until this moment, he realized that after all these years, he was still the same. He could fight against the whole world for Rin, but was afraid to express his feelings in front of her. He froze in place for a moment, hesitating, anxious, wanting to take action, but ultimately did nothing. It seemed that Rin sensed Obito's burning gaze and turned to look. The girl immediately locked her gaze on him, and upon seeing his tears, the joy on her brow diminished significantly as she hurried over, worried. Obito, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Rin raised her small hand to wipe his tears. Obito sniffed and revealed a big smile. It's nothing, just a little wear and tear. Just as Obito finished speaking, Rin hugged him tightly. It seemed she wanted to bear something for him. Obito, you really can't lie. No matter what happens, I will be by your side. If you want to cry, just cry out loud. Rin didn't know what Obito had been through, but she felt that he needed her embrace, needed her warmth. The tears that Obito had originally stopped flowed again at this moment. He was no longer the mastermind behind the shinobi world, just a little boy who had lost something precious for a long time and had finally regained it. He hugged Rin back, crying loudly like a child. He wanted to cry out all the repression, pain, and grievances he had endured over the years. After a long time, he finally stopped crying, and Rin's shoulder was already soaked with his tears. He shyly released Rin and said, I'm sorry, Rin. It's our first meeting, and you had to see such an embarrassing scene. Before he could finish, Rin shook her head. Obito, can you tell me what exactly happened? Though gentle, her tone was filled with an undeniable firmness. In this embrace, Rin felt an overwhelming amount of emotions. The despair and repression almost crushed her, while the obsession and love nearly melted her. If it weren't for having seen him that morning, she would almost think that Obito and she had been separated by life and death for many years before reuniting. So she really wanted to know what Obito had experienced in just one short afternoon. Chapter 3. The true strongest is the underachiever of Konoha. Lin was actually mistaken. Obito was a very good liar, and he had many people wrapped around his finger. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, the leaders of various villages, Nagato, Konin, and even his teacher, Minato Namikaze, couldn't recognize him. But Lin wasn't wrong either. Obito would not lie to her. Even about something like being reborn, Obito didn't want to hide it from Lin. He smiled and said, "Lin, I will tell you everything. But it's a long story that can't be finished in a short time. Let's find a time to talk slowly, okay?" Lin felt relieved and replied with a heavy Obito smiled, took Lin's hand, and headed towards the teaching building. Now, they should first look for Kakashi. That guy, cough cough, he could be considered a genius. Graduating at 5 years old. Who knows if there has ever been a precedent at the ninja school? Lin was led by Obito, tilting her head to look at this boy who was somewhat self-conscious yet enthusiastic and lively in her memories. She felt that Obito was different from before. Not only were his eyes sharper, but he had also become more assertive. Lin's cheeks flushed slightly. She didn't resist this feeling, and on the contrary, she could sense Obito wanting to shield her from the wind and rain, providing a strong sense of security. However, Lin curiously asked Obito, "How did you know Kakashi was graduating?" "I just received the news and came to find you right away." Obito smiled and said, "That's also part of what I want to tell you. Let's keep it a secret for now. Anyway, let's find that guy Kakashi. I can't keep it from him for long, so I'll tell you both at the same time." Instantly, the worries on Lin's forehead disappeared. "Obito, you clearly care about Kakashi too, yet you're still so evasive." Obito suddenly felt awkward. Who cares about him? He's just an extra. Lin nodded, covering her mouth with one hand and giggling. "All right, let's treat him as an extra. Let's hurry. We don't have much time." Thus, the two quickened their pace and arrived at the teaching building. At this moment, the entrance of the teaching building was crowded with people, most of whom were first-year classmates. Obito glanced around and saw many familiar faces. Might Guy, Yuhi Kurinai, Sarutobi Asuma, Kat Danzo, and others, including 2 gatekeepers. The reason most of the attendees were first-year students wasn't that Kakashi was from their class, so students from other classes didn't want to come and watch. It was a joke. Graduating from the ninja school at 5 years old was something that might never happen again in their lifetime. And even most villagers in Konoha wanted to join in on the excitement. However, other classes were different. Most of their students came from ordinary families, lacking parents in high positions within Konoha, and without relevant information, they had no idea what was happening at the teaching building today. Ordinary people were undoubtedly pitiful. The sad part was that they could only go with the flow. Even if they became ninjas, they might be treated as cannon fodder and die in war. Or, even if they stayed peacefully in the village, they could still be affected by a strong person's powerful move and lose their lives on the spot. This was true even in the most peaceful Konoha village. But at the same time, ordinary people also had their happiness. They wouldn't be troubled by knowing too much and could live a relatively carefree life. Unlike their class, this level of confidential information was known by everyone, making people more deeply aware that the gap between people was even greater than that between humans and dogs. In his previous life, Obito didn't understand anything. But now he was very clear in his heart that their class was special. It was the elite class of this generation. It not only gathered the children of major bloodline families and secret technique families, but also included the son of the captain of the Umbu and the son of the Hokage. However, even among the elite class, the ones who ended up being the most successful, aside from the genius Kakashi, were surprisingly him and Might Guy, the 2 underachievers. He wouldn't mention it. He became the second sage of 6 paths, almost surpassing all beings and single-handedly opposing the entire world. Guy was an incredibly strong man. Not only did he repeatedly hinder Kakashi and Naruto's plans, but he also faced the tailed beast head-on and even kicked off half of Madara's body. At that time, Madara had already become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, capable of creating and destroying worlds with a mere gesture. Obito had also entered the Sage of 6 Paths state and understood very well that everyone beneath the Sage was merely ants. Even the once great ninja god, Hashirama Senju, was just a bigger ant in his eyes. But Guy managed to challenge a god with a mortal body, even though the cost was a bit high. The damage he inflicted on Madara was real. It was said that Guy's move was originally prepared for Kakashi. He really wondered what Kakashi was feeling at that moment. Speaking of which, Naruto was also an underachiever, and Minato-sensei's master, one of the legendary three of Konoha, Jiraiya, was also an underachiever in his childhood. Could it be that underachievers are the strongest? Thinking of this, Obito couldn't help but laugh. Obito, are you thinking of something happy? Your mouth can't help but curl up. Lin tilted her head and asked curiously. Obito suddenly wanted to tease Lin and quietly asked, Lin, who do you think in our class will be the most successful in the future, excluding Kakashi, of course? Lin smiled and said, of course it's you, Obito. You will be the future Hokage. Obito's heart sank slightly. Hokage, that was impossible. It would never happen in this life. Lin, just say what's on your mind. I don't need comfort right now. Lin became a bit angry and said, I'm not comforting you. I really think you can achieve anything in the future, Obito. Obito's heart felt warm. It turned out that Lin had believed in him like this since childhood, and he couldn't tell anymore if his childhood dream was to become Hokage or to gain everyone's recognition, especially Lin's recognition. He continued to ask, so who besides me? Lin hesitated for a moment, glanced at the other classmates, and thought for a while, maybe it's Guy. After all, he is Kakashi's lifelong rival. All right, that's really boring. Obito didn't expect Lin to guess so accurately. Lin, seeing this, was quite proud. Is that really what you think, Obito? Obito nodded. There was no need to think about it. That was the truth. Just as the two were chatting, the large door of the teaching building suddenly opened. The crowd, who were still whispering, immediately turned to look at the door. For a moment, there was dead silence. In reality, this graduation exam was more of a formality. After all, not everyone had the qualifications to submit a graduation application. Most of the students present understood this, but when it came to the moment of revealing the results, they couldn't avoid feeling nervous. Only Obito felt completely indifferent. Today, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, was the chief examiner. With his indecisive personality, would he come without being fully confident? Chapter 4. Obito can't help but enter the deceptive mode. In Obito's view, this graduation assessment was completely a show. Hiruzen Tsurutobi needed a sufficient topic to divert attention from the negative impact brought by White Fang's death. Moreover, with Konoha losing a top-tier combat force, various factions were stirring, and war might be about to begin. How could they motivate so many ninja school students to work harder, graduate early, and head to the battlefield as cannon fodder without creating a typical example? It really is a good calculation. Obito couldn't help but sneer. Thinking back to his previous life, he had struggled hard to graduate early, barely using the shadow clone technique in front of the examiner, thinking that such a level wouldn't pass the assessment and feeling very dejected. However, right after he left, the teacher hurriedly brought him the ninja headband. He thought it was because his efforts had finally paid off, and he was so excited he almost jumped into the sky. But in fact, it was because the third great ninja war was intensifying, and they needed these new sprouts from Konoha to burn themselves. Sigh, he was really foolish when he was young. As he reminisced, Kakashi had already walked out of the teaching building, his small frame topped with a shiny forehead protector. So impressive. Yes, it's really amazing. I swear, I want to graduate early too. It's so cool. All the classmates had stars in their eyes. Even some of the children from prominent families were no exception. The children from big clans might not lack money and had been familiar with various ninja tools in childhood, but the forehead protector was different. It was standard equipment that couldn't be worn publicly without being part of an organization. Rarity makes it valuable. Now, who could get a forehead protector and wear it openly? Among peers, it would definitely elevate their status. Even Obito, looking at Kakashi's smug appearance, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Rin was the happiest among them. She stepped forward and smiled at Kakashi. Did you pass? Congratulations. However, Kakashi just lazily acknowledged her with a sound. His indifferent attitude made Obito grit his teeth in frustration. Obito could understand Kakashi's feelings at that moment. But even if his father had died, he shouldn't treat Rin like this. Rin had been so good to you, Kakashi. Good enough that he often felt jealous. Obito wanted to punch Kakashi, urging him to reconsider his words toward Rin. Yet, Obito's angry expression seemed to be misunderstood by Kakashi. Kakashi's mood suddenly improved a lot, and even the gloom on his face lessened, making him unable to resist teasing. What's wrong, Obito? Aren't you going to congratulate me? Obito snorted coldly. Kakashi was definitely doing it on purpose to annoy him. He had fallen for it in his past life. This time, it was his turn to fight back. Kakashi, do you think it's impressive to become a genin at 5? In my eyes, you're just a complete fool. Kakashi was taken aback. In his imagination, Obito should have been the one with a flushed face, throwing down a harsh remark and running away without looking back. Then Rin would chase after him fiercely, comforting him. As a qualified member of Team Rin, Kakashi thought that would be just fine. But now, how could Obito steal his lines? Who was the fool? So, he also refused to back down. Fool Obito, you don't understand anything. Just stay honest until graduation. Seeing this, Obito wasn't angry. He just couldn't help but switch to his best mode of persuasion. In his past life, he had persuaded many people, leading countless geniuses astray. And he hadn't tried it on Kakashi yet, so it was a perfect opportunity. Thus, he faced Kakashi, adopting a calculating posture. Though at 5 years old, still a little kid, it was somewhat comical. Kakashi, do you think I'm joking with you? Let me analyze it for you. Obito raised a finger. First, after graduation, you'll need to execute a lot of low-level missions. You're still growing, and what you should be doing is exercising your body. Executing missions will waste time and may not provide a good training effect. Obito raised another finger. Second, after going through many low-level missions, you'll finally be able to undertake higher-level missions. High-level missions involve intense combat, but you're still young. If your body is overworked, it will affect your development. And when you grow up, you'll be very weak. Obito raised a third finger. The essence of chakra is the combination of mental and physical energy. Both are indispensable. If your body is weak, it will affect your total chakra. If you want to become Hokage in the future, insufficient chakra capacity will be a big problem. In fact, Obito wasn't entirely bluffing. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he had fought Kakashi numerous times and knew Kakashi's weaknesses very well. That was his severe chakra deficiency. Using KAMUI twice would leave him on the ground, and it was a waste to use such a powerful technique on him. Although Kakashi's chakra deficiency was largely due to the burden of his Mangekyō Sharingan. For a master at the level of a Kage, a Sharingan shouldn't be a burden. Especially compared to Naruto, Kakashi's shortcomings were magnified infinitely. Just look at that kid Naruto, because he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He was practically like an unkillable cockroach, with chakra enough to cover the entire allied shinobi forces. Even if he temporarily exhausted it, he would just sit down for a while and then spring back to life. Kakashi, however, would lie down and start playing dead. When Obito fought Kakashi, if he hadn't poured out a vast amount of water, Kakashi would have long been defeated. As a peer, it was simply embarrassing. Therefore, in this life, he must make Kakashi pay attention to this issue. Kakashi indeed noticed, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Even Rin beside them widened her mouth in shock. Rin couldn't help but ask, Obito, is what you said true? Then Kakashi, wouldn't it be better not to graduate? After a pause, Rin continued, but Obito, you just spoke like a little adult. I feel like only our CHNIN teachers would say things like that. Kakashi also thought this was quite surreal, rolling his eyes. When did Obito become capable of such logical thinking? Moreover, it made so much sense that he believed most of it. Perhaps graduating early really wasn't the best choice. But Obito, I'm not interested in becoming Hokage. That's a dream only for you. I just want to become a ninja as soon as possible to prove myself. And since I've become a ninja, I should complete my missions well. A ninja exists for missions. Those who can't complete missions are worthless. As for everything else, I don't care. Kakashi looked indifferent. Seeing that he had been trying to persuade Kakashi for so long, and Kakashi still wasn't listening, Obito's anger flared up. Frustrated that Kakashi was so unambitious. If it weren't in front of their classmates, he would have slapped Kakashi. He snorted coldly and leaned closer to Kakashi's ear. Kakashi, just because White Fang Sensei died, you become like this. Don't make me look down on you. Chapter 5. The Way to Become Strong Then. Obito glanced around and lowered his voice even more. I want to tell you, your father was never worthless. He was a great hero in my eyes. Moreover, there are many doubts about this matter. I suspect that no matter what choice White Fang Sensei made, whether to save his comrades or complete the mission, the outcome would have been the same. Do you believe that? Kakashi furrowed his brow. No matter what, he was just a 5-year-old child, and at this moment, he couldn't help but grab Obito's collar and question him. Obito, what do you mean by your last words? Explain it clearly. Obito shrugged, deliberately glancing at their classmates, and whispered, "Some things aren't convenient to discuss here. Do you want to make it known to everyone? If you really want to know the reason, Rin and I will visit your house tonight, and we'll discuss it then." Kakashi looked at Obito's sincere and wise expression and gradually released his grip on his collar. He really couldn't understand how, after a few days apart, Obito seemed like a completely different person. Although he still retained some shadows of the past, he had matured significantly and wasn't as foolish. Could it be because of him? But it wasn't Obito's father who had died. It was his own. Let him come if he wants. Kakashi shrugged and walked past Obito. "I still need to go register at the Hokage building. I won't talk anymore, goodbye." After saying that, Kakashi walked through the crowd and gradually moved away. Obito watched Kakashi's departing figure, a thoughtful expression on his face. At this moment, he felt a pat on his shoulder. Rin leaned over and asked suspiciously, "Obito, what were you and Kakashi talking about just now? Why were you almost about to fight?" "Nothing much, just telling him that we'll visit his house tonight," Obito replied. Rin was somewhat surprised. Kakashi agreed. It was no wonder Rin was surprised. Since White Fang's death, Kakashi had locked himself at home and hadn't attended school for several days. Rin and Obito had visited him several times, but they were always turned away. Obito nodded, "Yeah, I promised." Rin immediately sighed in relief. She had noticed Kakashi's recent state and could only feel anxious. Indeed, it seemed that only Obito could change Kakashi. Rin suddenly felt like she had stumbled upon something. Then, she seemed to remember something and slapped her forehead. "I almost forgot. We have class in the afternoon. Obito, let's go back." Rin tugged at Obito's clothes. "Class." Obito hesitated a little. If they went back now, he wouldn't get to hear Rin say, "I will always be watching you." Just leaving like this, to be honest. Obito felt a bit unwilling. But once he recalled that in his past life, due to his own recklessness, they had both been punished for being late, he dismissed that thought. He smiled slightly. "Let's go back." Just like that, the two chatted and laughed as they returned to the classroom. Kakashi's graduation exam was held at noon, and classes continued in the afternoon. Therefore, most of the students returned to the classroom after watching Kakashi's graduation exam. Soon, the Chunin teacher walked in and officially began the class. Today's lesson was on ninjutsu, and I will focus on explaining the principles of the body replacement technique. Everyone should pay attention. This is a must-know knowledge point for future graduation. The Chunin teacher started writing and drawing on the blackboard with chalk. Having just experienced Kakashi's graduation, most of the students were motivated and listened attentively in this class. Obito also adopted a somewhat serious attitude. Those who dislike the setup can skip to the second half of Chapter 7, as it closely connects with the content before this segment. The setup is purely what I wanted to write, so it doesn't affect the story content. Ninjutsu class was the one Obito disliked the most in his previous life. It only taught the most basic content, including the body replacement technique, chakra extraction technique, and chakra control. However, these basic contents involve a lot of tedious knowledge points, making it drowsy to listen to. The ninja school would spend more than one class to teach this, tirelessly going on until graduation. From Obito's perspective in his past life, this was simply a waste of life. He wanted to learn powerful and cool ninjutsu, not these hide-and-seek tricks. It wasn't until many years later that Obito gradually understood that this kind of thinking was wrong. Obito had traveled through many ninja villages and had seen various methods of cultivating ninjas. Some villages often started by teaching children various powerful ninjutsu, and as long as these children learned, their combat effectiveness could greatly improve. However, afterward, they found it difficult to progress further, essentially locking their strength. If they were lucky, they might only become cannon fodder in the Fourth Great Ninja War, just using ninjutsu in succession. In contrast, the ninjas from Konoha were quite unique. They were often quite weak right after graduating from the ninja school, but as long as they found a suitable mentor, some ninjas could unleash unimaginable talents and reach heights that other villages couldn't comprehend in a short time. At first, Obito thought that Konoha was blessed with talent and had numerous powerful bloodline clans, all from the top tier of the Warring States period. So it was normal to occasionally produce a few strong individuals. However, he gradually discovered that aside from the Uchiha clan, there weren't many strong figures from these bloodline clans. Instead, many civilian geniuses emerged one after another. Due to this phenomenon, Obito conducted in-depth research and gradually found that it was Senju Tobarama, this old schemer, who had written many methods of becoming stronger into the most basic techniques. And these techniques were often overlooked by those who had the inheritance. Only the civilians with no resources would practice hard. The Konoha Ninja School was truly the fundamental reason these civilian geniuses could become strong. Of course, since Obito spent most of his later life in high-end battles, his definition of strength was slightly higher. At least reaching the level of a Kage was considered strong in his eyes. In Obito's view, there were only 5 ways to become strong in the entire ninja world. The first was bloodline. Bloodline was the most direct and effective way to become stronger. For example, the Uchiha clan, being direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, possessed considerable combat power upon awakening their eyes. The 3-tomo Sharingan was already outstanding at the Jonin level, and the Mangekyō could leap to the level of top-tier power. The reason the Uchiha clan was exterminated in Obito's previous life was that they were too feared. Others spent decades training hard, while the Uchiha could simply awaken their eyes. Who could accept that? He, the underachiever, awakened the Mangekyō one day, and with just one eye, combined with Hashirama's cells in Obito's body, he slaughtered the Umbu of the Mist Village like dogs. The reason Itachi sought him out to exterminate his clan was not just for a few Sharingan, but more out of concern that one day some Uchiha would awaken a bizarre Mangekyō and disrupt his plans. His KAMUI was indeed strong, almost ignoring most physical attacks, but techniques like Koto Amatsukami and Tsukuyami could threaten him. Who knew what else was behind? If someone came up with a space-locking technique, or even a time-stopping technique, he would also die. Therefore, he had to let his clansmen die first. Chapter 6. Ways to become strong thus. It can be seen how important it is to have good ancestors. Of course, if one doesn't have a good bloodline, it's also possible to mutate one. For example, by combining various chakra and nature transformations. One can also give birth to bloodline limits and bloodline elimination. The Tsuchikage Inoki and Mizukage Terum may walk this path. Or like him, by implanting Hashirama's cells, one can become stronger by acquiring others' bloodlines. Many people have done this, including Uchiha Madara. But the one who left the deepest impression on Obito was definitely Yakushi Kabuto. This guy was absolutely a genius. He changed his own genes by implanting others' bloodlines and broke through the limits of mere mortals, elevating his strength to a higher level. Obito held a deep wariness toward Yakushi Kabuto. Having learned the Sage Mode of Richi Cave, he may have already surpassed ordinary Kage levels. Therefore, in the entire ninja world, bloodline largely determines everything. If you don't have a bloodline, you must find a way to create one. Even Madara had to bite off a piece of Hashirama's flesh to awaken the Rinnegan. Besides bloodline, the second way to become stronger is through secret techniques. In fact, many secret techniques are also linked to bloodlines. For example, the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans in Konoha, if one does not possess the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka bloodlines. It's not impossible to learn their respective secret techniques, but the difficulty is extremely high. The Reikage family of Kumobikure is considered a paragon of secret technique clans. Relying on secret techniques, each generation can reach the level of Kage, even becoming powerful within the Kage ranks. For instance, the third Reikage fought valiantly against thousands of rock ninjas and perished. Had he not lacked large-scale attack ninjutsu, it would have been uncertain who would have died. Apart from bloodline and secret techniques, the third way to become stronger is to possess a vast amount of chakra. Quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes. When the quantity reaches a certain level, it can transform into a terrifying master. Kisame's strength primarily stems from the chakra amplification brought by his Hashigaki body. Of course, when it comes to vast amounts of chakra, the most representative are the Jinchuriki. Every perfect Jinchuriki is a master at the Kage level, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails surpasses ordinary Kage levels. As for the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, they are comparable to the Sage of Six Paths. However, becoming a Ten Tails Jinchuriki is not simple and requires extremely high standards for one's bloodline and mental will. Otherwise, one wouldn't even be able to suppress the Ten Tails. The fourth way to become stronger is through the Konoha Ninja School system. If one neither has a bloodline, nor is a Jinchuriki, how can an ordinary genius become strong? The answer is to diligently complete all courses at the Konoha Ninja School and be fortunate enough to receive guidance from a distinguished teacher. Konoha, due to its unique conditions, is one of the more peaceful villages in the ninja world. Therefore, ninjas born in Konoha generally have the opportunity to systematically study for several years at the Ninja Academy before graduating. Don't underestimate the importance of systematic learning. Although the Ninja Academy teaches only the most basic content, the more fundamental the content, the more it gets to the essence. For example, the body replacement technique. The body replacement technique itself is not difficult to learn. As long as you remember the chakra flow pathways and practice a few times, you can release it by rote. For holders of the Sharingan, they can perfectly replicate it with just a glance. However, when teaching the body replacement technique, the Academy also explains the underlying principles. The shadow clone technique and transformation technique are both types of visual illusions, which represent the most basic principles of illusion techniques. The body replacement technique involves summoning an object to take the attack for you, which relates to the fundamental principles of summoning and sealing techniques. The illusions, summoning, and sealing techniques behind the body replacement technique represent some of the highest level techniques in the ninja world. These techniques can completely change the direction of combat. Tailed beasts are incredibly powerful. Their size and strength alone are enough to overwhelm ordinary ninjas, and as they are essentially chakra conglomerates, they're almost immune to most ninjutsu. Tailed beasts also possess the tailed beast bomb, which can instantly destroy a village. Even high-level experts like Kage find it challenging to suppress a tailed beast if they lack sufficient means. However, tailed beasts are restrained by illusion techniques and sealing techniques, and can be summoned using summoning techniques. If these three types of techniques are used well, a tailed beast that others find difficult to deal with can even be utilized as a means to victory. Additionally, many advanced ninjutsu and even forbidden techniques are closely related to illusion techniques, summoning techniques, and sealing techniques. The impure world reincarnation is a summoning technique, and the Reaper Death Seal is a sealing technique. These techniques can even completely alter the course of battle. However, to learn these techniques, one needs a solid foundation, which the Ninja Academy provides. Moreover, the body replacement technique tests the precision and timing of its release. And the process of practicing the body replacement technique can effectively enhance a ninja's overall abilities, including observation skills, chakra control, chakra perception, adaptability, and instantaneous reaction ability. Therefore, a ninja who truly masters the body replacement technique is very well-rounded. At first, such a ninja may seem weak due to not mastering powerful ninjutsu. However, as they continue to grow, the foundational skills built from a young age will increasingly come into play. If at that time they happen to have a great teacher guiding them, they will learn quickly due to their solid foundation, even to the point of suddenly becoming incomprehensible to others. For example, Flying Thunder God. Teacher Minato has taught many people, including himself, Kakashi, and Rin, but in the end, none of them learned it successfully. The principle of Flying Thunder God is to use sealing techniques to place the Flying Thunder God mark, then use perception techniques to sense the mark, and finally control the chakra on the mark to perform reverse summoning for instantaneous movement. Alternatively, one can use sealing techniques to draw a barrier in the air and then use perception techniques and reverse summoning to transfer attacks. Learning Flying Thunder God requires high-level chakra control, chakra perception, sealing techniques, and summoning techniques. Additionally, to apply it in actual combat, one also needs adaptability, neural reflex speed, and most importantly, spatial awareness. Gathering all these elements is extremely difficult. Flying Thunder God demands precise operations. Even Obito, who has an innate spatial awareness ability, has not been able to learn it due to deficiencies in other foundational skills. Throughout Konoha's history, only Senju Tobirama and Teacher Minato have mastered it. Other ninjas, even if they understand the principles, can only work together to barely use the Flying Thunder God formation. However, all the conditions required for Flying Thunder God can be effectively trained through the practice of the body replacement technique, without exception. Obito feels that the inability to learn Flying Thunder God may be due to a lack of talent. but it cannot be said that everyone who cannot learn it is talent deficient. It is likely that many people, like him, did not take it seriously during their school years, did not put in the hard work, and reached a level where they could barely perform the body replacement technique, thinking they were fine. After that, they started practicing stronger and more visually impressive ninjutsu. If he had put the effort he used to practice the great fireball technique into the body replacement technique during his past life, with his later spatial awareness ability, how could he not have learned Flying Thunder God? But who could blame him? The great fireball technique just looks stronger than the body replacement technique. Sigh. Regrets for not acting differently. Chapter 7. Ways to become stronger, for example. Orochimaru's array of hidden cards. Whether it's the Orochimaru-style body replacement technique, various forbidden techniques involving summoning and sealing techniques, or his extensive knowledge and research abilities, he is the epitome of a genius scholar from the Konoha Ninja Academy. And that little girl Sakura, who helped him with chakra during the Fourth Great Ninja War. She lacks an outstanding bloodline, but at a young age, she possesses a very high level of chakra control and medical ninjutsu skills. These are not skills that can be mastered solely through bloodline mutations. They require a substantial amount of theoretical knowledge. It can be assumed that she was also a top student in the Ninja Academy, much like Orochimaru. Similar examples include his clansman Uchiha Sharingan, whose name Shunshin Shursui was largely earned through the use of body replacement techniques and body flicker techniques, although it certainly involved the illusions of the Sharingan. Even when Uchiha Sasuke fought Madara, despite lacking Madara's extensive combat experience, having one less Rinnegan than Madara, and being inferior in chakra as a 10 Tails Jinchuriki, he was still able to suppress Madara in limited one-on-one encounters, causing Madara considerable trouble. In Obito's view, although Madara is a strong opponent, his combat experience is mostly rooted in the Warring States period, characterized by large-scale moves, and he cannot match Sasuke, a Konoha genius. In precise operations, Sasuke's ability to use the Rinnegan's space-switching technique so masterfully is likely also due to the foundational skills he developed while practicing the body replacement technique. Thus, Obito believes that most of the knowledge imparted by the Konoha Ninja Academy is useful and significantly beneficial. Teacher Minato, who came from a commoner background and couldn't learn advanced ninjutsu, had to practice the body replacement technique rigorously, yet that did not hinder him from quickly mastering Flying Thunder God after being exposed to it, becoming a killer who could move freely on the battlefield. Obito cannot help but admire Senju Tobarama's foresight in making the body replacement technique a mandatory exam item for Academy graduates. There is deep meaning behind it. However, he also has to admit that Tobarama's approach is truly cunning. The body replacement technique seems very ordinary. Ordinary bloodline families wouldn't waste time on it. Only commoner ninjas without resources would put in the hard work. Yet even if one masters the body replacement technique to perfection to become stronger, they still need to learn the advanced ninjutsu in the sealing book. However, the sealing book is controlled by the Hokage lineage, unless one has a bloodline like Shursui's otherwise. Commoner geniuses who wish to become stronger must become supporters of the Hokage lineage. In this way, the power of the Hokage lineage and the various clans in the village is maintained in balance. The naturally cunning Senju, Old Ghost. As for the fifth method of becoming stronger, it is Sage Mode. Sage Mode is closely related to the 3 Great Sage Lands, but unfortunately, Obito has not encountered much information in this regard. The only thing he can speculate is that the learning conditions for Sage Mode are related to one's soul and physique. Orochimaru could not learn it, while Kabuto could, because Kabuto's soul is more complete than Orochimaru's and his bloodline has mutated, which strengthened his physique. Teacher Minato is also an example. He never demonstrated Sage Mode during his life, but he could activate it instantly in his impure world reincarnation state, possibly due to having become the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, which enhanced his soul and physique in a certain sense. In addition to the 5 types mentioned above, the last method of becoming stronger is seeking external power. Scorpion's puppets, Deidara's clay, including Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear and Kisame Samahata, all involve external power to some extent. Of course, these external powers are also encompassed within the aforementioned methods. The reason for mentioning this separately is that Obito was overwhelmed by 600 billion explosive tags. Although these explosive tags were probably created by Konan through her paper jutsu, they are part of her own strength. But the explosive tags can indeed be bought with money. If Kakashi uses all the money he earns to buy explosive tags and combines them with the explosive tags from Senju Tobarama for a one-time use, it would be quite terrifying. As someone who has experienced it firsthand, Obito believes that the power of those 6 trillion explosive tags is probably unmatched even by Hashirama's would release or Madara's complete body Susanoo. That move belongs to the big moves even at the 6 paths level. If used properly, Kagaya would have to drink a pot of it. If it weren't for his ability to phase through Izanagi, he would have truly been blown to pieces. However, now that he has gained dual KAMUI, both his teleportation speed and the duration of his intangibility have greatly increased. If Konan were to try again, she would probably find it impossible to deal with him. He can even directly use his left eye to teleport away from the explosion. Therefore, upon careful consideration, there are probably not many methods left in the entire ninja world that could threaten him now. In any case, all ways to become stronger have their limitations. But many can be stacked, and among them, the foundation laid by the Konoha Ninja School is perfectly stackable. In his past life, he was at the bottom, and even after becoming strong, he relied heavily on his own ocular techniques. In this life, he should also enrich his foundation. Thus, in this ninja technique class, Obito listened especially attentively, even opening the textbooks he had rarely opened in his past life to study the knowledge inside carefully. This scene was noticed by Rin, who couldn't help but reveal a comforting smile. Obito, you have really grown up. Time passed unknowingly, and soon, the class came to an end. All right, that's it for this class. Students can take a short break and then gather at the outdoor training ground. After the teacher announced the end of class, he left the classroom. The ninja school is a place for training ninjas, and besides various theoretical knowledge, there are also a lot of outdoor courses, including practical combat, throwing ninja tools, survival exercises, teamwork, pressure training, and so on. It can be said that ninja school students spend nearly half of their time outdoors. After class, Obito naturally sought out Rin and walked to the training ground together with her. Rin squinted and asked Obito, "You actually started reading today. Don't you usually dislike these boring contents the most?" Obito's eyes were deep. "Rin, people will always grow up. I don't want to be at the bottom anymore. I want to protect you from harm, so I need to learn a lot of things to become stronger." Rin nodded, clenching her small fist. "Obito, do your best. First-year class, gather and report to me to start practical combat grouping." Not long after arriving at the training ground, the practical combat class began. For students of their age, since they couldn't use many powerful ninjutsu, the practical combat class was mostly about physical combat, at most using some body replacement techniques. As for shurikens, they were not allowed to be used in combat due to the danger posed by children lacking control. Obito felt indifferent. Although practical combat was one of the classes he liked in his past life, it was because he always felt he could defeat Kakashi. Now, having experienced too many battles, facing either shadows or ninjas nearly equivalent to shadows, returning to bully a bunch of kids was really not that interesting. Chapter 8. Practical Combat Class, however. At least it could help him practice his basics. With this thought, Obito honestly reported to the Chunin teacher. His previous opponent had always been Kakashi, which was a result of his own request, but now that Kakashi had graduated early, he naturally needed to arrange a new partner. The Chunin teacher thought for a moment and said, "Obito, you'll be in a group with my guy from now on." The teacher arranged 2 students of similar strength, both at the bottom, together. Obito nodded. This arrangement was exactly the same as in his past life. In his past life, he was kicked into depression by Guy, feeling that even though he couldn't beat Kakashi, he couldn't even defeat Guy, who was also at the bottom, and thought he was really bad. But now he finally understood that losing to a freak was not shameful. The teacher quickly arranged everything by grouping them one by one. Due to the limited space of the training ground, they would face off one group at a time, and Obito and Guy were the last group. A bunch of kids fought, punching and kicking in a chaotic manner, which was really not interesting. Most of the time, Obito was lost in thought, his mind elsewhere, thinking about when he could visit the Hidden Rain Village to plan and arrange for Akatsuki in advance. He had deep feelings for Akatsuki, not only because he promised Nagato to bring peace to the world, but also because he had really run himself ragged for Akatsuki's development. Nagato, day after day, only shouted slogans, claiming to be a god, and could hardly do anything else. It was all up to him to strategize, playing the role of both father and mother, worrying endlessly. Otherwise, how could the second generation of Akatsuki develop in a short time? However, the Hidden Rain village was a bit far away, and he didn't want to use the power of KAMUI. How could he get there? Thinking this way felt like being bathed in sunlight while being constrained by the rules of reality, a bit lacking in freedom. As Obito's thoughts wandered, it was finally his turn to face Guy. Obito, Guy, step forward and form your hand seals. Obito could only set aside his thoughts and walk to the center of the training ground with Guy, forming opposing seals. Obito, let's burn our youth together. Guy flashed a smile at him, his teeth seemingly sparkling. Ha ha! The surrounding classmates burst into laughter. Two bottom-tier students, what was there to see? Even if they won, they would still be at the bottom. Among them, several unfamiliar faces of Obito had already started to mock him. They were a circle made up of some minor clan children and students with average grades in the class. They had neither the upbringing of noble families nor felt superior. Clearly lacking in impressive achievements, yet unwilling to improve, only wanting to compare their shortcomings to gain a sense of superiority over those weaker than themselves. Usually, these people were the loudest, but unfortunately, there were too many such people in Konoha, from top to bottom, from the high-ranking officials to ordinary villagers. Instead of learning anything else, they had learned how to bully others, which was incredibly annoying. Obito glared fiercely at these people and suddenly recalled events from his past life. In fact, in his past life, he infiltrated Konoha with the initial intention of taking the Nine Tails while his master and mistress were at their weakest. After all, under normal circumstances, wanting to seize the Nine Tails meant facing two experts. One was a master of space-time ninjutsu, and the other was a master of sealing techniques for the Nine Tails. This combination was too terrifying, capable of running, fighting, controlling, and healing, with extremely fast mobility and a wide range of lethality, far more terrifying than the combination of A from the Cloud Village. The key was that both of them were still young, in a growth phase. Who knew how strong they could become in the future? Obito thought that if he gave his master and mistress a little more time to grow, they could take down Akatsuki. Although Nagato had the Rinnegan, he was not very mobile and had no way to deal with Minato-sensei. He himself had a space-time Mangekyō, but Minato-sensei could keep up with him. Then, Kushina and Minato-sensei would work together, with Kushina using the adamantine sealing chains in her left hand and the tailed beast bomb in her right hand. They truly were unbeatable. So despite feeling guilty towards his mistress for the sake of the plan, he had to make a move in Konoha, utilizing the bonds of good people to limit Minato-sensei's speed and using the weakness period of his sister to restrict her strength. Only then did he have the chance to seize the Nine Tails. In fact, he did succeed. He truly had no intention of killing Minato-sensei, and even his sister had a strong vitality and might survive. But at the critical moment, he suddenly remembered that there were many ignorant villagers in Konoha, and his anger surged, suddenly wanting to unleash the Nine Tails to teach them a lesson. In a moment of impulsiveness, he did just that. It was truly a long-planned scheme, but also a spur-of-the-moment decision. Among all the wrong things he did, this was the most serious, the one he couldn't let go of. He didn't even know how to face Kushina. In the end, when Kakashi wanted to kill him, it was Minato-sensei who stopped him, and Minato-sensei's son, Naruto Uzumaki, also forgave him. This only increased his sense of guilt. At this moment, he even felt jealous. Why do these white-eyed wolves from Konoha deserve the protection of teacher Minato's family? With this thought, his killing intent surged. "Shut up," Obito said sternly to the group that had just mocked him. The aura of a powerful figure emerging from a sea of corpses, coupled with a tangible killing intent, nearly scared those little kids to death. They stood there frozen, trembling all over. If it weren't for Obito still having some rationality and retracting some of his aura, this group of kids would either be dead or suffer from severe mental disorders, ending their ninja careers. However, Obito's killing intent was only directed at specific individuals. Others didn't feel much. Even the Chunin teacher merely thought that Obito was provoked and defensive, something he often did, so everyone was used to it. The teacher quickly said, "All right, ninjas need to learn to ignore distractions and focus on fighting. I declare the duel begins." almost as soon as he finished speaking. The restless guy had already flown in with a kick, shouting, "Burn my youth." This move was genuinely impressive. It had no flashy techniques, just a combination of power and speed. As long as it was fast and accurate, it was invincible. Obito had suffered countless times from this move in his past life. He knew it well, but couldn't avoid it. He even couldn't help but think that if Guy kicked him like this, it was like unlocking a padlock. If he could do this to Madara, would Madara survive? As for why he could be distracted during the battle now, it was simply because no matter how strong Guy was, he was just a first-year student, and his speed seemed too slow to Obito. Just as he thought, Guy's kick hit solidly, sending Obito flying, spinning in the air before landing. Lin, who was watching from the side, became worried, her eyes glistening, nearly in tears as she couldn't help but shout, "Obito!" Bang! However, the flying Obito turned into an old tree root, while his real body appeared behind Guy. With Guy's attack missing, he left himself wide open. A gentle punch from Obito knocked Guy down to the ground. The Chunin teacher's eyes lit up, even feeling a bit surprised. Chapter 9. Heading to the Hitaki house. The body replacement technique is basic, but for a first-year student to use, it is quite rare. Furthermore, Obito's ability to defeat Guy in one move was due to the perfect timing of his replacement technique. If he used it too early, Guy would sense something was off and hold back. If he used it too late, he would truly get kicked away. It was precisely at the moment when Guy thought he had landed a hit and that Obito couldn't avoid it that he executed the replacement, catching him off guard. The Chunin teacher could hardly do better with the body replacement technique himself. Thus, the Chunin teacher nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Very good. Obito, you've improved. Not only did you use the body replacement technique, but you did it excellently." With the duel over, Obito won. The Chunin teacher took out a small booklet to record it, noting that Obito's ability to use the body replacement technique was a huge plus, and his grade would need to be moved up. However, Obito was not very satisfied. He felt the significant gap between himself and Teacher Minato. Teacher Minato completed most of his attack moves before teleporting, so as soon as he teleported, the attack arrived without delay, leaving no time for him to react. Although this was due to the differences between Flying Thunder God and the body replacement technique, he knew from sparring with Teacher Minato that even with the body replacement technique, Minato was much faster than him. There were various micro-movements he couldn't replicate. Moreover, while Teacher Minato could use it in actual combat, his own usage while also in combat was merely bullying children. Facing a master of the level of a Kage, it was impossible to exploit such significant openings. He still had room for improvement. At this moment, Guy had already gotten back up, regaining his energy. "No wonder you can spar with Kakashi. Obito, you're strong. But next time I won't lose." Guy gave a thumbs up. Obito suddenly felt Kakashi's helplessness. After self-evaluating, he realized that under normal circumstances, he could actually fight for a while using the 3-Tomo Sharingan. With his combat experience and the 3-Tomo, he could already phase himself for a period of time. Although his body was still young, his strength wouldn't be much weaker than a grown Kakashi without using KAMUI. He could hold his own against the Kage of various villages for a while. Guy had a long way to go if he wanted to defeat him. Even if Guy grew to the point of fighting Madara, he too would be growing, and when both opened their KAMUI, he wouldn't hesitate to face Kagaya Otsutsuki. So this is the world of geniuses? Their strength far surpasses their peers. No wonder geniuses tend to be more aloof. Obito quickly smiled at Guy. "I barely managed to use that move. Go find Kakashi. He is your lifelong rival, and I can help you find him." "Really?" Guy became excited. Compared to Obito, Kakashi was more important. "Really?" Obito smiled mischievously. He didn't want to be tied down by Guy, so he could only put Kakashi in a difficult position. The two laughed as they returned to the crowd. And aside from the classmates who had just been scared into silence and the teachers who had seen a lot, others weren't too surprised. From their perspective, it was just a battle between the underachievers, and no matter who won or lost, it wasn't worth paying attention to. Except for Lin, who cheered and jumped for joy. "All right, take a break. Next, we'll practice shuriken throwing." The teacher continued with the arrangements. Obito blended into the crowd and completed the training in a standard manner. Since it was all basic content, it was too easy for him. Even if he deliberately tried to hide his skills, he couldn't. He scored nearly full marks on every item. This made many classmates notice the difference in Obito, and the Chunin teacher began to ponder. Could it be that Obito's constant opponent had always been Kakashi, so he was suppressed by Kakashi, and now that Kakashi was gone, Obito had taken off? However, just a day ago, he couldn't hit the target with Shuriken, and now he was hitting the bullseye consecutively. Wasn't this improvement a bit too unbelievable? The Chunin teacher was puzzled, but there were too many strange things in the ninja world. So he didn't think too much and simply assumed that Obito had been stimulated by Kakashi and had had a breakthrough. Obito was unaware of the teacher's thoughts. After all the training ended, the teacher announced the end of school, and he met up with Lin. The two had dinner by the street before heading to the Hitaki house. When they arrived at the door of the Hitaki house, it was already getting dark. Lin stepped forward and knocked on the door. Shortly after, Kakashi opened the door, revealing his seemingly lethargic dead fish eyes. In his impression, the Hitaki house was a warm place, but at this moment, behind Kakashi, it was pitch black and dim. Kakashi, it didn't turn on the lights? Lin asked with some concern. Kakashi lazily responded with a sound, as if he had just remembered to greet the guests, and went inside to turn on the lights. Come in. Obito and Lin walked into the house and instantly felt a wave of oppression because in the center of the room was a memorial photo. The photo of Konoha's white fang, Tsukumo Hitaki, a master of swordsmanship and a hero admired by Obito, was displayed there. A true practitioner of the will of fire had committed suicide, leaving Obito feeling somewhat unsettled. In his past life, he had been in and out of Konoha many times, and with the help of White Zetsu as an excellent information gatherer, he knew the situation in Konoha better than anyone. Senior White Fang was not simply defeated by rumors. What truly killed him was the will of fire he had always practiced. Obito understood the feeling of faith collapsing all too well. If he had not fallen into hell and remained that naive, passionate fool, he probably wouldn't be able to accept that a person who constantly spoke of the will of fire and claimed to act for Konoha could turn those lofty ideals into a murderous blade and stab his own people. If it were him, he would also feel a chill in his heart and couldn't help but ask, why did it come to this? How could it be like this? Moreover, compared to traditional ninjas, the Hitaki family was originally a samurai family. Samurai always placed immense importance on honor and belief. Thus, Senior White Fang committed suicide. In Obito's view, a hero can die. They can die in battle. They can sacrifice themselves heroically, but they should never die due to such ugly political struggles. Therefore, Obito feels that this world is beyond saving. The human hearts are all ugly, and only the illusion of the infinite Tsukuyomi can allow heroes to consistently follow their own paths. In his past life, he even refused to revive Rin, not wanting her to face these dirty matters. With a sigh in his heart, Obito stepped forward slightly, closed his eyes, and solemnly bowed to White Fang. Seeing this, Rin followed suit and bowed to Kakashi's father to express her respect. Kakashi frowned and walked over to block the photo of White Fang. His tone was indifferent as he stated the obvious. In the world of ninjas, those who break rules and regulations are nothing but useless. You don't need to show such respect to a useless person. Chapter 10. Kakashi's verbal jutsu. Rin hesitated to speak. She wanted to advise Kakashi, but her usual education left her unsure of how to rebut. Obito, however, sneered, Kakashi, if it were the old me, I would tell you that those who break the rules are useless, but those who do not cherish their comrades are even worse than useless. Kakashi's pupils constricted violently. This statement struck him like a morning bell in his heart. But Obito continued, saying, now I just want to tell you that rules and regulations are made by people. And if in a village that emphasizes the will of fire, the rules and regulations force a hero who embodies that will to make difficult choices, in the end, he is not only disrespected, but also blamed by everyone. Then perhaps those rules and regulations themselves are wrong. As this blasphemous statement was uttered, both Rin and Kakashi were shaken. Rin even stepped forward, wanting to cover Obito's mouth. His words seemed like he was about to point fingers at the rulers of Konoha. And even though they were still young, they understood that some things should not be said. Yet Obito gave Rin a reassuring look and continued speaking to Kakashi. Just think, if White Fang had abandoned his comrades to complete the mission, what do you think would happen? Would the villagers think White Fang had a very high awareness? Or would they say he was a cold-blooded, unfeeling person who harmed his comrades and was completely untrustworthy. Kakashi stood frozen, pale, and on the verge of collapse. He tried to rebut. No, that wouldn't happen. In the ninja world, as long as the mission is completed, there's nothing wrong. No one would say anything. Obito sneered. Kakashi, you're still too naive. Just think about it. Do you want your future comrade to be someone who will stop at nothing to complete a mission? Or do you want him to be someone who cherishes his comrades? Kakashi's gaze became confused. He stubbornly said, if it's a necessary sacrifice, then what's wrong with stopping at nothing to complete the mission? I would be willing to partner with such a person. Obito, feeling exasperated, couldn't help but shout, Kakashi. He then slowly added, if you really think that way, you wouldn't have hesitated from the start. Moreover, even if you truly think that way, the majority of people's thoughts are absolutely different from yours. Because no one can guarantee that the next person to be sacrificed isn't themselves. Life is above all. And out of a self-protective instinct, they will subconsciously resist abandoning their comrades. So if White Fang had chosen to abandon his comrades to complete the mission, once the news spread, he would have been drowned in spit as well. Obito's words were so irrefutable that they shattered Rin and Kakashi's worldview. Rin trembled, her eyes dim and lifeless as she muttered, how could this be? Does that mean that no matter what White Fang did, he would be wrong? Obito gently replied to Rin, no, that's not it. The villagers are narrow-minded. They can't accurately assess how great a cost is needed to complete a mission. So from their perspective, whether the mission fails or people die to complete the mission, it's all a loss for the village. They're also part of the village, so it's normal for them to harbor grievances. After a pause, Obito deliberately glanced at Kakashi and continued. Therefore, to avoid such situations in the ninja world, missions need to be kept confidential. The missions that White Fang undertook were all high-level missions with a very high level of confidentiality. Kakashi, tell me, why would the details of White Fang's mission spread and become widely known? Could it be that the Umbu under your father's command are a bunch of idiots who don't know to immediately stop the spread of information once it leaks? If every high-level mission is kept so confidential, what secrets could Konoha possibly have in the eyes of other villages? I can't be bothered to continue beating around the bush with you. The fact that high-level missions can be leaked and not stopped means that unless this was something that the higher-ups in Konoha did themselves. This statement struck Kakashi hard. But Rin was the one who became frightened first. Obito, is it really like that? Obito did not deny it. He simply patted Rin's shoulder and said, Rin, don't be afraid. No matter what lies ahead, I will always protect you. Rin felt slightly reassured, but her expression remained somber, clearly unable to easily escape the gloom in her heart. Obito sighed. He regretted saying these things in front of Rin. He was certain that the Rin 26 years later would understand everything and could tolerate it. But he forgot that the Rin of that time had experienced life and death separations and witnessed everything at the crossroads of the underworld. Rin was a kind person, so even if she recognized the essence of the world, she still loved it. But the current Rin was still too young. The partial truth about Konoha was already too cruel for her. However, now that the words had been spoken, there was no turning back. He believed Rin could overcome it, because he knew she was stronger than anyone. Obito looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, you are a smart person, so I think you should understand. This mission itself was a trap aimed at White Fang. Therefore, no matter what choice White Fang made, he was wrong. Kakashi was drenched in sweat compared to Rin. He was a first-hand witness to the entire event, so the impact on him was greater. The more he thought about Obito's words, the colder his heart became. He had already believed 7 or 8 parts of it, even 9 parts. The last part was not disbelief, but unwillingness to believe, fear of believing. He hoarsely asked, Obito, what should I do now? Kakashi was confused. If he admitted that everything was true, it also meant that he had to face a mountain that he could not climb with his current abilities. Obito looked at Kakashi with pity. He swore he did not deliberately smear Konoha. He just recounted the events as they were. But just by recounting the events, Konoha appeared darker than ever. Just as Kakashi was now, and just as Sasuke had been deceived in his past life. To be honest, he felt that at least in this matter, Hiruzen Sarutobi might not have much ill intent. Even from a political perspective, whether in stance or thought, the Hatake clan is a legitimate faction of Hokage that can be trusted and relied upon. Therefore, Obito could not understand what kind of bizarre operation Konoha was up to. After a moment of thought, he looked at Kakashi. Forget it, I want to continue analyzing this for you. I'll just tell you the result directly. Hiruzen Sarutobi may not have much ill intent. Perhaps there is a little, but not much. As the highest ruler of a village, he inevitably comes into contact with darkness. His indecisive character has led him to make many mistakes, but your grudge against him is not significant. Just remember one name, Danzo Shimura. He is the culprit who harmed your father, and in the future, if any dirty business happens and you can't figure out who did it, you can bet it was this person. Chapter 11. Danzo Shimura is not a big shot. Kakashi's trembling body finally calmed down, and he and Rin both breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the infamous third Hokage, they did not understand Danzo Shimura. Kakashi continued hoarsely, "Who is Danzo Shimura?" Lin also clenched her little fist and said angrily, "This Shimura Danzo must be a big bad guy. I want to teach him a lesson." Obito coughed twice and said, "Well, he's not really a big shot. He's just a disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and has a close relationship with the third Hokage. Now he's serving as Hokage's advisor and controls the root of the Anbu. Although he can be considered the second in command of Konoha right now, ultimately, he's just a rat in a gutter, not worth much." What? Both Lin and Kakashi were shocked, whether as a disciple of the second Hokage or as Hokage's advisor. Those were super significant identities. Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes. How is that not a big shot? Obito mimicked Kakashi's posture, hands in pockets, and let out a sound of acknowledgement. Anyone can act cool, right? In his eyes, Danzo didn't really count for much. If he had to say, his strength was actually quite good. His wind release techniques were impressive, probably even better than the wind shadow. But that was only good at best. At this time, the Uchiha clan had not been exterminated. Uchiha Shursui was still alive, and Orochimaru had not defected. He probably didn't have a fully developed Sharingan or Hashirama cells, and he couldn't even use Izanagi. Killing him should be quite simple, especially since he had seen Danzo's fight with Sasuke, where he used kunai to stab Susanoo and ultimately seal the bridge. Now that he thought about it, it made him want to laugh. Seeing Obito's cool demeanor, which even made him want to laugh, Kakashi felt a bit more at ease and continued to ask hoarsely, "Why did he do that?" Obito replied, "Danzo has always coveted the position of Hokage. The reputation of the White Fang is too high, making him the best candidate for the fourth Hokage. If he doesn't tarnish the White Fang's name, the White Fang is very likely to become the fourth Hokage." There was one thing Obito didn't say. For Hiruzen, it would not be in his interest for the White Fang to become the fourth Hokage. At this point, Sarutobi should be more inclined to have his disciple Orochimaru take the position, so he didn't stop Danzo from pulling strings behind the scenes. But it was better not to tell Kakashi about such matters. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss, and the more you know, the heavier the burden. Kakashi didn't expect to hear such an answer in the end. He clenched his fists and said angrily, "So, he killed my father just to become Hokage?" Obito shook his head. "Actually, he probably didn't expect your father to commit suicide. This man loves to brainwash himself, thinking that his ambitions are for the sake of Konoha. The White Fang is the top combat power of Konoha. How could he bear to kill him? He just wanted to suppress your father's prestige so that he couldn't become Hokage." Then Obito sighed. However, someone like Danzo, a rat in the gutter, could never understand the beautiful qualities of those who live in the sunlight. The White Fang died due to the collapse of his own beliefs, just like your current state. The two suddenly understood something and empathized. Damn it! Kakashi pounded the wall with both hands, revealing a look of hatred. "I must kill Danzo, not just for my father, but for Konoha. Konoha shouldn't have people like him." Obito shook his head. "Kakashi, you're blinded by hatred. When Danzo wanted to kill, he shouted the same slogans as you. You need to calm down." Everyone who hears him elaborate on Konoha always finds various reasons to seek revenge. In his past life, Sasuke wanted revenge, and he was happy to see that, even willing to give him a push. But Kakashi and Sasuke held different places in his heart, and moreover, in this life, he wanted to be a good person and didn't want his dear friend Kakashi to become like Sasuke. So he comforted him, "Don't worry, Danzo will die sooner or later. You don't have to take revenge for this. Compared to you, the Uchiha clan is the one that should seek revenge." Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, as if he misunderstood something. Obito, do you also have a grudge against Danzo? If it's you, I can let you take revenge. Lin also looked at Obito and couldn't help but ask Obito, is what you've experienced related to this Danzo? The more Lin thought about it, especially recalling the despair and oppression she felt from Obito earlier, the more she couldn't help but angrily say, Danzo, what did you do to Obito? Obito noticed Lin's misunderstanding and scratched his head awkwardly. Lin, you misunderstood. Although many people have grudges against Danzo, I am not one of them. The Uchiha's grievances belong to the Uchiha. I have little personal enmity with him. Kakashi and Lin were both stunned. They thought Obito was laying the groundwork to bring up Danzo, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Kakashi's expression became serious. Obito, let's put aside my father's matter and Danzo's matter for now. But the feeling I get from you doesn't seem like the Obito I know. Why do you know so much? You even know that my father was the captain of the Umbu. Where did this information come from? And how did you fool, develop such strong logical reasoning skills? Who taught you, and what is the purpose? Obito took a deep breath, his gaze becoming profound. He calmly looked at Kakashi and Lin and slowly said, because it's related to secrets and to prove that I am not lying, I will take you to a place next. After saying this, he closed his eyes and opened them again, revealing his Mangekyō Sharingan. In front of him, a passage connecting to the KAMUI space gradually formed. He entered the passage first and waved to the two who were still outside. Come in. This is a space-time ninjutsu I released using my eyes. The world inside is absolutely safe, but maintaining this passage will put a huge burden on my body. After saying that, 2 streams of blood tears flowed from his eyes. Lin was initially shocked that Obito had such an incredible ability, but after hearing him say this, a pained expression appeared on her face, and she immediately pulled Kakashi in. Obito quickly closed the passage and exited the Mangekyō Sharingan state. Obito, are you okay? Lin was very worried and took out a white handkerchief to wipe away Obito's blood tears. Obito felt warm inside and smiled. I'm fine. This is the cost of using these eyes, just a little blood. Using summoning techniques also requires blood. Lin was a bit angry. Nonsense. Just now you were trembling all over. Obito, promise me, can you use such power less in the future? Obito nodded. If it weren't to show evidence to Lin and Kakashi, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to open a space passage. This ability to directly open a door was something he only obtained after acquiring the dual KAMUI. It consumed much more chakra than directly sucking someone into the KAMUI space. During the battle with Kaguya, Sakura acted as a charging battery, giving him enough chakra to open the door. However, at that time, he was opening Kaguya's space, and his own state wasn't good, which was different from opening his own KAMUI space. Even so, he still felt a slight decline in his vision. Once Lin wiped away the blood tears, Kakashi eagerly asked, Obito, just now your eyes were the Sharingan? But they were different from the one I've seen before. How many things are you hiding from us? Obito took Lin's hand, gripping it tightly. Many of the things he was about to say were ones he was reluctant to face, and even he needed Lin's encouragement. He took a deep breath and slowly said, Lin, Kakashi, I came back from 26 years in the future. I don't want to hide this from you, but this is my biggest secret. I hope you won't disclose it to anyone for now. Chapter 12. Confronting Kakashi what? Although they knew that Obito might reveal a huge secret, his words still shocked both of them. What did it mean that Obito came back from 26 years in the future? Lin asked in disbelief. Obito sat cross-legged. Sit down first. I need to explain slowly. Seeing this, the two exchanged glances and hesitantly sat beside Obito. Obito's eyes were deep, and he slowly said, You can also understand it as me having a dream where I saw everything that would happen to me from now until 26 years into the future. If the idea of traveling through time to the past seems unbelievable, then prophecy is much easier to understand. Rin's mouth dropped open. No, Obito, I get it. You're saying you're the Obito from the future, back in the present? Rin rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. You feel suddenly mature, grown up. Although I'm sure you're still the same Obito, you've indeed changed a lot. If you're back from the future, then everything makes sense. Rin suddenly understood where the feelings of separation and reunion she sensed from Obito's embrace came from. So, something happened to her in the future. For a moment, her heart was in turmoil. Compared to Rin, Kakashi couldn't accept such a thing. Traveling from the future to the past was too hard to believe. Obito, you're not under some illusion, are you? Obito scoffed. Kakashi, you felt the chakra I just had, right? In this space as well as my eyes. If an illusion could give someone all this, then I think no one would need to train anymore. Kakashi was momentarily speechless. He did indeed feel a vast, cold chakra from Obito, who suddenly seemed like a different person. That kind of pressure he had only felt from his father. Thinking about this, Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Compared to Obito being reborn, he suddenly had a more pressing question. Obito, how strong are you now? How do you compare to my father? Obito showed a contemplative expression. Me? I haven't fought against the White Fang. After all, I'm only 5 years old this year. It's a bit unreasonable to expect a 5-year-old to have much impression of a deceased elder. Obito paused and revealed a confident look. But I think, if I'm willing to pay some price, the White Fang shouldn't be my opponent. From the information available, the White Fang was a master of swordsmanship with extremely sharp, close combat skills. By the highest estimation, he likely hadn't surpassed the level of a typical Kage. Otherwise, the Second Great Ninja War would have ended quickly. Not surpassing the typical Kage, at most he would be at the level of the Third Raikage, which would indeed be terrifying, but in all close combat, unless one reached the level of Guy, who could distort space, they would be restrained by his abilities. Kakashi snorted. He didn't believe Obito's words. He felt the strength of his father deeply as a son. Even though he was called a genius during their daily sparring, he still felt a huge, insurmountable gap. If his father got serious, he wouldn't be able to take even one blow. He would die. Thus, his expression grew serious. Obito, the old you thought you were stronger than me, but you never won against me. I'm not very convinced by what you're saying. You idiot, you're always so arrogant. Kakashi stood up, his eyes sharp, taking an offensive stance, staring hard at Obito. Let's fight. Let me see your strength. If you can beat me, I'll at least listen to your story about coming back from the future. Obito sensed Kakashi's determination and also stood up, unable to help but sigh. Sure enough, before saying something others find hard to accept, we have to fight first. He recalled the scene before his rebirth when Naruto persuaded him. He was willing to listen to Naruto because, after all, Naruto had the qualification to talk to him. Kakashi looked at Obito's casual demeanor, feeling a bit angry. Obito, underestimating me could lead to great losses. Obito nonchalantly spread his hands. Kakashi, you don't understand how big the gap between us is. Just like how I didn't understand the gap between us when I was young. He opened his 3-tomo Sharingan. If the eyes I just now felt unfamiliar to you, then this pair of eyes, even if you haven't seen them, you must have heard of them to some extent, right? Kakashi was shocked. His dead fish eyes finally showing some change. How could it be the 3-tomo? His father had educated him about the Uchiha clan. Every awakened Uchiha could gain immense power, increasing from 1 tomo to 3. And the 3-tomo was the pinnacle of the Sharingan. He had curiously asked his father how strong the 3-tomo was, and his father had shown an unusual level of seriousness. He remembered what his father had said that day. The 3-tomo Uchiha had greatly enhanced dynamic vision, able to capture every trajectory of the enemy's attacks. Even our Hitaki family's swordsmanship, no matter how it transformed, would be seen through by those eyes. And the powerful dynamic vision allowed them to easily become masters in taijutsu and shuriken throwing. Combined with the Uchiha's proficiency in fire-style ninjutsu and the terrifying genjutsu inherent to those eyes, making them overwhelmingly powerful in all aspects. There's a famous saying in the ninja world. For an average jonin, if facing a 3-tomo Uchiha one-on-one, it's best to run away. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to look those eyes in battle. Remembering his father's words, Kakashi's expression no longer held any contempt. Obito, you might truly be very strong, but... Kakashi continued recalling. At that time, he continued asking the White Fang. So, father, can you win? The White Fang merely smiled slightly, showing a strong confidence, and knelt down to pat his head. You'll win. Kakashi was taken aback and continued asking, but isn't the Sharingan able to see through everything? The White Fang continued smiling. As long as you're fast enough that even if you see the attack's trajectory, your body can't react in time, then you will naturally win. Kakashi came back to himself. The flicker of fear on his face had dissipated. Obito quietly watched Kakashi's change and asked, "What is up, Kakashi? Have you found a way to deal with me?" Kakashi replied, "Even if you have those eyes, as long as I'm fast enough, I can decide the outcome of the battle. Then let's settle it with speed." In an instant, Kakashi moved, lightning flashing around him, his speed surpassing any previous time, turning into an afterimage, charging towards Obito. Chapter 13. Rin is dead in the future? Rin watched the two start fighting again from the side and could only sigh helplessly. Since the two had met, this was already countless times they had fought. She had tried to persuade them, but to no avail, and in the end, she could only ignore it. If there was anything different this time, it was that Kakashi initiated the challenge. Every time they fought, Rin was anxious, while Kakashi was not very worried, mainly concerned about Obito. Now it was the same, even though she knew that Obito was different now. With the incredible spatial abilities he had previously shown, plus the fact that he came back from the future, he might have a wealth of combat experience. Likely stronger than Kakashi. But watching Kakashi flash with lightning, moving towards Obito at a speed difficult to catch with the naked eye, Rin couldn't help but shout, "Obito!" As soon as she shouted his name, Kakashi's fist was already in front of Obito. However, Obito stood still, seemingly unaware. Could be a substitution? Rin nervously clenched her fists. Because she had seen Obito use this move before, she felt a bit more confident. However, Kakashi, who was in the midst of battle, was the one who could analyze the situation best. There were no signs of hand seals or techniques. Was Obito frozen in place because he couldn't react? Indeed, there was nothing to fear from those eyes. My newly developed lightning ninjutsu, although not mature, can greatly enhance my speed. Even if 3-Tomo couldn't react in time. Now, my speed might not be much slower than my father's. Obito, I win. Kakashi's heavy punch smashed into Obito's face. However, the friendship-breaking punch did not feel like it hit something solid, as if there was nothing but emptiness ahead. In a moment of shock, Kakashi had already uncontrollably passed through Obito's body. Yes, just like that, he went straight through Obito as if Obito were merely a ghost, with no substance at all. How is that possible? Kakashi was horrified. This bizarre ability exceeded his understanding. In the instant they brushed past each other, Obito casually turned around. Then, with a heavy elbow, he slammed into Kakashi's back. Bang! Kakashi fell to the ground. Obito retracted his hand and calmly asked, "Kakashi, are you still going to fight?" Kakashi lay on the ground, unable to speak for a long time. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "What was that ability you just used?" Obito replied slowly, "It's an ability produced by my Mangekyō Sharingan that allows me to become intangible for a period of time. Of course, I wasn't sure if I could use this ability in this space. I just did a little experiment and didn't expect it to actually work." Kakashi was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. "You didn't even take it seriously? You were just experimenting?" Obito nodded. "Yeah, just experimenting. My intangibility essentially hides my body in another space, just like the space-time ninjutsu I used at the beginning. However, in my previous life, when I was in this KAMUI space, I couldn't continue using the intangibility ability. But after gaining the double eyes, I thought since I can transfer my body to this space in the real world, could I transfer my body from this space back to the real world? I didn't expect I succeeded." Kakashi frowned. "I don't understand a lot of this. And isn't the Sharingan a pair? Did you lose an eye in the future?" Obito nodded, squatted down, looked at Kakashi, and said lightly, "In my previous life, I indeed had only one eye for a long time, because the other eye is with you." What? Not only was Kakashi shocked, but Rin also rushed over, surprised that Obito could so casually defeat Kakashi, but she was more concerned about the future situation. "Obito, why is one of your eyes with Kakashi in the future?" Obito sat down and pulled Rin to sit with him, looking at Kakashi. "Now, can I tell you the whole story?" Kakashi turned over, barely sitting up, holding his waist, and helplessly said, "You really hit hard. Do I still have a right to not listen?" "Go on." Obito nodded. "There's a lot to say. I might not be able to say it all at once, so I'll try to pick some key points." Obito's expression became serious. "Rin, in the future, Kakashi and I formed a small team. During a mission, I was crushed by a boulder. I thought I wouldn't survive, so I gave him my eyes to you, Kakashi, as a gift for your promotion to Jonin." Rin keenly caught the key information. Obito, so you didn't die, and in the future, Kakashi became a Jonin. When did that happen? Obito slowly replied, 7 years later. Rin was both worried and excited. 7 years later? But Kakashi would only be 12 years old then. Becoming a Jonin at 12, that's amazing. But Obito, what happened to you later? Obito's eyes showed a hint of sadness. Later, I was saved by someone. At that time, half of my body was crushed. If I hadn't already had some intangibility abilities, I might have died long ago. Rin sighed in relief. Then what about me? She cautiously asked this question. Obito looked at Rin and was silent for a moment. After a while, he said, Rin, you were fine at that time. But not long after, something happened. Rin had mentally prepared herself, muttering, as expected, something happened to me. Obito, did I die? Obito wanted to avoid the question. Even now, he was unwilling to recall that scene. But looking at Rin's inquiring eyes, he could only slowly say, I'm sorry, Rin. I didn't protect you well. The person who saved me did not have good intentions. He deliberately led me to fall into darkness for his plan. At that time, the third great ninja war broke out. He controlled the Mist Village and buried the Three Tails inside you. To prevent disaster from befalling the village, you deliberately died at Kakashi's hands, and I happened to witness that scene. By the end, Obito's voice began to choke. That was the starting point of hell. The story that Obito told was indeed cruel. Both Rin and Kakashi fell silent, unable to imagine what that scene was like. So it was like this. It was Rin who broke the silence. But Obito, what is the Three Tails? Obito was somewhat speechless, forgetting that Rin and Kakashi were still young and naturally couldn't obtain information about the tailed beasts. He explained, the Three Tails can be simply understood as a very powerful summoning beast, a weapon of war for the major ninja villages, capable of destroying an entire village with a single blow. Rin thought for a moment and smiled gently. I see. In the future, I sacrifice myself to protect the village. Chapter 14. Venting. Obito was somewhat worried. Rin shook her head. Obito, you don't have to blame yourself. The teacher said on the first day of class that being a ninja is a high-risk profession, and you must be prepared for death at any time. Although my heart cannot be calm after hearing that I will die in the future, if it's to protect the village, thinking about it carefully, it's not so bad. Moreover, Rin smiled. Since you came back from the future, then everything in the future has changed, right? Obito sighed in relief, then looked at Rin very seriously. Rin, I won't let you die again. I said I will work hard to improve myself and protect you well. Rin nodded slightly. Looking at Obito's serious eyes, her little face flushed. However, as if thinking of something, there was also a hint of sadness and heartache in Rin's eyes. Obito, watching me die must be very painful, right? I hope you don't blame Kakashi. Obito smiled bitterly and lowered his head. I'm sorry, Rin. I couldn't suppress my inner hatred at that time. He turned to look at Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi's eyes were filled with confusion, and he couldn't help but ask, Obito, in the future, did I really kill Rin with my own hands? Obito snorted coldly and couldn't help but roar. Kakashi, you clearly promised me that you would protect Rin, but you used the lightning release technique that you just used on me, which you later called Raikiri, to pierce through Rin's chest with your own hands. For a long time, I couldn't help but blame you for not protecting Rin, for not saving Rin when she was dying. A massive wave of resentment surged from Obito, even distorting his features. Rin felt heavy-hearted beside him. It turned out that most of the despair and suppressed emotions within Obito were because of her. She wanted to step forward and say a few comforting words. But she understood Obito. He was just using this opportunity to vent. Bottling up those emotions for so long wasn't good, so letting them out was fine. In the end, she just quietly watched from the side and said nothing. Kakashi trembled all over because he had not experienced it. He could not truly understand the feeling of having killed Rin with his own hands, but he felt Obito's sadness and despair at that moment. Such emotions were not fake. Moreover, Raikiri, Kakashi raised his hand. The lightning release technique he had just used was only a prototype. In his future vision, it indeed gathered lightning chakra in his hand to unleash maximum destructive power. It seemed that the possibility of Obito coming back from the future had increased a bit. Kakashi said, I'm sorry, Obito, I won't let the same thing happen again. Obito took a deep breath and continued to roar. Kakashi, you only know how to boast. Do you know why I resent you so much in the future? Not only because you personally killed Rin, after all, I know everything. Rin willingly threw herself into your hands. I resent you because ever since then, you have been listless, drifting through life like a walking corpse, living as if you were dead. Rin clearly believed in you, regarded you as the sun in the sky, which is why she made that decision. But the despondent you that followed is not worthy of tainting Rin's blood. Kakashi's pupils constricted as he recalled the time after his father's suicide when he was also in a daze. Everything described by Obito was exactly the same. Obito sneered, "Kakashi, you must have felt it too. Every time you suffer a setback, you always look like this, lifeless, just like that since childhood. How can you, in such a state, be worthy of the title of genius? How can you be the sun in Rin's heart?" Kakashi's face gradually paled. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. And then he lowered his head and self-mockingly said, "Obito, you're right. I might just be a useless person." After venting, Obito's mood gradually calmed, and he couldn't help but taunt. "Kakashi, didn't you say before that in the world of ninjas, completing missions is the most important thing? In the incident with Rin, you prevented a disaster that could have happened, fulfilling your duty as a ninja. You should be happy, so why are you so despondent?" Kakashi was taken aback and then began to ponder. He didn't know what his future self would think, but if the cost of completing the mission was personally killing Rin, then he couldn't help but shiver all over and said with difficulty, "No, I can't accept such a thing happening." Obito mocked, "This is your hypocritical side. Nagato is right. How can those who have not experienced suffering understand the pain? They can easily spout some grand theories, but they're just standing and speaking without feeling the pain. Is that so?" Kakashi murmured, "Father, I was wrong. You were the one who always upheld your beliefs." Kakashi turned to Obito and said seriously, "Obito, thank you." He suddenly understood Obito's previous actions, which were partly to vent his own emotions, but more to use this opportunity to enlighten him, to make him realize that his thoughts were wrong. Rin's smile returned, and now the boy she needed to take care of, Obito, had become someone reliable. However, Rin curiously asked, "Obito, who is Nagato?" Obito cleared his throat. Nagato is one of the original members of an organization that believes in peace. He comes from a small country, and the wars of the 5 great nations broke out on their territory, destroying his home. Compared to the relatively peaceful Konoha, his understanding of pain is much deeper. Is that so? Rin said sympathetically. That Nagato is also a pitiful person. Obito nodded. There are many such pitiful people. In the future, I traveled to many places and saw many people like this. At that time, I deeply understood a fact. The 5 great nations are high and mighty, with an arrogance they're not even aware of. They always think of themselves as the center of the world, that their actions represent justice. However, they often shout slogans of justice while bringing suffering to others. This is not just the case with people like Danzo. Even good people from the 5 great nations are the same. Rin nodded, but her brows furrowed more tightly. She didn't care about the matters of the 5 great nations that Obito spoke of. She only worried about Obito. She could sense that his thoughts were somewhat off. Not that they were wrong, but they clashed with the thoughts of the entire Konoha. "Obito, you said I died in the future, and you witnessed it all. What about you? What happened to you later?" Obito lowered his head somewhat shamefully. What was meant to come would come, and he could not escape. He slowly said, "Rin, in the future, I did many wrong things. Even if I were to be cut into 1,000 pieces, it would be worth it. I can't even dare to face you, but I will gradually inform you of everything." Chapter 15. Casting illusions on the moon is impossible? No. Just become the second sage of the 6 paths. Because she was already mentally prepared, Rin simply comforted him. "Obito, you said you did many wrong things. My death had a big impact on you, right? But now, none of this has happened. If we work hard together, we can definitely change the future." Kakashi beside them also nodded, and after Obito's enlightenment, he had also perked up. "Obito, no matter how many wrong things you do in the future, you don't need to keep them on your mind, because you already know you were wrong, right? So it's still not too late." Obito forced a smile. "So, Kakashi, I said that before experiencing pain, don't easily express your views because that's wrong. In the future, because I witnessed Rin's death, I was manipulated by the person who saved me and began to implement a plan called Infinite Tsukuyomi. Infinite Tsukuyomi? Rin and Kakashi questioned. Obito opened his Sharingan, pointing at his eyes. This is the bloodline limit of our Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. Kakashi should know a bit. The Sharingan naturally possesses strong illusion abilities. And because it has been lost for a long time, unless it's the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan, ordinary people believe that the limit of the Sharingan is the 3 tomo. Kakashi was taken aback and instinctively said, "Isn't it?" But suddenly, Kakashi recalled the eyes that were different from the 3 tomo shape when Obito entered this space. Could it be? Obito nodded. The eyes I had at first were a more advanced form than the 3 tomo, known as the Mangekyō Sharingan. Each Mangekyō Sharingan has its own unique ocular technique. For example, the technique contained in my eyes is called KAMUI, which can be understood as a type of space-time ninjutsu. Obito paused and then continued. And some Mangekyō Sharingan fully utilized the illusion talent of the Sharingan and awakened a type of illusion ocular power called Tsukuyomi. It is an extremely powerful illusion that can pull a person into a mental world, allowing them to live a nearly real life in that world. Rin and Kakashi listened to Obito's explanation, feeling enlightened. An illusion that allows one to live a real life truly exists? Rin asked incredulously. The illusion principles taught in school are at best just slightly interfering with a person's chakra flow, causing them to hallucinate, and are extremely easy to break free from. Obito nodded. What can be done is different. The illusion techniques of the Uchiha clan Sharingan are not the same as ordinary illusions. Kakashi nodded. So, that infinite Tsukuyomi plan is related to the illusion of the Sharingan? Obito replied. That's right. Obito pointed to the sky. Although the KAMUI space could not see the moon and sun, it was just a black and white void. This plan is to cast Tsukuyomi on the moon, using the moon as a vessel to trap everyone in an illusion and let them live their entire lives in the illusion. What? Rin and Kakashi exclaimed together. Kakashi rolled his eyes. This is simply a dream. Even if the Uchiha clan Sharingan is strong, it can't be strong enough to cast illusions on the moon. Obito nodded. Indeed, the Uchiha alone cannot do this. Casting Tsukuyomi on the moon requires massive chakra and various conditions. But there are indeed people in the ninja world who can accomplish such absurd things. Rin curiously asked, who? Obito slowly spoke a name, Sage of the 6 Paths. Rin instantly looked puzzled. Sage of the 6 Paths? I believe the Sage of the 6 Paths can do this, but isn't that just a legend? Obito shook his head. The Sage of the 6 Paths indeed existed. His power exceeded the understanding of ninjas, turning clouds and covering rain with just a thought, creating and destroying in an instant. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was a deity in the ninja world, but he died long ago, leaving only legends. Kakashi frowned. Even if the Sage of the 6 Paths really existed, but Obito, didn't you say he is already dead? I don't believe ninjas can do what the Sage of the 6 Paths did. So how will this infinite Tsukuyomi plan succeed? Obito glanced at Kakashi and said, it's simple. Just become the second Sage of the 6 Paths. Kakashi almost couldn't hold back his laughter, and even Rin covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. Obito, you've been deceived so badly by that person. This is clearly impossible. Obito shook his head, his gaze calm. Rin, Kakashi, I'm not lying. As long as all the conditions are met, a ninja can reach the same level as the Sage of the 6 Paths. I have the most say in this matter. Rin asked curiously why. Obito paused for a moment and replied, in the future, I became the second Sage of the 6 Paths. What? Rin wanted to believe Obito, but it sounded too fantastical, making her feel it was unreal. So, she confirmed, Obito, are you telling the truth? Obito replied earnestly, Rin, I won't lie to you. Rin now believed him and asked, then Obito, it must be very difficult to become the Sage of the 6 Paths, right? You mentioned needing to meet some conditions. What are those conditions? Obito smiled wryly. This is the root of all my mistakes. The tailed beasts, I've just briefly explained them. In fact, there are 9 tailed beasts in this ninja world. They were originally one entity, known as the 10 Tails, and were later split into 9 by the Sage of the 6 Paths, named according to the number of tails from 1 to 9 tails. Rin understood, so Obito, the tailed beast sealed within me in the future is called the 3 Tails? Obito nodded. Yes, Each tailed beast contains immense chakra, which is why they became the weapons of war for the major ninja villages. The 10 Tails has an unimaginable amount of chakra. To become the sage of the 6 paths, one must gather the 9-tailed beasts together to reform the 10 Tails, and then harness its power to touch the threshold of the 6 paths. Kakashi frowned. Although I don't quite understand what tail beasts are, they must be quite formidable if they're called weapons of war. Gathering all 9 sounds like a mad plan. Rin also worried, no longer having the relaxed demeanor from before. Obito said, "It's even crazier than you think. Because most of the 9-tailed beasts are controlled by the 5 major ninja villages, which are one of the core powers of the villages and are heavily guarded. For example, Konoha has the 9 tails. Gathering all 9-tailed beasts means taking away the core power from the 5 major ninja villages, which is something no village can accept. Therefore, the process of gathering the tailed beasts is a process of being enemies with the 5 major villages. Being enemies with the 5 major villages means being enemies with the entire world. Just like me, to obtain the 8 tails and the 9 tails, I had to declare war on all 5 major villages and start the 4th Great Ninja War." Chapter 16. I personally caused the death of my teacher and his wife. The 4th Great Ninja War. Rin and Kakashi exclaimed. That's right, the 4th Great Ninja War. During a meeting of the 5 Kage, I declared war in front of the other 4 Kage. Obito changed his sitting posture, leaning his hand on his leg, appearing lazy yet imposing. Just like now, I sat in front of them in this posture and declared war. Rin and Kakashi could hardly believe their eyes. Is this the Obito they know? Kakashi hesitantly asked. At that time, were you alone? Obito nodded. Yes, strictly speaking, I was alone. Rin's eyes lit up, and her small fist clenched against her chest. Obito, even though it might not be right to do so, that's so cool. Obito suddenly felt embarrassed, blushing and scratching his head. Really? Rin nodded vigorously, yes. Kakashi was also quite surprised. Obito, have you already become this strong in the future? You could even disregard the gathering of the Kage from various villages? Obito thought for a moment. Actually, in terms of pure strength, I'm not that strong. Then he pointed to his eyes. However, my Sharingan has a special ability, which you have seen. In that phasing state, no ninja techniques can hit me. Although I only had one eye at that time. The Kage from the major villages couldn't do anything to me. Kakashi recalled the time he was defeated and couldn't help but ask, can that ability be used continuously? I mean, can be used anytime, anywhere? Obito nodded. That's right, it can be activated at any time. Immediately, Kakashi understood what that meant. I thought such a bizarre ability would require a long time to prepare. If it can be used anytime, that is too unfair. Obito shrugged, admitting that if no one could find a way to counter his ability, it indeed was unsolvable. At this moment, Rin asked Obito, you just said you declared war on the other 4 Kage, but wasn't that a 5 Kage meeting? Does that mean 1 Kage didn't come? Obito couldn't help but chuckle. He did come, but because he was caught backstabbing his allies, he ran away, leaving only the 4 Kage at the meeting. The 2 were stunned, and Rin couldn't help but complain. Even a village leader would do such a thing? I can't imagine the Hokage doing that. Kakashi nodded. The Hokage definitely wouldn't do that. Konoha can't afford to lose face. Obito's smile grew wider. Sorry to disappoint you, but the one who ran away was the Hokage. Huh? The 2 were completely dumbfounded. Obito slowly explained. At that time, Konoha had some issues, and during the 5 Kage meeting, it was represented by the acting Hokage, that is, Shimura Danzo. I've said it before, he is just a rat in the gutter. The 2 let out a sigh of relief. But then Kakashi seemed to realize something and said angrily. He even sat in the Hokage seat. He made Konoha lose such face. I really want to kill him more and more. Obito advised. Not long after he ran away, he was killed, and he was just taking advantage of the situation. At that time, the 5th Hokage was Tsunade. The 5th Hokage. Rin couldn't help but exclaim, so 2 generations of Hokage have changed in the future? Tsunade has become Hokage. That's great. Rin admired Tsunade the most, and hearing that she became Hokage made her very happy. However, there was no joy on Obito's face. He only lowered his head sadly. Rin noticed this and asked Obito, what's wrong? Aren't you happy that Tsunade has become Hokage? Obito shook his head. No, it's not that. It's just that the 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage? Obito self-deprecatingly said. Rin, Kakashi, The fourth Hokage is Minato-sensei, our team leader. Our team leader? He actually became Hokage in the future. It seems we will have an excellent teacher. Rin smiled, but then remembered something and her smile faded. The Hokage is already the fifth. Does that mean our future teacher is also dead? What kind of person was he? Obito showed a hint of nostalgia. Minato-sensei was very young and very strong. Compared to Kakashi, he was the sun in everyone's hearts. He mastered the flying thunder god technique, which was inherited from the second Hokage, and is a space-time ninjutsu. During the Third Great Ninja War, Minato-sensei made a name for himself on the battlefield. Just like your father, Kakashi. He was known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha, and he even forced the Iwa Nin and other villages to announce that if they encountered the Yellow Flash, they could unconditionally abandon their current missions. Kakashi felt like he was going numb. He clearly remembered that the first rule of the Ninja Code was to never abandon a mission, no matter how difficult the conditions were. That was why he believed in the principle of prioritizing ninja missions. But it seemed Obito was deliberately trying to provoke him. Everything he said was hitting him hard. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, unable to help but imagine how strong this ninja, who could change the ninja code, must be. Rin sighed. Is that so? Then it seems he must have been a good Hokage. It's such a pity that he died. Yeah, such a pity. If he were still alive. Many tragedies could have been avoided, Obito muttered. Teacher Watergate is very good to us, and Teacher Watergate's wife, Sister Joshingnai, is also very good to us. Before that mission, I even assured her that we would all come back alive and intact. As he spoke, Obito struggled to continue, tears flowing uncontrollably. Rin and Kakashi also felt the sadness. Rin asked, Obito, the sister Joshingnai you mentioned, who will be our teacher in the future, has also had an accident? Obito nodded. Yes, it happened. Teacher Watergate and Sister Joshingnai had their incidents on the same day. That day, Sister Joshingnai had just given birth, and their son, Naruto Uzumaki, had just been born, only to lose both parents. Rin felt very sad listening to this and couldn't help but clench her small fists. That's too pitiful. Who killed our future teacher and his wife? It's simply unforgivable. Obito lowered his head, unable to meet Rin's gaze. Yes, unforgivable. The one who killed my teacher and his wife is me. Rin and Kakashi had already heard so many shocking pieces of news. They thought they were accustomed to it, but they couldn't help but exclaim at this moment. Rin frowned. Obito, why? Kakashi was also speechless, looking at Obito with a questioning gaze. Obito said, because Sister Joshingnai is the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Just like how the Mist Village sealed the Three Tails inside you, Rin. The Nine Tails was sealed inside Sister Joshingnai. I waited for the period of weakness after she gave birth and infiltrated Konoha, releasing the Nine Tails from her, causing the Nine Tails rampage. Obito self-deprecatingly said, Rin, you died to prevent the tailed beast from causing chaos in the village, while I, this beast, personally infiltrated the village to create this tragedy. That night, Konoha was mostly destroyed by the Nine Tails, and countless people lost their lives, including the fourth Hokage and his wife. Chapter 17. I want you to slap me awake. This matter is too beastly. After hearing it, even Rin couldn't help but feel angry. Obito, wasn't your dream as a child to become Hokage? I still don't understand why you would go to such lengths for your goals. Attacking the village? Attacking our teacher and his wife? Obito's voice became low. Rin, I'm sorry. Ever since you died, I've changed. I suddenly saw the true nature of the world. This world is hell. It's laughable to say. The person who led me was actually an idealist, whose dream was to bring peace to the world. But he knew the world was beyond saving, so he wanted to launch the infinite Tsukuyami plan, using a massive illusion to immerse everyone in it. During that time, I witnessed too many ugly things, including what I told you. In fact, Konoha is not as bright as it seems, right? Not to mention many places are even worse than Konoha. So, I accepted that person's plan. I wanted to initiate the infinite Tsukuyami to create a world where everyone lives and is happy. Rin frowned, but Obito, no matter how powerful the illusion is, it's not real. This is something teachers in school teach. How can you place your hopes on a false illusion? And you could do many wrong things I could understand, but attacking the village that I cannot accept. Obito looked at Rin and suddenly couldn't help but say, Rin, I won't defend the wrongs I did. I said before, my death is not a loss. Go ahead and hit me. For a moment, Rin was at a loss. Her heart suddenly softened. I'm sorry, Obito. I got a bit too excited just now. I don't understand what you went through in the future. Perhaps I don't have the right to comment. Slap. Before Rin could finish, Obito suddenly grabbed her hand and slapped himself hard. After hitting himself, he didn't let go, holding Rin's hand against his face. Large tears flowed uncontrollably from Obito's eyes, and he choked out. Rin, do you know? During the fourth Great Ninja War that I initiated, I met someone on the battlefield who was very similar to my childhood self. He is Watergate's son, the grown-up Naruto Uzumaki. In the end, he, along with the Ninja Alliance, stopped my plan and became the great hero who saved the world. On the battlefield, I tried again and again to make him fall, but he kept getting back up, and in the end, he persuaded me to recognize my mistakes. Rin, he is really like me, so I understand him well. I know how to make him despair, but do you know why he can endure every time? Obito looked at Kakashi, because he is surrounded by people. When he is sad and desperate, there is always someone standing up to guide him. Kakashi, you are one of those people because you are his teacher. I still remember, in front of him, I killed the person he wanted to protect. At that moment, he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. This was the closest I ever got to success. He almost fell. However, at that moment, the girl beside him, just like this, gave him a slap. Rin, do you know? At that time, I was very envious, really very envious. I wish you were by my side then, to give me a slap and wake me up. As he spoke, Obito broke down, crying uncontrollably. At that moment, Rin also felt Obito's loneliness, and tears streamed down her face. She leaned closer to Obito and hugged him tightly. She finally understood why Obito had such a strong need for her warmth when they first met. She gently patted Obito's back, and he buried himself in her arms, continuing to cry. At that moment, Obito shed all his disguises and was so real. It turned out that the boy she thought had changed and needed her care was still there. Obito had not changed at all. After crying for a long time, Obito finally stopped his tears, staying in Rin's embrace, continuing to speak. In fact, when I went to Konoha to initiate the Nine-Tails Rampage, I fought with Teacher Watergate. At that time, how I wished he could recognize me and pull me back. Unfortunately, I was wearing a mask, hiding everything about myself. And Teacher Watergate didn't know that the person under the mask was me. I gradually pushed myself toward the opposite side of the entire ninja world. Later, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, I successfully gathered the nine-tailed beasts, becoming the second sage of the Six Paths. But behind me, there was already no one. Rin's small face was filled with heartache, and she couldn't help but say, Obito, at that time, you must have been very lonely, right? Obito nodded, but then smiled. Looking at the united crowd, I suddenly regretted losing to Naruto. Later, I died, went to the afterlife, and on the road to the afterlife, I realized that I was never alone. Kakashi was taken aback. From Obito's narration, he had almost pieced together the horrific things Obito would do in the future. Saying he was abandoned by everyone was not an exaggeration. In such a state, did Obito still have anyone standing by his side? Rin suddenly understood something and smiled. Obito, is it me? If there really is an afterlife, even if I die, I would definitely be worried and will always watch over you. Obito nodded. Yes, Rin, you have always been waiting for me at the entrance of the afterlife, waiting for a long time. In the end, it was you who held my hand and fell asleep together. Obito couldn't help but joke. At that time, the 5 great ninja armies wanted to pull the 10 tails out of me, tens of thousands of people together, including the strongest group in the entire ninja world and the Kage from each village, engaged in a historic tug-of-war with me. But even so, I might not have lost. I lost to my original intention. If I had known you were standing behind me, perhaps I would have won, and then the infinite Tsukimi plan would have been initiated, and the world would have been destroyed because of me. Rin chuckled. As a little girl, she couldn't help but imagine the scene Obito described. One person against the whole world, that was too crazy, too majestic. Lin felt a slight fear in her heart, but more than that, it was a longing. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Lin, if Obito's words are true, then in the future, he will become a great demon who triggers an unprecedented war, killing countless people. Such a thing is not worthy of admiration. Lin squinted and nodded. I know, Kakashi, but hasn't everything not happened yet? This time, I absolutely cannot die. If Obito really becomes that way in the future, I will definitely bring him back. Moreover, Lin showed a hint of contemplation. The future me, after seeing Obito make so many mistakes, still did not give up on him. Perhaps Obito holds a more important place in my heart than I imagined. Chapter 18. Konoha does not represent the shinobi world. Lin unconsciously recalled the moment spent with Obito. She always thought that Obito was a carefree boy, always so careless. Often late because he was helping an old lady and almost missed entering the ninja academy. That's why she couldn't help but worry about him. However, she later realized that her concern for Obito had long exceeded the ordinary level. Perhaps from the very beginning, she was moved by this sunny, clumsy boy. The future Obito saw her as his redemption. Wasn't she also seeing Obito as her redemption? Suddenly, Lin felt an impulse in her heart and couldn't help but speak up. Obito, in the future, don't face anything alone. I will face it with you. Obito nodded and smiled. Lin, I will tell you everything. I never intended to face everything alone. Then, he looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, you also heard it. The future me is beyond redemption. I do not expect your forgiveness, and I even hope you do not forgive me, because I do not deserve it. But I really want to change some things to prevent tragedies from repeating. Kakashi pondered for a moment and then asked, So, Obito, what do you plan to do? Obito glanced around and slowly said, This KAMUI space is a true reflection of my soul. It is only black and white and fragmented. Compared to this space, the entire shinobi world isn't much better. On the surface, there may be light, but behind it lies deeper darkness. Many people are trying to achieve peace in their own ways. But the seed of peace has a hard time taking root in the shinobi world, to the extent that many people, as they walk, fall into extremes. For example, the future me, and also the one who led me to fall. So, since I've returned to the past, why not bear all of this? I know the information of the future, I have decent strength, and I am the most likely person to bring peace to the shinobi world. Peace, Lin murmured, feeling that this was a path destined to be difficult. But she remained firm. Obito, I support your decision, but if one day I find that you are on the wrong path, I will pull you back. For example, peace created through illusions has no meaning in reality. Obito shook his head and said softly, Lin, you are actually wrong. Until now, I have not completely denied the value of the infinite Tsukuyami. You all haven't experienced true despair, but in this world, there are many who have felt real despair. They live in hardship, but sometimes living is more painful than dying. For them, the truth of the world no longer matters. They just want to find a place for their souls to rest, seeking a warm harbor. Lin frowned, momentarily unsure of what to say. Kakashi then let out a heavy snort. This is escaping reality, a coward's behavior. Obito, didn't you claim that I'm a coward in the future? But your actions have turned more people into cowards. What right do you have to criticize me? Obito sighed and snorted coldly. Kakashi, you are different from those civilians. You are a genius, becoming a genin at 5, a genin at 12. You have power, and they do not. They're just ordinary people, forced to go with the flow. You choose to be a coward because that is the result of your choice. They are cowards because they have no choice. Your father was harmed by Danzo, and you want revenge. You have the opportunity to achieve it. But what about them? If their loved ones are oppressed by those in power, what can they do? They have to be numb, living in a daze, because the outcome of rebellion, the outcome of not accepting reality, is for the whole family to perish together. Therefore, because you have the power to become stronger, but you actively give up the opportunities that many people dream of, I feel angry for you. Kakashi had never thought of it from this perspective. Cold sweat running down his back, speechless. Perhaps we can save. Obito sneered. The shinobi world is so vast. How many can you save? You may have power, but you cannot change the present. You can only save yourself. Without experiencing the suffering of others, you have no right to judge. Compared to living in hell, what is there to be ashamed of in escaping? Kakashi was completely at a loss for words, only able to face Obito with a cold expression. So Obito, do you want to do it again? If so, for the sake of the shinobi world, I must oppose you. Obito mocked. Look at you so anxious. This is the arrogance of the 5 great shinobi villages. People living in the 5 great shinobi villages oppose this plan because they can imagine a better future. But have you ever thought about the civilians in the small countries? What do they think? You Haven Tea thought about it, right? Since you Haven Tea, they're also part of the shinobi world. What right do you have to represent them? Kakashi, you can only represent the interests of Konoha. Protecting the village itself is not wrong, but your actions are not as noble as you imagine. Don't keep saying it's for the shinobi world. Konoha does not represent the shinobi world. That is why I feel you all are somewhat hypocritical. It's better than Danzo speaking frankly. I do everything for Konoha. Kakashi was once again left speechless by the rebuttal. Compared to the countless times he stirred things up in his past life, Obito's eloquence had clearly been well trained. Kakashi could only cast a pleading look at Lin. Lin wasn't too worried. She just looked at Obito and smiled. Obito, although you say you Haven Tea completely denied the significance of the infinite Tsukuyomi, I think you also don't want to go through it again, right? Obito nodded. The infinite Tsukuyomi is actually just a conspiracy, a plot by a long-existing schemer. This plan will lead to the death of everyone, turning the shinobi world into a completely lifeless realm. That is not the result I want. Lin and Kakashi were taken aback. They originally thought the things Obito was involved in were already significant enough, but unexpectedly, there was another mastermind behind it. Kakashi couldn't help but ask, Obito, you have basically told us everything, but you refuse to tell us who the person behind your fall and the new schemer is. Is it because you have concerns? Obito nodded. For your safety, it's better to wait until you grow a bit more before I tell you. The entire shinobi world is monitored by White Zetsu. If White Zetsu notices something, it could cause trouble. Kakashi saw that Obito was unwilling to speak further and did not pursue the matter, but changed the question. So Obito, how do you plan to bring peace to the shinobi world? Chapter 19. You are my world. Obito thought for a moment. To be honest, I haven't figured it out yet. I can only take it one step at a time. Kakashi frowned. You have experienced a lot in the future. Surely you have some thoughts? Obito smiled wryly. It's precisely because I've experienced so much that I don't know where to start. Any plan has its flaws. Let me give you an example. Obito extended a finger. In fact, the future I experienced after the 4th Great Ninja War may have already achieved peace. Lin and Kakashi were taken aback. Obito continued to speak. Because at that time, my existence had already threatened the entire ninja world. All countries had to put aside their hatred and unite against me. Led by the 5 great nations, the rest of the countries formed a ninja alliance. And even the headbands they wore were unified with a single character, ninja. In the past, the ninja world wars were a process of mutual fighting among the great nations. As long as there were casualties, hatred would easily be passed on to the next generation. However, in the 4th Great Ninja War, the future leaders of the 5 great nations were still very young and had not yet been tainted by hatred. Even if people died during the process, the hatred was all attributed to me. Instead, they became comrades in battle and formed close bonds, making it foreseeable that as this war ended and the older generation handed power to the next, those young people would rise to high positions in their respective villages and even become Hokage. It would be difficult for wars to break out again. When going out, other countries were all friends, and it was inconvenient to fight. Plus, even if there were dissenting voices, Konoha was fortunate to have 2 super strong individuals who could suppress everything. Therefore, the ninja world should be able to achieve a period of peace. After hearing this, both of them were overjoyed. From Tobi's description, they initially thought the future was bleak and hopeless, but the final outcome was unexpectedly beautiful. Of course, in this, Tobi slightly concealed information about Kaguya Otsutsuki. The last key reason for peace in the ninja world was that Naruto and Sasuke, along with Sakura and Kakashi, sealed Kaguya Otsutsuki. Before this, the infinite Tsukuyomi had already been activated, and everyone would turn into White Zetsu and die. Naruto and Sasuke's actions truly saved their lives. With the life-saving grace in front and their powerful strength behind, how could the ninja world not achieve peace? Rin smiled. So Tobi, in a certain sense, what you did really achieve peace. Tobi nodded. Yeah, so this is a good idea. I can repeat some things from my past life. create a catastrophe that forces everyone to unite and bear the hatred alone, thus bringing an end to hatred. In this way, the ninja world can achieve a period of peace. Kakashi frowned. No, that is too dangerous, and Toby, if you do this, you will once again stand on the opposite side of everyone, and that is not the outcome I want to see. Rin also nodded. Toby, I also don't want you to be sacrificed for peace. Toby self-deprecatingly smiled. Sacrificing myself to save the world isn't necessarily a bad thing. If conditions allow, I would do it. But you also see the drawbacks, right? To make the 5 great nations put aside their hatred and unite is not just a simple matter of small skirmishes. They need to fully understand pain. But this will cause many deaths, and even if many people die, the results of the last life were also due to countless coincidences. With one misstep, people die, and hatred remains, rendering it futile. Kakashi nodded. So, Toby, perhaps we could try a more gentle approach. People can understand each other. Toby shook his head. Useless. Everything I experienced in my last life indicates that the premise for people to try to understand each other is that you must first knock them down. Toby raised his fist. In this world, one must always rely on strength to speak. This is the truth I've realized. When Konoha was able to be built, aside from the idea of peace, the main reason was that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had the strength of the god of shinobi. No one dared to ignore his ideas. The two were taken aback. Rin cautiously spoke. But the third Hokage was stronger than the first, being called the strongest Hokage. Yet he couldn't make the countries listen to him just with strength, right? The second great ninja war still broke out, and Konoha was besieged. Fortunately, there were the White Fang and the legendary Sannin otherwise. Toby couldn't help but laugh out loud. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had the strength of the first. Not to mention that the second great ninja war wouldn't have happened. Konoha could even have unified the ninja world. That old man was just embellishing his own image. Rin skeptically asked, the first really that strong? Stronger than the third? Rin wasn't very convinced. Toby explained with a smile. Not just a little. The first was just a step away from the state of the Sage of 6 Paths I previously mentioned. The third was like a child in front of him, unable to even get him to take things seriously. However, in a certain sense, the third was indeed the strongest Hokage. Because neither the first nor the second excelled at fire release. Ha ha ha. This was one of the rare moments of happiness for Toby during this conversation. And Rin should have felt happy for him. But at this moment, she could only share an awkward glance with Kakashi. After all, the Hokage was the symbol of their Konoha village, and being ridiculed like this felt a bit strange. After laughing for a while, Toby gradually calmed down and continued. In any case, absolute military force may not bring about absolute peace, but without military force, one doesn't even have the qualifications to make others listen to you. Regardless of how peace is to be achieved in the future, what we can do now is to work hard to improve ourselves. On this point, both agreed. Kakashi had not put aside his hatred to confront the Hokage's support. He needed to become stronger, and Rin also didn't want to face death in the future. Seeing this, Toby continued. Although I don't have faith in the gentle approach Kakashi mentioned, if you want to try, it's not impossible. Rin, Kakashi, you are the most suitable for such things. Toby contemplated for a moment and said, First, Kakashi, you need to ensure your health. Health is the foundation of everything. Otherwise, I have seen a powerful sickly person in the future, and before he could achieve his wishes, his body couldn't hold up, and that one do. Then, Toby looked at Rin. Rin, your dream is to become a female ninja like Tsunade, and in the future, you indeed became an excellent medical ninja. You can still walk this path now. You can learn more about medical ninjutsu, lay a solid foundation, and leave the rest to me. I will find a way to enhance your abilities and even persuade Lady Tsunade to take you as a disciple. Rin shivered, suddenly feeling a bit inferior. She had now become the one who needed care the most. She didn't want to rely on Toby for everything, but Toby sensed Rin's thoughts, took her hand, and held it tightly. Rin, the reason I can become stronger in the future is that I am of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. This kind of bloodline is not something everyone has. Life is inherently unfair. You must learn to face your own weaknesses. If your bloodline is insufficient, find a way to make up for it. I already have ideas And when you grow a bit more, you can try. Moreover, Rin, after going through many things, it's no longer about who relies on whom between us. You should feel it, right? Compared to you relying on me, I actually rely on you more. In the future, I once told you that saving me is equivalent to saving the whole world, and it's the same in reverse. Saving you is also equivalent to saving the whole world because you are my world. Chapter 20. Confirming the relationship? Rin couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. She smiled and cried at Toby. So, Toby, I want to say thank you. I leave everything to you. Toby gently wiped Rin's tears and smiled. In the past, you always wiped my tears. Now I finally get to wipe yours once. Rin cried even louder. Everything seemed to have turned upside down. She threw herself into Toby's arms, and Toby held her tightly, allowing her tears of gratitude to soak his clothes. Kakashi on the side squinted his dead fish eyes slightly, enjoying this scene. He was actually a firm supporter of Toby and Rin, and seeing their relationship greatly improve brought him inner comfort. After a moment of tenderness, Toby and Rin separated. Toby instructed, "Many things will happen in the future, and it's already late today. I will slowly tell you more when there's time. Right now, the Third Great Ninja War is just around the corner." Yes, although the Second Great Ninja War has only just passed, the Third Great Ninja War is about to begin. In just a few short years, the ninja world has been engulfed in war, and countless lives have been lost because of it. That is why I want to achieve peace. I'm still too young to do anything now. Although war is cruel, from another perspective, it is also an opportunity, allowing me to leave the village openly and do something. So, let's enjoy the last few years of peace before the war. In the future, we will have to stay busy. Obito opened his Sharingan again. Then let's end today's conversation. I'll send you out now, of course. I want to open the space-time portal this time. Instead, Obito placed his hand on the two of them, and the space twisted, causing the three to disappear from their original location. In the real world, at the Hitaki residence, the three returned to their original place. Rin curiously looked around and couldn't help but say, "Obito, this is really a useful ability." Obito smiled. "In my previous life, it was with this ability that I traveled throughout the ninja world." He turned to Kakashi and then looked at the photo of Tsukumo Hitaki placed in the center of the Hitaki residence. "Kakashi, how is it? Have you come to terms with your heart?" Kakashi nodded and respectfully approached White Fang, bowing. "Father, I will personally go see the scenery ahead and check if the higher-ups of Konoha are as pathetic as Obito described." Obito and Rin quietly watched from the side. Obito actually knew the method of resurrection, which was not the pseudo-resurrection like Edo Tensei, but a true revival. However, performing the Rin rebirth requires sacrificing the life of the user, unless one possesses the power of the Sage of Six Paths to bring them back. That cost is a bit too high. Originally, after learning that the Rinnegan has the ability to resurrect, he had considered whether he could implant the Rinnegan into a death row inmate and control them to use Rin rebirth. But after he transplanted Madara's left eye into himself, he realized that this was merely wishful thinking. Even with Hashirama's cells, he nearly couldn't withstand the Rinnegan's erosion. A normal ninja, even a strong one at the level of a Kage, would likely be instantly drained into a dry corpse. Therefore, using Rin rebirth would at least require sacrificing a ninja similar to Nagato, but there are hardly a few people like Nagato in the entire ninja world. At this moment, it was better not to mention such an ethereal thing as resurrection. "Kakashi, Rin and I will leave first. Do you want to go out for a late-night snack?" Obito invited. Kakashi shook his head. "I've received too much information today. I need to take a moment." Obito nodded and looked at Rin. "Rin, shall we go?" Rin smiled, took Obito's hand, and said to Kakashi, "Then, Kakashi, we will visit again when we have time." The two left the Hitaki residence hand in hand. By now, the sky had completely darkened. The village of Konoha was lit up with countless lights, twinkling like stars, creating a prosperous scene. The two did not part immediately, but walked slowly along a river in Konoha. The night breeze blew gently, and for a moment, neither spoke, creating a somewhat silent atmosphere. Finally, it was Rin who broke the silence. "Obito, do you really like me?" Obito did not expect Rin to ask this question, feeling a bit shy, but he still nodded. "In my previous life, I didn't have the chance to confess to you, and the flowers I intended to give you were never delivered. Rin looked into the distance. Is that so? That's really a pity. After hesitating for a moment, Rin said, Obito, before this, I thought I liked Kakashi. Obito was not surprised. I know. That's why I asked him to take good care of you when I thought I was going to die. Rin showed a nostalgic expression. Obito, since I was a child, my dream has been to become a strong person like Tsunade. But I know very well that I'm just an ordinary girl, and I can't do anything. Kakashi's appearance, as you said, was like the sun in the sky. I couldn't help but be attracted to him, wanting to get closer. But now I suddenly understand that my feelings for Kakashi are more of admiration. He fulfilled my fantasy of a strong person, but in reality, he never entered my life. It was just his brilliance that made me overlook that, more often than not. The person I want to accompany and care for is you. Obito took a deep breath and smiled. Rin, after meeting you at the crossroads of Yomi, I understood everything. Rin, I really like you. If possible, I want to walk with you forever. Rin nodded. Obito, I'm not sure if this is love, but I am sure that you are the most special person in my life. I will always watch over you, until forever. The two did not speak again, just holding hands, walking a long way until they finally parted. At the Uchiha clanland, Obito returned home. He turned on a light and walked to the photo of his grandmother, smiling as he spoke. Grandma, perhaps in the future, there really is a possibility of you having a grandchild. But how come, just a few days after saying this while being healthy, you left? Without Rin and Kakashi, I wouldn't know who in this world would care about me. In my previous life, I made too many mistakes. In this life, I will make amends little by little. You can rest in peace in Yomi. Your grandson, Obito, has grown up. Obito quietly spoke a few words to his grandmother, wiped his tears, walked into his bedroom, lay on the strange yet familiar bed, and fell into a dream. For years later, ninja school, teaching building. 9-year-old Obito faced 3 examiners in front of him, moving swiftly and releasing an almost perfect clone. He stood still, quietly waiting for the result. Pass, pass, pass. The 3 examiners nodded with smiles. They were not surprised. As the top student of this elite class that had risen from the bottom, it would be strange if Uchiha Obito didn't graduate. Soon, a Chunin teacher brought over a forehead protector and placed it on Obito's head. Obito, congratulations. You have become a formal ninja. Starting tomorrow, you will form a small team with the other 2. Your supervising Jonin requires you to gather at Training Ground 42 after the graduation ceremony tomorrow morning. Be careful not to be late. The Chunin teacher said while handing Obito a document. Obito opened it and saw that it read, Class, Team 7. Supervising Jonin, Minato Namikaze. Team members, Rin Noera, Kakashi Hitaki. Obito Uchiha. Obito's gaze deepened. Nothing has changed. It's still the same as in my previous life. The wheels of fate slowly turned, and Obito couldn't help but ask himself, Minato-sensei, how should I face you now? Chapter 21. Joining the Roots is not so easy. Konoha, Hokage Building. Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, held several pieces of information just sent by the Umbu, his expression serious. The third Kazekage is missing. The Sand Village is using all its strength to search. The Cloud Village is stirring, gathering a large number of troops at the border. The Grass Village has discovered movements from the Rock Village. The Mist Village, which has always been closed off, is also gradually becoming active. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed heavily, picked up his pipe, took a puff, left his seat, and walked to the window. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking at the faces of the first and second Hokage on Hokage Rock, murmuring to himself, Teacher, war is about to begin, but Konoha is gradually declining. Can I still realize your and the first Hokage's ideals? Hiruzen Sarutobi gradually felt that as he grew older, his physical abilities were declining. After a long time, he calmed himself down and summoned an Umbu. There haven't been any issues with the graduates from the ninja school, right? The Umbu, wearing a monkey mask, half knelt and reported, Hokage-sama, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Notify them. Time is running out. Try to help the graduates grow. After thinking for a moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi added, By the way, send some more personnel to the borders of the Land of Fire. If there aren't enough, Release some prisoners from Konoha prison to let them earn their keep by doing good. Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged everything and waved his hand, saying, "Go handle it." The Umbu responded and left using the body flicker technique. At this moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor of the Hokage's office. Soon, Shimura Danzo burst in with 2 root members. "Hiruzen, the war is about to start, and I need manpower. Lots of it." Danzo stated his demands straightforwardly. Hiruzen pondered for a moment and replied, "Negotiate with the major clans yourself. The orphanage has recently taken in a new batch of children." Danzo slammed his hand on the table. "Hiruzen, the major clans have already provided enough manpower in recent years. They can't possibly send more to root. As for the orphanage, humph, how many of them are worth training?" Hiruzen remained calm and said slowly, "There are only so many people in Konoha. What else do you want to do?" Danzo responded, "Did the ninja school not just graduate a new batch of students? Give me those with simple backgrounds, and I guarantee they will become sharp blades for Konoha in a few years." Hiruzen frowned. "Danzo, you know that's impossible. They are the new sprouts of Konoha, inheriting the will of fire. They cannot be involved in Konoha's darkness." Danzo sneered, "In special times, we must do special things. Konoha is now unprecedentedly weak. Can you guarantee that those villages won't turn against us and attack Konoha together?" Hiruzen, furious, replied, "You know it's unprecedentedly weak. So whose problem is this? If Shikaku were alive, the situation wouldn't be this tense." Danzo scoffed. "Who knew your Umbu commander had such a poor psychological tolerance? Besides, you know what happened back then." Hiruzen sighed, thinking to himself, "Shikaku, was I really wrong?" After a moment of hesitation, he softened his tone. "Fine, you can recruit the lower-ranked shinobi from the civilian class, but it must be voluntary." Danzo was not satisfied. "A few civilians are not of much use." Hiruzen retorted, "Do you want the elite class instead? If you want them all, fine, but if anything happens, I won't take responsibility." Danzo showed some interest, but ultimately gave up after considering. "Hiruzen, you underestimate me. Everything I do is for Konoha. I won't do anything that undermines unity. But the lack of manpower is also a fact. We need to add someone." Hiruzen knew the main event was coming. He understood what his old friend wanted. "Speak up, who do you want?" Danzo slowly said, "The son of White Fang, Hatake Kakashi. He has little involvement in major matters and possesses unparalleled talent. I guarantee I can train him to become a second sharp blade for Konoha." Hiruzen was taken aback that Danzo had this idea and immediately responded, "Don't even think about Kakashi. He's a candidate I value highly, having fully absorbed the will of fire. I will never let him come into contact with the darkness." After a pause, Hiruzen continued, "How about this? The top graduate this year, Uchiha Obito? Although he was born into the Uchiha clan, he's an orphan and has little connection to them. I could discuss the matter of him joining Root." Danzo's face darkened immediately. Uchiha Obito, the top graduate this year, due to his proficiency in body flicker technique and solid theoretical knowledge. Despite being an Uchiha, he can't use fire release ninjutsu, and his Sharingan isn't activated. While his physical combat skills are decent, they are only effective in ninja school battles. What use is that against strong opponents? He is practically indistinguishable from a civilian. Bringing him into Root would only invite the wrath of the Uchiha clan, making it not worth the trouble. "Hiruzen, do you think I'm a fool?" Hiruzen pretended to look as if he had done everything he could. "If you look down on the top student of the elite class, then figure it out yourself." Danzo narrowed his eyes. "Hiruzen, you really won't give Kakashi?" Hiruzen slowly turned around. "Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will regret this." Bang! Danzo slammed the door and left the Hokage's office. On the other side, Uchiha Obito was unaware of what had transpired in the Hokage's office. In fact, if he knew, he would want to join Root. Over the 4 years of the ninja school, he had diligently studied various theoretical knowledge and honed his foundational skills to perfection. There were 2 main reasons for this. First, to meet all the prerequisites for learning the flying Raijin technique. As the wielder of the space-time Mangekyō Sharingan, Obito had a unique advantage for learning flying Raijin, which he couldn't master in his past life due to his insufficient foundational skills. Therefore, at the ninja school, he focused on practicing the body flicker technique and had already reached a high level. As his body gradually developed over the years, and his foundational skills improved. He was significantly stronger than when he first reincarnated. Without the use of the Mangekyō, he should have already reached the level of an ordinary Kage. If he learned Flying Raijin, combining the intangibility that could be used with the 3-tomo Sharingan with the mobility of Flying Raijin, he would likely be one of the most troublesome opponents among ordinary Kage. In addition to learning Flying Raijin, mastering a wealth of knowledge would also lay the groundwork for future transplantation of Hashirama cells. The Third Shinobi World War was about to break out, with Rin's death, Nagato's fall, and the establishment of the Akatsuki all occurring during that time. To change all of this, Obito needed to go to many places, meet many people, and do many things. This heavily relied on the ability of KAMUI. Therefore, resolving the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan became a priority. To address the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan without a blood relative who also possessed the Mangekyō, he could only resort to transplanting Hashirama cells. However, transplanting Hashirama cells was not that simple. In his past life, it was Madara and White Zetsu who did everything for him. In this life, with the inability to leave the village temporarily, he was more inclined to collaborate with Danzo and Orochimaru. At this time, the two had already begun the wood release experiments, resulting in the deaths of numerous Senju clan members, ultimately producing a successful experimental subject, Yamato. They had both the raw materials and detailed experimental data. However, obtaining the data was not enough. He also needed to understand and be able to operate it. This required extensive knowledge. Fortunately, the ninja school covered these topics. While the ninja school kept high-level ninjutsu confidential, it was exceptionally open about scientific and biological knowledge that seemed unrelated to ninjas, offering a wide array of subjects. As a result, Obito learned everything taught at the ninja school, accepting all knowledge without discrimination, not seeking to master every subject but striving for a solid foundation. He was no longer the bottom of the class as in his past life, but had become a true academic achiever in Konoha. After graduating today, his next plan was to transplant Hashirama cells. Therefore, if Danzo truly came to invite him to join Root at this moment, he would indeed agree. Joining Root would mean being in a prime position to access first-hand information about the wood release experiments. Unfortunately, joining Root was not that easy. Danzo looked down on apparently unremarkable Uchiha, who had not activated his Sharingan. Chapter 22. Itachi will be very filial in the future. After coming out of the ninja school, Obito was focused on the matter of Hashirama cells. Although he was unaware of the conversation happening in the Hokage building, and that Danzo had flatly rejected him, he had his own plans. It was not difficult to approach Danzo and Orochimaru. Using his public identity would definitely not work, so it was time for the masked man, who had used various aliases for over a decade in his past life, to make an appearance. However, that was a matter for later. Today, Rin organized a graduation event, planning to have a dinner at the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant in the evening, where many people would come, not just fellow graduates but also Kakashi, who had been a ninja for 4 years. Although Obito was not keen on such activities, since Rin was the organizer, he had no choice but to attend. However, because he was the top student and the first to refer, there was still some time before all the classmates finished their exams. He took this opportunity to address the issues related to himself and the Uchiha clan, and to ask the Uchiha clan for some benefits. Thus, Obito arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. 2 Uchiha clan members were already waiting there, and upon seeing the forehead protector on Obito's head, they immediately moved in front of him. Obito, the clan leader has instructed you to go to him. The two had an arrogant demeanor, and the one speaking had a tone that was anything but polite. It was more of a command than an invitation. Obito frowned slightly. This was the reason he disliked most of the Uchihas. They acted like they were the best every day, full of pride. As a member of the Uchiha clan in his past life, he was indeed very proud. But pride did not equate to arrogance, especially not in front of the weak. Why not use this attitude to talk to Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo? In his past life, every time he visited the Uchiha, he only saw a group of useless people shutting themselves off and pretending to be leaders. They were suppressed like this, and all they did was conspire. But it was all for nothing. With that in mind, Obito couldn't be bothered to argue, and simply said coldly, "Lead the way." The two Uchihas were taken aback. Obito's humility and kindness were completely at odds with their Uchiha pride, which made them dislike this outsider even more. But at that moment, Obito suddenly became aloof, giving off a slight sense of kinship. The two said nothing more, reining in some of their aura, and steadily led Obito to the clan leader's house. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku, who had received the news early, was already in the reception room making tea. In the past, this kind of task was usually handled by Uchiha Makoto, but she was currently busy playing with the baby in her arms, so the clan leader had to take care of himself. Upon seeing Obito arrive, he waved his hand, maintaining his dignified demeanor as a clan leader, though he was much more approachable compared to the two arrogant individuals before. "Obito, come here, sit down. I have something to discuss with you." Seeing this, Obito didn't refuse and walked over to sit in front of him. He was not surprised by this meeting. It had happened in his past life as well. However, in his past life, Fugaku had come to his house to give him some money and some Uchiha ninja techniques. In this life, he was directly invited to the clan leader's residence for tea. Perhaps it was due to their different statuses. In his past life, he was at the bottom, while in this life, he was the top student. The reason why Fugaku did this was also quite simple. The graduation class distribution had actually been predetermined long ago, and Fugaku had received intelligence about him being assigned to Minato's class. Teacher Minato had always been a talent that Fugaku valued. Additionally, Uchiha Makoto, the clan leader's wife, had become close friends with Kushina early on, which laid the foundation for this favorable view. With the Third Shinobi World War and the Golden Flash gaining fame, Fugaku had bet everything on Teacher Minato. It must be said that this clan leader had indeed won the bet. If it weren't for the later Kyuubi incident that led to the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife, the Uchiha clan might have been able to coexist peacefully with Konoha. But everything is without if. With this thought, Obito looked at Fugaku's expression, which was somewhat complicated, and also glanced at the baby that Uchiha Makoto was holding. Seeing this, Fugaku introduced, "This is my son, Uchiha Itachi." "Obito, do you like children? I've heard that you take special care of the elderly." Obito nodded, "I do like the elderly. Every time I see those elderly people who have trouble walking, I can't help but think of my grandmother." After a pause, Obito continued, "As for your child, he looks very filial." Uchiha Makoto couldn't help but smile. "Obito, you truly are a kind-hearted child. Everyone else praises Itachi for being strong in the future. To be honest, I've grown tired of hearing that. Only you praise him for being filial." Makoto gently rocked Itachi, extending a finger for him to grasp, teasing him. "Itachi, I just hope you grow up safely and that our family lives in harmony. Did you hear what Obito said? You must be a filial child in the future." Cough, cough, cough. Obito couldn't help but cough violently, quickly taking a sip of tea. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku immediately said, "I'm sorry, Obito, for bringing up a painful topic. As the clan leader, I've been busy with clan affairs and have neglected to remember that there is an orphan like you in the Uchiha clan. It is my fault for not taking care of you, so I want to make amends. Whatever you need, whether it be money or advanced Uchiha ninja techniques, feel free to ask." Obito sneered inwardly, realizing that this clan leader also knew about the situation of him being an orphan. He hadn't compensated before, but now he wanted to, which was simply because he valued his worth. After taking a sip of tea, he slowly said, "Clan leader, I actually don't want to pretend to be grateful. Throughout my life, my daily expenses have come from my grandmother's and parents' inheritance, as well as from my grandmother's friends and the assistance of those elderly people. I have never enjoyed the Uchiha's benefits, so the Uchiha clan owes me nothing, and I owe the Uchiha nothing." Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, but at the same time, he was somewhat surprised. Obito was far too calm in front of the clan leader. He neither showed excitement at being summoned nor exhibited anger over his experiences of being neglected or even ostracized in his childhood. It was as if nothing in his eyes stirred any waves. Fugaku was momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Obito spoke again. "However, since the clan leader wants to express concern and mend the rift between us, I have no reason to refuse the benefits offered to me. I don't need the advanced Uchiha ninja techniques, but I wouldn't mind more money. In fact, if you can show your resolve, I have many ways to help improve the Uchiha clan situation in the village." Chapter 23. The exposure of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Fugaku's face changed in surprise. And then he frowned. "Obito, I don't know what you're talking about. We Uchihas are the largest clan in Konoha, managing the police force and possessing autonomy. Apart from never having produced a Hokage since the founding of the village, we are the best in everything else. Fugaku's gaze became sharper, and the pressure increased. Clarify what you mean by our situation needing to change. Obito's expression remained calm. In fact, Fugaku's words weren't entirely wrong. Compared to the Uchiha after the Kyuubi incident, the current Uchiha was indeed the largest clan in Konoha. Not only did they enjoy a high level of autonomy, but they were also one of the two founding families of Konoha, receiving widespread respect and affection from the villagers. Even if some people were dissatisfied with the Uchiha due to issues with the police force, such dissatisfaction was generally kept hidden. When the Uchiha were out and about, they were generally seen as superior, even more so than the high GA, and it was precisely this sense of superiority that fueled the Uchiha's arrogance. However, after the Kyuubi incident, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village rapidly deteriorated. The root cause was that the Kyuubi had been controlled by the Sharingan, which was seen clearly by the ninjas present at the time. These ninjas had a complex composition, representing a large portion of the Konoha group, from major clans to commoners. Once the news spread, the Uchiha were naturally ostracized by everyone. The biggest characteristic of the villagers of Konoha was their tendency to blame others without discernment. The rumored demon fox, Naruto Uzumaki, became the first target of their ire, while the Uchiha became the second. As a result, the Uchiha completely lost the people's hearts and were nearly universally reviled. Danzo, seeing this, was particularly pleased, as he was worried about not having an excuse to suppress the Uchiha. Now he had the perfect excuse. The upper echelons of Konoha, especially the Senju Tobirama faction, were already secretly taking small actions against the Uchiha, but such targeting was not something they dared to bring to light. Now it's fine. In terms of being able to act openly, Danzo immediately became arrogant, employing all sorts of extreme measures, leaving the Uchiha clan gasping for breath. The proud Uchiha could hardly endure this. Most people instantly turned into radicals led by Uchiha Shursui. The growth of the radicals intensified the conflict between the Uchiha and the village, ultimately leading to a rebellion. Reflecting on the Uchiha situation, Obito had to admit that he bore primary responsibility for their downfall. However, even though the Uchiha status in Konoha was very high now, it didn't mean that they were not targeted by the higher-ups. Thus, Obito slowly began to speak. Patriarch Fugaku, everything you said is true, but the biggest problem for the Uchiha right now is that there are no Uchiha among Konoha's higher-ups. The power is firmly held by the disciples of Senju Tobirama, which leads to the Uchiha being secretly excluded by the higher-ups, right? The entire Konoha upper echelons do not favor the Uchiha. Isn't that situation rather dire? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. A 9-year-old child like Obito actually knew so much information? He said sternly, "Who told you these divisive words? Have you come into contact with the radicals? Who is behind you? Elder 2 or Elder 4? Obito smiled faintly. Patriarch Fugaku, you misunderstand. I have no one behind me. If I had to say, I think the Uchiha's radicals are a bunch of useless people. They only shout slogans loudly but don't do anything substantial." Uchiha Fugaku frowned. He suddenly realized that Obito's thought process was not that of a child. This made him somewhat wary, but also more curious. All right, I'll assume you have no one behind you. Then tell me, how can the Uchiha situation improve? Obito glanced at Fugaku. The best solution is, of course, to produce a Hokage. If the Uchiha have someone who can become Hokage, all problems will be resolved. But this is not easy to achieve. The Konoha higher-ups will never allow this to happen unless there is a coup, but I believe that is not the result you, Patriarch Fugaku, want to see. Obito took a sip of tea and continued. If we can't have a Hokage, then we should befriend one. As long as the Hokage is someone who is amicable towards the Uchiha situation can greatly improve. Unfortunately, the current most likely candidate for the 4th Hokage has little to do with the Uchiha. Obito set down his tea. At this point, Fugaku became slightly interested in Obito. Many of the things Obito said aligned with his own thoughts. However, merely identifying the problem was not enough. Fugaku slowly replied, "Seeing the problem doesn't mean one can solve it. In fact, Many Uchiha clansmen have seen this, but none have come up with a good solution. What do you propose? Uchiha Obito said, actually, the solution is quite simple. The conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha is limited to the higher-ups, and within the higher-ups. The most threatening person is Danzo. If we deal with Danzo, won't that solve the problem? Slap. As soon as Obito finished speaking, Uchiha Fugaku slammed the table and stood up. In his eyes, 3 tomo were spinning continuously. He looked around, and after confirming that no one was there, he let out a breath. Then, he emanated a killing intent, staring directly at Obito. In an instant, Obito felt that the patriarch was casting a Genjutsu on him, pulling him into a Genjutsu space. Genjutsu space. Uchiha Obito was slightly surprised. This was no simple 3-tomo Sharingan Genjutsu, but a power that could only be evolved by the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. It seemed that Uchiha Fugaku had indeed awakened those eyes. Obito had suspected this in his previous life, and this confirmed it directly. Thinking of this, he did not resist and allowed Fugaku to pull him completely inside. In Fugaku's Genjutsu space, the surroundings were filled with illusory colors. The two appeared here. Uchiha Obito's expression remained unchanged as he quietly looked at Uchiha Fugaku. He smiled and said, Patriarch Fugaku, is this how you greet someone? It's nice to talk in a different place. In this Genjutsu world, we won't be overheard by certain things. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback and then shocked. You can remain conscious? How is that possible? He originally wanted to pull Obito in here for interrogation. Anyone affected by his Genjutsu would become dazed and would easily reveal the information he wanted to know. But Uchiha Obito actually seemed unaffected. Could it be? Uchiha Fugaku thought of a possibility. His expression turned serious for the first time, and in his pupils, the 3-tomo were still spinning, gradually showing signs of evolving into a new shape. Uchiha Obito noticed this and became more serious, quickly saying, Stop. Patriarch Fugaku, if you really activate the kaleidoscope, I will have to resist, and this Genjutsu world won't be able to be maintained. Can we talk for a bit first, and then consider whether to take action? Uchiha Fugaku slowly exited his previous state, his eyes stabilizing back to the 3-tomo. But at the same time, a storm was raging in his heart. Do you really have those eyes too? When Obito mentioned the kaleidoscope, he was already about 70 to 80% sure. Although this was quite unbelievable, it was the most reasonable explanation. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan was a dimensional suppression against ordinary Sharingan, although he had just used Genjutsu in the 3-tomo state. There was no doubt he was using the Kaleidoscope's ability, which ordinary 3-tomo couldn't resist. Only a kaleidoscope could deal with a kaleidoscope. So Uchiha Obito's ability to remain conscious was because he possessed the same level of power. Seeing this, Obito knew he couldn't hide it any longer and could only sigh. Sure enough, it's not easy to conceal everything in front of the Uchiha. Patriarch Fugaku, since you've already noticed this, I won't hide it anymore. Indeed, I have awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. After a pause, Obito continued. So, Patriarch Fugaku, you already know my negotiating cards and confidence. Now, can we have a proper conversation? Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily stunned. He was still in shock, even to the point where his emotions stirred so much that he almost couldn't maintain this Genjutsu space. He couldn't help but imagine, if he hadn't awakened the kaleidoscope, would he have been scared into awakening one at this moment? He hesitated and asked Obito, May I ask how old you are this year? Chapter 24. How strong is the peak of the 3rd Hokage? Uchiha Obito saw Fugaku's ghostly expression and shrugged. Patriarch Fugaku, since you have time to see me today, I'm sure you've checked all my information for childhood to now, right? How old I am, don't you know in your heart? Uchiha Fugaku still couldn't accept it, muttering to himself, but awakening the kaleidoscope at 9 years old, how is that possible? The next moment, he seemed to think of something and immediately became anxious. Obito, how many times have you used these eyes? Has your vision decreased? Listen to me, although they are powerful. Don't use them unless absolutely necessary. Uchiha Obito wanted to laugh, but held it back. Don't worry, I've only used them a few times since awakening, and the vision loss is negligible. I won't use them unless I'm in a dire situation. Uchiha Fugaku immediately relaxed, and then his expression became serious. Obito, since you've awakened these eyes from this moment on, You are one of the upper echelons of our Uchiha clan. Honestly, I didn't pay much attention to what I said to you before. In fact, because your thoughts were too dangerous, I even considered keeping you here. But now, it's completely different. With these eyes, you have infinite possibilities, and you are still young. Your future will be far more glorious than mine. Therefore, I am willing to listen carefully to your thoughts. Toby nodded, realizing that no matter where he went, one had to demonstrate corresponding strength to have the qualification for equal dialogue. Since the secret of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan had been exposed, he had to try his best to give this secret corresponding value. Toby couldn't help but switch to his persuasion mode again. Fugaku, before we discuss serious matters, I want to ask a small question. What is your view on the overall strength of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. He didn't expect Toby to ask such a question. After pondering for a moment, he confidently replied, "Our Uchiha clan is very strong. There are more than 20 clan members who have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Even among Jonin, they are top-notch experts. I can assure you that at this stage. After the Senju merged with the commoners, no other clan in Konoha can compare to us. Moreover, with 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan now, the gap between us and the entire Hokage faction is not that significant." Toby smiled. "So, Fugaku, you think there is still a gap between us and the Hokage faction?" Fugaku nodded. "I have dealt with Orochimaru, and his strength makes me very wary. If each of the legendary 3 Sannin possesses such strength, then each of them would require a Mangekyō to deal with. Furthermore, old powerhouses like Shimura Danzo and Mito Gates Inn also possess overwhelming strength compared to the 3 Tomo Sharingan." A deep wariness appeared in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his title as the strongest Hokage is somewhat exaggerated. Perhaps he is not as good as our ancestor Madara or the 1st Hokage Hashirama, but he is not far off, and I am by no means his opponent. Toby thought to himself, as expected. The self-praise of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was not without effect. It was even convincing enough for Uchiha Fugaku. No wonder later. Shursui and Itachi awakened their Mangekyō, yet remained as submissive as cats in front of the 3rd Hokage. The facts had long proven that only with enough strength could one communicate the truth, although Itachi and Shursui yearned for peace. Which of the clan members who awakened the Mangekyō was not proud? If the 3rd Hokage lacked strength, could they submit to him? After pondering for a while, Toby said, "Fugaku, perhaps the 3rd Hokage is not as strong as you imagine." But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Fugaku. "Toby, you are still young. I know you are young and have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, which is bound to make you proud. But I have witnessed the strength of the 3rd Hokage with my own eyes. He has mastered the nature transformation of 5 types of chakra, is proficient in thousands of ninjutsu, and has I don't know how many forbidden techniques. The so-called demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, is indeed strong. But I can assure you that he is definitely not a match for the 3rd Hokage." Toby was taken aback. Is the 3rd Hokage that strong? He had seen the 3rd Hokage in the Edo Tensei state, able to hold his own against the Ten Tails with 5 nature transformations, which was indeed not weak. However, in front of him in the Sage of 6 Paths state, he had been defeated in 1 move. Well, at that time, he was too strong. But in any case, the 3rd Hokage could not reach the level of Hashirama Senju, even if he was indeed strong and robust in his youth. If he could use ninjutsu to fight against the Ten Tails a few more times, then at most he would be at the level of Nagato. Wait, if the 3rd Hokage in his prime had power close to Nagato's, although it definitely wouldn't compare to the unique abilities of the Rinnegan, he should still be able to approach the level of surpassing a Kage. For ninjas who had never seen Hashirama and Madara, surpassing a Kage was already a realm beyond ordinary people. For example, Nagato felt invincible and regarded himself as a god every day. Thinking this through seemed to make everything make sense. If the peak 3rd Hokage had strength close to surpassing a Kage, then indeed, an ordinary Mangekyō would not be enough to deal with him. The current 3rd Hokage was not as old as he would be in the future, so at this moment, was he at least a strong Kage? Realizing this, Toby understood. "Fugaku, I roughly understand the current strength of the Uchiha clan. If we were to openly confront the Hokage faction, we are indeed quite lacking. Fugaka replied, "It's good that you understand. So you should extinguish the thought of taking action against the Hokage faction early. If we truly plan to fight head-on, our clan needs at least 6 pairs of Mangekyō. And the side effects of the Mangekyō are significant, leading to blindness. We do not have the qualification to fight head-on." Toby was speechless. He was worried about his youthful arrogance. He explained, "In fact, we don't need to fight head-on. Fugaka, you have misunderstood one point. The Hokage faction does not have the same cohesion as the Uchiha clan. They do not represent the Senju clan, but their own families. So in your mind, and even in the minds of the entire Uchiha clan, you have overestimated the strength of the Hokage faction. They are not difficult to deal with." Toby saw this very clearly. Many times, without stepping out of the established circle, it was hard to see the situation clearly. The Uchiha in Konoha were not as broad-minded as he was, having stepped out of Konoha for many years. What was a village leader? After seeing enough, it was just that. He dared to declare war against all Kage at once. Could the Uchiha in Konoha do the same? Fugaka frowned and asked, "So the idea of taking action against Danzo is truly your own, and you still haven't given it up? But do you know the difficulty and the consequences of being discovered?" Toby slowly replied, "Fugaku, don't rush. I just want to ask you one question. Has the Uchiha clan suffered from Danzo for a long time? If there was a chance to eliminate Danzo without risk, would you be willing?" Fugaku rolled his eyes. "Of course. I've dreamed of killing Danzo. How many Uchihas has that old guy harmed?" Toby nodded. "I have a plan to eliminate Danzo that guarantees he will not realize anything and that it will have no connection to the Uchiha clan." Chapter 25. If Danzo can engage in diplomacy, why can't the Uchiha? Fugaka was puzzled. Is there really such a plan? Danzo is a very cautious person and will not easily leave his stronghold. Even if he leaves, a large number of guards are always following him, surrounded by layers of protection. Moreover, he is a master of wind release. I even think his wind release skills are not weaker than the Wind Shadow. Unless I lead a large group of 3 Tomo clan members to launch a strong attack, there is no chance of success. But if that happens, the commotion will be huge. And it won't be an assassination. By then, a large number of Konoha ninjas will come to support him, and the Uchiha attacking the Hokage's advisor would be tantamount to betraying the village. Toby smiled. Fugaku, who said killing Danzo has to be done in the village? Who said we Uchiha have to do it ourselves? When he leaves the village, can't we use external forces? Fugaka shook his head. Toby, you are thinking too naively. Danzo won't easily leave the village. Even if he does, the movements of someone like him are kept strictly confidential, and it is very difficult for us to know when he leaves the village and where he goes. How could we find an opportunity? Moreover, to assassinate Danzo using the hands of outsiders. How many outsiders have that kind of strength? Besides the other 4 great villages, I can't think of anyone else. If we collude with the 4 great villages to assassinate the Hokage's advisor, although I particularly look down on Danzo, my sense of morality does not allow me to do such things. Toby glanced at Fugaku, surprised that Fugaku was even more upright than he had imagined. You talk about morality with Danzo, but he won't talk to you about it. Danzo has done plenty of colluding with outsiders. But who said killing Danzo needed to collude with the 4 great ninja villages? Toby tempted Fugaku. I have a way to make Danzo leave the village at a certain time and reach the place I want him to go. This will be Danzo's own decision and has nothing to do with us Uchiha. Additionally, I also have a way to make the forces capable of killing Danzo appear there. After that, there will be plenty of maneuvering space, and I can even guarantee that the forces that appear there do not belong to any of the 5 great villages. Is that possible? Fugaka was somewhat intrigued, but more skeptical. Toby was confident. Let me explain it step by step. First, how to get Danzo to leave the village is actually not difficult. The 3rd Great Ninja War is about to break out. I believe Fugaku won't be completely unaware of this. Uchiha Fugaka nodded. The Uchiha had their own intelligence system, and he naturally knew about the recent anomalies in the ninja world. He immediately understood Obito's intention, which was to take action during the war when Danzo couldn't resist causing trouble in the village. Thinking about it this way, it seems somewhat possible. He continued, recently, an organization called Akatsuki has been established in the Rain Village. Their philosophy is to avoid war through negotiation and exchange it for peace, often siding with the weaker party in conflicts to balance the strength of both sides. Although this organization has just been formed, it has great potential and is continuously growing. Its leader is Jiraiya's disciple, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. You can send someone to verify this, Chief Fugaku. Jiraiya's disciple? A peace organization? This is very valuable information, Fugaku nodded. But what does this Akatsuki organization have to do with assassinating Danzo? Obito continued. Hanzo of the Salamander, allowing them to develop in his territory already indicates a lot. First, it represents part of Hanzo's attitude. He actually recognizes this philosophy of peace. Perhaps he wants to send a signal to quell the chaos in the Rain Village. Second, even if Akatsuki's strength isn't strong, it is at least not weak enough to make Hanzo wary. Otherwise, would the Land of Fire, with Konoha, allow an organization, even one preaching peace, to develop right under their noses? Fugaku became increasingly confused. What does this indicate? Obito explained, it's simple. A united, non-chaotic Rain Village does not align with Konoha's interests, especially Danzo's. Just imagine, if the Rain Village were as powerful as it was before the Second Great Ninja War, would the higher-ups in Konoha be able to sleep soundly? Moreover, for Danzo to ascend to the Hokage position, he needs the support of many people. But since he is not well regarded in Konoha, he can only seek outside help, like obtaining support from a demigod. But why would Hanzo support Danzo? Unless the Rain Village is constantly embroiled in chaos, lacking money and resources, which would force them to turn to Konoha, only then could Danzo achieve cooperation. Therefore, the peace philosophy promoted by Akatsuki is extremely dangerous in Danzo's eyes. But at the same time, Akatsuki has considerable strength. If we can incite a conflict between Akatsuki and Hanzo, the Rain Village will fall into even greater internal strife. Chief Fugaku, do you think this is worth Danzo's trip? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up. If what you say about Akatsuki's potential is true, there is indeed a chance Danzo might visit the Land of Rain. So is this your plan? The more Uchiha Fugaku thought about it, the more clever it seemed. There is indeed a possibility of killing Danzo in the Land of Rain, as long as Hanzo is willing to take action. Besides, why can't we also make contact with Hanzo? The resources and food that Danzo can provide, we Uchiha can also offer. If Hanzo can support Danzo, why can't he support us Uchiha? A hint of excitement appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face because through this plan, he not only saw the possibility of killing Danzo, but also a chance for the Uchiha to gain more influence in Konoha. Obito was taken aback. Was Fugaku overthinking this? His original idea was for Akatsuki to grow and lack funding, using this as an excuse to ask Fugaku for financial support, helping himself to sustain the organization while conveniently eliminating Danzo, a two birds with one stone situation. But hearing Fugaku's words, he also thought it made sense. The Uchiha had people and money. Why should Danzo be the only one capable of diplomacy? The Uchiha were one of the founding clans of Konoha, and as long as they didn't make fundamental mistakes, their position wouldn't be questioned. Even if the Hokage faction opposed it, the Uchiha had a voice too. Everything they did was for Konoha, wasn't it? Konoha belonged to everyone, not just the Sarutobi or the Shimura. Thus Obito's eyes also brightened. Engaging in more diplomacy was indeed a path to revitalize the Uchiha. He nodded. Yes. That's exactly what I was thinking. The Uchiha needs political power, and this political power doesn't only come from within Konoha. It can also come from elsewhere, like a demigod. We can aim higher. We don't have to limit ourselves to just one village. Uchiha Fugaku truly began to see Obito in a new light, unable to help but praise him. Obito, I have to say, you are a genius. Not only have you awakened a Sharingan, but what's even rarer is that at just 9 years old, you possess the mindset of a Hokage. No, describing it as a Hokage's mindset is somewhat narrow. In short, your ideas have made killing Danzo seem unimportant. What matters is that I suddenly understand how the Uchiha can establish themselves in a village, and even the entire ninja world. So, should I send someone to contact Hanzo? Chapter 26. Befriending Akatsuki and contacting Hanzo. It seems like contacting Hanzo is a good thing for the Uchiha. But what about Akatsuki? Obito suddenly coughed. Chief Fugaku, compared to contacting Hanzo, I think we should first reach out to Akatsuki. Fugaku was taken aback. Although Akatsuki may have considerable strength, it still doesn't compare to Hanzo's importance, does it? Obito thought to himself. That's because you don't know that Nagato has Madara's Rinnegan. But he certainly couldn't say that out loud. Chief Fugaku, as the actual ruler of the Rain Village, no matter how many benefits you offer him, it will be difficult for Hanzo to see the Uchiha as his own. Akatsuki, on the other hand, is different. They are still poor, and their leadership consists of a group of energetic young people. If we can extend a helping hand now, we can gain a lot of friendship. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. But a small force from a small country, no matter how much friendship we gain, won't it still be insignificant for us, Uchiha? Obito smiled. Chief Fugaku, have you forgotten that I once mentioned that the leadership of Akatsuki consists of Jiraiya's disciples? Fugaku was taken aback and then realized making friends with Akatsuki could also connect to Jiraiya. This changed its significance in his eyes entirely. No matter how strong Hanzo is, he is still an outsider, and his support for the Uchiha would be limited. But Jiraiya is a true Konoha citizen, a staunch member of the Hokage faction, and could even directly influence the thoughts of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. If we can befriend Jiraiya, it will be worth paying some price. Not to mention, could Jiraiya's disciples be ordinary people? He has high hopes for Minato's future. If the leadership of Akatsuki has even half of Minato's talent, then this investment would be hugely profitable. Fugaku immediately smiled. It's still you, Obito, who thinks things through. I'll send someone to investigate. If the leadership of Akatsuki is indeed Jiraiya's disciples, I will reach out to them. The Uchiha are not lacking in money. Obito nodded. From the Warring States period until now, the Uchiha have accumulated a vast amount of resources and are definitely the richest clan in the entire ninja world. Just a little support would be enough for Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan to get through the most difficult early stages and develop, making it easier for him to subsequently connect with Akatsuki. However, what consequences will arise from Akatsuki's growth? Hanzo's attitude also needs to be considered. Chief Fugaku, Hanzo is not unimportant. So after befriending Akatsuki, you can also further engage with Hanzo. The best outcome would be to facilitate an alliance between Akatsuki and Hanzo, so that we Uchiha would have a certain voice within the Rain Village. Fugaku was taken aback, then began to ponder. But this approach is bound to be seen as interfering in their internal affairs. I'm afraid Hanzo might grow wary and be unwilling to engage with us. Uchiha Obito thought for a moment, and this was indeed a concern. However, he wasn't worried. So, why not wait a few years until the war fully erupts, or even reaches the land of the rain? At that point, as long as we appear in the land of rain and show some goodwill, it might not be us seeking them out, but them seeking us. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but shake his head, suddenly feeling that compared to Obito, who was skilled at manipulating people's hearts, he was nothing but a naive youth. A 9-year-old child. Why would he have such a way of thinking? He couldn't figure it out. Fortunately, there were many oddities in the ninja world. Perhaps Obito was just one of those oddities. You've calculated everything, Obito, so I'll leave this matter in your hands. Just let me know when to take action, and I'll cooperate unconditionally. Obito nodded and smiled. Then let's end today's conversation here and go out. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, his 3-tomo spinning in his eyes, dispelling the Genjutsu. Instantly, their figures returned to reality. Although a long time had passed in the Genjutsu world, only a brief 5 seconds had passed in the real world. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto, looking serious, stood up holding Itachi, seeing the two of them frozen in place. She knew that Obito had fallen under her husband's Genjutsu and was likely being questioned in the Genjutsu space. Once the two regained their composure, she immediately approached Fugaku and said, "Fugaku, Obito is just a child. A lesson is enough. There's no need to take it so seriously." Uchiha Fugaku shook his head with a smile. "I don't dare to treat him as just a child right now. We just had a conversation in the Genjutsu world. Let's discuss the details in the secret room." This time, it was Mikoto's turn to be surprised. She glanced at Obito, who was calm on the other side, and said incredulously, "Obito was able to stay conscious in your Genjutsu?" She was well aware of Fugaku's Genjutsu level. Even an ordinary 3-tomo couldn't break free. Fugaku nodded. In any case, rest assured, the minor conflicts between me and Obito have been resolved. He can now be considered one of us and is trustworthy. Mikoto breathed a sigh of relief. She did not want to see a bad ending after such a simple conversation. Seeing that his purpose had been mostly achieved, Obito said, "Madam, you can ask clan leader Fugaku for the specifics later. I absolutely mean no harm. I have to attend a graduation dinner later, so I won't stay longer. Farewell." After saying that, Obito turned to leave. At that moment, Fugaku spoke up, "Wait, take these with you." Fugaku suddenly pulled out a sealed scroll from his sleeve and unsealed it. Inside were quite a bit of money and some Uchiha clan's ninjutsu scrolls. Fugaku said, "These were originally intended for you today. Although it's not much, it's a token of my sincerity." Obito glanced over and found it to be much more substantial than what he had received in his past life. He smiled. "Since it was originally intended for me by clan leader Fugaku, I won't be polite." After that, he stepped forward, took the sealed scroll from Fugaku's hand, formed hand seals, and put the items back inside the scroll, unchanged. Subsequently, he nodded slightly to the two and left the clan leader's residence. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes flashed with surprise. He knows sealing techniques, and he used them very skillfully. "I thought he was going to take these items away." Fugaku smiled. "He knows a lot more than that. I've gone from being surprised at first to almost numb now." On the other side, after passing Uchiha Fugaku, Obito returned home to store the ninjutsu scrolls from the sealed scroll. He actually knew all the high-level ninjutsu on those scrolls, including Uchiha clan-level fire techniques and various shuriken throwing techniques, so they held little value for him and could only be kept as collectibles. However, money was another story. The more, the better. Looking at the additional 500,000 ryo in his hands, Obito nodded in satisfaction. Due to having very little money, usually, Obito's life had always been quite tight, and he couldn't even afford to treat Rin to a few good meals. Now, he could finally improve his situation a bit. With that thought, Obito headed out and returned to the ninja school. Chapter 27. Akane. Unless the legendary 3 accept me as a disciple, I won't gain any weight no matter how much I eat. At the entrance of the Konoha Ninja School, the elite class students who had already participated in the exams were wearing their ninja headbands, gathering at the entrance, their small faces filled with excitement as they looked forward to their upcoming ninja careers. Similarly, Rin, who was also wearing a ninja headband, shook her head slightly and sighed at the scene. Since Obito had told her a lot about the future, she knew that the third great ninja war was about to begin, and all these ninja school students would eventually step onto the battlefield. She couldn't help but wonder how many of them would survive. "Rin, why are you sighing here? Is it because you didn't see that guy, Obito?" At that moment, Yugao appeared beside her and patted her shoulder. Rin's face flushed slightly, unable to help but retort, "No." Obito said he would return to the Uchiha to handle some matters and would be back in time for the dinner. Yugao teased with a smile, Sure. Who doesn't know that Obito listens to my Rin? As long as you tell him to go east, he wouldn't dare to go west. If only I had such a strong, handsome, and obedient boyfriend." Rin's face turned even redder. "Yugao, you've misunderstood. Obito and I are not that kind of relationship. But isn't Asuma always pursuing you? He's a pretty good guy, and he's the third Hokage's child." Yugao showed a hint of disdain on her face. "Asuma? He's just a rebellious kid who hasn't grown up, always saying that the third Hokage's position was bought with money. The third Hokage has done so much for Konoha, and while he's nice to me, he's still far behind your Obito." Rin showed a teasing smile. "Is that so, Yugao? But I think you don't really dislike that feeling. You're clearly being coy." Yugao's face instantly turned red. "Nonsense, I don't. But you, Rin, the whole class can see that your relationship with Obito isn't normal. So, haven't you confirmed your relationship yet?" Rin's gaze suddenly became a bit deep. "How to put it? My situation with Obito is a bit special. It's definitely different from what you all imagine, but it's also closer than you think. Perhaps in this life, I can't live without him, and he can't live without me." Yugao scratched her head. "I don't understand this complicated relationship. I don't want to think about it anymore. Tonight, I've also arranged to eat dango with Akane." "Akane? Isn't she not attending class today? Is there dango at the barbecue place?" Rin asked curiously. "Most of the teachers are here for the assessments today, so the lower grades were let off after the morning classes. As for the dango at the barbecue place, of course, there isn't. But we can buy it to eat inside. I've already asked Asuma to buy it, Yugao said mischievously. Rin suddenly felt worried. Go to the Akimichi's house for dinner and bring other food. Would they be kicked out? At that moment, other students began to come out one after another, each having passed the assessment smoothly. Moreover, outside the ninja school, a white-haired figure wearing a mask was strolling over leisurely. The appearance of the white-haired figure instantly attracted the attention of many students. Look, it's Kakashi. Wow, it's actually Kakashi. He really came? Yes. I heard he graduated from the ninja school and soon became a CH Nin. That's amazing. Compared to most of the students who had just become genin, Kakashi's status as a CH Nin set him apart like a crane among chickens. Kakashi still looked lazy, greeting the other students one by one before walking over to Rin. Yo, long time no see. Where's that guy Obito? Why isn't he here? Rin smiled. Obito said he was handling some matters and would be back soon. Kakashi couldn't help but mock. He's really a busy guy. By the way, Rin, have you received the class division information? Rin glanced around, since there were students nearby, something she couldn't say too directly. So she just said, yes, we were placed in the same class, and our instructor is Minato Namikaze. Kakashi nodded. He had just received this news. As expected, as Obito had said, their teacher was Minato-sensei. So, would Minato-sensei really become the fourth Hokage in the future? Beside them, Hong was a bit surprised. Kakashi, didn't you graduate a long time ago? I heard you've become a Chunin now, so you should have teammates, right? Do you still need to be assigned to a class like us? Kakashi explained, after becoming a Chunin, I applied to be an independent ninja. I usually take missions from the task hall and spend the rest of my time training, so I indeed haven't been assigned to a class yet. Hong nodded. I didn't expect it could be like this. I'm really envious of you, Lin. Your teammates are Kakashi and Obito. That's incredibly reliable. Lin smiled. She couldn't tell Hong that she actually knew about her future class assignment 4 years ago. At that moment, not just Lin, many classmates were discussing their class assignments. Some were happy while others were worried, such as life. Until someone said, have you heard? The legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha are planning to take on apprentices. Lady Tsunade has returned to the village and said she would choose one apprentice from the graduates. Lord Orochimaru also has this intention. This news made many ninja school students explode with excitement. Really? Of course it's true. But we already have a guiding teacher. Will they still choose us? Even if we have a guiding teacher, the legendary 3 ninjas taking on apprentices means there will definitely be a rearrangement. I wonder who will be lucky enough to be chosen by them. Damn, I want to be a student of the 3 ninjas, compared to their own guiding jonin. The prestige of the legendary 3 ninjas was clearly much higher. They were the most famous and powerful ninjas in Konoha aside from the 3rd Hokage. Who wouldn't want a mentor of that caliber right after graduating? Even Lin couldn't help but feel a bit hopeful. She had admired Tsunade since she was young, and if Tsunade chose her as an apprentice, she really wouldn't know how to refuse. At this moment, Hongdo bounced over, her face full of curiosity. Senior Lin. Senior Hong, good afternoon. What are you discussing? Hong smiled and said, I heard that the legendary 3 ninjas are going to take on apprentices from the ninja school graduates. Even Lin can't help but think about abandoning Obito and Kakashi. Hongdo, wouldn't you want a 3 ninja as a teacher? Hongdo couldn't help but roll her eyes. Of course I want to, but I'm not a graduate. Besides, how could such powerful ninjas even look at me? Compared to the 3 ninjas taking on apprentices, I'm more concerned about what we're having for dinner tonight. I heard there's delicious dango. Hong teased. You only think about dango all day long. Aren't you afraid of becoming a big fat person in the future? Hongdo looked at her own petite figure and complained. Becoming a big fat person in the future is as unlikely as the 3 ninjas taking me as an apprentice. Don't worry. Unless the 3 ninjas actually take me as an apprentice, no matter how much I eat, I won't get fat. Chapter 28. Haiden, where are you? I really need you. Hong couldn't help but smile and shook her head, looking at Hongdo with an expression of helplessness. Lin, on the other hand, felt a bit embarrassed. Who said I would abandon Kakashi and Obito? Hong laughed, but Lin, if Lady Tsunade is willing to take you as an apprentice, wouldn't you hesitate? Lin thought for a moment and admitted, I would hesitate, but Lin's expression became firm. If the price is to abandon Obito, I still can't accept it. Moreover, Lin showed a confident expression. Even without Lady Tsunade, I will definitely become an excellent medical ninja in the future. Kakashi couldn't help but squint his eyes, thinking to himself that having Lin and Obito as teammates in the future wouldn't be bad. At that moment, a voice sounded. All right, stop thinking too much. This time, it is indeed Lady Tsunade taking on apprentices, but the candidates have already been determined, and it's impossible for anyone else to be chosen. Obito slowly walked over. Hong was taken aback. Obito, when did you come here? You're like a ghost. I didn't notice at all. Not only Hong, but Kakashi was also startled. Just now, he also didn't notice anyone around, which would be very dangerous in a battle. With the improvement of his strength over the years, he thought the gap between him and Obito had narrowed, but it turned out to be just as big as before. Obito shrugged and said, just when Lin said she couldn't abandon me. Lin's face turned red with embarrassment, and she couldn't help but huff. Obito, why are you becoming more and more inappropriate? However, she soon became curious. You just said the candidates have been determined. What does that mean? Obito explained. Lady Tsunade had a lover who died on a battlefield. Lin, you know about this, right? Lin nodded. Yeah, I heard about it. That incident was a huge blow to Lady Tsunade. Obito continued. Lady Tsunade's lover was named Kato Dan. You can look up which of the ninja school graduates has not been assigned yet, if she has the same surname. You'll understand why Lady Tsunade would take on an apprentice. Oh, is that so? Hong looked surprised and then thought for a moment. In our class, there is indeed someone who hasn't been assigned yet. It's Shizun. Hong couldn't help but glance at a lonely figure not far away. After the graduation exam, Shizun still hadn't received her class assignment information and thought she had been abandoned. At that moment, she was alone in the wind, looking disheveled, unaware that someone was already looking at her. Is it Shizun? Kato Shizun, sharing the same surname as Kato Dan. I understand now. Lady Tsunade is taking on an apprentice because of her lover. Lin revealed a look of realization, then shot a slightly reproachful glance at Obito. Just now, she had gone to comfort Shizun because she saw she hadn't been assigned, but unexpectedly, the clown was actually herself. It's all Obito's fault for not telling her such important news. Obito awkwardly said, because it's all trivial matters, I forgot. Then he said seriously, in any case, the class assignments were actually determined in advance, generally based on each person's strengths and bonds. For example, the famous Inoshikacho trio in Konoha would definitely be placed in the same class after graduation. And as for us, because we played together as kids, there is a high chance we'll be in the same class too. Once class assignments are confirmed, they generally won't be changed. So even if the three ninjas take on apprentices, they would have already made arrangements and listed out the apprentices they want to take. We who have already been assigned, guiding Jonin, don't need to think about it. Hong nodded. No wonder I was placed in the same class as that guy Asuma. Then she looked at Shizun and said, Ah, Shizun is so lucky. Lin also breathed a sigh of relief. This way, she wouldn't have to struggle with choosing between Tsunade or Obito. However, not being chosen by Lady Tsunade still left her a bit disappointed. Seeing this, Obito hurriedly consoled her. It's okay, Lin. Just because there's no opportunity now doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Besides, our guiding Jonin is also very powerful. Upon hearing this, Hong couldn't help but be curious. Obito, is your guiding Jonin also very powerful? But I haven't even heard of Minato. Obito smiled. Teacher Minato is still very young, only 19 years old. He is also a genius like Kakashi, and even... Obito deliberately glanced at Kakashi. He is a genius even more talented than Kakashi, which is why the third Hokage let Teacher Minato guide Kakashi. Kakashi snorted. Obito was teasing him again. However, thinking about how his teacher would become the fourth Hokage in the future, at that time he would only be in his 20s. He felt that Obito wasn't wrong. Nevertheless, Kakashi still chose to retort, Teacher Minato is indeed excellent. Unlike some people who didn't graduate early from the ninja school and are still at the bottom of the class, it seems that in this class assignment, some people are merely supporting characters. Obito's heart was furious. Kakashi's words were indeed not wrong. In his previous life, he could enter Minato's class not only because of the third Hokage's goodwill towards the Uchiha, but also because he had a bond with Kakashi, making him a preferable choice over others. What do you mean? Am I not speaking the truth? You idiot, Kakashi said. Lin smiled as she watched Obito and Kakashi bicker. Then looked at the last elite class student walking out of the ninja school and hurriedly said, "All right, stop arguing. Everyone has passed the assessment." After that, she raised her voice and said to the students present, "Let's gather and go eat barbecue." Some students, who could no longer contain their excitement, shouted, "Yay, let's go." At that moment, Asuma Sarutobi rushed in, holding a bag full of dango, and foolishly approached Hong, showing a flattering smile. "Hong, I bought the dango you wanted." Hong happily accepted the dango, naturally sharing it with Akane and Lin, and began to eat with a satisfied expression. "Asuma, you're not completely useless. The dango is really delicious. Thank you." Hearing Hong's praise, Asuma was overjoyed, feeling that everything he did was worth it. This scene was seen by Obito, who thought to himself that Asuma was being too humble. Was it really worth it to pursue a girl like this? But immediately, Lin clasped her hands together and expressed her gratitude to Asuma. "Asuma, thank you for treating us to dango. In the future, I will also bring Hong along to treat you to something delicious." Asuma's eyes lit up. "Really?" Lin nodded and smiled. "Really?" Obito couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking, why wasn't he him who bought the dango? He had just gotten a large sum of money from Fugaku. He wasn't short on cash. Asuma, noticing this, patted Obito on the shoulder and said seriously, "Bro, in this regard, you're still young. Just watch and learn. I'll only teach you once." Obito roared in his heart. "Haiden, where are you? I really need you right now." Chapter 29. Meeting Minato. Obito's guilt as the sun set in the evening. A group of ninja school students gathered together to enjoy a wonderful meal. Due to the ninjas' 3 prohibitions, minors couldn't drink alcohol, so everyone ordered juice instead. Cheers! They clinked their glasses and drank the juice in one go. The scene was so beautiful, with everyone's face glowing with innocent joy. Even Obito, in such an atmosphere, couldn't help but be infected. But he wondered how long this beauty could last. War brings pain, and war also helps people grow. Well, enjoying the moment is still enjoying the moment, Obito thought, and joined the barbecue party. During the meal, everyone was happy, and even the staff at the Tsudao barbecue restaurant tolerated the fact that this group of ninja school students brought dango inside to eat, which was quite excessive. The next day, Obito got up early, exercised for a bit, and then headed to the ninja school to attend the graduation ceremony. On the way, he saw an old lady struggling to carry heavy bags. "No way, I thought I was early this time. And here she is?" Obito couldn't help but suspect that these old folks might be Zetsu in disguise, specifically trying to block him. He couldn't just sit back and ignore it. Fortunately, he was no longer the Obito he once was. He formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Technique. Instantly, a clone that looked exactly like him appeared beside him. "I'm going to the graduation ceremony. You stay here and help the old lady," Obito told the clone. The clone immediately patted his chest. "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Thus, Obito continued towards the ninja school, and this time he finally wasn't late. After experiencing a not-too-long graduation speech and the third Hokage's will of fire lecture, Obito successfully received his diploma. He then went with Lin to the training ground to meet their guiding jonin. When they arrived, Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hitaki were already waiting. Obito immediately spotted the golden-haired figure, and he hadn't changed at all compared to their meeting decades later during the Fourth Great Ninja War. He lowered his head, feeling a bit guilty. Since his rebirth, he had been intentionally or unintentionally avoiding Teacher Minato. But what had to come would eventually come. Teacher Minato was actually a very punctual person. In his memory, it was always him who was late, while Minato waited for him. When did this all start to change? It was from the time of the war. Since then, Teacher Minato had become busy, frequently shuttling between the village and the battlefield, always late after agreeing on a meeting time. Perhaps it was because Teacher Minato had the fastest speed in the ninja world that he bore more responsibilities, needed to support various places without rest, and was always a step slower at critical moments. In his previous life, he had blamed Teacher Minato for not arriving in time to save Lin for a long time, but now he realized that was completely misplaced anger. How could Madara not deliberately divert Teacher Minato while executing his plan? Obito scolded himself for being unreasonable. The more he thought, the lower his head sank, and he couldn't help but slightly step back, hiding behind Lin. Watching the scene from a distance, Minato was a bit confused. He awkwardly smiled at Kakashi. Kakashi, do I look very fierce? Did I scare Obito? Kakashi couldn't help but let out a sigh. If the future Obito described was true, then he simply didn't know how to face you, Teacher Minato. But on the surface, Kakashi naturally couldn't say that. He awkwardly replied, maybe Obito just feels guilty towards you, Teacher Minato. Minato looked puzzled. Is that so? But Obito hasn't done anything wrong to me? Just as Minato hesitated about whether to soften his attitude and take the initiative to greet them, Lin had already quietly squeezed Obito's hand. Obito, don't be afraid. I told you, I will face everything with you. After saying that, Lin pulled Obito forward and, before he could react, she bowed deeply at an angle exceeding 90 degrees towards Minato. Minato was startled. This was beyond the usual respect shown by a disciple, almost like a formal apology. You guys aren't late. Kakashi and I arrived early because we didn't have much to do this morning, so you don't need to do this. Lin shook her head seriously. No, Teacher Minato, Obito really did something very, very wrong to you. It's truly excessive. Even I think it's very excessive. I'm just apologizing on his behalf, hoping for your understanding. Minato was taken aback, and he couldn't help but wonder if he had ever interacted with Obito in a way that left a serious psychological shadow on this child. But after thinking for a long time, he didn't find anything unusual and could only scratch his head. Perhaps it was just some small matter that I've forgotten. Haha. At that moment, Obito finally gathered his courage, raised his head, and slowly said, Teacher Minato, there are some things I can't tell you right now, but I will tell you in the future. Lin is right. I did something very wrong, and I don't even expect to be forgiven. After saying that, Obito knelt down and gave a deep bow to Minato, but I will do my best to make amends. If one day, after you learn the truth, you want my life, I want to have a second word. The more Minato listened, the more confused he became, but he quickly approached Obito, helped him up, and smiled. Obito, although I don't know what happened, let us just assume something really did happen. You're unwilling to say, and I want to ask. But no matter what happened, I forgive you. Now you're in Team 7, which means you're my disciple. If a disciple does something wrong, it's my responsibility as a teacher. Tears streamed down Obito's face uncontrollably. Teacher Minato had forgiven him as always, but because of this, his guilt in his heart only deepened. He choked out, Teacher Minato, you will always be my best teacher. Wolfing Shuemin gently patted Obito's head. Then his expression became serious as he took out a pair of bells and pinned them behind him. However, if you want to become my disciples, you still need to pass the final assessment. Come and grab the bells from me. After a pause, Shuemin continued, originally, I was going to say that there are only 2 bells, and those who fail to grab them will be eliminated. But from what just happened, I can see that you have a very deep bond. So I want to test whether you see each other as companions. Instead, I will assess your strength and teamwork. Shuemin's gaze sharpened. Come on, get serious. Approach this with the intent to defeat me. If you can grab the bells, everyone passes. Chapter 30. Grab the bell. Seeing Teacher Shuemin take a combat stance, Obito also regained his composure. He stood up and exchanged a glance with Kakashi and Rin. The two instantly understood and quickly moved to his side, forming a defensive formation. In this life, due to encouraging Kakashi earlier, he was not as cold and distant as he was in his previous life. On the contrary, the three often trained and fought together, and their teamwork was significantly better than in the past. Shuemin noticed the three quickly set up their defense and couldn't help but show a hint of admiration. As expected, just as the data said, they worked together quite skillfully. Faced with a more powerful Jonin, their first instinct was not to attack, but to defend, a reasonable choice. However, Shuemin smiled and said, "Since you want me to take the initiative, I'll oblige. Standing still to defend against a ninja like me isn't a good strategy." With that, Shuemin's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared right in front of Kakashi. Zulfust. Kakashi's expression changed in shock, and he instinctively tried to dodge backward, but still got hit by Shuemin's rapid punch. Bang! Kakashi was sent flying, barely stabilizing himself mid-air before landing in a rather awkward position. He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If that punch had been a kunai, he would have been seriously injured or worse. He thought that after years of training, he should be close to a Jonin level, but he didn't expect to be outmatched by Obito, a reincarnated person, and even further from teacher Shuemin. As Obito said, is Shuemin really the fastest ninja in the world, the yellow flash of Konoha? It's truly not an exaggeration. On the other side, after Kakashi was knocked away, Rin finally reacted, reaching into her ninja tool pouch to pull out a kunai and throw it at Shuemin while retreating rapidly. As a medical-type ninja, she remembered Obito's words. In battle, prioritize self-preservation. If one attack fails, retreat 1,000 miles. However, contrary to her expectations that Shuemin would have to slow down to deal with her kunai, bluffing Shuemin merely tilted his body slightly to dodge it and immediately adjusted his stance, continuing to rush toward her almost unaffected. Rin was deeply shocked. This is what Obito meant by Shuemin's powerful adaptability and reflex speed? It's simply inhuman. At this moment, in bluffing Shuemin's mind, he was quite satisfied with the members of Team 7 he was about to take over. The initial defensive formation of the three had troubled him, making it difficult to break through with conventional methods, so he had to respond seriously. Given his fighting style, if he was serious, it was only natural to end the fight in an instant. However, Kakashi actually responded first, though he was still hit by one punch. He did not completely lose his combat ability. This quality, compared to a typical Jonin, was quite impressive. Rin was the same, as the support role in the team. She did not greedily seek to attack, leaving no immediate openings for him. He had to exert more effort to deal with Rin. Although it only added a bit of trouble for him, being able to cause even a small amount of trouble against such an opponent was already effective. But that was all. As long as he incapacitated Rin, Team 7 would be left with the strongest Kakashi unable to support and Obito frozen in place, unable to coordinate. Shuemin thought this to himself, revealing a triumphant smile. However, at that moment, Obito, who had been inactive from the start, finally reacted. As Shuemin soared toward Rin, Obito moved as well, his speed surging as he jumped up in midair, reaching for the bells at Shuemin's waist. Not good. Obito's target is the bells. Shuemin immediately realized Obito's intentions, but due to Obito's precise timing, he found himself in an awkward position. After the series of actions of knocking Kakashi away, dodging the kunai, and quickly adjusting his form to attack Rin, even with his excellent body coordination, his moves were slightly worn out, preventing him from changing direction immediately. Obito seized this fleeting opening and launched his attack. Moreover, his speed was so fast that he could see clearly, but felt helpless. No, I can't let Obito easily grab the bells. It seems I must use that technique. Shuemin smiled wryly, unexpectedly forced to use this technique that he had not intended to employ in this assessment. At that moment, Obito's hand was about to touch the bells, his face showing joy as he felt satisfied with the timing of his move. Teacher Shuemin, I've finally won against you once. Thinking this, Obito touched the bells, but just as he was about to grab them, bluffing Shuemin's entire figure abruptly vanished from his spot. The next moment, Shuemin half-squatted in front of a kunai not far away. Obito grabbed at nothing, and a strong sense of déjà vu washed over him. He instinctively turned his head and, sure enough, saw bluffing Shuemin's figure appear next to a flying Thunder God kunai. Obito couldn't help but feel frustrated. Wasn't this just a regular assessment? Using the Flying Thunder God technique is too much. Beside him, Rin and Kakashi were also taken aback. Just now, they saw Obito about to succeed and thought this assessment would end without incident. Unexpectedly, Teacher Shuemin's figure suddenly vanished in midair and appeared in another location. This definitely wasn't something that could be done with body flicker technique, so it must be the Flying Thunder God that Obito mentioned. The ability to appear beside an enemy at any time, attack at any moment, and retreat at any time is simply unstoppable. On the other side, bluffing Shuemin stood up slowly with the Flying Thunder God kunai in hand, looking at Obito with a hint of surprise. I have to say, Obito, your strength exceeds my expectations. You actually forced me to use the Flying Thunder God. In fact, being forced to use this technique means that all of you are qualified. After all, even a typical Jonin wouldn't be able to push me to use this technique. However, I'm now more curious about you. You seem stronger than Kakashi, so let's see how much real skill you have. With that, bluffing Shuemin's figure disappeared again, reappearing beside Obito. Obito smiled bitterly, without using the Sharingan. Even knowing Teacher Shumen's fighting style, he still found it hard to keep up. He could only barely turn to the side and struggle to dodge a punch. But that was already his limit, and the next punch was coming right after. Bang! Obito was hit directly, but his form turned into a wooden stump while his real body appeared in midair behind Buofeng Shuiman. Although he barely used the substitution technique at the last moment, the situation was still not optimistic, because Teacher Shuiman had already reacted and quickly turned to continue his assault. At this moment, he was suspended in midair, unable to change direction again. He could only quickly form hand seals with both hands. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Suddenly, a huge fireball shot out from his mouth, carrying scalding flames, heading towards the direction of Minato Namake's. Chapter 31. Qualified a jutsu like the Great Fireball wasn't much of a threat to a ninja like Minato Namake's. Obito's goal wasn't to hit him, but to delay his attack. Sure enough, a hint of surprise flashed in Minato's eyes, and he had to turn his body to dodge the massive fireball. The fireball crashed violently into the ground and exploded, creating a thick cloud of smoke. Obito took this opportunity to land safely. However, merely avoiding disaster wasn't enough. Obito understood that allowing Minato-sensei to gain the upper hand was very dangerous. Images of the Night of the Nine-Tails attack filled his mind, recalling how Minato-sensei had continuously displayed his skills. With that thought, he decided to take the initiative. He quickly pulled out a handful of shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and formed seals again. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Instantly, a large number of shuriken engulfed in flames shot rapidly towards Minato Namake's. This move wouldn't be very effective against tough ninjas, but it was just right to counter someone like Minato, who was agile and fragile. After dodging the Great Fireball, he had to continue avoiding the Phoenix Fire Jutsu. While dodging, Minato couldn't help but marvel. He never expected Obito to know so many fire-style techniques, and the timing and power of his jutsus were well executed. These weren't recorded in the Ninja Academy, indicating that Obito was more outstanding than he had imagined. Although he hadn't activated his Sharingan, he was already beyond the standard of a regular genin, even approaching the threshold of AJ Nin. After Obito's 2 consecutive jutsu created a delay, Kakashi adjusted himself. Facing a strong opponent like Minato, he dared not hold back. Lightning flickered around him as he unleashed his half-developed lightning cutter. Suddenly, a cacophony of thunder erupted, and Kakashi's speed surged as he charged towards Minato. Rin, also retreating steadily, seized the opportunity to throw shuriken around Minato, not to hit him, but to restrict his escape routes, creating an opportunity for Kakashi's advance. Seeing this, Obito couldn't help but smile. Having just unleashed 2 jutsu, he felt a significant drain on his chakra in his normal state without the 3-tomo Sharingan, but he still had enough chakra left to perform that technique. He didn't believe Minato-sensei would embarrass himself by using the Flying Thunder God technique again, so this time, he had prepared a special surprise. He formed hand seals once more. Fire style, Storm Dance. Immediately, Obito expelled a swirling fire dragon that grew larger as it headed towards Minato Namake's. Although this jutsu lacked the enhancement of KAMUI, it was still one of Obito's most proficient and aggressive techniques. Minato felt a strong sense of threat from this attack. With Kakashi charging, Rin's shuriken, and Obito's storm dance combined, Minato made the optimal choice. He abruptly stopped and changed direction. His figure, which had been moving left, suddenly halted and darted to the right, narrowly avoiding the storm dance. At that moment, he couldn't avoid being hit by one of Rin's shuriken. However, he remained calm and raised the Flying Thunder God kunai he had just picked up, swinging it forward. Clang! With a crisp sound, Rin's shuriken was sliced in half. He quickly turned his head to face the now-closed Kakashi. Kakashi's intention was clear. He reached for the bell at Minato's waist. After a series of dodges, Minato found himself in a situation where he couldn't change direction fast enough. The 3 worked together very skillfully, with almost no interruption in their attacks, making it very uncomfortable for him. He only managed to twist his waist at the last moment. Kakashi's hand nearly grazed the bell at his waist, and then he was propelled forward uncontrollably for a distance before stopping. Minato wiped the sweat from his forehead, having analyzed Kakashi's situation. Using lightning release for high-speed movement, Fortunately, this technique wasn't fully developed yet, and lacking sufficient dynamic vision hindered him from effectively observing the subtle movements of his attacking enemies, leading to a deviation in results. Nevertheless, at this age, such lightning release techniques were truly impressive for a genius. But in the end, he still managed to keep the bell and not embarrass himself in front of his subordinates. However, just as Minato thought he could relax, Obito, who had released his jutsu earlier, appeared at his side. Obito thought to himself, "Minato-sensei, you can't be distracted during battle. This is a lesson you taught me." Without hesitation, he reached again for the bell at Minato's waist. Minato couldn't help but smile wryly. He hadn't expected Obito to still be able to act after consecutively releasing 3 jutsu. This time, he had been careless. Instinctively, he wanted to use the Flying Thunder God again, but after considering it, he decided against it. If he used it once more, where would he put his pride? Whoosh! In the next moment, Obito had grabbed the 2 bells, snatching them away. Kakashi and Rin immediately showed expressions of joy. Obito lifted the bells, shook them, and looked at Minato, who no longer posed an attack stance. "Minato-sensei, have we qualified?" A smile appeared on Minato's face as he nodded. "To be honest, your performance exceeded my expectations. I declare that you are all qualified." "Yay!" Rin cheered, running back from a distance to grab Obito and Kakashi's hands. "From now on, we are official members of Team 7. Please take care of us." Obito felt Rin's happiness. Many times, Rin and Kakashi had matured significantly due to spending time with him. But only at this moment did he feel the liveliness of a girl. This feeling was quite nice. Obito squinted his eyes. Minato, full of smiles, said, "Since Team 7 is officially established, we must leave a memento. Let's go to the photo studio tomorrow morning for a photo. Remember not to be late." Rin nodded, then curiously asked, "So, Minato-sensei, what are we doing now?" Minato pondered for a moment. "After the assessment, it's time for a debrief. I'll analyze your shortcomings during battle and create a follow-up training plan. First, for teamwork. You performed excellently in this regard. Your cooperation even exceeded that of many teams that have been together for a long time. I have no further guidance on that. Next, for individual capabilities." Minato looked at Rin. "Rin, I heard you're learning medical ninjutsu. I will help you obtain some advanced medical ninjutsu scrolls. Just continue to enhance in that area. As the medical ninja in the team, you did a great job protecting yourself during the recent battle. Our team's configuration, aside from you, is a high mobility team. For regular missions, we can take the initiative to attack. Your task is to continue strengthening your self-preservation abilities. As long as you don't fall into danger, we can easily attack and retreat at any time, and after retreating, you can heal. The entire team's survival capability will be greatly assured." Rin nodded and said, "Don't worry, Minato-sensei. I understand my responsibilities and know that as a support, I will be the enemy's primary target in battle. I will protect myself well." Minato nodded and turned to Kakashi. Chapter 32. So-called Elite J-Nin Kakashi. "You truly are a genius. If it weren't for me, an ordinary J-Nin would definitely not be able to easily capture you. With a bit more training, you could even be promoted to a full J-Nin. However, the lightning release technique you just used has a significant drawback. Due to its excessive speed, you lack the corresponding dynamic vision, making it difficult for you to adjust yourself during the charge, which is very dangerous in battle. But I can clearly tell you that my speed is not slower than yours, and my vision may not be better than yours. Yet I can adjust myself at any time during my attacks to perform the most effective strikes. Do you know why?" Kakashi showed a thoughtful expression, recalling the recent battle, and uncertainly said, "Master Minato, during the battle just now, you hardly used your vision to observe but relied on your feelings." Minato nodded. "That's right. In many battles, you don't necessarily need to use your eyes to see. You can also perceive with your body. When you get used to sensing battles with your body, your reliance on vision will significantly decrease. This is the direction you should focus on in your training." Kakashi's eyes lit up. He had already realized the issue with the speed of Raikiri and how his vision couldn't keep up, and he had even discussed it with Obito, but he had never found an effective solution. Now, he suddenly understood. In fact, his father had once told him that sometimes you can fight without relying on sight, but rather on hearing. At that time, he didn't quite understand, but now he did. Kakashi nodded earnestly, Master Minato, I know how to train from now on. Obito, listening to Master Minato's guidance, also gained a lot of insight. In his previous life, Master Minato didn't explain these things when Team 7 was formed because at that time, Kakashi hadn't yet used Raikiri, right? It makes sense. Under the influence of his reincarnation, Kakashi consciously developed Raikiri earlier, so his progress was naturally much faster than in his previous life. In comparison, during his previous life when Raikiri was fully formed, they were already on the mission of the Kamui Bridge. He quickly gave his eyes to Kakashi to solve Kakashi's dynamic vision issue, so Kakashi's training direction was naturally different. Therefore, for speed-type ninjas without Sharingan, isn't it more about sensing with the body rather than relying on sight in battle? This might be Kakashi's correct training method. Obito couldn't help but ponder. While his Sharingan greatly helped Kakashi and even allowed him to gain a reputation as a copy ninja, it also, to some extent, limited Kakashi's development. While Obito was lost in thought, Minato looked over at him. Obito, your fire release techniques are quite good. They can densely cover the battlefield. And even if they can't inflict effective damage against powerful ninjas, they can create excellent opportunities for your teammates. Pairing with Kakashi is a perfect match. But Minato hesitated for a moment. Previously, after dodging my first attack, you used body flicker technique, and even earlier, you took the opportunity to grab the bell after I attacked, forcing me to use Flying Thunder God. Your timing was impeccable. Obito nodded, yes. I actually leaned towards close combat. With his intangibility, he doesn't rely heavily on ninjutsu when fighting strong opponents. Instead, he seeks opportunities to get close, absorbing enemy techniques or evading attacks, and exploiting their recovery time. In this lifetime, he naturally strengthened this foundation through training. Minato said seriously, although I don't know how you gained your battle experience, it's almost mature. If I were to use your abilities, I couldn't do better than you. So I can't guide you in this area. What you need now is a powerful ninjutsu that can maximize your talent for exploiting openings, giving your strength a decisive factor. In terms of ninjutsu, I have it. You just saw it. It's my space-time ninjutsu created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the Flying Thunder God technique. But not everyone can learn this technique. I have to apply for permission. If approved, I can teach it to you. With your recent mastery of the Shadow Clone technique, you have a 30% chance of learning it. Minato said this, and Rin couldn't help but interject, Master Minato, with Obito's abilities, is it really only a 30% chance? Minato chuckled wryly. Yes, only a 30% chance. The Flying Thunder God is a very complex technique. Even if Obito has a good foundation, it only meets part of the learning requirements. To master this technique, one needs to have a strong spatial perception ability. Otherwise, it's nearly impossible to apply it in actual combat. I'm not sure if Obito possesses that. Kakashi and Rin were taken aback and exchanged strange glances. Having witnessed Obito's peculiar space-time ninjutsu, how could he lack spatial perception ability? So, has Obito been preparing for these years to learn this technique? Rin suddenly became excited, so, Master Minato, if Obito learns this technique, how strong will he become? Minato smiled slightly. Obito, like Kakashi, has nearly reached the level of a Jonin. If he learns this technique, he will likely leap to become an elite Jonin, even among the elite Jonin. Elite Jonin, Rin and Kakashi exclaimed. Minato continued with a smile. Strictly speaking, there are only Genin, Chunin, Jonin, and our unique special Jonin in Konoha who have certain Jonin capabilities but have not yet been promoted to Jonin. However, there are also differences among Jonin. Those who have made a name for themselves in the ninja world and have their titles are no longer comparable to ordinary Jonin and can be called elite Jonin. Rin asked curiously, so what about the elite among the elite Jonin? Minato's gaze deepened. You all know about the Kage of the 5 great nations, right? They're usually held by the strongest ninja in the village, but even Kage has a day when they grow old or die. At that time, a new Kage must be chosen. So from which ninjas should the new Kage be selected? Kakashi was taken aback and then looked at Obito. So, Kage is chosen from the elite among the elite Jonin? Minato nodded. That's right. You can judge it like this. Generally, Jonin who have their titles can be called elite Jonin. If the title is strong enough, it can even be considered a legend. Then such elite Jonin would be the elite among the elite Jonin. For example, Minato said slowly, the legendary 3 of Konoha or the White Fang of Konoha. Minato smiled. When you hear such titles, you should be able to feel that they are different from ordinary jonin. Rin nodded. Such ninjas are almost like legendary ninjas. They don't seem that far from the Kage of a village, which is why she admires Lady Tsunade so much, as she is known as the strongest female ninja. Kakashi, on the other hand, looked hurt. How would he not know how strong his father was? He was even called the most likely candidate to succeed the fourth Hokage. Unfortunately. Chapter 33. Minato's misunderstanding. At this moment, Minato suddenly realized that Kakashi was the son of the White Fang. Seeing this, he awkwardly said, "Sorry, Kakashi. I didn't mean to bring up the White Fang." Kakashi shook his head. "It's all right, Master Minato. I won't always dwell on the sadness of the past. The fact that you can mention my father shows that he is a strong man, even you acknowledge. I should feel happy about that." Minato didn't expect Kakashi to be so open-minded and smiled. "Kakashi, your father was a true strong man. I believe you will also become as strong as he was. Actually, I'll tell you secretly, after hearing about your father, I have a lot of respect for him and don't think he did anything wrong." Kakashi suddenly felt a bit moved. Is this what Obito meant by the sun in everyone's eyes? Master Minato is indeed a good teacher. On the side, Rin noticed another point, her eyes sparkling. "Teacher Minato, you just said that if Obito learns the Flying Thunder God technique, he could become an elite Genin among the elite. Doesn't that mean he could be as powerful as the legendary three ninjas?" Minato hesitated. Perhaps not as strong. After all, the legendary three are veteran ninjas with extensive knowledge, and the gap in experience is not easily made up. However, the strength of a ninja cannot be measured so simply. There are various variables in ninja battles, such as intelligence and ability countermeasures, that can lead to different outcomes. Minato said slowly, "So the so-called elite among elite Genin, in my opinion, as long as one aspect is exceptionally outstanding, to the extent that it cannot be countered by ordinary means, that is enough. For example, I may not be as powerful as Jiraiya-sensei, but in terms of mobility, I'm better than him. In battle, if I can fully utilize this strength, even Jiraiya-sensei wouldn't be able to deal with me. And I might even have a chance to defeat him. So, why wouldn't that make me one of the elite among elite Genin? Obito is the same. If he learns the Flying Thunder God, he will have the strength to stand undefeated and even inflict damage against true strong opponents, which is enough to make him an elite among elite Genin." Rin nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. Although she knew Obito was strong enough to challenge the five Kage and could fight against the whole world by himself, many of his abilities relied on his eyes, and using them had serious side effects that Rin hoped he wouldn't have to use frequently. From Teacher Minato, she saw the possibility that Obito could be comparable to strong ninjas even without using his eyes. How could she not be hopeful? Kakashi, however, noticed another piece of information in Minato's words and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Minato, are you a disciple of Jiraiya-sama?" Minato nodded. "Yes, Jiraiya-sensei is my mentor. I've learned a lot from him, which has allowed me to grow to this height." Kakashi sincerely thanked him. "I see. Thank you, Teacher Minato. Your explanation today has given me a deeper understanding of what it takes to become Hokage." Minato suddenly felt a bit awkward and laughed. "Don't you all doubt the authenticity of my claim that I have the strength to defeat Jiraiya-sensei? After all, I don't have much fame right now." Obito smiled, but said nothing. It was a joke. In his eyes, Teacher Minato was much harder to deal with than Jiraiya-sama. Although the third great ninja war hadn't started yet, and Minato might not be as strong as he would be later, as Minato said. Once a ninja masters a technique that cannot be countered by others, they cannot be judged by common sense. The ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan's intangibility can't be countered, and he wouldn't fear the Rinnegan, which is even more advanced than the Mangekyō. Rin and Kakashi had no objections to this. They already knew that this future fourth Hokage was the shadow of a village, and it would be strange if he weren't strong. Seeing the expressions of trust from the three, Minato felt a bit moved. "I didn't expect my students to believe in me so much." Then he looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi, you're so interested in becoming Hokage, so are you also working toward that goal?" Kakashi denied. "No, I don't have a strong desire to become Hokage. I just suddenly remembered someone who shouted that he wanted to be Hokage when we were kids and wanted to judge the difficulty of him becoming Hokage." Obito scoffed. "Kakashi, Do you think I can't hear you? Minato smiled and looked at Obito. So, it's Obito who wants to become Hokage? That's a very good ambition. But I must remind you that being strong alone isn't enough to become Hokage. You also need the recognition of the entire village. Obito's expression suddenly became a bit dejected. Teacher Minato, wanting to become Hokage was indeed my dream when I was a child, but now, I've entrusted that dream to someone else. I no longer want to be Hokage. Minato was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, why? Obito revealed a hint of reminiscence. Maybe I don't deserve it. Maybe I've come to understand many things. Actually, becoming Hokage isn't a big deal. In any case, the person I entrusted my dream to is more qualified to be Hokage than I am. Minato grew more curious. Obito, although I don't know what happened that made you no longer want to become Hokage, the person you entrusted your dream to must be very important in your life, right? Obito looked at Minato, the figure of Naruto flashing in his mind, just as sunny and cheerful, with the same blonde hair and immense strength. Teacher Minato, he was very much like me when I was a child. We should have been rivals for a long time, and I was persuaded by him. But I'm sorry. Teacher Minato, I can't tell you who he is right now. I can only tell you that he is also someone very important in your life. Minato didn't expect Obito to give such an answer. Someone very important in my life? No. Could it be related to the guilt you feel about me? Obito nodded. Yes. His tragedy was caused by me, and that's the root of my guilt. In any case, I will gradually tell you the truth in the future, Teacher Minato. However, Minato suddenly thought of a possibility and furrowed his brow slightly. That person wouldn't have the surname Uzumaki, would he? Obito fell silent for a moment, which was considered a tacit agreement. This made Minato uneasy. A dream of becoming Hokage, the surname Uzumaki, someone very important in his life. I'm sorry, Obito. It seems you must clarify your words. If it is that person, I absolutely cannot let go of any information. Minato's expression became serious. Obito shook his head. Don't worry. Teacher Minato, the person I mentioned is not Big Sister Kushina. But just like my guilt towards you, my guilt towards Big Sister Kushina is even greater. However, I can't tell you the reasons for now. Chapter 34. The disappearance of the Senju clan. Kakashi and Rin shook their heads from the side, feeling that Obito had his own hardships. Rin couldn't help but say, Teacher Minato, don't worry. Obito hasn't done anything harmful to others yet, especially nothing harmful to Mother Kushina. It's just that his situation is a bit special, and he will explain it to you later. Minato finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it doesn't harm Kushina, he can understand the rest. Thinking this, he smiled. All right, since you guys aren't willing to tell me now, I won't press on. I originally thought I would need to introduce my fiancée, E, to you, but it seems that's not necessary. Then he suggested, how about we have dinner at my house? Kushina's cooking is quite good. This proposal was met with Rin's rejection. Teacher Minato, while I would love to try Mother-esque cooking, look at Obito. If he reacts like this seeing you, I'm afraid of how he will be seeing Mother. The worry in Rin's eyes was evident. Minato glanced at Obito and noticed he was shaking all over, so he could only sigh. I see. Then it's better to avoid having Kushina meet Obito for now. The dinner location was changed to outside. Today was the establishment of Team 7, and he would treat them to a nice meal. Really? Teacher Minato is amazing. Rin showed an expression of anticipation. Minato nodded. It's still early, so everyone could disperse for now. I just need to go to the Hokage office to apply for the permission to teach the Flying Thunder God technique. Let's meet outside the Hokage office at 6 in the evening. No one had any objections, and seeing this, Minato left without any hesitation. Once Minato left, Rin looked worriedly at Obito. Obito, didn't you say you were prepared? Why are you still like this? Obito breathed rapidly. I thought I could face it calmly, but when I really saw Teacher Minato, I realized I really should die. Rin didn't say anything more and just held Obito's hand. Obito, what should I do if you die? Obito said with tears in his eyes, Lin, I'm sorry. I owe too much to the Namikaze family. They could have been happy without me needing to do anything, as long as I didn't appear in their world. Lin said seriously, Obito, you don't need to do anything. Just be an excellent disciple, and that way, both the teacher and his wife will be proud of their successful disciple. Obito murmured, it's precisely because of this that my guilt has intensified. How can I deserve to make my master and his wife proud? Lin shook her head. Obito, I know you want to atone, but you mustn't rush. Since you've decided to bear everything and save the world, you need to be even calmer now. Otherwise, in the end, you might not accomplish anything and save no one. Lin's words gradually calmed Obito, and after a while, he returned to normal and smiled. Thank you, Lin. I really shouldn't wallow in self-pity because of what happened with Teacher Minato. Kakashi suddenly said, Obito, why didn't you inform Teacher Minato about everything right away? Just like you told us? Given Teacher Minato's character, I believe he would forgive you. Obito forced a smile. Kakashi, you're still so naive. Do you see what Teacher Minato did first? Kakashi glanced at the Hokage building, reporting to the Hokage, what's the problem? Obito's gaze flickered. I trust Teacher Minato, and I trust you, but I don't trust Hiruzen. With Teacher Minato's character, if I told him everything, he might just pass it on to the third Hokage unchanged. I don't know what measures the third Hokage would take after knowing everything. I'm not afraid for myself, but you're also informed parties. I'm afraid you might be implicated. For a moment, the three of them didn't know what to say. After a while, Lin looked at Kakashi and asked a question she had always wanted to ask. Kakashi, you're already a Chunin and should have obtained a lot of information. Is the third Hokage really, as Obito said, that kind of person? Kakashi's expression was complicated. The third Hokage doesn't feel that bad to me. But based on the information I've investigated, Obito's claims about the third Hokage do suggest he doesn't play a bright role. Lin's breath quickened. Even the disappearance of the Senju clan. Kakashi looked confused. I don't know. I really don't know. I only found out that the Senju clan indeed gave up their surname and integrated into the village. But some people, even if they gave up their surname, the villagers still remember them, and those people either died unexpectedly on the front lines during the Second Ninja World War or disappeared mysteriously. Lin suddenly slumped Kakashi. Obito once asked you if you believe this is a coincidence. Now, what's your answer? Kakashi forced a smile. Lin, Obito asked you the same thing. So what do you believe? The two fell into silence. Seeing this, Obito comforted them. All right, I believe this is a coincidence. If it's not a coincidence, then it's Danzo's doing. Danzo? Kakashi's eyes flickered wildly. The roots of Konoha hold great power and are very unreasonable. Many people actually hate this organization because many have been persecuted, and that's what I found in my research. Lin didn't understand. Why does Konoha have such an organization? Kakashi replied, perhaps, as Obito said, things are not simply black and white. Konoha needs darkness as much as it has light. But at least, I really have no burden in taking action against Danzo now. He has indeed done a lot of disgusting things. Obito said seriously, all right, I've already arranged for Danzo's downfall. He won't live for many more years. Compared to Danzo, my plans are about to begin. What plans? The two couldn't help but ask. Obito whispered, the Hashirama cell transplantation plan. If possible, I want to arrange one for you as well, but unfortunately, Hashirama cells are very domineering. Without Uchiha blood or the Sharingan, they might not be able to be suppressed. The two nodded, not very surprised. Over the years, Obito had gradually revealed a lot of information, and they were aware that Hashirama cells could solve the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Obito, be careful. We actually don't need to be in such a hurry. Lin reminded him. Obito became serious. We can't afford to be slow. The person behind my fall in my past life is a hidden danger. Before transplanting Hashirama cells, I don't even want you to know his name, but after the transplant, I can tell you everything. Kakashi nodded. So he has powerful strength, and you need to use the Mangekyō to deal with him. With Hashirama cells, you can use the Mangekyō without worry, and he won't be as dangerous? Obito replied. That's right. Of course, he may not be very strong, but he is indeed very dangerous and must be guarded against. Kakashi stopped persuading him, but Lin asked Obito, when does his plan start? Obito looked at the sky and already had a plan in mind. There's no time like the present. We'll implement it tonight. Chapter 35. Is it just that the house is built solidly? Are we starting tonight? Although Obito, you are very anxious. Isn't this a bit too rushed? Lin was very uneasy. Obito held Lin's small hand as always, squeezing it tightly to comfort her. Lin, there won't be any accidents. After all, I still want to create a world where everyone can live happily. Before achieving that goal, I won't joke about my own safety. Lin then felt reassured with Obito's words. She had confidence. She smiled slightly. If that's the case, then Obito, I believe you and support you. Obito nodded and said seriously, Lin, actually, my plan is very simple. To reach a cooperation with those who possess Hashirama cells. He turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, do you know why I asked you to pay attention to the disappearance of the Senju clan? Kakashi was taken aback and hesitantly said, wasn't it to help me see through the true nature of the third Hokage's intentions? Obito nodded. That's not wrong. But there's another purpose, to determine how far along that experiment is now. Experiment? Lin and Kakashi looked confused. Obito slowly said, as I mentioned before, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was only one step away from the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. He is the true god of ninja. He was so strong that he could easily quell wars and establish a peaceful ninja village. His strength was such that no other Senju clan members possessed such power besides him. So, after his death, his body was reclaimed by Konoha. In order to understand why he was so strong and to replicate another ninja god, various experiments regarding Hashirama cells were conducted. Isn't this desecrating the dead? Lin felt a bit uncomfortable. Obito's tone was sarcastic. Many people will do anything to gain power. Don't talk about desecrating the dead. Even living people can be dissected. Moreover, the one who initially decided to study the first Hokage cells was none other than the first Hokage's younger brother, our second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Lin's mouth opened slightly. She didn't expect that the one who committed such a desecrating act was actually the younger brother of Lord Hashirama, and also the previous Hokage of Konoha. For a moment, Lin didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already furrowed his brows tightly. So those experiments haven't stopped? Obito chuckled, of course not. How weak is Konoha right now? The weaker they are, the more they want to enhance their strength through external forces. Kakashi completely lost his composure. So, those missing Senju clan members participated in these experiments? What happened to them later? Obito's gaze was deep. They probably died. What? All of them? Obito, do you know how many people I found missing? Are you joking? Obito chuckled. Hashirama cells aren't that easy to transplant. Most people, if they cannot suppress the wood-release chakra contained in the cells of Hashirama, will instantly turn into a tree. It's not entirely accurate to say they all died. One person survived and successfully mastered the power of wood release. That person is about the same age as you and me, named Tens, who later changed his name to Yamato. Only one person survived? Kakashi's expression turned pale. An experiment that killed at least hundreds of people, all of whom were villagers from Konoha. Why hasn't this experiment been stopped? Obito thought for a moment. Actually, on the surface, it should be about to stop or has already stopped. Of course, secretly, if there are results, Danzo would only become more insane. After all, the war is about to start, and there are plenty of people. Kakashi took a deep breath, his eyes filled with killing intent. Obito, I'm really starting to want to kill Danzo. Konoha truly is, as you said. Under the light, there is only darkness. At this moment, Rin, who was beside them, looked worried. Obito, who didn't tell me before that so many people would die from transplanting Hashirama cells. Even so, do you still want to transplant them? Obito smiled. I said before that the Sharingan can suppress Hashirama cells. In my previous life, half of my body was crushed, and I survived thanks to Hashirama cells. So, for others, Hashirama cells might be a deadly poison, but for me, they are a lifesaver. Rin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Obito looked at Kakashi. Actually, Kakashi, I don't think the pure wood release experiment is too excessive. After all, this experiment was approved by the third Hokage. With him involved, Danzo wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Most of the Senju clan members participating in the experiment volunteered. They offered their lives to strengthen the village. Kakashi sighed bitterly. But that's hundreds of lives. Perhaps there are even more behind the scenes. Obito patted Kakashi's shoulder. After all, you haven't been on the battlefield. Although you must have killed quite a few people during missions in recent years, you still haven't experienced the cruelty of war. That's true hell. Don't say hundreds of people, even tens of thousands can be like grass, reaped at any moment. So, if sacrificing a few hundred lives can protect the village, perhaps it's not such a great price. Kakashi was stunned, murmuring, "Is that so?" At this moment, Kakashi suddenly began to understand why Obito was so obsessed with peace. Meanwhile, Rin curiously asked, Obito, you just said one test subject survived and mastered the wood release power. Could he become the second god of shinobi? Obito couldn't help but laugh. It's not that simple. I also transplanted Hashirama's cells in my previous life and mastered wood release. But in high-level situations, the role it played can't be said to be non-existent, but it's really minimal. It's never the wood release bloodline that is strong. But Hashirama Senju himself. The situation is the same for that surviving Yamato. The wood release ninjutsu he mastered is nowhere near as powerful as Hashirama Senju's. However, he can use wood release to instantly construct a sturdy house, which is an essential ninjutsu for home and travel. Perhaps in this aspect, Hashirama Isnt is good. Rin couldn't help but chuckle. Obito, then after you transplant Hashirama's cells, you should learn this trick too. Kakashi showed a helpless expression and sighed heavily. So, the price of so many deaths was just for sturdier houses? Chapter 36, Permission to Teach Flying Thunder Gods. Seeing this, Obito couldn't help but interrupt. Alright Kakashi, stop lamenting. In any case, Konoha has Hashirama cells and experimental data. I just need to cooperate with the relevant person in charge to obtain them. Kakashi's expression turned serious. So Obito, are you going to cooperate with Danzo? Obito thought for a moment. It's also a fallback plan, but it's not needed for now, as there are others involved in this experiment. Kakashi asked, Who? Obito looked at the curious pair and slowly revealed a name. Orochimaru. What? Although they knew that Obito's information was monumental, they didn't expect that one of the legendary three of Konoha, Orochimaru, was also involved in this wood release experiment. Obito continued. In fact, Orochimaru not only participated, but was also the primary test subject. Without his help, Danzo probably wouldn't even have a single successful case. Kakashi smiled bitterly. So, Obito, are you planning to collaborate with Lord Orochimaru? Obito nodded. He is the most suitable. As long as I can present something that interests him, he might give me everything I want. Rin felt a bit disappointed. I didn't expect even Lord Orochimaru to be that kind of person. I hope Lady Tsunade won't be like that. Obito looked at Rin. Rin, actually, Orochimaru is a very pure person. It's not appropriate to judge him simply as good or evil. I only realized this after I died and went to the underworld. As for Lady Tsunade, Obito smiled. She's a truly good person. Rin then shed the strong sense of insecurity she had just felt. After a while, Obito discussed his plans with the two a bit more, and then, seeing that it was still early, the three began to train in the training field. At this time, on the other side, in the Hokage building, Minato Namikaze reported the situation of Team 7 to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen was surprised. What? You mean Obito and Kakashi are already close to becoming Jonin, and Rin also has the strength of Chunin? Minato nodded. That's right, they are all outstanding. Far exceeding my expectations, especially Obito. His fundamentals are very solid, making me seem my former shadow. Though he hasn't awakened the Sharingan, I believe he has the potential to learn that technique. Hiruzen's eyes sparkled. You mean Flying Thunder God? Obito, surprisingly, has the potential to learn Flying Thunder God? Minato said seriously. Therefore, I earnestly request Lord Third Hokage to allow me to attempt to teach the Flying Thunder God technique. I also want to let Rin and Kakashi try it. Hiruzen's expression shifted from joy to worry. Rin and Kakashi wanting to learn this technique is not a problem. But Obito happens to be Uchiha. Minato noticed the Third's concern and smiled. Lord Third, Obito is different from other Uchihas I've met. He's a good kid. I've also reviewed the documents you provided. He has helped nearly all the elders in the village. The Third picked up his pipe and took a deep puff, considering for a moment, then murmured, Obito, huh? He truly is different. He's an Uchiha with a will of fire. After a fierce internal struggle, the Third finally made a decision. Minato, from now on, regarding the Flying Thunder God matter, you can decide for yourself without needing to ask me. Minato smiled. Then I won't disturb you any longer, Lord Third. After saying that, he was about to take his leave when suddenly, Hiruzen called him back. Wait, Minato. How is your recent progress with Kushina? Minato was taken aback, then smiled. We are already engaged and will likely get married soon. The Third breathed a sigh of relief, then hesitated for a moment before speaking. Minato, you know Kushina is the host of the Nine Tails, an important combat force for the village. if the battle escalates. The third's words were interrupted by Minato, who was filled with determination and confidence on his face. Hokage-sama, don't worry, it won't come to that day. If it really does, I'm confident that I can end the war by myself. Hiruzen revealed a faint smile. Is that so? Then Minato, you need to work hard. This war might also be an opportunity. Minato was stunned. Being a clever person, he suddenly realized that the third's words seemed to have deeper meaning. However, he couldn't quite grasp what it was for now, so he could only say, I will do my best. All right, you can leave now. The third waved his hand. Minato responded and disappeared in an instant. Once Minato left, the third stood up, unconsciously walking to the window, murmuring to himself, Minato, I hope you can seize this opportunity. Then he sighed, remembering his disciple, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you've gotten too close to Danzo. I clearly called off the experiments, but on your side training ground. Kakashi and Obito were in yet another round of combat. Since Obito activated his Sharingan and used intangibility, Kakashi had no chance and was defeated once again. Kakashi was about to lose his composure. You're just playing dirty. Why didn't you use that move in front of Sensei Minato earlier? Obito laughed. Kakashi, enemies 1T play fair with you. Just now in front of Sensei Minato, I simply didn't want to reveal my Sharingan too early. Otherwise, having these eyes would raise suspicions among the higher-ups. Kakashi still felt unconvinced. If his vocabulary hadn't been lacking, he would have blurted out intangible long ago. Seeing the look in Kakashi's eyes, Obito guessed what he was thinking. I've told you many times, intangibility can be countered. If you seize the moment I attack, I can't dodge it either. Kakashi, in war, we will encounter all sorts of tricky opponents. Fighting against me will help you prepare for various situations in the future. Kakashi thought about it and found some truth in it. Obito had mentioned that Sensei Minato once analyzed the flaw in intangibility in an instant and exploited it during their next clash. If Minato could do it, then why couldn't he? However, glancing at the sky, Kakashi said, let us fight again next time. We should gather at the Hokage building first. It's getting late. Nearby, Rin, who was practicing chakra control, also stood up, her eyes filled with anticipation. Kakashi was right. She was already looking forward to a big meal. Obito naturally wouldn't oppose Rin's opinion. Then let us go eat first. After we're full, I have things to do tonight. And so, the three of them left the training ground together and enjoyed a lovely meal with Minato. Chapter 37. Orochimaru's Deception at Night. In a secret laboratory in Konoha. The surroundings were dark and silent, contrasting sharply with the bright lights of the bustling district not far away. A figure dressed in a white robe with pale skin emerged from a lab. If any Konoha ninja were present, they would recognize that it was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. At this moment, Orochimaru was not feeling particularly good. The development of the immortality technique faced one challenge after another, and the recent collaboration with Danzo on the wood release experiment had to be halted due to the intervention of Sarutobi Sensei, forcing him to retreat into the shadows. As he walked and pondered, he realized that to break free from death and achieve immortality, he would have to explore that forbidden technique. The technique developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, which could, in a sense, revive the dead. Such a technique would surely provide him with much insight, but it was strictly prohibited by Sarutobi Sensei. Once he started, there might be no turning back. Had he really made up his mind? Just as Orochimaru was uncertain, suddenly, the space around him twisted, and a figure abruptly appeared before him. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. This was a space-time ninjutsu. Without the flying thunder god mark and without any external aid, it was an extremely advanced space-time ninjutsu. Orochimaru immediately became vigilant, narrowing his slit-like pupils as he stared intently at the mysterious figure. The newcomer had long hair, wore a dark brown cloak that covered his entire body, and a white mask on his face, exuding a chilling and ominous aura. This aura was both mysterious and ancient, accompanied by a sense of danger that suddenly excited Orochimaru. Are you here specifically to find me? Orochimaru let out a strange, eerie laugh. My laboratory is quite hidden. To find me is quite impressive. I wonder who you are. Revealing yourself like this? The masked figure slowly spoke, his voice filled with an indescribable weariness. You don't need to know who I am. I'm just a forgotten soul of the ninja world. However, you possess something I am interested in, and I wish to make a deal with you. A deal, you say? Let me guess. Orochimaru smirked coldly. Is it the cells of Hashirama Senju that interest you? Were you from the same era as Lord Hashirama? The masked man's voice showed no emotion. No need to guess. I can tell you that my era is even older than Hashirama's. All traces of my existence should have vanished by now. If Hashirama were to discuss lineage with me, he might have to call me grandfather. Is that so? This is getting more interesting. Orochimaru's eyes held a mix of suspicion and curiosity. I do have Hashirama's cells, but why should I give them to you? You seem to have ulterior motives, sneaking into Konoha at night. Should I not keep you here and question your origins? After speaking, Orochimaru licked his lips, and in the next moment, he launched an attack without warning. His arms transformed into a swarm of white snakes, unexpectedly lunging towards the masked man. This was a ninjutsu Orochimaru had developed, the hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru didn't expect to defeat the strong opponent who mastered advanced space-time ninjutsu with this move. He was merely testing the waters. He was curious how the other party would respond. However, to Orochimaru's disappointment, the figure stood still, unmoving, even speaking. Such a test is meaningless to me, Junior. As the masked man spoke, the attack of the hidden shadow snake hand arrived. But Orochimaru felt as if he were striking at an illusion. After several attempts, his white snakes simply passed through the figure. This figure stood before him. It seemed to not exist. Was it a shadow clone or an illusion? Was this figure just a fake? Orochimaru pondered. At that moment, the illusory figure moved, grabbing one of his white snakes that he was unable to retract in time. No, it's not an illusion. Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply. This person was actually real. This ability was something Orochimaru had never seen before, and he found it quite troublesome. It seemed he was indeed facing a senior. He had acted a bit presumptuously earlier. Orochimaru quickly acknowledged his rudeness, as he was mainly curious about the masked man. The masked man shrugged. You juniors, I've said it before, I'm just a forgotten soul. Because I've been forgotten, the world in my eyes can be real or illusory. Reality and illusion are merely a thought away from me. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Orochimaru's forehead. He didn't believe the man's words. If he were truly that powerful, what difference would it make from a god? Why would he need to come to find him? Yet, the man's abilities were indeed very peculiar. Then, senior, let us have a proper discussion about the deal. What can you offer that interests me? The masked man seemed to be in deep thought, making a gesture as if contemplating. After a moment, he seemed to come up with an idea. So, what are you interested in? Why don't you say it, in case I happen to have it? Orochimaru licked his lips. Really? I'm very interested in you. Senior, if what you say is true, you must have lived for over 100 years. The masked man feigned reproach. Asking an old man's age is not a polite thing to do. However, Junior, are you interested in longevity? I can fulfill that for you. Orochimaru chuckled. Rather than being interested in longevity, I'm more interested in immortality. If you can satisfy me, I wouldn't mind giving you Hashirama's cells. The masked man shook his head. Junior, it seems you've misunderstood something. The Hashirama cells, I can take them myself. I assure you, you can't stop me. Orochimaru felt a chill run down his spine. He could discern that the man wasn't lying, but was merely stating a fact. Senior, you're indeed confident. So what else do you want? Knowledge. The most valuable thing is the knowledge in your mind, especially regarding Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru was unexpectedly calm. It's just some knowledge. If you can exchange it for the same kind of knowledge, I would be very willing. The masked man once again made a contemplative gesture. I do have quite a bit of knowledge about immortality. The masked man extended a finger. First in Takigakure, there is a secret technique called the Dainyu, which can steal the hearts of others and use them for oneself. A person can have up to 5 of these hearts. And theoretically, as long as 5 hearts are still alive, the person will not die. These hearts can be exchanged. If one loses its vitality, you can just replace it with a more vibrant one. Suddenly, a light flashed in Orochimaru's mind, and he couldn't help but repeat the masked man's last sentence. If it can be replaced when it loses vitality, what about the body? As the body ages, can it be replaced with a more vibrant one? Chapter 38. Rin was sleeping right next to him. Orochimaru suddenly felt that he had found a direction for his immortality technique. He licked his lips and chuckled. Senior, I know a bit about the bounty hunter Kakuzu from Takigakure. He's not someone to be trifled with. The masked man chuckled. That's your business now. The information I told you is all genuine. Orochimaru was filled with curiosity. You mentioned before that you know more than one way to achieve immortality. The masked man laughed lightly. You really are a greedy junior. Very well. The masked man extended a second finger. Have you heard of the puppet technique from Sunagakure? Orochimaru was taken aback, then grinned ominously. Can the puppet technique also achieve immortality? The masked man replied. Of course, the puppet technique can turn living people into puppets. This technique is called human puppet technique, and the highest realm of this technique is to turn oneself into a puppet. You understand what I mean, right? Orochimaru could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth that were rising. I understand. Turning oneself into a puppet avoids aging. Senior, you truly are someone who has lived for a long time. Just a few words have given me great inspiration. But is there more? Hey, Junior, don't be too greedy. Do I look like someone who would share knowledge for free? The masked man pointed at himself. Orochimaru showed a knowing expression, took out 2 scrolls from his pocket, and tossed them over. Senior, one scroll contains Hashirama cells, and the other contains some incomplete materials on wood release experiments. The masked man took the scrolls and casually tucked them into his robe. I believe you. Just as I haven't deceived you, you don't need to deceive me either. After all, deceiving me would come at a great cost. The masked man slowly extended a third finger. What do you think about animals compared to plants? Orochimaru exclaimed. Interesting. Very interesting. The lifespan of animals is insignificant compared to some plants. The masked man said slowly, I know a technique that can transform a person into a certain plant body. This is quite similar to your research on wood release. And someone has already succeeded in the transformation. I have one ready. Orochimaru was no longer calm. Licking his lips, if you can really give me such a plant body for experimentation, I will provide all the data on the wood release experiments. The masked man nodded. The next time I will bring the materials you need. I hope you are ready with the data I want. After saying that, the masked man raised his hand and swiped in front of himself. His figure disappeared as if he had wiped it away himself. Orochimaru quietly watched this scene, revealing a thoughtful expression. He suddenly felt that succeeding the 4th Hokage was no longer an important matter. Perhaps it didn't matter to give it up like this. At Obito's home, the masked man's figure slowly appeared, and he took off his mask. Under the mask was the grown-up appearance of Obito. Bang! The transformation technique's effect disappeared. Obito returned to his original form. Not far away, Rin was sitting on a stool in the living room. Hearing the commotion, she immediately stood up and ran over. Obito, are you all right? Rin pulled out a snow-white handkerchief and wiped the blood and tears from Obito's face. Obito took out 2 scrolls from Orochimaru and smiled. I have obtained Hashirama's cells, including some research materials. Thank you, Rin, for waiting for me to come back so late. Because Rin was very worried about Obito's actions today, she came to his house specifically to wait for him. In case something unexpected happened, she could assist and take care of him. Rin's face turned red. It's good that you succeeded. Then I won't disturb you. See you tomorrow. But Obito grabbed Rin's hand. Rin, it's too late. I can't let you go home alone. Rin turned to look at Obito, smiling. It's fine, if it really doesn't work. Why don't you take me back? Obito lowered his head, feeling very guilty. His face couldn't help but turn red as he quietly said, Rin, why don't you stay at my house for one night? We can go take pictures together tomorrow. Rin looked at Obito gently. Obito, that's not okay. My parents will worry. Obito immediately felt a bit disappointed. Is that so? Then I will take you home. Rin nodded and walked towards the door, just as Obito instinctively wanted to follow. Rin crossed her arms behind her back, turned her head, and smiled. Actually, I was worried about you having an accident, so I already told my parents that I might not come home tonight. Obito's eyes instantly brightened, and his breathing became rapid. So, Rin, you can really stay here? Rin thought for a moment, her tone slightly shy. Then I will stay here, but Obito, you must not have any bad thoughts, otherwise. Rin raised her small fist. Obito immediately scratched his head, feeling awkward. What bad thoughts could I have? Ha ha! Rin, I will prepare a sleeping mat for you. It's the one my grandma left behind. Obito quickly took out the sleeping mat from the cupboard, set it up, and placed it right next to his. Seeing this, Rin couldn't help but say, Obito, although I often sleep like this with my parents at home, and I said I would watch over you for a lifetime, but this is too. Rin stopped here because she saw Obito holding the mat that belonged to his grandma, revealing a look of sadness. Obito softly said, Rin, stay with me just this once. Since the KAMUI Bridge mission, I have been spending the night alone for years. I can't even remember how many. Rin's heart suddenly softened. Obito, you succeeded this time. Don't think I don't know you're pretending to be pitiful, but just this once. Obito's expression instantly changed from sadness to joy. That's great, Rin. Rin showed a knowing expression. I knew it. But she didn't say anything more because what Obito said was also a fact. Sighing, she walked in front of the sleeping mat and crawled in. Seeing this, Obito quickly turned off the light and crawled into his own sleeping mat. The distance between them was just a small gap, and Obito could even hear Rin's slightly nervous breathing. Obito comforted her. Rin, don't worry. Being able to have you accompany me like this is already the greatest gift to me. I don't deserve to enjoy everything. This is enough. Rin indeed calmed down. After a moment of silence, she suddenly turned her head and looked directly at Obito. Obito, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just get a good night's sleep. The two of them looked at each other like this, without saying another word. They didn't know when, but they both closed their eyes. The next day, at the photo studio, Kakashi and Minato were waiting there. The owner of the photo studio was already getting very impatient. Really, how long do we have to wait? Minato showed an awkward expression. Sorry, they will be here soon. Nearby, Kakashi coolly crossed his arms. It's one thing for that guy Obito to be late, but why is Rin? Suddenly, Kakashi seemed to think of something. Could it be that something unexpected happened last night? But if there was an accident, as agreed, Rin would come to find him. Her not coming meant everything went smoothly. What else could it be? Lin seemed to have gone to wait for Obito, and Kakashi, who had just maintained a cool expression, suddenly couldn't hold it anymore as he thought of a certain possibility. He rolled his dead fish eyes upward. No way, no way. They're only 9 years old. Chapter 39. The Flying Thunder God Technique. At that moment, two hurried figures appeared in the distance of the photo studio. It was Lin and Obito. The two rushed into the photo studio, and Lin gave Obito a slightly reproachful glance before putting her hands together and saying, Sorry, Teacher Minato, we're late. Obito stepped forward, scratching the back of his head. I'm sorry, Teacher Minato. I overslept and forgot to set my alarm. Minato watched their synchronized behavior and began to wildly speculate. You two didn't spend the night together, did you? Lin's face turned red, due to special circumstances. I did indeed stay over at Obito's house for a night. Lin was originally a very punctual person, but for some reason last night, after Obito fell asleep, she couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Listening to Obito's steady breathing, her mind was in a jumble, and by the time she finally fell asleep, it was already very late, which was why she overslept this morning, just like Obito. Obito's face also turned slightly red. Lin really did stay at my house for a night. It's all my fault, Teacher Minato. Otherwise, Lin definitely wouldn't be late. Minato shook his head, showing a helpless expression. Although the ninja code didn't prohibit dating, and he and Kushina had been together since they were very young. Wasn't it a bit too early to cohabit at 9 years old? At this age, they hadn't even fully matured yet. Minato advised, You're still young. You need to understand restraint and self-control. You can't be too indulgent. Lin's face turned even redder, completely flushed. As a medical ninja, she had learned a lot about physiological knowledge, so she naturally understood what Minato meant and immediately stammered, We really didn't do anything. We just had a normal sleep. At this moment, Kakashi leaned in suspiciously. Really? Obito isn't exactly a gentleman. Lin, you must not let him take advantage of you. Lin almost transformed into a little princess from the Hyuga family who had yet to be born, her whole body steaming. Obito, however, was very displeased. Hey Kakashi, what are you thinking? How could I take advantage of Lin? Kakashi spread his hands. You never know. The two seemed to be on the verge of arguing again. And at this moment, the photo studio owner's expression was getting worse and worse as he shouted angrily, Are you going to take the photo or not? If not, get out. Minato quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Then he looked at the few small ones. Team 7, quickly gather in front of me. We're going to take a photo. Only then did Obito snort and pull Lin to stand in front of Minato, while Kakashi rarely showed a barely noticeable smile and joined in. Thus, the few of them gathered together, posed, and took the first photo after the establishment of Team 7. And under the urging of the photo studio owner, they fled in a hurry. The next few days were a peaceful training period. The newly formed team needed to take on a lot of low-level missions, but because Obito had good relations in the village, with the help of various grandpas and grandmas, they could easily complete ordinary tasks like finding lost cats and dogs. This saved the team a lot of training time, since Obito had already told Lin and Kakashi about treading water and climbing trees. Everyone was doing well at this point. They all began their respective advanced training. Lin trained in the advanced medical ninjutsu healing technique she had obtained from Minato, while Kakashi, at Minato's request, blindfolded himself and relied solely on his sensory abilities to dodge attacks and fight. As for Obito, he finally obtained the training method for the Flying Thunder God technique. Unlike in his past life, where he could never get the hang of it, in this life, he mastered how to use his chakra to mark the Flying Thunder God mark and how to reverse summon through the mark in less than half a month. These two steps had also been practiced by Lin and Kakashi at first, but they soon found the difficulty too great. Even if they managed to complete it in the end, it took too long, making it impractical for actual combat, so they temporarily gave up. Only Obito persisted and didn't fall behind in the third step, and his progress speed was praised even by Minato. Obito, you're doing very well. The time it took you to complete the first two steps was not much different from mine. But Minato's expression turned serious. The hardest part of the Flying Thunder God isn't the first two steps, it's the third step. Minato took out a Flying Thunder God kunai and continued to explain, at close range, you can easily sense the Flying Thunder God mark you placed. And you can also reverse summon through the mark, but what if the distance is far? What if it's even moving? Like this. Whoosh. Minato threw his Flying Thunder God kunai, which flew at high speed and finally struck a big tree in the distance. Obito pondered. Indeed, at a close distance and in a stationary position, using the Flying Thunder God mark for reverse summoning isn't difficult. With diligent practice, it can always be done, just like the body replacement technique. However, once the Flying Thunder God mark starts moving, especially when it moves far away, the difficulty of reverse summoning instantly shifts from simple to hellish, because all the textbook knowledge becomes meaningless. Only by truly feeling the mark and keeping it within your perception at all times can you succeed. Minato continued, Obito, you've noticed, right? Once the Flying Thunder God mark starts moving and even gets far away, trying to sense and control it isn't easy. I spent a whole year to master this step, so I hope you're mentally prepared. Obito nodded and sighed. To me, the first two steps were already very difficult. I thought it was excellent that I mastered it in half a month. I didn't expect Teacher Minato to take even less time than I did. But this third step, Obito also took out a specially made kunai, marked it with his own mark, and threw it far away. He closed his eyes and began to sense. Minato shook his head slightly. Don't be in such a hurry. Jumping straight to this step is still too difficult. Let us start with a 5-meter range for sensing and then try to extend it little by little. However, before Minato could finish speaking, Obito opened his eyes. Teacher Minato, I can clearly sense the mark I threw out, both during its flight and now that it has stopped in the distance. If I complete the reverse summoning, can I teleport there? It's normal not to sense it. Don't rush, Minato instinctively comforted, but immediately he was shocked. What? Obito, you say you can clearly sense the mark's existence? You're not joking? Minato turned to look at the kunai Obito had thrown, which was stuck in a tree even farther away than where he had thrown it. If you can truly sense it, you could try using reverse summoning. But because it's so far away, unless your spatial talent is exceptionally good, I still suggest taking it step by step. After all, you can't expect to become an expert overnight. But before Minato could finish, Obito's figure had already disappeared, reappearing at the spot where he had just thrown the kunai. In an instant, Minato widened his eyes. The step he thought was the hardest, which even he needed a year to master, seemed as easy as eating and drinking to Obito. Chapter 40. Kakashi keeps throwing things into the Kamui space. Obito slowly pulled out the specially made kunai that teacher Minato had prepared for him. In fact, after completing the first two steps, he felt he was not far from mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. The final step of the Flying Thunder God was very similar to his Kamui, both involving sensing space and moving to the corresponding location. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God required a physical mark to serve as a bridge, while his Kamui skipped this step entirely. Essentially, Kamui is supposed to surpass the Flying Thunder God, being a more advanced space-time ninjutsu than the Flying Thunder God. This point has even been acknowledged by Master Minato. Therefore, what seems to be the most difficult step for Minato is actually a capability that Obito has used countless times in his past life. Naturally as simple as eating or drinking. Obito is even contemplating whether he can skip the step of having to mark with the Flying Thunder God and directly teleport like Kamui. However, this is not so easily achievable. Both the second Hokage and Master Minato were geniuses, yet they could not realize it in the end. He wants to continue developing, and may need Kamui's help, so does he need to catch a white Zetsu and exchange it with Orochimaru quickly? Only after implanting Hashirama cells can he use his eyes without any concerns, making many things more convenient. Just as Obito is pondering, Minato can't help but laugh. Obito, I originally thought it would take you years to learn the Flying Thunder God, but your talent is even more terrifying than I imagined. I thought the hardest step was the one you instantly surpassed. Mastering the Flying Thunder God at 9 years old. Even the second Hokage would find it unbelievable. Next comes practical application. I will train you specifically until you are proficient, but that's a matter for later. Team 7 assemble, Minato shouted. Nearby, Kakashi and Rin, who were training, gathered around. Rin asked with concern, Master Minato, how is your training with Obito going? Did you encounter problems in the third stage? Kakashi also showed a curious expression. He deeply understood the difficulty of learning the Flying Thunder God and wondered how much Obito could learn. Minato sighed with a wry smile. Maybe, perhaps, Obito has already fully learned the Flying Thunder God. What? Rin and Kakashi exchanged incredulous glances, their faces filled with disbelief. He learned it just like that? Kakashi felt as if he were in a dream. Everything seemed so unreal. Seeing their reactions, Minato could only laugh. Rin, Kakashi. I don't believe it either. I feel like I'm dreaming, but the fact is I was just as shocked as you are. But since Obito has learned the Flying Thunder God, it's time for us to take a step further. Step further? Rin and Kakashi were taken aback, and then they realized something. Even Rin's breathing became rapid. Master Minato, are you saying we can undertake higher-level missions? They have been doing the most ordinary low-level missions lately, which have become quite boring. Both Rin and Kakashi wanted to progress. Minato nodded. Exactly. The number of high-level missions we've accumulated has met the standard. We can apply to the Hokage for higher-level missions. I will report to the Hokage soon, and starting tomorrow, our mission level will be raised. Is that so? Kakashi perked up a little. He could finally return to his usual mission level. Then, Obito, Rin, and Kakashi, you can disperse for today. Adjust your moods. Many high-level missions require leaving the village, and some even involve traveling through mountains and rivers. Once we leave the village, it could be 10 days or half a month. Be sure to prepare for this aspect. Minato reminded them seriously. Everyone nodded, and Minato then vanished in an instant. Once Minato left, Rin and Kakashi looked at Obito. Obito felt a bit bewildered. Why are you all looking at me like that? Rin asked. Obito, you've been traveling in the ninja world for over 10 years, right? You should have plenty of experience in this regard. Obito recalled his past life and smiled bitterly. In my previous life, I was solely focused on realizing the Eye of the Moon plan, mostly sleeping in hidden caves, without even preparing a bed. I just collapsed and slept. I do have experience with roughing it, but that doesn't seem appropriate for our team, does it? Rin's eyes showed a hint of sadness. That was a long time ago. Obito, you really had it tough. This life shouldn't be like that. At least we can bring a bed or something to sleep in Kamui's space. It's so safe there. And we don't have to worry about being taken away by wild animals while we sleep. Obito laughed, then looked at Kakashi somewhat oddly. This should be something to ask Kakashi about. He has been throwing things around in Kamui's space lately, like severed limbs, explosive tags. And kunai. I'm afraid of being blown up while sleeping in there. Rin chuckled. as she understood from Obito's explanation of the dual Kamui's ability that Kakashi's Kamui was for transferring objects. Obito thought for a moment. However, Rin's idea is pretty good. If I can implant Hashirama cells and use Kamui without side effects, then Kamui space could indeed become our secret base. Whether for outdoor survival or logistical support, it will be excellent. For now, it might still be better to use ceiling scrolls to bring more food and tents. It will be more comfortable for outdoor activities. I'm starting to admire Yamato's abilities. That 3-room, 1-hall technique is really useful. Kakashi looked embarrassed. Obito, do you know how expensive ceiling scrolls are? Especially the large capacity ones. Using them to store daily necessities seems a bit extravagant, doesn't it? Obito recalled Uchiha Fugaku's face. Don't worry, it's just some ceiling scrolls. I can get them. So in the future, when we go out, Rin will prepare medical supplies, I'll prepare ceiling scrolls, and Kakashi, you just prepare food. To be honest, I want to eat the fish you cook. Rin smiled. No problem, I'll prepare healing medicine and some soldier pills when we go out. Kakashi replied helplessly. We're going out to carry out missions, not to enjoy ourselves. Just some dry rations will be enough. Obito immediately countered. No way. If we have the conditions to eat well, why should we eat poorly? I can bear hardships myself, but I can't let Rin suffer. Rin looked at Obito with a smile, her face turning a bit red. At least with her around, Obito could learn to enjoy life. Kakashi had a look of being at a loss with Obito. Fine, just a few fish. I'll cook them. But a few fish won't be enough for us and Master Minato. We'll need to prepare some bento as well. I'm not good at that. Suddenly, Obito remembered something, and his expression became a bit gloomy. Rin noticed this keenly and asked softly, Obito, what's wrong? Are you thinking of something unpleasant again? Obito smiled bitterly. Master Minato will prepare the bento. In my past life, every time we went out, we got to eat delicious bento. Rin's eyes lit up. She had always had no resistance to delicious food. She actually knew how to make bento, but she was also curious about what Master Minato's bento would be like. However, Master Minato also had a carefree personality. Would he really be able to make delicious bento? Rin couldn't help but have doubts and suddenly thought of something. Immediately, her little face turned a bit bitter. Obito, the bento was made by the teacher's wife, right? Obito fell silent, lowering his head. The atmosphere became a bit heavy for a moment. Kakashi stepped forward and patted Obito's shoulder. So in this life, Obito, you mustn't do anything so beastly again. Otherwise, don't even mention the teacher's wife, Rin, and I won't forgive you either. Chapter 41. Uchiha Shursui. The next day, Team Minato's mission level was indeed raised by 1 level, allowing them to take on high-level missions. Minato casually accepted a mission to exterminate mountain bandits. The difficulty of this mission is actually not high. It is very unlikely to encounter ninjas, but it requires leaving the village, and due to the distance from the village, they might have to spend a day outside. This was intentional on Minato's part, meant to train Team 7's outdoor survival skills. Since this was their first time leaving the village for a mission, and the mission was accepted rather hastily, Minato gave everyone half a day to prepare. Unexpectedly, the matter discussed yesterday immediately came into play, and Obito had to muster the courage to ask Fugaku for some ceiling scrolls. Fortunately, before the war began, this clan leader tended to stay home, rarely leaving the clan area, so Obito easily found him. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku was entertaining another Uchiha clansman at home. Upon seeing Obito visiting, he invited him inside as well. Obito entered the familiar living room and saw familiar faces preparing tea. Uchiha Makoto was still playfully teasing Itachi, and there was another little one added to the guest seat. Obito couldn't help but complain. Did clan leader Fugaku really enjoy inviting Uchiha kids over for tea? However, he recognized this little one, Uchiha Shursui, the true genius of the Uchiha clan, who would eventually make a name for himself as Shursui of the Body Flicker in the Third Great Ninja War. Shursui had been a genius since childhood. No wonder Fugaku invited him for tea. Yet, remembering Shursui's fate in his past life, Obito couldn't help but sigh slightly. Despite awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan at a young age, he suffered due to the village and clan's relationships. Trusting Konoha, he reported the Mangekyō's abilities without reservation, only to be betrayed by that old schemer Danzo, losing an eye. and ultimately caught between the village and clan, forced to jump off a cliff to commit suicide, dying young. Moreover, Shirsue's death had a significant impact on Itachi, prompting him to awaken his own eyes, indirectly leading to the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Thinking of this, Obito felt a bit curious about Shirsue. In his previous life, he had little interaction with Shirsue. Before the Third War, he was an orphan and a genuine underachiever, coupled with his out-of-place personality, leading to exclusion from the clan. In contrast, Shirsue was a genius among geniuses, a descendant of a prestigious family, and a future star the Uchiha had high hopes for. The two were from completely different worlds, rarely seeing each other, perhaps crossing paths, but not even exchanging nods. After the Third War, Obito no longer belonged to Konoha, and their paths had diverged completely. He didn't want to entice Shirsue to join the Akatsuki, but by then, the Nine-Tails incident had occurred, and the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha had become very tense. Shirsue's heart was entirely tied to his family and village. Obito knew that someone with such a rigid mindset was unlikely to betray the village, so he dismissed the thought of recruiting Shirsue. However, through Shirsue, he discovered a treasure in Itachi, and when Itachi invited him to strike during the clan massacre, he seized the opportunity, successfully acquiring a wall full of Sharingan. Thinking of this, Obito's expression became somewhat strange. At this moment, all those who could determine the future of the Uchiha were gathered together. No one in this room understood what it meant to annihilate a clan better than these people. However, Fugaku, upon seeing Obito's arrival, was the first to show a smile and waved his hand. "Obito, why are you still standing there? Come sit. Let me introduce you to our clan's other little genius, Uchiha Shirsue. He is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, a member of the second Hokage's guard." Obito nodded and went over, greeting Shirsue. "Hello, our Uchiha clan's little genius." Uchiha Shirsue's heart stirred slightly. Although he was still young, he already had a mature mindset. He had heard of Obito's great fame. Known as a prominent figure in this year's Ninja Academy, reportedly graduating at the top of his class. However, Obito's reputation within the Uchiha clan wasn't very good. He was considered an outlier and hadn't awakened the Sharingan, which symbolized strength. Yet, what happened today made Shirsue feel something was off. When clan leader Fugaku summoned him, he appeared cold and aloof. But when facing Obito, he seemed like a different person, adopting a subservient attitude that was almost shocking. Shirsue faintly felt that Fugaku was trying to curry favor with Obito. Shirsue was puzzled. What charm could a clansman without the Sharingan possibly possess? Nevertheless, being polite as always, he responded appropriately to Obito's greeting. "Are you Obito-senpai? I've heard you're quite exceptional. I hope to learn from you in the future." Obito smiled at Shirsue and glanced at Itachi, asking, "Shirsue, do you like Itachi?" Uchiha Shirsue looked at Itachi in Mikoto's arms and immediately nodded, revealing a sincere smile. "I really like him. The moment I saw Itachi, I felt he was special. Maybe he will become a significant figure who changes our clan in the future." Mikoto, listening to Shirsue's praise, was very happy and couldn't help but tease Itachi. "Itachi, did you hear that? Brother Shirsue praised you. Shouldn't you say thank you?" At this moment, little Itachi couldn't speak yet, but he seemed to have learned to understand his mother's words. Plus, he was indeed very close to Shirsue, immediately showing a posture wanting a hug. Seeing this, Shirsue took Itachi from Mikoto's arms and started to play with him. It turned out that their bond had formed from the very beginning. Their relationship was indeed quite good, Obito thought. At this point, Fugaku had prepared the tea and poured a cup for Obito. "Obito, let's get down to business. Why did you come today?" Obito quickly smiled and said, "It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask clan leader Fugaku for some sealing scrolls." Fugaku smiled. "I see. Obito, are you planning to carry some weapons with you?" Obito shook his head. "No, it's for taking some convenient daily items when going out on missions like tents and bedding." Shirsue couldn't help but glance sideways. Thinking such a wasteful behavior, clan leader Fugaku would surely not agree. However, Uchiha Fugaku's actions left him utterly astonished. "I see. Then Obito, you'll need to take several scrolls. Otherwise, some things won't fit. We have plenty of these in the Uchiha storeroom. I'll have someone bring you 10 of the largest capacity." Shirsue couldn't hold back anymore and quietly asked, "Clan leader, What is the relationship between Obito-senpai and you? He had a question he didn't dare voice. Could it be that Obito is your illegitimate son? Fugaku looked at Shursui and revealed an enigmatic smile. Shursui. Obito is an unparalleled genius of our Uchiha clan, unique throughout history. You should get close to Obito. If you encounter any difficulties in your training, you can consult him. Seeing this, Obito thought to himself, when did I agree to guide Shursui? However, recalling Shursui's excellence, he felt it wouldn't hurt to offer a few pointers. Shursui was taken aback. He didn't expect clan leader Fugaku to say this. It seemed the external rumors were indeed unreliable. How could Obito and the Uchiha have a bad relationship? Just look at how warm the clan leader was. He politely said to Obito again, then Obito-senpai, can I come to you if I have questions in the future? In truth, Shursui wasn't entirely convinced. As a genius, he had the pride of a genius and didn't think he was much inferior to Obito, so he wanted to find an opportunity to spar with him. Obito saw Shursui's expression and knew what he was thinking. He smiled. Shursui, you are welcome to come to me anytime, but you must be prepared. I am quite strict. Chapter 42. Uchiha Madara senses something unusual after speaking to Shursui. Obito curiously looked at Fugaku. Clan leader Fugaku, I wonder why you invited Shursui here this time? Uchiha Fugaku coughed a few times, his face slightly flushed. It's nothing major. I just heard that Kagami-senpai's descendant performed well at the Ninja Academy, and, as an elder, I wanted to show some concern. Obito glanced at Fugaku with disdain. Understanding. He heard that another Uchiha genius had emerged from the Ninja Academy and immediately thought of this genius's impressive ancestor. Hypocritical. Not wanting to stay longer. Obito stood up. Then clan leader Fugaku, see you next time. I need to head out to carry out a mission later, and I can personally go to the storeroom to collect the scrolls you promised me. Fugaku nodded and threw a token to Obito. This is the storage token of our Uchiha clan. With this, you can come and go freely. If you need anything in the future, just take it yourself. There's plenty in the storage, so take as much as you want. Just make a backup. Obito was taken aback. He didn't expect Fugaku to give him this token, which was an elder's token, owned by only a few in the entire Uchiha clan. Seeing his reaction, Fugaku smiled and said, what's wrong? The newly appointed 8th elder doesn't want to be one of our Uchiha clan's elders? Obito snorted. I'm not really interested in the position of elder, but it wouldn't be bad to use my power for personal gain. Since you're giving it to me, I'll accept it. The others present, except for Itachi, who didn't understand anything, all showed a hint of embarrassment. Hey, do you really have to speak so openly about using power for personal gain? Especially Shursui, who no longer doubted that Obito was Fugaku's illegitimate child. How could a mere illegitimate child make Fugaku so generous? This was clearly a father-son relationship. Regardless of Shursui's thoughts, Obito took the token and left without hesitation. Fugaku watched his departing figure, revealing a smile of cunning success. Obito had joined their Uchiha clan, and it wouldn't be easy for him to leave now. No amount of money or power could compare to a 9-year-old with a Sharingan. If Obito weren't so young, Fugaku might have even considered handing over the position of clan leader to him. On the other side, Obito arrived at the Uchiha clan's dedicated supply storage. This was the core area of the Uchiha clan, guarded by strong individuals. 2 3-tomo Sharingan opened simultaneously, blocking Obito's path. Hey kid, stop. This isn't a place for you. Obito glanced at the two, recognizing them as members of the police department who had blocked his path when he assisted Itachi in exterminating the clan in his previous life. Speaking nicely to such people was impossible. Obito revealed a hint of killing intent and displayed the token. What? You're not planning to let me pass? Both were shocked. This was an elder's token. How could it be in the hands of a child? However, more than the elder's token. They were more taken aback by the killing intent Obito radiated, making them feel a chill run down their spines. The two exchanged glances and, without hesitation, stepped aside. Perhaps a mere token wasn't enough to make them back down, but knowing that Obito was not to be trifled with, they decided not to provoke him. They were no longer the proud Uchihas, but foolish Uchihas instead. Uchiha, Obito sneered. These two were somewhat perceptive. He swaggered into the storage. After taking 10 sealing scrolls and many finely crafted kunai and shuriken, He thought for a moment and decided not to empty the storage. It wasn't that he couldn't do it. It was mainly that if he overdid it now, it might affect the Uchiha clan's future support for Akatsuki, which would be counterproductive. So, he only took what he needed and left. At this time, far from Konoha, near the grass country, in a cave buried deep underground, an old man, covered in tubes from the outer path, was awakened by two silly white zetsus. Uchiha opened his eyes, revealing a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Speak. What is the intel? Didn't I instruct you not to disturb my slumber unless it's important? The vortex-faced white zetsu grinned and said, this time it's definitely big news. The Third Great Ninja War is about to begin. Madara showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. I anticipated this long ago. Then he muttered, Hashirama, it proves you were wrong. In the short decades since your departure, the ninja world has erupted into countless wars, claiming innumerable lives. More than during the Warring States period. After a moment of silence, he continued to ask, what else? You would disturb me just for a war news, would you? The other white zetsu said, of course there's more. Madara, the child you asked us to watch, named Obito, has been performing unexpectedly well lately. This got Madara's attention. Oh? Due laboraci. White zetsu said, that child, just as you said, is indeed very passionate, but he is not just passionate. He is also very talented, graduating as the top of his ninja academy class, looking nothing like a fool. Madara was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that kid to be first. That is beyond my expectations. But being the top of the academy doesn't mean he has no strength. He was just suppressed by someone named Kakashi in the past. Madara didn't think much of it. How could someone he valued truly have poor talent? Awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan not only required emotional stimulation, but also a corresponding bloodline. Obito had passed all his evaluations and was the most outstanding Uchiha. The vortex-faced white zetsu grinned, then Madara. It's normal for him to become an elder of the Uchiha clan, right? What? Madara's eyes widened instantly. White zetsu. This time you've actually brought back useful information. Then Madara fell into thought. How did Obito suddenly become an elder of the Uchiha clan? This didn't seem scientific. Could it be that the current leaders of the Uchiha were out of their minds? Did you find out the reason for him becoming an elder? The vortex-faced white zetsu nodded. We generally figured out. After graduating, he accepted an invitation from clan leader Fugaku to have tea at Fugaku's house. At that time, we didn't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered, but after Obito came out, Fugaku suddenly ordered an investigation into 3 people. These 3 people, Madara, you will definitely be interested in. Madara frowned. Who are they? It's Yuhiko, Konan, and Nagato. Madara was somewhat surprised. Could it be that Fugaku sent some clues? White Zetsu shook his head. Not at all. Fugaku didn't investigate anything related to the Rinnegan. Instead, he investigated the newly formed organization called Akatsuki by these 3 and whether they were disciples of Jiraiya. Madara nodded. Why is Fugaku investigating these? Could this information come from Obito? White Zetsu replied, it's possible. It seems Fugaku's main purpose in investigating these is to support this Akatsuki organization and also to collaborate with Hanzo of the Salamander, while also befriending Jiraiya. Madara, being a smart person, thought for a moment and realized that such actions were very beneficial for the Uchiha clan. What a good plan. This isn't something that idiot Fugaku could come up with, so the plan must have come from Obito. When did he become so clever? Madara began to feel serious. But this still wasn't enough for Obito to gain the position of elder. An elder of the Uchiha clan was either a very senior old guy in the clan or exceptionally powerful, like someone who had awakened the Mangekyō. Could it be that for some unknown reason, Obito awakened the Mangekyō? How could that be? How old is he this year? Chapter 43, revealing information to Madara and White Zetsu. 9 years old, Madara, but he hasn't awakened his eyes. At least that's the information we received. Uchiha Madara breathed a sigh of relief. If he awakened the Mangekyō at 9 years old, even he would be shocked. Of course, he didn't know that he had inadvertently guessed the truth. So, what made Obito become an elder of the Uchiha clan? The vortex-faced White Zetsu pondered. Perhaps it's because he learned the Flying Thunder God technique. What? The technique invented by Senju Tobirama, that severely injured Izuna. Isn't that the same name? Madara was shocked this time. If Obito learned the Flying Thunder God, it seemed it wouldn't be much different from awakening the Mangekyō. White Zetsu confirmed, "It's that technique. I saw it during their training. His body instantly disappeared from one spot and moved a long distance. Although we were afraid of being discovered and didn't dare to get too close, it was definitely the Flying Thunder God." Madara's mood soured. If Obito truly learns this technique, then it makes sense for him to become an elder of the Uchiha clan. After all, even Izuna, who awakened the Mangekyō, White Zetsu wondered, even if he learned this technique, it doesn't mean he becomes a strong person, right? Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. "What do you understand? This technique may not be the strongest in battle, but it's the best for escape. With this technique, his survival ability will greatly increase, and it won't be easy to arrange his life." Vortex White Zetsu laughed. "So, Lord Madara, are you planning to give up on him and find a new target?" Uchiha Madara confidently shook his head. "No, it's still him. As long as he understands the cruelty of the world, with his personality, all his love will turn into hate, and he will eventually become one of us." White Zetsu became curious. "So, Lord Madara, what do you plan to do?" Madara pondered for a moment and said, "The one he loves is still that girl named Rin, right?" White Zetsu nodded. "Yes, and compared to the past, their feelings for each other have intensified greatly. We even observed that Rin stayed overnight at his house." Madara smiled. "That's good. As long as he witnesses Rin's death with his own eyes, he will surely fall into despair. It seems I need to make a trip to the Mist Village." Madara planned to implant the three tails into Rin's body while she was out on a mission during the war, then go on a rampage in Konohagakure. For the safety of the entire village, they would definitely kill Rin. At that time, Obito would despair of the war and the world, and then he could take the opportunity to explain the Eye of the Moon plan. A smile appeared on Madara's face. On the other side, Obito, Rin, and Kakashi had already arrived at the agreed rendezvous point with the prepared supplies. Looking at the 10 large-capacity sealing scrolls brought by Obito, Kakashi was stunned. "Obito, did you rob the Uchiha clan?" Kakashi understood very well that these scrolls were often not something money could buy. Obito chuckled, glanced around, and whispered, "Rin, Kakashi, because my Mangekyō Sharingan was exposed in front of Uchiha Fugaku, I am now an elder of the Uchiha clan." Elder. The two felt like they were dreaming. Obito had simply become an elder of the Uchiha clan, which was the most powerful clan in Konoha at its peak. Obito continued in a low voice, "In any case, this matter will likely cause a series of chain reactions. Right now, not many people know about it on the surface, so keep it a secret for me." The two nodded. Obito had too many things to keep secret, so they decided to keep each one confidential. Kakashi frowned. "You said not many people know on the surface, which means someone knows in secret. Who is it?" "Danzo." Obito found it somewhat amusing. "Kakashi, your thinking is correct. Any bad news could be attributed to Danzo. But this time, when I say someone knows in secret, I mean this person has a very powerful intelligence network. In the ninja world, unless it's some extremely secret intelligence, as long as there's a trace, he will know." The two weren't particularly shocked this time. Obito was always very cautious when revealing anything, constantly paying attention to his surroundings, which might be related to this person. However, once they thought about being monitored by someone in the shadows at all times, they felt a chill run down their spines. "Obito, is there really such a person in the ninja world?" Rin shuddered and couldn't help but ask. Obito nodded. "There really is. So I don't dare to casually tell you many pieces of intelligence that might attract his attention. 1. I'm afraid you'll slip up. 2. You were too young before. And even if you don't slip up, being constantly vigilant around you makes it easy for them to notice something unusual." Kakashi understood. "So, as we grow up and our psychological resilience strengthens, along with you learning the Flying Thunder God technique, you plan to reveal this intelligence to us one by one?" Obito replied, "Exactly. Mainly because as my activities become more and more noticeable, he will also pay attention. It's impossible to hide it. I'm originally one of his key targets. You probably guessed it. He is the mastermind behind my fall." Rin nodded, clenched her small fist. "This person is truly despicable. It was he who killed me, leading to the subsequent tragedy for you, Obito. If possible, I want to know who he is." Obito thought for a moment and said, Since you want to know so much, I won't hide it anymore. His name is Uchiha Madara. You must be familiar with him. Uchiha Madara. The two exclaimed in unison. Obito reminded them, keep your voice down. Madara has a type of intelligence operative named White Zetsu, who can merge with plants or the earth. Even ninjas with outstanding perception may not be able to detect them because they are part of nature. The two immediately controlled their expressions, and Rin cautiously observed her surroundings before whispering. Are there many of these White Zetsu operatives? Obito replied, yes, many. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, I deployed over 100,000 White Zetsu, not counting those lurking in various places. Konoha conservatively estimates there are between 50 to 100 White Zetsu, basically making Konoha completely under Madara's surveillance. So many White Zetsu? The two dared not speak, but their breathing became rapid. It turned out that Konoha, which seemed to have kept secrets well in the eyes of ordinary people, had long been infiltrated like a sieve. Kakashi frowned. Has White Zetsu never been discovered? Obito thought for a moment. The difficulty with White Zetsu lies in their excellent sensing ability. If they sense that you might detect something unusual, they will immediately distance themselves. For example, many powerful individuals possess a mysterious sixth sense, and White Zetsu won't easily approach these strong individuals, which means those strong individuals will have no chance to discover White Zetsu. Kakashi's eyes widened. Then White Zetsu is invincible. Obito scoffed. Kakashi, the difficulty with White Zetsu is that you don't know them, but they know you. However, once their intelligence is leaked, humans can still find many countermeasures with their clever brains. For instance, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, humans found various ways to locate White Zetsu. Kakashi and Rin breathed a sigh of relief. Rin asked, then how we find White Zetsu? Obito smiled. Our situation is more special. Due to my reincarnation, we are actually in the dark while White Zetsu is in the light. We know about White Zetsu in advance, but they don't know about us. So as long as we deliberately design a plan, catching White Zetsu isn't particularly difficult. Chapter 44. Resurrection Technique, Catching White Zetsu. Kakashi pondered. A more practical consideration was to have preventive measures first. Obito shook his head. White Zetsu are interconnected. If you prevent one White Zetsu, all White Zetsu will know that you can prevent it, which is not acceptable. Therefore, once a White Zetsu is discovered, it's best to capture it immediately. This way, at least it cannot relay information. Although this will leak some information, it's better than letting all White Zetsu know that we already know about them. Can information still be intercommunicated? This is really troublesome. Even Kakashi felt a headache. Obito said, Kakashi, don't think so much. Actually, as long as we take down the mastermind Madara, the issue with White Zetsu will naturally be resolved. Kakashi's eyes lit up. Right, capture the thief first. Then capture the king. So Obito, the Uchiha Madara you mentioned, is the one who founded Konoha? Obito nodded. Yes. Rin felt a headache coming on. It said that shortly after Uchiha Madara founded Konoha, he had conflicts with the first Hokage and left. After a few years, he returned to attack Konoha and was killed by the first Hokage at the Valley of the End. Although the first Hokage killed him, legends say his power was comparable to the first Hokage. If the first Hokage is as strong as you said, Obito and Madara is still alive, wouldn't that mean there is still a god of ninjas in the ninja world? Thinking of this, Rin couldn't help but worry, especially since this god of ninjas had set his sights on Obito and her. Obito hurriedly comforted her. Don't worry, Rin. During Madara's peak, he indeed had the power to crush the entire ninja world, but after all, he is old now, and his eyes are no longer with him. He can't exert much of his strength. Moreover, even if he could exert his full strength and regain his eyes, as long as I can transplant Hashirama cells and open the double Kamui, I can still contend with him. Lin curiously asked Obito, you said that Madara's eyes are not with him and need to be retrieved. So where are they now? Obito slowly replied, Nagato. You may have heard this name from me. They are with Nagato. Lin checked her memory and said, I remember now, it's that person from the land of rain, the poor soul who lost his homeland. Obito smiled and said, it's good that you still remember, that's right. Madara won't easily take back his eyes because he still needs Nagato to use the ocular techniques of those eyes to revive himself in the future. Revive? Lin and Kakashi were shocked. In this world, there is actually a technique for revival? Kakashi asked, is this something that the Mangekyō Sharingan can achieve as well? Obito replied, maybe. After all, KAMUI can transcend life and death and transfer power from the afterlife to Kakashi. Although it can only be maintained for a short time and requires the addition of the Six Paths power, it is still a very mysterious thing. Moreover, whether he can return to the past is also something Obito cannot determine if it's due to KAMUI. So, it's not impossible that a Mangekyō Sharingan could achieve something similar to the true resurrection of reincarnation. Perhaps it means that it has not yet been confirmed that the Mangekyō can achieve resurrection. So why is Madara so certain that he can do it, and even sent his eyes away? Kakashi questioned. Obito smiled, because Madara's eyes are no longer Mangekyō, but the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, known as the Rinnegan, the pinnacle of the three great ocular jutsu. The Rinnegan, Lin and Kakashi were almost numb. Isn't this the legendary eye? Obito continued, the Uchiha and Senju are both descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, so when the two combine, especially the chakra of the Sage's sons, Indra and Ashura, they can unlock the power of all things and evolve into the Rinnegan. Lin and Kakashi felt like they were listening to a mythological story, which it essentially was. Lin asked Obito, didn't the Sage of Six Paths sons die? How can their chakra combine? Did they leave behind cells like Lord Hashirama? Obito shook his head. Indra and Ashura are dead, but their chakra continues to reincarnate. Madara and Hashirama are the reincarnations of the previous generations Indra and Ashura. During the battle at the Valley of the End, Madara faked his death and bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh, allowing the chakra of Indra and Ashura to combine, which is how the Rinnegan was created. Of course, this chakra actually points to the soul's origin. Unless the individual is involved, merely transplanting cells is useless. In my past life, I also transplanted Hashirama's cells, and being an Uchiha, I still couldn't unlock the Rinnegan. Lin's eyes widened in amazement. Chakra can reincarnate through the soul, and even two chakra streams can combine to unlock the Rinnegan. This is simply unbelievable. However, Lin then became puzzled. But now that Madara has the Rinnegan, hasn't he reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths that you mentioned, becoming invincible? Why still send his eyes away to revive himself? Obito denied. Perhaps having the Rinnegan, in some sense, counts as stepping into the level of the Six Paths, but the Sage of Six Paths possesses not just a pair of eyes, but also immense chakra and yin-yang release, which requires becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Of course, being half a foot into the Six Paths level is still Six Paths level. If he truly had that kind of power at his peak, he would indeed be invincible. But unfortunately, it took Madara a long time to unlock that Rinnegan. And by the time he did, he was already old and nearing the end of his life. Kakashi instantly understood, so he sent his eyes away to revive a version of himself at his prime. Obito nodded exactly. The Rinnegan has a built-in resurrection technique called Rinne Tensei, but this technique isn't something just anyone can perform, and even having the Rinnegan doesn't guarantee one can use it. Nagato possesses the Uzumaki physique, which can sustain those eyes until one day he can reach the level to perform Rinne Tensei. Madara plans to wait for Nagato to reach that level and then use the technique to revive a prime version of himself. Kakashi's breath quickened, so this is truly a perfect resurrection with no side effects? Obito nodded. Yes, as long as there's a corpse, it can be revived. Even when combined with a forbidden technique recorded in Konoha called Edo Tensei, even a damaged corpse can be resurrected as long as cells can be obtained. Kakashi immediately trembled. If he were to consider his life's regrets, it would be the death of Tsukumo Hatake. If only he could revive his father. Obito noticed and quickly interrupted Kakashi. Kakashi, the conditions for resurrection are quite strict. First, the person performing the technique will undoubtedly die unless they possess the power of the Sage of Six Paths to be saved, but that is the Sage's power, which is generally inaccessible. Second, performing Rinne Tensei also requires someone similar to Nagato to nurture the technique for many years, or like me, an Uchiha who has transplanted Hashirama's cells and unlocked the Mangekyō. Such individuals are extremely rare in the entire ninja world. Kakashi gradually calmed down. Obito, I won't recklessly harm others just to revive my father. But a glint of determination appeared in Kakashi's eyes. I understand. As long as one reaches the level of the Sage of Six Paths, it is possible to revive the dead at little to no cost, right? Chapter 45, Kushina. The big sister Obito nodded. Yes, theoretically, as long as one possesses the yang power of the Six Paths and the Rinnegan, they can resurrect the dead at no cost when the power is sufficient. Every being at the Six Paths level is terrifying, even to the point of being immortal. Kakashi nodded, but he immediately noticed a point of doubt. Obito, what do you mean by the Six Paths level? Obito smiled. This is a term I invented to define the strength of that level. We can't call every person who reaches this level a Sage of Six Paths, right? So, it's simply convenient to refer to them as Six Paths level ninjas, like Genin, Chunin, and Jonin. Lin chuckled. Obito, are you worried someone will steal your title of the second Sage of Six Paths? Obito laughed. I'm not that petty. It's just a convenient way to refer to it. Lin also laughed. Well, just a little joke. I think I understand what Kakashi means. Since the so-called Six Paths level is immortal, why did the Sage of Six Paths still die? Kakashi also showed a curious expression, as this was what he wanted to ask. Obito thought for a moment before answering. That depends on how we define the concept of death. Generally, when people go to the afterlife, they fall into a deep sleep and lose consciousness. But the Sage of Six Paths did not. He could easily transfer power from the afterlife to the world. You tell me, a person who retains their consciousness and observes the ninja world for 1,000 years, even if they are not in the world, are they dead or alive? Lin and Kakashi fell into deep thought. Obito, are you saying the Sage of Six Paths is still alive? Kakashi asked. Obito smiled. You see, you also think he is still alive. So I can tell you clearly, the Sage of Six Paths is not only alive, but is also observing the entire ninja world from somewhere. If there is a world-ending crisis, he will pass his power to his sons to save the world. Lin exclaimed, the Sage of Six Paths can do such things? How do you know this so clearly? Obito smiled wryly, because I saw it with my own eyes in the future. The Sage of Six Paths gave his power to the next generation's reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, instantly creating two Six Paths level powerhouses to save the world. In fact, if I hadn't ultimately failed and had truly activated the infinite Tsukuyomi, then the reincarnated Indra and Ashura of that generation would have had to defeat me. Is that so? The Sage of Six Paths is truly amazing. Because such matters were too far removed from reality, Lin felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. Obito couldn't help but snort. The reason I don't plan to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi now is also because I know that the success rate is basically zero. Even if I succeed, the Sage of Six Paths would come out and bestow his two sons with exceptional power, then defeat or seal me. So, I might as well be a good person. Rin smiled and said, Sage of the Six Paths is pretty good. Being able to make Obito a good person is more important than anything else. Obito, feeling a bit upset, replied, what's so good about it? He never cares about the chaos in the world as long as it doesn't end in destruction. He has an attitude as if it has nothing to do with him, completely unaware of the suffering of the common people. Seeing this, Rin advised, all right, Obito, don't be mad at the Sage of the Six Paths anymore. I admire him, but he won't fight the entire world for me. In my heart, you're still more important. Obito's face instantly turned red. Is that so? Ha! Then the Sage of the Six Paths isn't too bad. Kakashi suddenly asked Obito, you just said you saw the Sage of the Six Paths give his power to his two sons, but who is he fighting against if not you? Obito was about to talk about Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and Black Zetsu, thinking that he had already said everything he needed to say today, so he didn't mind sharing it all. But at that moment, he felt someone approaching from a distance. I'll tell you next time. Teacher Minato is here. Rin and Kakashi had to suppress their curiosity. In the distance, two figures slowly approached, one golden and one red, complementing each other. Obito sighed. Indeed, when going out, Teacher Minato could never come alone. To be honest, in his previous life, his relationship with Teacher Minato was more of a subordinate than a teacher-student relationship. Although Teacher Minato treated him well, it was not as good as it was in this life after he showed his talent. In this life, Teacher Minato truly regarded him as a disciple. Therefore, although Obito felt guilty towards Teacher Minato, he He felt that Teacher Minato was not as important as Rin, and he did not intentionally cause Teacher Minato's death. So there was a limit to this guilt. However, Sister Kushina was genuinely good to him, caring for him like a son, and he had indeed caused her death by releasing the Nine Tails. So, in an instant, Obito's legs went weak. Rin, I can't hold on. Help me a bit. My legs aren't listening. Seeing this, Rin and Kakashi instinctively supported Obito, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. Kakashi couldn't help but mock Obito after being reborn. Didn't you look down on everyone? You looked down on the second-in-command of Konoha, calling him a sewer rat. Looked down on the sage of the Six Paths, saying he was indifferent. Now why are your legs weak? Obito forced a smile. Kakashi, even now you're mocking me? Help me over there. I need to apologize to Sister Kushina. So, the two helped Obito walk towards Minato and Kushina. Kushina looked at the seventh squad, supporting the weak-legged Obito, and asked curiously, Minato, what's wrong with that kid in the middle? Minato, seeing his fiancée's puzzled expression, breathed a sigh of relief. Kushina, it's good that you don't know him. Huh? Why would I know him? Kushina said, confused. Minato awkwardly explained. He said he feels a deep guilt towards a member of the Uzumaki clan because all the tragedies of this Uzumaki clan member were caused by him, and that this Uzumaki clan member was very much like him when he was young, wanting to become Hokage. I thought he was talking about you. Kushina looked dumbfounded. What nonsense? I don't know him at all. However, she still clenched her fists. So that kid is it? No matter what, he bullied our Uzumaki clan. I need to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Minato hurriedly advised, Kushina, don't be so fierce. That kid, for some reason, feels a deep guilt towards us, especially you. His guilt towards you is even greater than mine. Look, he's scared to the point his legs are weak. Please let him go. Kushina didn't expect such a development. Guilt towards her? What guilt could he have towards her? Never mind. Anyway, she would just beat him up first. So, disregarding Minato's advice, Kushina walked up, clenched her fists, and aimed at Obito. Hey kid, I heard you bullied our Uzumaki clan. Is that true? Chapter 46, Beaten by Sister Kushina. Rin's confession. Obito looked at Sister Kushina's usual violent temper, so full of vitality that he couldn't help but nod with tears in his eyes. Bang! Kushina's blood-red hair flew everywhere as she punched Obito on the head. Tell me, how did you bully him? This punch really hurt, but for some reason, Obito felt much better all over. He stared into Kushina's eyes and slowly said, I caused his parents' deaths, made him an orphan, left him without family to care for him when he was young, and made him grow up amidst the ridicule and insults around him. All his misfortunes were created by my own hands. After speaking, Obito's tears flowed again. Kushina was taken aback. Is it that serious? She looked at Obito's small stature. He was only 9 years old and had done such bad things. But after meeting Obito's eyes, she could feel the myriad of emotions contained within. That guilt was clearly directed at her. He really deserved to be hit. Kushina landed another heavy punch on Obito's face, and instantly, Obito was sent flying, his face swelling up. Rin and Kakashi panicked upon seeing this. Rin anxiously said, Sister Obito. Originally, Rin wanted to say that Obito didn't do it on purpose. But upon thinking it over, if this wasn't intentional, what could be? So her next words turned into, Obito is indeed a beast. But I beg you to spare his life. Kushina grew increasingly confused, looking at this young girl, who clearly cared about the boy she was hitting. Yet couldn't he find the words to dissuade her? It seemed that what he did was really excessive. Obito, huh? Kushina angrily walked up, grabbing Obito by the collar. I see you want me to beat you up to relieve your guilt. I'll oblige and beat you until you're looking for your teeth. However, I won't kill you. After all, your little girlfriend seems pretty cute. Since she pleaded for you, you can explain yourself to me later. After saying this, Kushina decisively began to pummel Obito. Without holding back, it was a true beating. Rin's heart trembled at the sight, and Minato couldn't bear to watch. Kushina, we haven't figured out the reason yet. Let's stop. Ha! Minato quickly appeared, grabbing Kushina's hand. He was really afraid that if this continued, the seventh squad would be disbanded. At this point, Obito was already battered and bruised, barely hanging on to life. Seeing this, Kushina finally released his collar. Minato, what do you understand? Don't look at how badly this kid has been beaten by me. He must be feeling happy inside, and I suspect that what he said is true. Since he's your disciple, he is also my disciple. He needs to be properly disciplined for making such a serious mistake. Minato sighed, but he's still so young. Kushina's heart instantly softened as she looked at the fallen Obito and said, "Aren't you companions? Why aren't you saving him?" Rin, who had previously been hesitant, immediately stepped forward and began to use medical ninjutsu, tears streaming down her face. "Obito, are you okay? You need to get better, at worst. I'll promise to go to your house and sleep beside you." Seeing this, Kushina couldn't help but complain to Minato, "Are kids these days so mature? How old are they? And they're already living together." Minato chuckled awkwardly and then said, "Kushina, you were too heavy-handed. You usually wouldn't be so indiscriminate. Can you explain the reason?" Kushina's eyes changed. "Minato. Actually, he invited me to beat him up. Do you believe it? After this beating, he would feel much better. Otherwise, holding it in would never relieve the pain. I don't want him to live so hard." Minato was taken aback. "Is that so? Sai, what is wrong with this kid?" Kushina shook her head and said, "I don't know either. Let's hear his explanation. If it turns out badly, I can always make him some delicious food as compensation." At this moment, Obito had regained consciousness. Hearing Rin's words, he instantly perked up and asked with slurred speech, "Rin, is what you said true?" Rin's face turned red, but she continued to release her medical ninjutsu with all her strength, saying, "You've been through enough, so let us not talk too much." Obito looked at Rin and smiled. "Rin, do you know, Sister Kushina is very gentle when she strikes. I really blame myself for being a coward." Rin gently touched the wounds on Obito's face, tears streaming down her cheeks as she said, "I know. After taking this beating, you feel much better inside. You did it on purpose, knowing that Mother won't kill you. So you blame yourself for avoiding it, for being cowardly, right?" Obito smiled and held Rin's hand, saying, "Stop healing it. Let it heal on its own." At that moment, Rin could no longer hold back and yelled at Obito for the first time, "You are indeed a coward. Have you ever thought about me? What will I do if you die?" Obito was taken aback and smiled at Rin. "Rin, I don't want to escape anymore. I'm sorry. This is what I should bear." Rin sobbed in Obito's arms. "You always say that you only understand what pain is when you lose something. I understand it now. I really don't want to lose you." "Obito." Taking a deep breath, she continued, "Haven't you always wanted me to be your girlfriend and go out with you?" "I agree, but you must remember, from now on, you cannot take your own life." In that moment, Obito felt no more pain. He felt as if he had grown up a lot, not as the dark Obito of his past life, but as the foolish Obito of his childhood. "Rin, actually, it doesn't matter anymore. We've long passed that step, haven't we? At this moment, I even feel a bit despicable." Rin couldn't help but say, "Obito, you know you're despicable." She punched Obito hard. "You're not only despicable, but also a jerk." Yet, she still clung to Obito, unwilling to let go for a long time. Nearby, the others who had been fed a mouthful of dog food showed a speechless expression. Minato didn't want to break the warmth of the moment, but the mission had to be completed. Kushina quickly noticed and said to Minato, "Minato, you can use Flying Thunder God to travel from now on. Since something like this has happened, you can make an exception this time. I want to spend more time listening to that little guy's story." Kushina looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi, a genius who graduated at 5? I've heard of you, and you must know about Obito's situation, so you explain it." Kakashi hesitated as he looked at Obito lying on the ground, but there are many secrets involved here, and saying it would be a big problem. Kushina had already sensed something and asked, "Are you afraid Minato will tell the third Hokage?" "Rest assured, I guarantee that what you say will never reach anyone's ears." Then Kushina turned to Minato and said in a slightly coquettish tone, "Husband, what do you think?" Chapter 47. Informing everything now that she had called him husband. What else could Minato do? He could only smile awkwardly and say, "Don't worry, Kushina, I will keep it a secret." Kakashi was still hesitating, even if he didn't leak it to the third Hokage. He suddenly realized today that there were still people secretly causing trouble in the ninja world, such as Uchiha Madara and White Zetsu. At this moment, Obito forced himself to turn his head to look at Kakashi. "Kakashi, go ahead and say it. You can say everything you know. Teacher Minato is trustworthy. And since Sister Kushina has spoken, Teacher Minato won't leak any information to the third Hokage." Kakashi nodded, looking at Minato and Kushina with a serious and solemn expression. Master and Mistress, the information I'm about to share is top secret, so please keep it strictly confidential. Seeing Kakashi so serious, Minato took it seriously as well. Kakashi, let us change places to talk, so Obito and Rin can have some peace. After saying that, Minato placed his hand on Kakashi's shoulder and held Kushina's hand. And in an instant, the three disappeared from the spot. The next moment, they arrived in a dark room. If Obito were there, he would realize that this was the place where Kushina gave birth to Naruto. After busying around the surroundings, Kushina confidently said, Kakashi, you can speak freely now. I've set up a high-level barrier around here. No one can eavesdrop on our conversation within this barrier. Kakashi nodded, not doubting it at all. Obito had once said that their mistress was the foremost master of sealing techniques in the ninja world, and very few could match her skills. So, he looked at the two and slowly began, Teacher Minato, Mistress Kushina, I actually knew you both a long time ago. The reason I know you is because of that guy Obito. An incredible thing happened to him. He is a person who was reborn from the future back to the past. In that future, he did many terrible things, and the most unforgivable was causing your deaths, which indirectly led to your child's suffering. Everything began with a story that was hard to hide tears over. Kakashi spoke for a long time, revealing most of the information, including how Obito turned dark and why he later caused the death of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Throughout the process, Minato and Kushina continuously asked questions, and Kakashi patiently answered them, just as Obito had explained things to him. When everything was said and done, Minato and Kushina were both stunned. Kushina looked at Minato and asked, Minato, do you really think it's credible that he was reborn from the future? Minato thought for a moment. Many pieces of information can't be fake, like how I can use Flying Thunder God, and you can use sealing techniques, and that you are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Also, there will be a great war in the ninja world in the future, and I will become famous. The third Hokage, indeed, told me to perform well. I didn't understand what he meant at the time, but now I do. Therefore, the credibility of this information is extremely high. Kushina laughed and said, I actually believed it while listening. She became excited. So, husband, in the future, you will become the fourth Hokage, and we will have a child named Uzumaki Naruto. This future sounds pretty good if the Nine Tails incident doesn't happen. Minato couldn't help but exclaim, yeah, I thought the fourth Hokage would be Orochimaru. I originally just wanted to compete for the position of fifth Hokage, but I didn't expect to become the fourth. Kushina kissed Minato and said, my husband is indeed the best. If you can't be Hokage, being the Hokage's wife is also good. Then, she looked at Kakashi with a displeased expression. So that guy Obito is truly a beast. In the future you mentioned, I treated him so well, yet he caused my death and made Naruto have a tragic childhood. I suddenly feel I didn't hit him hard enough. Kakashi broke out in a cold sweat and quickly said, Mistress, I'm not Obito. Please don't vent your anger on me. Kushina snorted, who told you to associate with that guy? Besides, if it weren't for you, would Obito have fallen? If you hadn't leaked information, would Obito have known when I was giving birth? Kakashi was instantly speechless. He was truly innocent. Those things were not done by the current him, but by the future him. After venting for a while, Kushina regained her optimism. All right, grievances have their heads and debts have their owners. In that future, you were also a pitiful person. I want to vent my anger on you. However, Kushina expressed her dissatisfaction. Obito is truly a white-eyed wolf that can't be raised. How can I ever forgive him? Minato felt a bit guilty. Maybe it's because of me. As his teacher, I didn't fulfill my responsibilities, always absent during dangerous times. Kushina interrupted Minato. What does that have to do with you? If anyone should be responsible, it was Kakashi who was the leading J-nin at that time. Moreover, after the war started, you were the busiest, running here and there, saving this and that. Yet not only did you not receive gratitude, but that white-eyed wolf also vented his anger on you. Minato knew this, but he couldn't help but feel guilty. Kushina, I do have an undeniable responsibility regarding Obito's issues. It's my failure to educate him properly. So if you want to blame someone, blame me. Kushina's heart instantly softened. You just want to take all the responsibility on yourself to make it hard for me to act. Don't worry, I don't plan to kill Obito. Who told him to have such a good teacher like you? Minato immediately laughed. So, Kushina, can you forgive Obito? Kushina looked a bit confused. Logically, I actually don't plan to forgive him. He knows what he's done, and he can't forgive himself. Moreover, if things had gone according to the original trajectory, even if Obito is a good boy now, there's no guarantee he won't turn dark in the future, threatening our safety. Minato, this is something I absolutely won't allow to happen, so I've thought about it. Instead of waiting for such a future, I might as well take the initiative. Minato and Kakashi both broke out in a cold sweat. Is this how Kushina handles things? Simple and rough, but hard to find fault with. But after all, Obito has changed after going through so much. Kushina thought for a moment. He has been in darkness and has come out of it. In this life, he shouldn't commit the act of killing his mentor again, so the danger has decreased significantly. Plus, I just beat him up, so I vented a good deal of my anger. Those things didn't actually happen to me, so Minato and Kakashi looked at Kushina with anticipation. Kushina angrily said, "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm telling you, I simply don't want to ruin the harmony of the team. Otherwise, if I killed Obito right now, the consequence would be that girl Rin would scream about creating a world with Obito in it. Rin is so cute. Even I can't help but like her, so I'm just letting Obito go for her sake." Minato scratched his head. Is that so? Kushina sweetly smiled at Minato. That's right, but Kushina's expression suddenly changed, and she punched Minato a few times. No more reckless sacrifices in the future. Telling you not to recklessly sacrifice yourself. You clearly wouldn't die during the Nine-Tails attack. While hitting him, Kushina suddenly hugged Minato and cried. Minato gently embraced Kushina, allowing her to rest in his arms, and comforted her. "Don't worry. This time, I will protect you well." Kakashi, watching from his side, suddenly felt 100 points of emotional damage. So now the whole team is just throwing dog food, and he's the only single dog, right? Chapter 48. Rin's feelings on the other side. Obito lay with his head on Rin's lap, letting the blood from the wounds on his face flow down. Rin felt a bit heartbroken and wanted to wipe it away, but she thought this was Obito's way of atoning for himself, easing his inner guilt, so she held back. Rin softly said, "Obito, this is actually meaningless. We still have a mission to carry out today. Punishing yourself like this doesn't help the team." Obito self-deprecatingly said, "Maybe. I always mess things up. I clearly fixed my bad habit of being late, yet I still keep causing trouble for you." Then he noticed that Rin seemed very gloomy and wanted to cheer her up, so he asked, "Rin, was that a confession just now?" Rin's face turned slightly red at the question, but she didn't deny it. "If you say so, then I suppose it is." Obito laughed heartily. "Rin, the biggest regret of my past life was that I never confessed to you before I died. I didn't expect that in this life. You would confess to me first. Right now, I feel like the happiest person in the world." However, Rin didn't seem particularly happy. Instead, she looked at Obito with concern, her tone tinged with anxiety. "Obito, is this really the last time?" Obito's heart trembled, and he explained, "Rin, I actually know that Kushina is a kind-hearted person. She's just hot-tempered, but she won't kill me." Rin shook her head, looking up at the sky, and calmly said, "Obito, I'm just an ordinary girl. I also dream of a day when a boy appears in my life, holding me in his hands and giving me the world. I'm lucky because that boy really appeared, although he seems to always struggle to take care of himself and needs me to worry about him, acting all foolish. He treasures me so much that after losing me in the future, he would even go against the whole world." Obito's heart was struck hard. Rin continued with a gentle smile, "Obito, when I heard you boldly declared war on the 5 great nations at the 5 Kage Summit to create a world with me in it, although I knew it was wrong, I still thought you were so cool at that moment. Because you were like the perfect image of a crush that girls discuss privately, mysterious and powerful, handsome and caring, willing to give everything for the girl he likes. Such a person should only exist in dreams, but you really appeared, truly and clearly by my side. Thinking about it, I'm indeed a lucky girl." At that moment, Obito's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. In his past life, when he was younger, he had also dreamed of defeating Kakashi, who was the strongest in his eyes at the time, and appearing in front of Rin in a super cool and powerful manner to win her heart. Later, he really did become strong, but by then, Rin had died, and his heart was filled with a huge void. What did it matter how strong he was? He would rather nothing had changed. He didn't want to awaken any powerful abilities. he just wished Rin were alive. However, everything had changed, and the world had turned into hell. He didn't want Rin to continue living in such a hell. Rin continued, Obito, a few years ago, I said that I knew from a young age that I was an ordinary girl, but the more ordinary I am, the stronger I want to be inside. I want to become a powerful kunoichi like Tsunade. But that's not easy to achieve, which is why I was attracted to Kakashi. Because he really is like the strong person I fantasized about in my dreams, drawing me in. But later I realized that I had overlooked you. Kakashi is like the sun in the sky. Everything is so perfect, but I can only look up at him. On the other hand, you, although not as dazzling, are sunny and optimistic, never giving up on anything. And even though you're a bit foolish, you can fall and get back up time after time. That spirit of yours is what I can aspire to. It encourages me and makes me stronger. In fact, from that time on, you had already become my support, a beam of light in my world. So I unconsciously wanted to become your support and the light in your world. Later, when you were reborn from the future, you gained even more of a strong presence, even more dazzling than Kakashi. Thus, the sunny boy and the mysterious powerful boy gradually overlapped, becoming the you of now. Perhaps from that moment on, I had already fallen for you. Rin's tone gradually revealed some shyness as she presented her feelings little by little in front of the one she loved. But at the same time, her tone grew more resolute. Obito, you've told me more than once not to worry, that you would protect me well. Now I'm asking you again, can you really do it? Without thinking, Obito said, I swear, I will do it even if I die. Rin's tears flowed down, and she placed her finger on Obito's lips, silencing him. Obito, perhaps you've experienced life and death several times, and death is no longer so frightening to you. But protecting me is a promise you can't fulfill after death. Obito, I don't want you to die. Obito was stunned. He had never thought Rin would think this way. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he was bearing a heavy responsibility. Lin continued, Obito, in our past life, why did you dislike Kakashi so much? Why did you fight with him multiple times? Obito pondered, because Lin, I was afraid Kakashi would drift away from me and take you with him, disappearing from my world. Lin's eyes welled up with tears. So, Obito, I am now just like the you from our past life. I'm also afraid that one day you will disappear. Obito trembled. No, that won't happen. It will never happen. Lin questioned, really? But you have shown thoughts of wanting to end your life more than once in front of me, revealing that you would neglect your own life for various reasons. Lin's tone gradually trembled. I'm very scared. Scared that you will leave me alone. Obito stood frozen in place, finally understanding why Lin reacted so strongly today. It wasn't just because he was scolded by Kushina, but because of the indifferent attitude towards life and death he displayed during that scolding. Obito couldn't help but close his eyes. His life was filled with Lin, but it was not only Lin. This seemed to be a world problem. If Kushina suddenly appeared before him and demanded he pay with his life, could he refuse? It seemed he couldn't. Chapter 49, Acceptance and Reconciliation. Thinking of this, Obito smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, Lin. It seems I still can't protect you well. I want to promise you that I won't contemplate ending my life again, that I will always protect you. But I made too many mistakes in my past life, and when facing those I feel guilty towards, I can only give them the power to choose my life or death. I'm afraid I will disappoint you. Lin shook her head. No, Obito. You don't need to apologize. I have seen it. I understand your intentions. I won't be that selfish, nor should I be. I don't want to force you to give up your atonement for me. But Obito, I have said this long ago. Whatever happens, we face it together. Next time something similar happens, let me share your burdens. Don't leave me behind, okay? Obito's heart felt warm. He had an impulse to agree immediately. However, could he bear to see Lin share even half of Kushina's punishment? That was simply impossible. Thinking of this, Obito couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated and couldn't help but ask, so Lin, if Madara puts the three tails inside you again, what will you do? Lin chuckled. Of course, I would go find Sensei. Obito, didn't you say that if I went back to find Sensei at that time, my problem could be perfectly solved? If the Mist Village doesn't mind helping, I wouldn't mind accepting this great gift. Obito shook his head seriously. But what if Sensei isn't around? What if the situation is really urgent? In an instant, Lin was rendered speechless. Obito sat up, patted Lin's head, and smiled. See, you idiot, in such a situation, Why don't you think about me? If you die, I will be the saddest. But I think you would still choose to sacrifice yourself to protect the village. Just like in our past life. Lin was momentarily confused. She didn't know how she would choose. Maybe only when faced with a similar situation would she understand. But she hoped she would never encounter such things in her lifetime. Then, she revealed a helpless smile. Obito, I understand your meaning now. We are both idiots. We truly are big idiots. Obito stretched lazily. So, let us not constantly think about life and death anymore. I pondered this topic for a long time in my past life, and couldn't figure it out. Only by truly facing it will we know the answer. Right now, we should cherish our rare, peaceful life. Lin suddenly sighed in relief, looking at Obito's bruised face, and finally smiled through her tears. Obito, you're in such a mess. How can you protect such a peaceful life? Obito thought for a moment, grabbed Lin's hand, and placed it on his face. Lin, you are right. Hurting myself for atonement is meaningless. The damage is done. We can only think about how to make up for it, not turn ourselves into something unrecognizable. This doesn't solve any problems. So, please treat my wounds. Only when I recover can I have a greater role. Lin nodded with a smile and began to use her healing ninjutsu. Since Obito only had superficial injuries, although they looked serious, they healed quickly. As the green chakra glowed, Obito's wounds gradually improved. Just when he was about to recover, Minato returned with Kushina and Kakashi. The three looked at Lin and Obito with strange expressions. Kakashi approached first. Shrugged, Obito, I have told Teacher Minato and Kushina about a lot of things according to your wishes. I can't control what they think, so good luck. Obito nodded. Looking at Minato and Kushina, he calmly said, I'm sorry, Sensei and Big Sister. You already know why I feel guilty, right? Maybe you Haven T felt it deeply enough since you Haven T experienced those things firsthand, but everything is etched in my heart, vivid and clear. The more I recall, the more I feel, how could I have been so cruel? So, no matter what you do to me, whether you hit me, scold me, or even kill me, I will face it calmly. Kushina was somewhat surprised. Wow, you adjusted so quickly and are no longer weak. Is it because of that girl, Lin? Obito nodded and smiled at Lin. She gave me a lot of courage. At this moment, Lin suddenly rushed forward, standing in front of Obito, her eyes firm. Master, Sensei, I know Obito is unforgivable, but I cannot just sit back and watch him bear it alone. If you still have any grievances, I will bear them together with him. Kushina pretended to be angry and walked up to Lin. You said it yourself. Those things Obito did were terrible. Just thinking about it makes me want to hit him. Are you really willing to bear it for him? Lin started to feel scared, her whole body trembling, but her gaze remained resolute, not taking a step back. Yes, Sensei. If hitting me can vent your anger, then go ahead and hit me. Kushina couldn't help but throw a punch at Lin's head. Although Lin was prepared, she still closed her eyes in fear. However, the punch stopped at the last moment and turned into a pat. Kushina gently patted Lin's head. Although I'm not happy with Obito's actions, since he calls me Big Sister, I don't want such a lovely Lin to be sad. I'll let him go. Lin sighed in relief, her eyes filled with tears as she deeply bowed. Thank you, Big Sister. On behalf of Obito, I really want to say sorry. Kushina chuckled. All right, Lin, don't learn to talk like that, brat. Promise me one thing. Keep an eye on Obito, and don't let him continue to go astray, okay? Lin nodded. Don't worry, Sensei. I will always watch over him. Kushina sighed. You know, I can't help but envy Obito for having such a lovely girl like you in love with him. Lin's face immediately turned red, and she quietly explained. No, Sensei, we're not like that. However, towards the end, her voice became weak and mosquito-like. Kushina teased, what? Did I hear wrong? Who said they wanted to sleep with that idiot? Who said they wanted to be his girlfriend? Lin's head began to smoke. Kushina squatted down, touching Lin's face. All right, I started dating Minato pretty early too, so I have no right to criticize you. But I still want to remind you, girls should learn to protect themselves when they are out, to avoid being eaten clean by some white-eyed wolf. Go carry out your mission now. Remember to eat the bento I made. Everyone gets a share, but no wasting allowed. And remember to come back safe and sound. Chapter 50. The essence of a ninja. Obito stepped forward and said, I promise. QB9 snorted, that's more like it. Just don't let it end up like the future you mentioned, with only Kakashi left alone. Otherwise, he won't even have enough money to buy flowers. Kakashi broke into a sweat, but once he thought about the future Obito mentioned, he realized he would have to visit his father, Minato-sensei, Kubi-Nai's mother, Rin, and Obito. He would indeed need to buy a lot of flowers. At this moment, Minato saw that everyone was getting along and walked over with a smile, calling out, "Team 7, gather here." Instantly, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin appeared by Minato's side. Minato's expression turned serious. "Due to the delay, I will use the Flying Thunder God to take you a part of the way, but this is not a regular method and will not be repeated." The three nodded, and after packing their bags, Minato placed his hand on the three of them, and in the next moment, their figures disappeared from their original spot. In a small village called Suijien, located near a river and surrounded by mountains, Minato's team slowly appeared. After finding the client, the village chief, and understanding the situation, everyone gradually became clear about the circumstances. A group of mountain bandits had taken refuge in the deep mountains, frequently coming down to burn, kill, and plunder, committing heinous acts. The nearby villages had suffered greatly, especially Suijien village, which had been raided time and again. The villagers were in agony, leading them to unite and commission the village chief to post a mission in Konoha. This was indeed a simple extermination task, without involving any ninjas. So Minato felt relieved and instructed Obito, Kakashi, Rin follow the clues provided by the villagers to find the bandits' hideout and eliminate them. Do not let a single one escape. The three responded seriously, understood. Then, the four of them vanished and began searching for the bandits' hideout. Soon, they discovered a small encampment built by the bandits deep in the mountains. Seeing that they had found their target, Minato stayed in place and said to the three, "The next performance is up to you. I won't intervene unless it's a critical moment." The three nodded, closing their eyes to sense everything around them. Although none of them were professional sensory-type ninjas, a group of ordinary mountain bandits could hardly hide their presence effectively, making it easy to sense them. Before long, Obito opened his eyes. There are some bandits moving around the camp, but most of the others are concentrated inside. After hesitating for a moment, Obito looked at Rin. "Rin, most of the people inside the camp are elderly, children, and the sick. You and Kakashi handle them. I will take care of the adult bandits patrolling outside." Rin was taken aback, somewhat unwilling. "Obito, I'm not incapable of taking down a group of bandits. Don't assign me such an easy task." Obito smiled. "No, it's not that I think adult bandits are difficult to deal with, but among us, you're the only one who hasn't experienced this kind of practical slaughter. You need to go through it fully." Rin still protested. "I've undergone pressure training at the ninja school, and I've executed death row inmates. I've seen blood. Don't treat me like a child." Obito said sternly. "Rin, normal killing and slaughter are not the same. As a qualified ninja, you can strike your enemies without hesitation, and I won't deny that." However, Obito's tone shifted. "I just mentioned that many of the people in that bandit camp are elderly and children. They may not have committed many crimes themselves. Can you still go through with it?" Rin was stunned, realizing the seriousness of the issue. "Are we supposed to kill everyone, old and young alike? But aren't they, as you said, innocent?" Obito replied, "They may be innocent. Many of those bandits might have been forced into their situation by life. Their reasons for committing crimes might just be to feed their wives and children. But once they enjoy the plundered food and wealth, they must pay the corresponding price." Moreover, Obito glanced at Kakashi, signaling him to explain the situation. Kakashi, having executed similar missions multiple times, understood Obito's intent and calmly said, "What Obito means is that the mission commission states to eliminate the bandits completely and leave no future troubles. As ninjas, we must strictly carry out this order." Rin frowned. "But if we just eliminate the adult bandits and leave the elderly and children who can't resist, isn't that also solving the future troubles?" Obito shook his head. "Elderly people can adopt new children, and children will continue to grow. If we kill the adult bandits, we are essentially killing their family members, which breeds hatred. Years later, what will the children of those grown-up bandits do? They might, out of hatred, take up their parents' swords and even more cold-bloodedly attack those innocent villagers, perpetuating the cycle of hatred." Rin understood. She wasn't unintelligent, just unwilling to accept it. At that moment, she finally felt the cruelty of the world Obito talked about. But then Obito glanced at Minato-sensei and shifted the topic. "Rin, This is a lesson that Konoha will teach you. Although the reasoning is correct, as ninjas, we have a more fundamental reason. Rin was taken aback, wondering what Obito was up to this time. Obito continued to explain. The main job of a ninja is to take people's money and eliminate their disasters, without questioning right or wrong. We have taken the villagers' money, so we must resolve their problems, or we violate principles and damage the village's image. Perhaps one day, things will turn around, and those bandits may come to Konoha for a commission, and if Konoha agrees, we will still have to meet their demands. At that time, we might really have to turn against the innocent villagers. This is the essence of a ninja world. Rin's eyes flickered wildly, frantically signaling Obito to stop. Here we go again. Obito was starting to talk about these cruel truths. Although what he said might be right, Minato-sensei was still watching. Sure enough, Minato frowned. Obito, Konoha will not accept the commission from those bandits. Every mission undergoes strict review to ensure it stands on the side of justice. Obito smiled at Minato. Minato-sensei, are you sure? What if the mission were changed to one of destruction in Sunagakure or Kyomogakure? What if Konoha demanded the slaughter of civilians to create panic? Are you certain the village would never issue such an order? If they have, then is such a mission truly just... Chapter 51. The truth behind Obito's complaints about Minato was immediately at a loss for words. However, after pondering for a moment, he smiled calmly. Obito, you are right. In fact, everyone's so-called justice is merely based on their own interests. Ninjas are indeed just tools for executing missions. Missions themselves have no inherent justice. But Minato paused, his gaze filled with determination. We still need to uphold Konoha's justice. Minato pointed to the camp in the distance. To take the most extreme example, even if Konoha were that bandit camp, we would still need to protect it because we're also part of that camp, having grown up among its children. We have long since become one with it. We share both glory and loss, do we not? Obito sighed. Minato-sensei, although you are very kind, you are not naive. This perspective explains the relationship between the village and us quite well. It is rather convincing. Indeed, instead of discussing lofty principles and how to make the ninja world better, it is better to talk about the reality. We are children raised by Konoha and should naturally give back to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen did the right thing in this matter. Minato-sensei, you truly are the best choice for the fourth Hokage. Minato's face was filled with frustration. Obito, now that your true nature has been exposed, are you no longer pretending? That is the third Hokage, at the very least, you should have some respect. Obito sighed. Teacher Minato, I know it was wrong of me to vent my anger on you in my past life, but Kakashi probably hasn't told you the specific reasons, because he isn't clear about them either. Minato was taken aback and frowned. Obito, what exactly happened? Obito continued. When I learned that Rin had been kidnapped by the mist, and that Kakashi had gone to rescue her, I was burning with anxiety. I ran frantically from the vicinity of the mountain graveyard, along the border of the Land of Fire, almost crossing most of the Land of Fire before finally reaching the coastline near the heart of the mist. There, I witnessed Kakashi kill Rin with Chidori. If I had arrived just a moment earlier, I might have been able to prevent this tragedy. Obito's breathing quickened. That location was clearly closer to Konoha, and Konoha had received the news earlier than I did, yet I almost made it there. Why was there no one from Konoha to provide support? What am I supposed to think? While I was running, I kept confirming, Teacher Minato, haven't you arrived yet? Why did I have to confirm? Because with your speed, you would have been able to support much faster than I could. Yet in the end, you never showed up. Obito forced a bitter smile. This is why I vented my anger on you at that time. Of course, I understand that perhaps you didn't receive the intelligence, or were engaged in some critical mission and simply couldn't get away. But regardless, what was Konoha doing at that time? What role did Sarutobi Hiruzen play in all of this? Obito's anger grew as he spoke. The third great ninja war was nearing its end. Did he make some agreement with the mist for the so-called peace, abandoning Rin and Kakashi? So Kakashi was left to go rescue her all alone. It was too disheartening. I had just been inscribed on the memorial stone, and now our squad was abandoned by the higher-ups. I couldn't help but wonder, why should Rin's sacrifice be exchanged for such a hypocritical peace? A village like this doesn't deserve it. Obito's words made Minato furrow his brows. He knew the location of the mountain graveyard, which was near the land of earth and separated from the land of water by most of the land of fire. If Obito could rush from the mountain graveyard to the Mist's Heart, there was no reason why Konoha's ninjas couldn't make it. The fact that only Kakashi went to rescue her spoke volumes. Perhaps there was indeed something fishy going on. Minato awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Obito, I don't know what exactly happened in the future. No wonder during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Kakashi wanted to kill you, I stopped him. Perhaps I truly felt some unconfessed guilt back then. He chuckled. Huh. The third Hokage really did some heart-wrenching things for the sake of peace. Obito nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart-wrenching actions are not limited to just a couple of instances. Take the incident of Shusui's suicide, for example. Later, when the delegation from the Land of Lightning came to Konoha to sign a peace agreement, they suddenly attacked in Konoha's territory and kidnapped the little princess of the Hyuga clan at that time. She was subsequently killed on the spot by Hyuga Hayashi, who had rushed over. As a result, Kumogakure seized upon this incident, turning the tables and demanding the third Hokage to hand over the murderer. Can you guess what Sarutobi Hiruzen did? For the sake of peace, to avoid war with Kumogakure, he really swallowed his pride and agreed to their demands, handing over Hyuga Hayashi. He was the clan head of the Hyuga clan. If it weren't for Hyuga Hayashi's brother, who took the blame, then Konoha's actions would have been tantamount to losing both the wife and the soldiers, which is truly disheartening. Minato's expression changed, his fists clenched, a hint of anger surfacing. If Kumogakure demanded a person, Konoha would hand someone over. Today, they could give up the head of the Hyuga clan. Tomorrow would they give up the head of the Uchiha clan, and the day after that, the Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Nara clans? The third Hokage is confused. Such matters cannot be compromised. What era are we in? Obito forced a smile after the Nine-Tails incident. So, I bear part of the responsibility. At that time, Konoha suffered tremendous injury, and you, Teacher Minato, had also died. With the third Hokage's weak character, he probably really didn't have the courage to go to war with Kumogakure. Minato shook his head. I see. Perhaps the third Hokage was no longer fit to be Hokage. If I become Hokage, if Kumogakure dared to do this, I would have made them understand what the cost is. Obito sighed. Unfortunately, at that time, Teacher Minato was already dead. If you were here, everything would have been different. Obito raised his head, speaking firmly. Teacher Minato, in this life, I will do my best to make up for the mistakes I made. I now have the ability to protect Rin and Kakashi. You can focus on your fame. Please be sure to become the fourth Hokage. Only with you in that position can Konoha improve. Minato revealed a confident smile. All right, Obito, I promise you, I will do my best to become Hokage. That is my dream too. Kakashi, standing to the side, revealed a deadpan expression. Hey, who needs you to protect me? Obito snorted. Someone who can't even protect Rin doesn't he have the right to speak? Kakashi was increasingly annoyed. I already said this hasn't happened yet. Stop blaming me for something that hasn't occurred. Seeing the two about to argue again, Rin immediately stepped in to stop them. All right, stop arguing. We are still on a mission. Chapter 52. Helping Rin adapt to killing. Only then did everyone calm down. Obito looked at Rin and said, then let's proceed as planned. Rin, this time it's mainly for you. You must adapt to this kind of killing, which I don't even know if it can be considered just. Rin was still somewhat uncomfortable, but recalling Teacher Minato's words, she agreed wholeheartedly. Konoha gave her life and raised her, allowing her to grow up in peace. She indeed should think from the village's perspective. So she nodded and said seriously, don't worry, I will carry out the mission well. With that, the three exchanged glances dispersed and acted separately. A one-sided massacre began. Among this group of mountain bandits, there wasn't even a single ninja. Don't be fooled by Obito and the others being young. They were an elite team, and killing ordinary people was like slaughtering chickens. In fact, this group of mountain bandits might not even be able to withstand a single high school ninja from the academy. Therefore, once Obito began to act, he skillfully reaped the lives of one mountain bandit after another, without allowing anyone to raise the alarm. As the number of surrounding enemies sharply decreased until there were none, Obito wiped the blood off his kunai and walked towards the village. By the time he entered the village, there were hardly any living people left. Kakashi and Rin had also basically completed their tasks. In an instant, the air was filled with a thick, pungent smell of blood. Looking at the bodies lying on the ground, especially the elderly, women, and children among them, who had fatal wounds, all caused by blades, Obito couldn't help but shake his head. Among the three-man team, only Kakashi liked to use blades. It was clear that Rin still couldn't easily cross the threshold of slaughtering women and children. So how was Rin doing now? Sensing Rin's presence, Obito quickly rushed over. At this moment, Rin was holding a kunai, facing a trembling mother and daughter huddled together. The mother, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, "Please let us go. We haven't done anything. Even if you won't spare me, please let my daughter go. She really doesn't know anything. She doesn't know anything at all." Rin was frozen in place, hesitating, unable to bear it, yet determined. But in the end, the complex emotions of hesitation intertwined. Making her unable to thrust the kunai, she held closer to the mother and daughter. Obito sighed and walked over, standing beside Rin and holding her weapon-bearing hand. Rin felt Obito's arrival and finally relaxed. She lowered her head, somewhat blaming herself for her weakness. "I'm sorry, Obito. I still can't bring myself to strike." Obito thought for a moment, looked at the mother and daughter, and said, "Perhaps you really haven't done anything, and you are indeed innocent. But since you enjoy the benefits that come from plundering others, you must pay the corresponding price." Obito held Lin's hand and moved. Lin suddenly understood what Obito wanted to do. She did not resist, but surrendered her whole body and mind to him. Just like that, Obito led her, and they danced in an extremely beautiful and swift manner. In that moment of horror and fear for the mother and daughter, the kunai in Lin's hand accurately cut their throats. The mother fell to the ground in disbelief, blood gushing from her neck. Her eyes were wide open, staring intensely at Obito and Lin, as if to say, "If given a chance, even if I have to go to hell, I will drag you down with me." After completing all this, Obito chuckled lightly and released Lin's hand. The kunai in Lin's hand could no longer be held and fell to the ground. She said bitterly, "I really killed them, Sai." Obito said nothing but walked in front of the mother and daughter and closed their eyes. In the last moment, "I'm sorry. You want to drag me to hell, but I've already been there. Perhaps the wrong ones are not you, but this world." Obito stood up again and said to Lin, "Let's go." I covered their eyes so they no longer see this ugly world. That is my last mercy. Lin stood there in a daze, murmuring, "So this is a ninja?" Obito sighed, "Yes, this is a ninja. By the way, Lin, I still have to teach you a lesson that every ninja must learn." Lin, with vacant eyes, said, "Obito, go ahead." Obito looked at a fallen male corpse on the ground and said, "Lin, remember to check and finish off your enemies in the future, or it will lead to serious consequences." The male corpse trembled. He knew he had been exposed and had to act now, or he would lose even his last chance to strike. So he suddenly sprang up, swinging his knife towards Lin, disregarding the blood that was about to drain from his abdomen. Just now, this damn female ninja had almost killed him, and together with the male ninja, had killed his wife and daughter. He wanted to take revenge with his last life. However, the knife stopped in midair because a flash of blade appeared behind him. His body was split in two, blood spraying out and staining everything around. Kakashi appeared, half his body soaked in blood, and said, "It turns out this person is not dead yet. Although he is not a ninja, this kind of sneak attack can still pose a certain danger. We should be careful." Obito snorted coldly. "So we must finish off our enemies properly. In my past life, I almost got crushed by a boulder at the Kanabi Bridge because we didn't finish off our enemies properly." Kakashi's eyes flickered slightly. This was a sufficiently profound lesson. He nodded, "I will remember this." Then he turned around and walked towards the village entrance. "Obito, you're done over there, right? Once we finish, we can go back to the waterfall village to collect the mission receipt." Lin looked at Kakashi's indifference, as if life was insignificant in his eyes, and suddenly felt a bit scared. Obito took Lin's hand. "Don't worry. That guy is just cold to outsiders, but he is good to you. In my past life, I had to throw away the flowers he sent you every time, and he kept sending them until I lost count of how many I threw away." With Obito's diversion, Lin felt much better and couldn't help but chuckle. "Obito, Kakashi sending me flowers is actually quite nice. Why did you throw them away?" Obito huffed. "He was too useless back then. He shouldn't have sent you flowers." Lin was instantly speechless, took Obito's hand, and smiled bravely. "Obito, I know you're trying to distract me. Thank you, but I'm not as fragile as you think. Let's go. Thus, the three of them left the village, and the surrounding atmosphere gradually faded away, becoming silent. Minato appeared before them in an instant, smiling with satisfaction. Our team completed this kind of mission perfectly for the first time. You all did great. Chapter 53. I do nothing, just being the greatest help to Uchiha. Minato looked at the calm Obito and the unfazed Kakashi, and then at Lin, who had also calmed down. He suddenly felt that with their team's configuration, completing a B-rank mission didn't seem like a big deal. His team members were anything but normal. A 5-year-old Genin, a 6-year-old Chunin, a genius who would become a Jonin at 12, an old coin who had been a schemer in the ninja world for over a decade and was now reborn, and Lin, who could eat this old coin alive. With him, the young Minato, this combination seemed destined to either save the world or destroy it. Thinking of this, Minato couldn't help but have a headache. He doubted whether he could really lead Team 7 well. He could only sigh and say, "Let's go explain the situation to the villagers of Waterfall Village, and then we can return to the village." On the way back, he said, "I won't use the Flying Thunder God anymore. We'll stay outside for a night to adapt to wilderness survival." The three nodded and immediately descended the mountain. When the villagers saw the three children covered in blood, they couldn't help but show fear and wariness. But upon hearing that the bandits had been dealt with, they breathed a sigh of relief, displaying a look of liberation. The village chief signed a commission with a satisfied remark, and the mission was considered successfully completed. Team Minato began their return journey. During the journey back, Lin curiously asked, "These bandits have troubled the villagers for a long time, right? Why didn't they issue the mission sooner? That way, they wouldn't have to endure the long-term suffering from plundering." Obito explained, "It's simple. They are poor. Poverty is a disease in this world that cannot be cured. The money for issuing a B-rank mission is often enough for the entire village to live for a long time. It is not an easy decision to make. After all, most poor people can't even afford to see a doctor and have to drag it on until their bodies start to rot. Only in situations like the bandits, where the entire village felt fear, could they make the decision to pool their resources and come up with that amount of money." Lin suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. She subconsciously calculated the rewards for ninja missions and suddenly realized that it wasn't cheap. A B-rank mission costs 5,000 to tens of thousands of Ryo, while A-rank missions range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of Ryo, which is indeed not a small sum. Her family couldn't easily come up with that much money. As a commoner, Lin could feel more deeply how expensive it was to issue a mission. She couldn't help but wonder why she never felt this way before. Perhaps it was because there were many errands in Konoha Village, like finding lost cats and dogs. Obito saw through Lin's thoughts and sneered. "The villagers who can afford to issue missions in Konoha are all wealthy. We've only executed missions in real, poor areas twice, and they were tasks like clearing out sewers funded by the higher-ups. Those lost cats and dogs probably eat better than the villagers we just saw, and their lives might even be worth more than the sum of those villagers' lives." Lin fell silent. Obito always liked to speak some harsh truths, telling her the cruel realities. Why should a little girl like her know so much? Why not just fool her and comfort her? Obito was simply a big blockhead. Minato noticed and awkwardly raised his hand. "Let's not discuss such serious and profound topics anymore. Can we think about where to stay tonight?" As soon as this was said, it finally attracted everyone's attention. Minato took out a map, and everyone immediately gathered curiously around it. After some debate, they finally settled on a location on the map. Then everyone continued on their way and finally reached the destination before it was completely dark. The fourth Hokage found a flat area and said, "Let's camp here for the night. By the way, during the mission, open flames are not allowed in the field to prevent exposure. However, we are still within the fire country. Our mission is complete, and the restrictions aren't so strict. Tonight, we can enjoy a campfire." The three little ones nodded, and then Rin and Kakashi simultaneously looked at Obito. Obito slapped his forehead, almost forgetting about this matter, and immediately took out 2 sealing scrolls to unseal them. Bang! Then, 2 large tents and various living supplies appeared, along with the fish that Kakashi had prepared and the rice balls that Rin had packed. Just as Minato took out his bento from his backpack, he saw this scene. He stood there in shock and then awkwardly asked, "Hey, you guys went too far?" using strategic-level ceiling scrolls to carry living supplies. Are you on a mission or on a picnic? Kakashi shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Actually, I thought the same, but Obito insisted on it. Minato couldn't help but look at Obito. Obito grinned. Anyway, I've become an elder of the Uchiha clan, so I can use my power for personal gain. They give me things, so why not take them? What? An elder of the Uchiha clan? When did this happen? Minato was shocked. The Uchiha were the most prominent clan in Konoha, and being an elder was not something just anyone could do. Obito looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, didn't you tell Minato-sensei about this? Kakashi coughed. Compared to other information, this matter isn't even worth mentioning. At that time, things were urgent, and I tried to focus on the important things. Minato came back to his senses and couldn't help but recall the terrifying big event Kakashi had mentioned, awkwardly saying, "It has seemed that way." Seeing this, Obito explained, "When Fugaku, the clan leader, came to chat with me, he discovered that I also had a Mangekyō Sharingan. So it was only natural for me to become an elder. As an elder of the Uchiha clan, what's wrong with enjoying a few benefits? Besides, I didn't take them for free. I gave the Uchiha clan enough benefits in return, so it's only fair." Enough benefits? Rin asked curiously. Obito, what benefits did you give the Uchiha? Obito chuckled. I gave Fugaku a lot of guiding suggestions. These are my insights for the future. In the world of ninjas, they are all top-level intelligence. After a pause, Obito continued, somewhat self-deprecatingly. In fact, even if I did nothing, I would still have helped the Uchiha a lot. If they knew the truth, they would really wish I would just sit still like a turtle. Kakashi was taken aback, confused. Why? Obito said, think about it carefully. During the Nine-Tails incident, when the villagers found out that the Nine-Tails was controlled by the Sharingan, who was affected the most? Rin and Kakashi gasped. It was the Uchiha. Chapter 54. The truth behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Obito continued. That's right. After the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha found themselves in a very difficult situation. Not only were they driven to the most remote part of Konoha, but they were also almost entirely monitored. It was worse than being criminals. How could the proud Uchiha tolerate this? So, they began to conspire for a coup, and their relationship with the village grew increasingly tense, ultimately leading to their annihilation. This time, everyone was shocked together. The Uchiha had actually been annihilated. They couldn't imagine that the once mighty Uchiha clan, the most powerful clan in Konoha, would face extinction in the future. Minato frowned. Konoha's actions were too extreme. It clearly didn't have to come to this. Sigh. How many people would die to eliminate the Uchiha? Obito denied. Actually, aside from the Uchiha clan being wiped out, not a single person from Konoha died. Minato was taken aback. How is that possible? With so many elites in the Uchiha clan, all of Konoha's forces combined couldn't possibly crush them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the audacity to stage a coup. Obito teased, I'll explain the events later. For now, guess who the true culprit behind the Uchiha's demise is? Kakashi scoffed and slowly said two words, Danzo. Obito laughed. Exactly. Everything Danzo did only intensified the conflict, and the third Hokage turned a blind eye to it. So the Uchiha were ultimately pushed to their doom. Kakashi crossed his arms. I knew it would be like this. Minato then asked seriously, what exactly did Danzo do? Obito smiled. As I mentioned earlier, it was Danzo's suggestion to drive the Uchiha to the most remote area and to monitor them. In addition to that, Danzo also put a hand on Shursui, a genius of the Uchiha clan who was as famous as you during the Third Great Ninja War, Minato-sensei. He stole Shursui's Mangekyō Sharingan, forcing Shursui into a dilemma between the village and his clan, ultimately leading him to commit suicide. Everyone was stunned, and Kakashi couldn't help but ask, Obito, doesn't the Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan exist outside of you? Obito shook his head. Fugaku, the clan leader, also had those eyes. He added, at that time, the Uchiha's Mangekyō was still rare, but after the Third Great Ninja War, Mangekyō Sharingans started to pop up like they were free. Strictly speaking, in my past life, I actually awakened my eyes then. During that time, including Fugaku's pair, there were a total of 4 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan in the Uchiha clan. Rin's eyes widened. So many? Those eyes are incredibly powerful. How could the Uchiha, who were so strong, be annihilated? Obito showed a thoughtful expression. In fact, this situation was also quite rare in the entire clan's history. The last time there were 4 pairs of Mangekyō existing at the same time was during the clan's internal war, when they fought fiercely and were on the verge of extinction. So, I think this time is no exception. The large-scale awakening of the Mangekyō in the Uchiha clan can only indicate one thing. The clan's fortune had reached its end, beginning to burn itself out, making a final struggle. Everyone remembered the fate of the Uchiha's annihilation and nodded. Minato asked, in the future Uchiha, besides Fugaku, you, and Sure-Sui, who else had the Mangekyō? Obito smiled. Minato-sensei. That person you should have seen before, and you're somewhat familiar with him. It's Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, I see. Minato realized. He knew that Fugaku had a son, and it was normal for the son of the clan leader to have such talent. However, Minato began to feel confused. Rin was right earlier. Every Mangekyō Sharingan belongs to a strong individual. Legend has it that they even possess divine powers. Such powerful individuals are not easy to deal with. Even if you don't count yourself and the deceased Sure-Sui, there are still Fugaku and Itachi with their pairs of eyes. In such a case, would the village still dare to act? Would they not fear heavy casualties and being coveted by other nations? Furthermore, I still can't understand how the village managed to take down the Uchiha without hurting a single member. In Minato's view, annihilating the Uchiha was incomprehensible. With so many Sharingan and 2 pairs of Mangekyō, if they could become part of the village, what a terrifying force that would be. Obito self-deprecatingly said, because the Uchiha were exterminated by their own people. Rin immediately understood from Obito's tone. I see. So, Obito, you are the mastermind behind the Uchiha's annihilation? Obito was embarrassed. Rin, I did participate in this matter and did kill a lot of members of the Uchiha police force, but this matter was really not planned by me. I was just invited to help. Minato was taken aback. He originally thought this matter might have been done by Obito, but it turned out it wasn't. Seeing the doubtful expressions on everyone's faces, Obito slowly revealed the truth. The order to exterminate the Uchiha clan came from Danzo, and the one who accepted the order was Itachi. Itachi felt he couldn't do it alone, so he invited me. And so one night, I cooperated with Itachi to enter the Uchiha compound and carried out a massacre. Everyone in the Uchiha clan, young and old, was left without exception. The crowd fell silent. Today, they had just experienced a massacre, so they understood very well how many innocent people were involved. Moreover, Konoha village was different from the bandit hideout. The innocent villagers would only be more numerous. Rin was the one most affected by this, and even Obito couldn't help but feel anger. Obito, among those you helped, how many were grandfathers and grandmothers? How could you bring yourself to do this? Obito's gaze was deep. Rin, back then, I was escaping reality. To me, the whole world seemed false, so I acted without burden. No, there was still a burden. It hurt my heart. But I kept persuading myself that just a little pain, just endure it a bit longer, I could create a world where everyone was happy. Rin slightly calmed down, letting out a helpless sigh, troubled sigh. The sins to atone for have increased a bit. But then she became curious. But Obito, why do you feel less guilty towards the Uchiha compared to your teacher and his wife? How can you still take advantage of the Uchiha so comfortably? Obito smiled. Of course, because although I participated in the massacre, most of those killed were elite Uchiha, many of whom were radical members, the ones who wanted a coup. They had their damned reasons, and as ninjas, they should be prepared to be killed. So, the burden of killing them wasn't that great, although there were certainly innocents, like a young girl who unlocked the Sharingan, who cried out for Itachi before she died. But at least the grandfathers and grandmothers you mentioned, and many children including newborns, who were powerless civilians, were not killed by me, but by Itachi. After Chapter 55, The Truth of the Massacre, Rin breathed a sigh of relief. She could accept that Obito killed strong opponents, but she would have been troubled if he had targeted innocent villagers. Kakashi couldn't help but mock that Itachi really is heartless. Minato felt a bit sympathetic. I think he must be in a lot of pain. You can tell from the tasks he executed for Danzo. He also loved the village and had to turn against his own people for it. I can't even imagine the mental pressure he had to endure. But whether it's him or Danzo, their thoughts are too extreme. Obito nodded. Itachi, indeed, has lived in pain from the night of the massacre until the day he died. Even I can feel his exhaustion. To be honest, I don't have the right to judge Itachi because my thoughts in my previous life were also very extreme. Then, Obito turned to Kakashi. Actually, if your views haven't changed, you wouldn't understand. After all, from your 5-year-old perspective, Itachi perfectly executed the orders from the higher-ups of Konoha. So how could you say it was wrong? Kakashi suddenly felt a bit scared. Thankfully, he hadn't become someone like Itachi. Rin then came back to her senses. So, Obito, you single-handedly dealt with the elite Uchiha that even Teacher Minato said would be difficult to handle? Her eyes sparkled with a bit of admiration. Obito felt a bit shy. It was also partly Itachi's credit. The Mangekyō Sharingan has a strong suppressive power over the 3 Tomo, and attacking your own clan is the most lethal. The Uchiha's most troublesome Jinjutsu lost its effectiveness against the Mangekyō. Plus, Obito paused and looked at Minato. Teacher Minato, my Mangekyō is a space-time ninjutsu. You, who also have space-time ninjutsu, should know how quickly this technique can kill ninjas weaker than oneself. Minato thought for a moment. Indeed, as long as their reaction isn't faster than mine, and they don't have good means of self-preservation, and they don't understand my abilities, they can't respond in time. Then, killing them would be a one-hit affair. The difference between a Jonin and a Genin is not that big. Obito smiled. My situation is similar. In our first encounter, Teacher Minato almost suffered a loss, let alone ordinary ninjas. Minato nodded. Then I roughly understand. With you and Itachi's 2 pairs of Mangekyō sneaking attacks, you could indeed easily deal with most Uchiha clansmen. But what about Fugaku? If Fugaku was present and led a resistance, he also has the Mangekyō Sharingan, so it wouldn't be so easy. Obito thought for a moment and sighed. Fugaku and Mikoto were killed by Itachi. From the situation at the time, they died in their own home, with no signs of a struggle. It should be clear that after Itachi sided with Konoha, he acknowledged his failure in the coup and did not act against his son, but willingly died at his son's hands. Minato felt a bit regretful. I see. After all, he is his own son. Fortunately, Kushina doesn't know about this. Otherwise, she would be heartbroken if Mikoto died. Having figured out most of the situation, Minato relaxed. Now, he became curious about Obito. Obito, to be honest, I'm very interested in your Mangekyō Sharingan's space-time ninjutsu. I know that using the Mangekyō now puts a heavy burden on you. But I've heard that you can also use some of the Mangekyō abilities in the 3 Tomo state. Obito chuckled. Teacher Minato, actually, I also want to exchange ideas on using space-time ninjutsu with you. How about we spar? This way, you can directly experience the abilities of KAMUI. A fighting spirit suddenly surfaced in Minato's eyes, eager to try. Obito, it's late today. Let's postpone the sparring until tomorrow. I'm also very curious about what level your current strength has reached. Obito couldn't help but recall events from his previous life. Teacher Minato, during the Nine Tails incident, I had a confrontation with you and was educated by you. The Flying Thunder God's second stage combined with the Rasengan caught me off guard. Thinking back, that feeling was really uncomfortable. Minato awkwardly replied, Is that so? Kakashi didn't mention these details to me. However, those close to home know their own matters. The Flying Thunder God's second stage was already his trump card, and being forced to use such a hidden combo showed how strong Obito was at that time and how much pressure he put on him. At that time, Obito was only 14, right? It's quite comforting to see that a disciple can grow to such a level. Minato smiled. All right, we've talked for so long. Everyone must be hungry. Let's set up camp, make a fire, and have dinner. The 3 little ones nodded, and everyone quickly got to work. Before long, they had set up 2 tents and started a fire. Then, everyone gathered around the campfire, enjoying the bento made by Kushina, Kakashi's grilled fish, and the rice balls made by Rin, happily savoring this pleasant time. Even Kakashi squinted his eyes, praising, the food made by Teacher's wife is indeed delicious. Here, it uses the setting from Ultimate Ninja Storm, where Kushina's cooking is good, but the timeline is 3 years later and currently. Kushina doesn't know if what she made is dark cuisine. Rin smiled as she watched Kakashi eat and asked, Kakashi, clearly you look handsome without the mask. Why do you insist on wearing a mask to cover your face? Obito snorted. What else could it be? Trying to look cool. I don't know how many little girls I've charmed with this trick. Kakashi didn't say anything but instinctively quickened his pace, taking small bites to finish his meal and quickly put the mask back on. Only then did he slowly say, Maybe I've just gotten used to it. Ninjas always hide in the dark, and I feel a sense of security only when I wear the mask. Otherwise, I feel uncomfortable all over. TCH Obito scoffed. Kakashi then asked Obito, I remember we prepared 4 tents. Why did you only take out 2? Obito suddenly became awkward, for his too big and wasteful. It will be a hassle to pack up when we leave, haha. He then looked at Rin. Rin, do the words you said before the mission still count? Rin was a bit confused. What did she said? Obito said, of course it's about sleeping together. Look, both tents are quite large. Just right for you and me to share one, and Kakashi and Sensei Minato to share the other. Rin's face immediately turned red, and she glared at Obito. Humph. So that's what you were thinking. However, after a moment of thought, Rin decided, forget it, since I promised, I will keep my word. As long as you don't have any bad intentions, sharing a tent isn't a big deal. Yay! Obito made a victory sign, swearing that he truly had no bad thoughts. It's just that after being lonely for so long, he hoped to have someone accompany him. The next day, a light mist enveloped the forest. Obito slowly woke up to find Rin already awake, staring at him. Feeling a bit shy, he asked, Rin, is there something on my face? Rin shook her head, no. It's just that your sleeping posture looks good, so I couldn't help but glance a few more times. Obito immediately turned beet red and quickly got up to wash up outside. Rin smiled and thought, sleeping with Obito isn't bad. He's the one who's more shy. Chapter 56. Minato and Obito after breakfast. Since it was still early, Minato's class started training. Following their agreement from yesterday, Minato and Obito found a suitable place nearby to spar against each other. Obito looked at Sensei Minato seriously and said, Sensei Minato, I'm quite strong now, so be careful. Minato showed a hint of confidence. Don't worry, Obito, I don't see you as a kid. After saying that, Minato picked up a branch. Since I'm a speed-type ninja and strike very quickly, the battle will start the moment the branch hits the ground, okay? Obito nodded. He knew how tricky Sensei Minato could be. After all, in his past life, he had just been stunned by the Flying Thunder God technique and was about to say a few words of gratitude when Minato had already struck him in the face. His speed, leaving him no time to react. Fighting against Sensei Minato required constant vigilance. Seeing this, Minato stopped talking and released the branch. The air around them suddenly became tense. As the branch slowly fell, both of them prepared themselves. Smack! The moment the branch hit the ground, Minato moved. He produced 3 shurikens, throwing one into the sky, one towards Obito, and one into the surroundings. Obito immediately activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, observing the trajectories of all the shurikens. In an instant, the shuriken aimed at him was right in front of him, and he had to dodge to the side. However, the shuriken with the Flying Thunder God mark meant that dodging didn't signify the end. It was just the beginning. Sure enough, in the next moment, Minato's figure appeared in front of the high-speed shuriken, grabbing it, rapidly changing direction, and slashing towards Obito. The entire process flowed smoothly. The terrifying aspect wasn't just the instantaneous movement at high speed, but also that after striking, Sensei Minato could immediately launch an effective attack. Such reflex speed and body coordination were simply inhuman. If Obito hadn't been familiar with Sensei Minato's attack patterns and prepared for it, he would have suffered a major setback. But now he seized the opportunity, raised his shuriken, and turned to collide with the one in Minato's hand. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the two figures separated. In that brief moment, what seemed to be an ordinary test was filled with hidden calculations. The danger of it might only be known to the two engaged in battle. Unlike the bell-stealing assessment, Obito, who had activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, was using almost all his strength. Of course, Minato was also showing his true abilities. In a single exchange, they were evenly matched. The next moment, both of them moved simultaneously, trying to seize the initiative before the other could react after their respective strikes. For a moment, their shurikens clashed 7 or 8 times, the sounds ringing continuously. However, there was still a difference between a fake academic and a true academic. Obito, in this life, could become an academic largely due to the advantages of living a second life, but he still had some gaps compared to a true academic like Sensei Minato. In a purely speed-based confrontation, Obito gradually felt that he was falling behind Minato's rhythm. Unlike the Raikage's straightforward acceleration style, Minato's attacks were more unpredictable in their changes of direction, causing Obito's nerves to tighten increasingly, making him more passive. If he had no other abilities, the battle would have ended there. Fortunately, his trump card was never just pure physical techniques. Obito stopped fixating on this direct clash. In the next move, when Minato attacked him again, he didn't dodge, but carefully observed the entire trajectory of the attack. He planned to phase out and catch the recovery. Minato was stunned. They had been sparring well, but Obito suddenly broke the norm and allowed his attack to hit. If this landed properly, Obito would be severely injured if not dead. However, from the previous exchanges, Minato was already very clear about Obito's strength. Even a 9-year-old Obito was incredibly strong, exceptionally so. How could such a strong opponent be easily hit? So, was it time to use that time-space ninjutsu? Minato was curious about the technique that Kakashi called extremely tricky and invincible. Without further doubt, he threw the kunai into the air, drawing an arc towards Obito. This strike did hit, yet it felt unreal. The kunai passed from Obito's right side to his left, completely separating from his body. But Obito seemed to have anticipated this, as one hand was already waiting where Minato's hand passed through, grabbing his hand and moving in closer. In the next moment, Obito was right up against Minato. Not good. Minato, shocked, instead charged towards Obito. Bang! The two collided, and using the inertia from the impact, Minato was sent flying back. Obito sighed, regretting that he had caught the recovery, but still got resolved by Sensei Minato. He could only leap to follow Minato's retreating steps, using this slight advantage to keep the pressure on. But in the next moment, Minato's figure suddenly disappeared, only to reappear at the original position. It turned out that the kunai Minato had thrown into the air earlier had fallen back down and remained in place. Obito smiled wryly. The Flying Thunder God was indeed tricky. Losing one exchange and then escaping made it hard to pursue. Obito, distracted in the battle, was not a good habit. As a result, in that moment of distraction, Minato's voice echoed in his ear again. Could it be that Obito recalled that before Minato disappeared, he had thrown the Flying Thunder God kunai into the air? So after the instant movement, he reappeared again. This brief moment of distraction created a significant opening for Minato. Once again, he struck Obito. However, this time it still hit a phantasm with no real sensation at all. Minato's body completely passed through Obito. Obito thought to himself. Thankfully, he had experienced a similar technique in his past life, and this time he had learned, maintaining the phasing state. Otherwise, he would have been knocked silly again. Now it was Minato's turn to feel helpless, thinking, is this what Kakashi meant by phasing? It's indeed troublesome. Even if I strike in the moment of a fatal blow, as long as Obito doesn't actively cancel his phasing state, I have almost no way to deal with him. But could Obito really keep from striking back? Minato attacked Obito again. While moving, he shot two kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique. Watching the kunai come towards him, Obito had a deep sense of déjà vu. The second stage of the Flying Thunder God? This time I won't fall for it. Using the phasing technique, the kunai pierced through his body, and then the two of them got closer and closer. However, because of the earlier action where Minato threw the kunai, he was slightly slower to act than Obito. If they made contact this time, just like in the previous life, it would be Obito who touched Minato first. Without hesitation, Obito dispelled his phasing state and attacked Minato. Just as he was about to make contact, whoosh, sure enough, Minato's figure disappeared and reappeared at the position where the kunai had just passed through Obito. In midair, Minato caught the kunai and executed a counterattack. The attack arrived in an instant, hitting Obito with almost zero delay. However, it still missed. Chapter 57. Flying Thunder God Dog and Phasing Dog. How could Obito possibly fall twice to the same technique? Just now, he was only feigning an attack. He materialized to force out the second phase of Flying Thunder God. The moment he touched Minato Sensei's body, he had no luck at all and immediately entered phasing again without hesitation. As expected, Minato Sensei dodged and attacked him again. When Minato's body passed through him once more, he knew the opportunity had come. He couldn't believe that with the second phase of Flying Thunder God activated, he still couldn't catch Minato Sensei's recovery time. So, he materialized again, ready to strike. This time it was really my win. But the next moment, whoosh, Minato Sensei's body disappeared again. and the next appearance was at the location of the second kunai that was shot earlier. This kunai was intentionally shot by Minato towards the ground not far from the battlefield. Is this really the second phase of Flying Thunder God connecting with the second phase of Flying Thunder God? Obito couldn't help but complain internally. Fortunately, this time the distance between them was relatively far, giving Obito enough time to enter phasing again. As expected, the next moment, Minato-sensei predictably attacked him again, and the attack once again passed through. In the short span of several exchanges, it seemed like they were fighting fiercely, but besides that initial collision, the rest could be summed up in 3 words: hitting air. Both sides stopped, looking at each other. Obito thought, unless it was a surprise attack, otherwise. With Minato-sensei's abnormal reaction speed, he could fly away before Obito even materialized to attack. A step ahead leads to being ahead in every step. If Minato-sensei didn't want to be hit, Obito wouldn't be able to touch him at all. The same logic applied in Minato's mind. If Obito didn't give him the chance and kept phasing, he wouldn't be able to hit him either. This was a battle between the Flying Thunder God and the phasing technique. Since both of their abilities were rather tricky, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Realizing this, both sides simultaneously lost their desire to fight. Minato sighed, "Let's stop. If we keep this up, we don't know how long it will last." "Obito, you are indeed strong. This is still without opening the Mangekyō Sharingan or using Flying Thunder God. Otherwise, I should not be your match." Obito shook his head. "Minato-sensei is the real strong one. Even if I mastered Flying Thunder God, I wouldn't know if I could use it to the same extent as you. I feel that even if I opened the Mangekyō, I still wouldn't be able to hit you. Not to mention opening the Mangekyō, even entering Sage of Six Paths mode, Minato-sensei could still showcase his skills like Hashirama. However, at that time, his physical attributes would have greatly improved, and his attack speed would have surpassed Minato's reaction. If Hashirama and Minato fought him head-on instead of providing support, he was confident he could end the battle in a few rounds. The Six Paths level was something mere mortals could not touch. If mechanisms couldn't deal with it, then he would use numerical superiority. However, becoming the Sage of Six Paths was too far off. Obito couldn't think about that for now. Thus, the two stopped fighting and instead gathered together to exchange insights on using space-time ninjutsu. After a round of exchanges, both gained a lot of inspiration. Minato couldn't wait to know how strong Obito would be if he learned Flying Thunder God after mastering the phasing ability. So, seeing that it was still early, Minato began to tirelessly guide Obito in his training. The training method was quite simple. In a specific circle drawn by Minato, surrounded by marks of Flying Thunder God, Obito had to stay within this circle, dodging Minato's sudden attacks from all directions. During this time, he couldn't phase and could only use Flying Thunder God to evade. For a moment, Obito was forced to jump around, looking quite flustered. But due to his experience using KAMUI, he progressed at an incredibly astonishing speed. By noon, he was already flying around quite skillfully like Minato-sensei. Seeing that it was getting late, the two stopped training, hunted some game, and returned to camp. After a hearty meal, everyone rested up and continued on their way, soon returning to Konoha. After submitting the mission at the Hokage building, Minato couldn't wait to go back and be close to Kushina, while Kakashi made an excuse to leave and rest at the Hitaki household, leaving only Rin and Obito behind. Rin smiled at Obito. "Obito, do you want to come over for dinner at my house tonight? My parents really want to meet my teammate." Obito immediately became flustered. "Maybe not. I'm not mentally prepared." Rin asked in confusion. "It's just a meal as teammates. What is there to prepare for?" Obito shook his head. "No. I want to wait until both of you can trust me to take care of you before meeting them." Obito showed a hint of pleading. "Rin, can you give me some more time?" Rin's face turned slightly red. "I said it's just a meal. It's not an engagement. We're still young. Stop thinking about those weird things." But seeing Obito still acting evasively, Rin could only shake her head. "Sigh, I really can't do anything with you. Then I'll go back by myself." After saying that, Rin was about to leave, but Obito grabbed her hand. "Let's go back a little later. My grandma dreamed about me last night and said she missed you. Can you accompany me back to see Grandma?" Rin couldn't help but knock Obito's head. "That's such a poor excuse. We just went to your house not long ago." "Fine, I'll accompany you back. Let's just say it's to visit Grandma." So, the two held hands and headed towards the Uchiha clan's residence. When they arrived at the door, Obito saw a familiar figure waiting there. Uchiha Shursui was waiting. Obito paused slightly and asked, "Shursui, what are you doing here?" Uchiha Shursui glanced at the affectionate scene between Obito and Rin, feeling a bit disdainful inside. He didn't think a Uchiha who liked women was a qualified Uchiha. Could Obito really guide him in training, as Fugaka said? Shursui didn't quite believe it. So he spoke up, "Obito-senpai, I'm here to not only discuss some issues with you, but also to spar." Obito was taken aback. Shursui wanted to fight him to test his own capacity? Did this kid really have nothing better to do? In his impression, Shursui should be a rather steady person, fully devoted to the clan and Konoha. However, thinking about it, the current situation of the Uchiha was not as dire as it would be later. Shursui had not yet experienced the trials of the Third Great Ninja War, so he shouldn't have developed that profound mindset, especially since Shursui had not yet activated the Mangekyō Sharingan, which could change people's will, known as Kodo Amatsukami. Every Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyō had gone through intense mental stimulation, thus drastically changing their personality, becoming almost like a different person. So, was the current Shursui different from the future Shursui? Before experiencing various setbacks, was he still a relatively typical Uchiha genius? Indeed, anyone from the Uchiha clan who has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, no matter how humble and polite they seem on the surface, is actually quite proud at heart, looking down on everything. With this thought, Obito released Rin's hand and smiled slightly. "What's wrong? Are you so eager to prove yourself that you'd even come to my doorstep after my mission, just to confront me?" Although Shursui was polite, he was still just a child, and with such a provocation, he couldn't help but huff childishly. Obito could understand this, after all. He heard that you still haven't awakened your Sharingan, but I'm different from you. After saying this, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, Atomo was slowly spinning in his crimson eye socket. Chapter 58 Shursui was already developing the Insta-Body technique. Seeing Shursui's newly opened Tomo Sharingan, Obito was quite surprised. Although it was normal for an Uchiha to awaken a Tomo, it was impressive at such a young age. Obito praised, "Shursui, you are indeed a genius. With the bloodline boost from the Uchiha clan, your talent even surpasses Kakashi's." Rin was taken aback, feeling a bit dissatisfied. Kakashi was already the most talented ninja she had seen, and since he was their teammate, how could Obito boost others' morale at the expense of his own? However, what did Obito just call this little guy? It sounded like Shursui. Rin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this Shursui is the Uchiha Shursui who Obito mentioned? One of the future 4 Mangekyō users? The one who was, to some extent, on par with Teacher Minato during the Third War, the Insta-Body Shursui? With this thought, Rin couldn't believe her eyes and rubbed them. Although she had heard Obito mention Shursui's great name, she had never equated such a powerful figure with this little guy who looked even younger than Obito. This little guy actually had a legendary title in the future and reached the level of elite Jonin that Teacher Minato spoke of. Thinking of this, Rin felt a bit insecure. She recalled Kakashi's future strength and helplessly realized that although Kakashi, who became a Jonin at 12, was excellent, he was still not enough to earn a title like Insta-Body Shursui. Instantly, she felt a deep sense of defeat. Kakashi's genius was actually being overshadowed by someone else. Seeing Rin's somewhat dejected expression, Obito leaned closer and quietly comforted her. "Rin, this is just how it is. This world puts too much emphasis on bloodlines. When a bloodline awakens, it can instantly surpass years of effort from others. It's not that Kakashi isn't talented. It's just that the Uchiha Sharingan is unreasonable." Rin sighed. Although she was unwilling, she could only admit the unfairness brought by this bloodline difference. Meanwhile, Shursui thought the two were shocked because he had opened his eyes and felt quite proud of himself. "Obito-senpai, Kakashi-senpai's talent is indeed impressive, but our Uchiha are the strongest. For example, I could graduate from the Ninja Academy early if I wanted to. Do you believe that?" Obito nodded. "Of course I believe it. But why don't you graduate? Isn't it better to become a ninja early?" Shursui shook his head. "Obito-senpai, I think the instant body technique is a fantastic technique with great potential, especially after awakening my eyes. I suddenly had an idea about merging the shadow clone technique with the instant body technique. However, this idea is not easy to realize. So I need to continue staying at the Ninja Academy to learn a lot of knowledge. Hearing Shirsui's words, Obito couldn't help but take it seriously. Shirsui was already developing his signature ninjutsu. That move seemed to have enormous potential to Obito. It manifested as creating a large number of shadow clones, each of which, like the shadow clone technique, initially appeared to be a mere illusion used to confuse the enemy. But if the enemy underestimated it, they would suffer a great loss because these illusions could turn into their true forms at any time to launch an attack. This was just like his intangibility, a kind of invincible ability that couldn't be countered if one didn't find a way to crack it. Moreover, because the number of clones was numerous, attacking from all directions brought even more pressure to the enemy than his intangibility. These clones, being mere illusions, couldn't be dealt with by the enemy. But since each clone could potentially turn into a physical form, the enemy had to be on guard. The result was that the enemy fell into complete despair amidst this anxiety and helplessness. Thus, instant body Shirsui became like the golden flash, a presence that could make one abandon their mission and flee upon encountering. Obito was moved. The effect of the illusion instant body technique resonated with him. Once he learned this move, combined with his intangibility, the enemy would be even more confused about which was the clone and which was the real body. Oh, you think I'm a clone? Actually, I'm just using intangibility. Oh, you think I've used intangibility? But this is really just a clone. The thought of such combat effects excited him. Moreover, Obito judged that he had all the conditions to learn this move. Solid fundamentals in the three-body technique and the illusionary power of the Mangekyō Sharingan at most. Therefore, he was determined to learn this technique. Shirsui, did you come to find me because you wanted to develop this technique? You should have said so earlier. I have a deep understanding of the three-body technique. I can help you with references. Shirsui admitted, indeed, I came to you with that idea in mind. After all, I've heard that Obito-senpai became the top of the school relying on the three-body technique, but Obito-senpai, sparring with you, is also my idea. After all, if there's no one stronger than me, what qualifications do you have to guide me? Obito nodded, you're right. Everything should be based on strength. Let's go to the Uchiha training ground and have a match. Honestly, I'm very interested in the technique you're developing. If you let me participate, I won't hesitate to share knowledge and exchange. Shirsui was taken aback. From Obito, he vaguely sensed a massive confidence. This confidence was not overtly displayed, unlike other Uchiha who seemed to look down on everything, but it ran deep into his bones, giving off a feeling as if everything was under control. He couldn't help but become serious, for he sensed the aura of a kindred spirit, something only a genius like him could feel. Without the corresponding strength, it was impossible to give rise to such a state of mind. He slightly restrained his condescension. Then, senpai, let's go. The two stopped talking and headed toward the training ground. Rin followed behind them, feeling a bit excited. Obito never did useless things, and this serious attitude was something she had only seen when he was learning the Flying Thunder God technique. It seemed that the technique Shirsui was developing was as important to Obito as the Flying Thunder God. Could this be the source of the legendary title Instant Body Shirsui? Just like the Golden Flash and the Flying Thunder God. Soon, the three arrived at the training ground. Obito and Shirsui formed opposing seals, while Rin became the temporary referee. Before the battle began, Rin looked at the two and gently said, "You both do your best. Give it your all. I'm a medical ninja, and no matter what injuries you sustain, I will help you heal." The reason she said this was that no matter how strong Shirsui became in the future, he was still just a little guy now. Rin didn't think that Obito, who was on par with Teacher Minato, would lose. So this encouragement was actually for Shirsui. Shirsui, do your best to defeat that wicked Obito. But from Shirsui's perspective, Rin-senpai was simply too gentle. He suddenly understood why Obito, as an Uchiha, was so fascinated by a woman. He nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, Rin-senpai, I will hold back." Rin smiled and announced, "Then the battle begins." Chapter 59 Flying Thunder God bullies Shirsui in general. During such friendly sparring matches, the weaker side would attack first while the stronger side would take a defensive stance. Toby considers himself to be a strong opponent and thinks he should have let Shirsui take a few moves. However, ever since he learned the Flying Thunder God technique, He has developed a deep obsession with seizing the initiative. For example, using a void invincibility to go in with a spiral sphere feels quite exhilarating. However, Toby does not currently know the spiral sphere and does not plan to learn it in the future. While the spiral sphere is indeed a powerful non-printed single-target destruction ninjutsu and suitable for high-speed close combat, its value pales in comparison to the KAMUI, which can break through Kagai's defenses. As for the void technique, Toby does not intend to reveal this ability in front of Shursui. Nonetheless, this does not prevent him from starting the fight like his teacher Minato, throwing 3 kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique, 1 left behind, 1 aimed at the empty space next to Shursui, and 1 aimed directly at Shursui himself. Seeing this, Shursui showed a hint of disdain. As an elder, Toby not only attacked first but also threw hidden weapons at him, which seemed like a foolish approach. There is a saying, playing with kunai in front of the Sharingan is courting death. Thus, he instantly activated a Tomo, slightly tilted his body, and dodged the kunai thrown by Toby, feeling a bit disappointed. Toby-senpai, if that's all you've got, this battle should be over. However, the next second, Toby's figure suddenly vanished. Shursui was startled, wondering what was happening. Was it a body flicker technique? But his Sharingan had already seen through everything and revealed no signs of a body flicker technique being used. No, this wasn't an ordinary body flicker technique. Shursui suddenly felt a faint chakra fluctuation behind him. Not good. He instinctively turned back to defend. However, in that moment of distraction, he had already left a huge, irreparable opening. Toby's kunai leisurely rested against the back of his head. Seeing this, Toby smiled and said, "Sorry, Shursui, my fighting style has increasingly leaned towards speed. So ending the fight often only takes an instant. If you didn't see how you lost, we can go again." Toby was quite patient when facing a junior who had invented the phantom body flicker technique. In fact, Shursui's ability to react and realize there was danger behind him during the initial kill of the Flying Thunder God had already surprised Toby. Truly, he was the future Shursui, able to catch even such faint chakra fluctuations. However, the gap between the two was still huge. Even if Shursui knew he could teleport, he still couldn't keep up with Toby's speed and would inevitably be killed in an instant. On Shursui's side, he felt a tremendous sense of absurdity and frustration. He could accept losing. After all, Toby was a senior respected by Fugaku and couldn't possibly be without skill. However, the loss he envisioned involved both of them exhausting their techniques and engaging in fierce combat before being defeated. Not this, where it took only a brief moment from start to finish, and he hadn't even grasped the situation. He was indeed not very convinced and gritted his teeth, saying, "Let's go again." Toby nodded lightly. "All right." As soon as he said, "all right," Toby released the kunai in his hand and swiftly returned to his original position. Shursui was stunned again. "You came over like that just now?" Toby nodded. "That's right. You can understand it as a high-level body flicker technique. As long as there is a medium, I can appear beside you at any time to launch an attack." Shursui showed a thoughtful expression, recalling the kunai Toby had thrown at him. "So the medium is..." He instinctively looked at the kunai that Toby had released, which was now embedded in the ground beside him. "Quite sharp, but you forgot. There is more than one kunai aimed at you." Toby's voice sounded again behind Shursui, and the kunai in his hand was once again resting against the back of his head. This time, Toby even had time to pat Shursui on the shoulder to remind him that he had been hit. Shursui was filled with both anger and surprise. "Let's go again. This time I want to fall for it. I've seen through everything." "Oh, really?" Toby smiled and instantly returned to his original position. This time, he specifically reminded him, "Are you ready? I'm about to begin." Shursui nodded. "I'm ready." "Toby-senpai, please come at me." This time, he had marked all 3 kunai with the Flying Thunder God. So no matter where Toby teleported, he would be able to react immediately. However, the next moment, Toby suddenly appeared right in front of him, face to face. "Shursui, are you convinced this time?" Toby's kunai was once again pressed against his abdomen. Shursui instantly lost the desire to continue fighting. He suddenly understood that the gap between him and Toby was simply beyond reasoning. Toby was playing with him, but he still wanted to understand the reason. This body flicker technique requires a medium, right? He clearly marked all the mediums. Could it be? Shui bitterly smiled as he looked at his shoulder, and indeed saw that a flying thunder god mark had been placed on his shoulder when Toby reminded him by patting him. Shui deeply bowed to Toby. Toby-senpai, I admit defeat. So you're this strong. I didn't realize the body flicker technique could be used this way. I was too arrogant before, and in front of a true strong person, I couldn't do anything. Toby felt pleased. It was enjoyable to bully a ninja who was not as strong as him with a flying thunder god. He patted Shusui's head. Actually, you don't need to belittle yourself. Losing to me isn't shameful. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come and ask me anytime. Now, let me talk about the issues you exposed in this battle. Although Shui felt uncomfortable being patted on the head by a senior who was not much older than him, he could only obediently listen now. Toby said seriously, you're very confident in your own strength and in your Sharingan, so you think everything is under your control. But if the enemy breaks free from this control, you often lack countermeasures. For example, in the last move, you thought you had marked all the kunai's positions, so you weren't worried about the enemy attacking from another direction. This is a very bad habit. Toby continued earnestly. The same goes for Jinjutsu. If you think you've taken down your opponent with one Jinjutsu and believe everything is under your control, but the opponent has actually already broken your Jinjutsu and is just waiting for you to let your guard down to launch a surprise attack, pulling out your Sharingan. How will you respond? Shui broke out in a cold sweat. Toby-senpai, I understand. No matter how strong I am, I cannot let my guard down. I will definitely pay attention to this issue. Underestimating the opponent can lead to huge consequences. Toby nodded. Remember today's lesson. You may encounter many ninjas in the future who are neither smart nor cunning, who have no special bloodline or peculiar abilities. In battles with them, you might gradually forget what happened today. Shui shook his head and smiled bitterly. I won't forget. This lesson is enough for me to remember for a lifetime. Toby smiled. So, am I qualified now to hear about the technique you want to develop? Shui nodded. Even if Toby didn't bring it up, he had long wanted to say it. This technique has a high technical threshold, and it is not easy to find someone to communicate with. So, he eagerly began to share his theories. Chapter 60. Toby's 3 Tomo. Shui spoke for a long time before clarifying the principles of the phantom body flicker technique. This technique is indeed very complex. To summarize it simply, the clone technique is a Jinjutsu, but it only has visual interference capabilities and lacks chakra. Without chakra, reverse summoning cannot be completed and the body flicker technique cannot be released. However, clones created using the Sharingan Jinjutsu can be marked with a Sharingan Jinjutsu mark, giving the clones some chakra properties. This way, the chakra can be used to complete reverse summoning and achieve the effect of the body flicker technique. Theoretically, it is possible to use the Sharingan to create a large number of clones and mark each of them one by one. The original body can then instantly teleport to any of these marked clones at any time, and of course, can also teleport away at any time. After hearing this, Obito felt that it was simply a genius idea. But at the same time, the difficulty is also very high. How to mark the clones. How to teleport precisely to a specific clone among a large number of clones in battle. These 2 points alone require extremely strong Jinjutsu, sealing techniques, and the teleportation technique to be practiced to an abnormal level. Fortunately, Obito just happens to meet these requirements. In order to learn Flying Thunder God, he has put a lot of hard work into both teleportation and sealing techniques. As for Jinjutsu, although it is not his specialty, he has controlled the 4th Mizuki Jigura with his Mangekyō for a long time, so he has quite a bit of experience. Therefore, he is 99% confident that he can learn this technique, provided that he helps Shui develop and perfect it, as this technique is still only an idea at this point. So, he imparted a wealth of experience regarding teleportation and Jinjutsu to Shui, which came either from the Mangekyō or from Flying Thunder God, both of which are top-tier experiences in the ninja world. For a time, Shui's horizons were greatly broadened, and every word from Obito felt like an epiphany. However, Shui was also a bit curious and couldn't help but ask, Obito-senpai, haven't you awakened your eyes? Why do I feel that you are exceptionally familiar with Sharingan Jinjutsu, even surpassing the understanding of those Uchiha with 3 Tomo that I've encountered? Obito looked around warily and said, Shui, can you keep a secret so we're not to leak it? Shirsue's breathing became rapid. He had already realized that Obito-senpai had indeed awakened a Sharingan, as it was impossible to have such rich experience otherwise. So he nodded. I swear, I won't say a word. Obito smiled and said, then I trust you. After saying that, he instantly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. For a moment, Shirsue was stunned. 3 tomos. He had tried his best to overestimate it, but he still didn't expect that Obito-senpai's Sharingan had actually evolved to the highest level. Instantly, that sense of defeat came again. And this time, it was real. He was being suppressed in terms of Uchiha bloodline talent. Having awakened 1 tomo, he knew very well how difficult it was to awaken the Sharingan, and he had no confidence that at Obito's age, he could evolve his eyes to the highest form. Is this what the patriarch Fugaka said, the one and only genius of the Uchiha? I somewhat believe it now. It turns out that Obito-senpai just fought with me without even using half of his strength. Meanwhile, Rin covered her mouth and chuckled. The fact that Obito activated his 3-tomo was enough to astonish Uchiha Shirsue, but she had seen the 3-side shapes of Obito's Mangekyō. Those eyes, thinking back, were quite beautiful. Seeing Shirsue's gloomy expression, Obito patted his shoulder. Shirsue, your talent is already very good, although I do have some special talent in awakening my eyes. My situation is also very unique and shouldn't be used as a comparison. In fact, the gap between you and me is more reflected in age. Shirsue looked skeptical. Obito-senpai, you're not that much older than me, okay? But don't worry, I won't be easily discouraged. From now on, Obito-senpai will be my role model, and I will strive towards your direction. This statement was made with determination, and Obito saw a powerful belief in him. Indeed, every Uchiha who can awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan is not an ordinary person. Obito felt that if Uchiha Shirsue had not died so early, he would definitely have had a place in the 4th Great Ninja War. He looked at the sky and smiled. All right, having that ambition is a good thing, but it's getting late now. How about we think about how to solve the dinner problem? Shirsue immediately said, today, I trouble Obito-senpai and Rin-senpai, so let me treat you both tonight. Rin's eyes lit up as she leaned closer. Really? Shirsue replied seriously, of course it's true. How about I treat both of you to dinner at the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant? Rin was very touched. The Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant is delicious, but it's also particularly expensive. On normal days, she wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. She asked cautiously, isn't that a bit too extravagant? Beside them, Obito smiled and said, let's go eat. It won't make him poor, and Rin, we can go eat in the future as well. Don't forget, I am now an elder of the Uchiha clan. Rin suddenly remembered that Obito had also become quite well off. The Uchiha clan was indeed a prestigious family with abundant resources. Thus, the group set off towards the barbecue restaurant. As they arrived at the entrance, they ran into Akado. Rin curiously approached. Akado, are you here to eat too? Akado nodded happily. Yeah, I did well on my exam today, my grades improved, and I got a lot of money from my parents, so I'm here to treat myself. Rin smiled. You're here to eat too? Becoming a ninja really means being wealthy. Not me. Someone's treating, Rin said, pointing to Shirsue, who was standing next to Obito. Let me introduce you. This is Uchiha Shirsue, Obito's clansman. Akado's eyes brightened. So you're an Uchiha? No wonder you're so rich. You can treat us to barbecue. After a pause, Akado looked at Shirsue's face and seemed to remember something. So you are that Shirsue. I've heard about you. The genius of the new class in the ninja school, not inferior to Kakashi back in the day. Shirsue immediately panicked. I am far from being comparable to Obito-senpai. I don't deserve such an evaluation. Due to Obito's relationship, Shirsue had overestimated Kakashi by several levels. He couldn't imagine just how excellent Kakashi-senpai was to suppress Obito during his student days to the extent of being at the bottom. What Obito-senpai said about his talent, even surpassing Kakashi, was probably just to avoid hurting his confidence. Akado tilted his head and thought, is that so? But everyone says so. Anyway, you're all geniuses. I don't know who's better. Let's not think about such questions today. Let's share a table. Shirsue looked at Rin and Obito, and seeing that they had no objections, he nodded. All right, since they are Rin-senpai and Obito-senpai's friends, let's eat together. Then let's go in. Akado took the lead. Excitedly walking into the restaurant, but just as he did, he bumped into someone coming out. Bang! Akato fell to the ground, holding his head with tears in his eyes. Ouch! Who is it? Can't you look where you're going? Akato looked up, and, upon seeing the person, his expression changed, swallowing back the hundreds of curses he was about to blurt out. Orochimaru looked at Akato with some interest, his voice as hoarse as usual. It seems like you weren't watching where you were going. Chapter 61. Akato is remembered by Orochimaru. Akato showed a disgruntled expression, nervously standing up and brushing off Orochimaru's clothes. I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru. I won't dare to not watch where I'm going next time. Akato was so scared she was almost in tears. Orochimaru licked his lips and asked, "What is your name?" Akato's fright increased. "Please, Lord Orochimaru, don't tell my parents about this, or else my allowance will be gone." Orochimaru remained unmoved. "What's your name? Which ninja school are you at? What grade?" Akato had no choice but to answer gloomily. "Yumatachi Akato, graduating next year." Orochimaru nodded and walked past Akato. Halfway through, he paused slightly. "I remember you." Then, Orochimaru walked away. Watching Orochimaru's retreating figure, Akato was filled with worry. "I'm done for. Lord Orochimaru is definitely going to tell my parents." She walked over, looking at Rin with a pleading expression. "Rin, what should I do? Think of a way for me." Rin smiled slightly. "Don't worry, Akato, such a small matter. Lord Orochimaru won't take it to heart." Red Bean's voice grew louder. "You're lying?" Lord Orochimaru clearly said he remembers my name. Beside her, Obito interjected. "Maybe that's a good thing?" Red Bean glanced at Obito with resentment. "What good is that?" Obito replied slowly. "In fact, throughout Konoha, there should be many people who want Orochimaru to remember their names, but it seems he hasn't remembered theirs. Being remembered means that when something happens, Orochimaru will think of you first." Red Bean's face turned pale with fear. "That's even scarier. I heard that Lord Orochimaru is the most sinister of the Sannin. You wouldn't want to eat children, right?" "I don't want to be eaten." Obito laughed. "Then how about looking at it from another angle? For example, if Orochimaru suddenly wanted to take on a disciple, who would he think of first?" Red Bean pointed to herself. "You mean me?" "Ha ha ha, what a joke." Obito spread his hands. "I've said what I needed to say. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." Red Bean was amused. "Obito, is it because your guiding Jonin treats you poorly that you want to switch to Lord Orochimaru?" "I'd rather believe that Lord Jiraiya takes on disciples than believe that Lord Orochimaru does, especially if it's me." Rin, however, caught the deeper meaning in Obito's words and asked uncertainly, "Obito, is that true?" Obito smiled. "Guess?" Rin had already figured out the answer from Obito's teasing and excitedly said to Red Bean, "Red Bean, this might really be a good thing. Maybe in a few years. You'll understand." Seeing that Rin also said so, Red Bean felt somewhat reassured but still suspicious. "Are you hiding something from me?" Rin shook her head and pulled Red Bean into the shop. "Don't think too much about it. In any case, if you really become a disciple of the Sannin in the future, remember to treat us." Red Bean laughed. "If that day really comes, I would not only treat you once, I'd be willing to treat you for a year." Just like that, the group regained their spirits. And Uchiha Shursui ordered a large table of grilled meat, which everyone enjoyed thoroughly. After eating, Shursui conveniently settled Red Bean's bill as well. At night, after parting with the others, Obito and Rin went home to visit Rin's grandmother. Unable to find a reason to keep Rin, he could only send her home. On the way, Rin curiously asked, "Obito, during the barbecue earlier, I noticed you were deep in thought. Were you pondering something?" Obito nodded and whispered, "I was thinking about how to catch a white Zetsu." Rin was startled. "Huh? Why do you want to catch a white Zetsu?" Obito explained, "Seeing Orochimaru today reminded me that it's time to catch a white Zetsu to exchange for complete would-release experimental data." Rin began to worry, "But catching a white Zetsu is dangerous." Obito laughed. "Don't worry, ordinary white Zetsus have weak combat abilities apart from their scouting skills. As long as we ensure we find one and act decisively without giving it a chance to escape, it should be easy to catch." Rin tilted her head. "Is that so? But didn't you say that white Zetsus are very cautious? They leave at the slightest disturbance and can merge with nature." Obito thought for a moment. "That's true, but while we were eating, I came up with a plan. After all, I've spent a long time with white Zetsus, and am one of the few who knows them best in this world. Rin was curious. So how do you plan to catch one? Obito couldn't help but tease Rin a bit. Rin, have you ever heard of the concept of needing to relieve oneself? Rin looked puzzled. Obito, you weren't thinking about this during dinner, were you? Obito clarified, I didn't want to, but white Zetsus are very interested in this, even obsessed with it. We can use this to attract them. Rin was dumbfounded. Obito, are you out of your mind? This doesn't sound like a reliable plan at all. Obito shook his head. No, I'm sure this is the most important thing to white Zetsus, just as I care about you. Rin, seeing that Obito wasn't joking, also became confused. She didn't understand why this so-called #1 intelligence expert in the ninja world had such an obsession with the concept of needing to relieve oneself. Obito's eyes were filled with emotion. Actually, I didn't know about this at first, but I slowly figured it out. White Zetsus are actually a type of plant life. They survive by absorbing sunlight and nutrients from the earth, not through human eating and excretion. White Zetsus can't feel the urge to relieve themselves. But they are humanoid life forms, so they are curious, especially since human waste is a great fertilizer for plants, making them even more eager to understand it. In short, as long as we express that we know what the urge to relieve oneself feels like, the white Zetsus will likely be attracted and show themselves. Rin was speechless. If that's the case, wouldn't that make white Zetsus fools? How can such fools be good intelligence operatives? Obito laughed. Rin, white Zetsus are fools. Especially the few created using Hashirama cells. They inherited the characteristics of being foolish from Senju Hashirama. Moreover, the topic of needing to relieve oneself might seem funny to humans. But to white Zetsus, it could be very serious. After all, they are different from us, and their way of thinking is different too. White Zetsus can mimic human actions, but cannot understand human thoughts. Rin nodded. I see. But Obito, what do you mean by white Zetsus mimicking human actions? Obito replied, I forgot to tell you, white Zetsus can not only merge with nature, but can also transform into a human, imitating their words and actions very realistically. Rin suddenly felt a chill. Are you saying that a white Zetsu can completely replace a person without anyone noticing? Obito thought about the time during the Fourth Great Ninja War when the Ninja Alliance discovered white Zetsus. Not exactly without anyone noticing, but unless you're close to them, it is indeed quite difficult to detect. At that time, the Ninja Alliance could only take the approach of surrounding the area to investigate one by one. Chapter 62. Kushina asked Naruto about his favorite girl Rin gained a deeper understanding of the white Zetsus infiltration abilities. They could not only blend into nature, but also transform into humans, silently merging into crowds. Truly worthy of being called the #1 intelligence expert in the ninja world. Therefore, she felt a bit uneasy. So what exactly are we going to do? Obito thought for a moment. It's simple. We ask Lady Kushina for help to set up a cage filled with sealing techniques. Then, we just need to discuss what the urge to relieve oneself is and where to find the essence of it. And the white Zetsus might just take the bait. Rin was taken aback. It's that simple? Obito replied slowly. Rin, just like you, if one day you suddenly disappeared and I heard news about you, no matter whether it was a trap or not, I would step right into it. Rin tapped Obito on the head. Obito, don't say such ominous things. Then tomorrow, I'll tell the plan to Sensei and Kakashi. Obito nodded and accompanied Rin for the last stretch of the journey, only leaving once she entered her home. The next day, Minato's team, along with Kushina, gathered together. Once Obito laid out the complete plan, everyone couldn't hold back their reactions. Kushina pointed at herself. You want me to set up a sealing barrier just to catch a guy whose mind is full of the urge to relieve himself? Obito smiled wryly. Sister, Kakashi should have told you about the intelligence on white Zetsus. They're not easy to catch. Kushina thought for a moment. If what you're saying is true, and they've been lurking in Konoha for years without being discovered, then it's indeed difficult to catch. Fine, I can help you with this. I'll set up a barrier that isolates the land, ensuring that anyone who enters can only leave by using great power, and cannot escape quietly. Obito clasped his hands together. Then I'll leave it to you, sister. Kushina snorted. You think I'm helping you for free? Without sufficient benefits. I won't lift a finger. Obito smiled and said, Big sister, I remember you inherited a lot of the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito's, assets. So you shouldn't be lacking anything. If you need anything, Just let me know, and I will do my best to help you get it. Kushina nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. But as you said, I don't lack material things. Why don't you tell me about Naruto? For example, what kind of girls does he like when he grows up? Minato was also very concerned about this, and Rin became curious as well. Rin asked Obito, I remember you mentioned that Naruto was almost pushed to darkness by you, but a girl by his side woke him up. Is that girl the one he likes? Obito tried to recall, and then smiled. That girl who hid him is the princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga, who was once kidnapped by the Land of Lightning. As I mentioned to Minato-sensei, Kushina's eyes lit up. So Naruto ended up with the little princess of the Hyuga family. The Hyuga family is considered a prestigious family in Konoha. Minato, our son is doing quite well. After that, she patted her chest in relief and murmured, Thank goodness it's not a branch family. Thank goodness it's not a branch family. Minato was initially pleased, but upon hearing Kushina's last words, he fell silent. He thought for a moment and firmly said, If I become Hokage, I will definitely work hard to change the status of the main and branch families. However, just thinking about the difficulty of doing so made him sigh. But it's like a bird in a cage. It's difficult. Kushina didn't care about that. She pulled Obito and asked, Is Hinata cute? What about her personality? Is she like me? Obito thought for a moment and honestly said, Big sister, actually, Hinata isn't my main focus, so I don't know much about her. She is indeed quite cute, especially when she was little. As for her personality, I only know that she really likes Naruto. Every time Naruto is in trouble, she would recklessly stand in front of him, no matter how strong the enemy is. Is that so? Kushina smiled with tears. That reassures me. There's someone by Naruto's side who would risk everything for him. Obito shook his head, but big sister. As far as I know, although Hinata really likes Naruto, it seems that Naruto likes another girl more. What? Kushina's hair began to float as she clenched her fists. That brat, he actually let down a girl who was willing to give everything for him. I really want to go to the future and give him a beating. Rin's eyes widened as well. After hearing Obito's words, she thought that the girl was a pair with Naruto, but it seems that's not the case. Rin quietly asked, Then Obito, who does Naruto like? Obito smiled and said, It's Sakura, Tsunade-sama's apprentice, full name Haruno Sakura, daughter of Haruno Sho. Her strength is not much inferior to Tsunade-sama. She is an excellent female ninja. As for her personality, she is somewhat similar to you, Kushina, a very strong-willed girl. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, when facing the final enemy, it was Sakura who supplied me with chakra, allowing me to play a role. Otherwise, the outcome of that battle would have been uncertain. Upon hearing this, Kushina became conflicted. So it seems that Sakura is also not bad, and she is not much inferior to Tsunade-sama, but Hinata is also a good girl. How will Naruto choose? Meanwhile, Minato had already started to sweat and quietly asked Obito, that Sakura, she won't have mastered the strength of 100 technique like Tsunade-sama. Will she? Obito nodded. She has mastered it very well. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, she punched away many of the Ten Tails clones. Minato's heart sank. A personality like Kushina's, and she had mastered Tsunade's strength of 100. He began to worry about Naruto. Would he be beaten to death? Seeing this, Obito comforted him, Minato-sensei. It's still uncertain how things will turn out. Naruto does like Sakura, but it seems that Sakura likes another person more. Kushina was taken aback. What? Sakura likes someone else, and Naruto still likes her? Then tell me, who does Sakura like? Is he better than my Naruto? Obito looked at Kushina, big sister. That person is actually somewhat related to you. He is the second son of Lady Mikoto and clan leader Fugaku, Uchiha Sasuke. What? Mikoto's son? For a moment, Kushina lost her temper. Originally, she thought no matter who that Sakura liked, her Naruto could just take her away. But since he was the son of her good friend, she felt embarrassed to intervene. So Mikoto was having a second child after all. Kushina turned to Minato and dreamily said, Minato, how about we have a second child too? Although having Naruto is great, but if we have a daughter? Minato was shocked. No way. Kushina, your situation is different from Mikoto's. As the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, having one child is already a huge risk. I absolutely cannot let you have another. Kushina thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. So she could only sigh helplessly, such a big, cute daughter of mine, just like that. has disappeared. Then she looked at Obito and said, "All right, let's discuss your plan to catch Black Zetsu first." Chapter 63. Catching Black Zetsu in Konoha. On a sunny day, Minato's team gathered together, whispering among themselves. Not far away, a white Zetsu was secretly observing everything. Since Obito was a key target for Madara, this white Zetsu had an important mission: to closely monitor Obito's every move. However, recently, this task had encountered some trouble. Obito had become increasingly dangerous, and his aura made it more and more uneasy. Although it didn't know where this unease came from, it still instinctively kept its distance. But this also led to a problem. Although it could monitor Obito's movements, it couldn't overhear Obito's conversations. Especially in recent days, it noticed that Obito and his team members often gathered together, drawing and writing on the ground, shrouded in mystery, without knowing what they were discussing. It was very curious. So after Obito and his team members left, it repeatedly confirmed that the group wouldn't return before slowly peeking out to look at the ground. It wanted to see what Obito and the others had written on the ground. Then it was stunned, because on the floor, there was a drawing of feces, next to which was written a sentence. "We have hidden the ultimate secret of bowel movement in the wooden house on the back mountain, but thinking about it, this secret is too dangerous, so we decided to destroy it now." The white Zetsu was greatly shocked. The ultimate truth that so many white Zetsus had pondered for so long had actually been deciphered by Obito's team. No wonder Obito could catch Madara's attention. No, it had to get this truth. Forgetting about communicating with other white Zetsus, it realized the reason why Obito's team met so mysteriously every time was to go to the newly built wooden house on the back mountain. It absolutely couldn't let Obito destroy this truth. So, it quickly moved towards the wooden house. Upon arriving at the wooden house, it breathed a sigh of relief. Obito's team always came slowly, and this time was no exception. Fortunately, it arrived first. Let me see what the ultimate secret of bowel movement is. The white Zetsu smiled, planning to sneak into the wooden house. However, it found that the area around the wooden house seemed to be filled with ceiling barriers, cutting off all paths of entry. Was it really that important to Kushina? Such a high level of defense, truly worthy of the truth of bowel movement. The white Zetsu was even more convinced that there was indeed a big secret hidden inside the house. But it hesitated a bit. If it just went in like this, it wouldn't be able to come out by other means. What if it happened to run into Minato's team coming back? However, this hesitation lasted only a moment. Compared to the truth, nothing else mattered. The white Zetsu resolutely floated up from the ground and entered through the front door. As soon as it stepped through the door, it saw a huge portrait in the center of the room, depicting a pile of feces. But that wasn't the main point. The focus was that the portrait was filled with sealing techniques, and it even saw the flying thunder god seal of Minato Namake's. This was troublesome. The protective measures were too high. Even if it succeeded, it would definitely fall into danger. Logically, it should retreat. But behind this portrait was the secret of defecation. It didn't care anymore and decided to take a look, even if it was just a glance. Baiju couldn't help but walk over and reach out to uncover the portrait. Swish! Bang! Suddenly, the door of the wooden house slammed shut, and a massive sealing formation activated. A powerful sealing force emanated from the portrait, binding Baiju's body. Baiju immediately realized it couldn't escape, but if it couldn't escape, then so be it. At least it could finally understand what defecation was. It no longer hesitated and looked toward the back of the portrait, but there was nothing there. Baiju was stunned. Where was my defecation? What happened to the ultimate secret of defecation? At that moment, two figures appeared here through two different flying thunder god seals. Obito looked at the frozen Baiju and raised a hand to greet it. Hello. Seeing this, Baiju couldn't help but respond, hello. It had a feeling that when it officially made its debut in the ninja world in the future, it would greet people like this. Beside them, Minato Namake's looked at Obito with a strange expression. Is this Baiju? It doesn't look very smart. Obito shrugged. Perhaps we shouldn't assess it with human thoughts. Baiju now realized it had been exposed. This was a trap specifically targeting it. But it no longer had the opportunity to think further because Minato had already made his move. With a swift motion, a kunai cleanly severed Baiju's head. Baiju instantly transformed into a withered, wooden corpse. Minato exclaimed, such a strange ability, but its combat power is indeed weak. In a direct confrontation, perhaps even a genin could handle it. Obito took out a sealing scroll and sealed by Ju's corpse. Then he said, "Minato-sensei, I am also a genin." Minato immediately felt awkward. Haha, sorry Obito, I forgot you were a genin and subconsciously regarded you as a ninja of my level. Obito shook his head. In fact, many genin in Konoha are powerful figures. Perhaps there aren't many like that now, but in the future, the two who ultimately save the world will be genin. Minato was taken aback. Obito, Kakashi said that Naruto ultimately defeated and convinced you, saving the world. He is also a genin? Obito nodded. The two I mentioned are indeed Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. At that time, they were both still genin, but they possessed power at the level of the Sage of Six Paths. At this point, Minato didn't know whether to be happy or sad. His son had the legendary power of the Sage of Six Paths, yet he hadn't even been promoted to Chunin. Obito comforted him. Don't worry, Minato-sensei. After saving the world, Naruto will most likely become Hokage. I haven't trusted my dream of becoming Hokage to him. He won't let you down. Is that so? Minato revealed a relieved smile. I really want to meet the future Naruto. Sigh, if I can't, I'll just have to have one myself. It seems that I need to marry Kushina soon. Obito, seeing that the matter had been resolved, said, Thank you, Minato-sensei and big sister, for helping me with this big favor. With this, I can exchange for detailed information on the wood release experiment from Orochimaru, and soon, I can start transplanting Hashirama cells to resolve the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Minato's expression turned serious. Obito, although I promised Kushina not to leak your matters, collaborating with Orochimaru feels very dangerous. You must be careful and ensure that you don't harm the village or involve others. Obito replied, Don't worry, Minato-sensei. I'm only ensuring that I get what I want. Perhaps my methods aren't very formal, but regarding harm, many of the things Danzo does are truly harmful. Minato nodded. I know, but Danzo is a distinguished figure in Konoha, and with the third Hokage protecting him, it's indeed not easy to act. Perhaps when I become the fourth Hokage, things will change, or... Minato looked at Obito and said seriously, You've also said that I'm not pedantic. Danzo's actions have seriously harmed the village. If you have a way to eliminate him, I wouldn't mind cooperating. Obito nodded slowly. I have a plan. To make his death worthwhile, I prepared a grand farewell ceremony for him since the start of the Third Great Ninja War. Chapter 64. Obtaining the wood release experiment data. Half a year later, Ichiraka Ramen at night, Orochimaru, as usual, walked out of the laboratory. Ever since that mysterious masked man had come, he had raised the security level of his laboratory by another level. That strange space-time ability made him very wary. But at the same time, he hoped to meet that masked man again. As the saying goes, risk and opportunity coexist. To achieve immortality, some risks must be taken. Just then, the space around him distorted, and the masked man appeared again. Orochimaru coldly smiled. I thought you wouldn't come back. So is the thing I want ready? The masked man didn't waste words and decisively threw a sealing scroll over. Orochimaru caught it. Interesting, you trust that I won't breach the contract this easily? The masked man spread his hands. Breach of contract comes at a cost, doesn't it? You should understand that the benefits I can bring you are not limited to this. Orochimaru's vertical pupils flickered. I'm becoming more and more curious about your intentions. Can you share them? What does an old man hiding in the shadows want to do? The masked man let out an aged laugh. If I say I want to save the world, would you believe me? Orochimaru muttered. Save the world? In fact, selfish people like you and me cannot save the world. The masked man was taken aback, then slowly said, Perhaps you are right. I am selfish like you. Orochimaru also threw out a scroll, which the masked man caught. Inside was all of Orochimaru's would release experiment data. Besides this data, what else do you need? Perhaps we can exchange other things. The masked man pondered for a moment. Data on bloodline transplantation and bloodline fusion experiments, not limited to wood release. You could try researching in this direction more. If you make progress, I wouldn't hesitate to give you benefits. Is that so? Orochimaru thought madly. What was the significance of the masked man doing this? The masked man said, If you don't have a good experimental assistant, I can introduce a talent to you. You should be familiar with him. His name is Kiryu. Kiryu? What nostalgic name. Orochimaru paused for a moment before recalling such a person. The masked man continued. Perhaps his ninja talent is not as good as yours, but he has merit in research. You should know why he defected, right? Orochimaru chuckled. For forbidden experiments? He knew that the experiments he was currently conducting were even more forbidden than Kiryu's. He wondered if one day he would follow Kiryu's old path. I will investigate his whereabouts. If he really has the abilities you mentioned, I wouldn't mind conducting experiments on him. After all, I have a deep curiosity about bloodline power. After a pause, Orochimaru looked at the masked man. But what benefits can you give me? The masked man's weathered voice echoed. Living long enough, one inevitably learns some secrets. I know too many secrets. Perhaps what you want to know? I already know. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. Did this old man dare to say such things? He chuckled. The more I study Hashirama's cells, the more I discover the power contained within. Senju Hashirama's strength is definitely beyond that of Sarutobi-sensei, right? Now, I'm very curious about how to become a ninja of that level. The masked man thought for a moment. I can tell you this information in advance. But don't forget to share your experiences with me after you succeed. Orochimaru, okay. The masked man slowly said, Sage mode of the long cave. A hint of surprise appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. You do know quite a lot, but sage mode isn't that easy to learn. The masked man slowly replied. If you can't learn it, it might be due to your bloodline not being exceptional enough. You should consider transplanting some special bloodlines, like the Uzumaki clan, the Kagaya clan, and the legendary Tenbin Yugo clan that is said to have sage body. Orochimaru pondered. I see. Following your method, I would have to research the experiments you're interested in. However, does learning sage mode have special bloodline requirements? That is quite interesting. The masked man casually reminded. By the way, if you want to learn sage mode, it's best to ensure the integrity of your soul. Don't split your soul into pieces before you've even succeeded. Orochimaru was taken aback. He had only recently come up with the idea of splitting his soul to develop a forbidden technique of reincarnation. Did the masked man anticipate this as well? Leave a contact method. It can't be that you always come to find me. Orochimaru licked his lips. The masked man said, Then give me your summoning contract scroll with the white snake for passing on information. If there are any clues, we can contact each other through the white snake. Orochimaru stared at the masked man for a while and tossed out a scroll. After receiving it, the masked man slowly said, All right, I won't disturb your rest. Goodbye. With that, his figure disappeared into the air. Orochimaru watched this sudden disappearance and thought, I still can't understand this technique. Old guy from the ninja world, how many secrets do you have? On the other side, Obito returned to his residence and, after cleaning up all traces, opened the experimental data provided by Orochimaru and began to study it bit by bit. Only after starting to study did he realize that the required knowledge exceeded his expectations. It seems that if he wants to transplant Hashirama's cells, he still needs to supplement some knowledge. Days passed as he studied knowledge, executed missions, spent time with Rin, and guided Shursui, little by little. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On this day, it was said that Konoha village had obtained a secret ramen master and opened a new shop called Ichiraku Ramen. The shop was festively decorated, and a long line had formed around it, all drawn by the half-price opening special and the delicious taste of handmade ramen. Rin also dragged Kakashi and Obito to come and taste it. In the crowd, they saw many of their classmates, including Might Guy, Ino, and Asuma, among others. Kakashi was not very interested. He couldn't quite understand if it was worth waiting so long just to eat a bowl of ramen. Just then, he suddenly spotted the figure of Teacher Minato, who seemed to be looking specifically for them. Kakashi immediately warned, Obito, Rin, don't just focus on eating. We might be going on a mission. Obito and Rin simultaneously looked in the direction Kakashi pointed and saw Teacher Minato being pulled away by a white-haired uncle. Hey, isn't that Jiraiya? Is he looking for Teacher Minato? For something? Rin asked curiously. Obito shook his head. I don't know. But I heard that Jiraiya has been practicing Minato's Rasengan recently. Maybe he has some results and wants to show off to his disciples. Kakashi scoffed. Such a boring thing. The three legendary ninjas wouldn't do that. Rin smiled. Maybe Obito is right. Jiraiya is very much like the Obito from childhood, always carefree. Kakashi said, So Jiraiya is also a fool, huh? Obito immediately became displeased. "Hey, Kakashi, who are you calling a fool?" Kakashi shrugged. "Who knows?" Just as the two were playfully bickering, Minato seemed to have shaken off Jiraiya's entanglement and quickly walked over. "Let's go. The third Hokage has given orders. There is a mission that needs to be executed." Chapter 65. Team 7 executes the Lulon mission. Konoha, Hokage's office. All members of Minato's team stood in front of the third Hokage. The third Hokage said solemnly, "Recently, there have been frictions all over the ninja world. The third Kazekage has been missing for a long time, and a large number of Cloud Village's forces are moving towards Sand Village, likely trying to take advantage of Sand Village's leaderless state to loot. The Land of Earth has also seized the opportunity, gathering at least over 20,000 troops to head towards Cloud Village, likely trying to take advantage of Cloud Village attacking Sand Village to raid. The Land of Water also has a large number of ninjas stationed on shore. They are too close to the Land of Fire, and we must be cautious. In short, perhaps this year, at the latest next year, the Third Great Ninja War will fully break out." Team 7 was not surprised to hear this news. Over the past 6 months, they had already executed multiple information-gathering missions and had their own judgments about the current situation in the ninja world. Minato asked, "Third Hokage, is this mission related to the war?" The third Hokage slowly shook his head. "No, although Konoha will ultimately likely be drawn into this war. The entire ninja world has become chaotic, and it actually presents an opportunity for Konoha. I plan to take advantage of this time to expand the scope of Konoha's mission commissions." Minato pondered for a moment and seemed to understand. "Third Hokage, Konoha has already taken on the tasks of the entire Land of Fire and even the small countries around a Land of Fire. If we are to expand further, do you mean to steal from other great countries?" The third Hokage nodded. "Exactly, especially the Land of Wind. Due to the disappearance of the Kazekage, the locals have lost confidence in Sand Village, which is a godsend opportunity. So I negotiated for a while and finally managed to take on a high-level mission from the Land of Wind. If this mission is executed well, Konoha will gain more trust from the Land of Wind, and a steady stream of people from the Land of Wind will come to Konoha to commission tasks." Obito listened to the third Hokage's plan and couldn't help but admire him. The third Hokage was indeed a master of politics. He took advantage of the chaos in Sand Village and the impending war to exploit the insecurity of the people of the Land of Wind to steal missions from Sand Village. Moreover, with this mission assigned to Minato, there was virtually no chance of failure. So, during this time before his rebirth, Minato and Kakashi were indeed away executing this mission. It was from this time that Konoha Village received a large number of tasks from the Land of Wind. No wonder later on, Sand Village wanted to team up with Orochimaru to implement the plan to collapse Konoha. You dug up their roots. How could they not come after you? Minato's attitude also became serious. So, third Hokage, what are the specific details of this high-level mission? The third Hokage took out a map and pointed to a location, slowly saying, "In the desert, there's a city called Lulon. The former queen of Lulon was secretly harmed, and her most loyal subordinate, sensed something was wrong, escaped, and issued a mission to protect the current queen. This mission also involved a minister of Lulon named Lushan, who was likely the mastermind behind the assassination of the former queen." The third Hokage's brow furrowed. This Lushan suddenly appeared in Lulon 6 years ago. After the mission was issued, Konoha investigated and found no information about this person, as if he had suddenly emerged. I suspect he may have used some kind of space-time ninjutsu, but it's still uncertain. In any case, Minato, you're the most skilled in this area, so this mission will be led by you. This mission must be kept confidential. I originally planned to have Shizune and Choji work with you, but considering that the strength of Team 7 is not weak, I ultimately decided to have Team 7 execute it. Kakashi and Rin became excited. Although their team was very outstanding and had already executed high-level missions before, this was still the first time for a high-level mission. Minato confidently said, "Rest assured, third Hokage, Team 7 will execute this mission perfectly." The third Hokage nodded, looking at Kakashi. "Kakashi, you're quite impressive. I've heard that you created a high-level ninjutsu and are proficient in the nature transformation of lightning chakra. I have high hopes for your future." Then the third Hokage turned his attention to Obito, this time with a more serious tone. "Obito, You have become quite skilled with the Flying Thunder God technique, haven't you? Obito modestly replied, not as good as Lord Minato. The third Hokage smiled. It's quite impressive that you've learned this technique. When I heard you had mastered the Flying Thunder God, I was quite surprised. In any case, you are all capable ninjas now. Once this mission is over, Kakashi, you can participate in the special Jonin exam I prepared for you. Obito and Rin, you should also take the Chunin exam as soon as possible. It's time to advance your ninja ranks. Rin was overjoyed. Not only was there a Chunin exam, but Kakashi was also going to become a Jonin earlier than expected. Indeed, thanks to Obito's reminder, Kakashi had not forgotten to keep training after becoming a ninja, and his chakra levels were greater than in his previous life, allowing him to reach the Jonin level sooner. While Rin was pondering this, the third Hokage continued to relay a lot of task details, then said, the situation is as follows. The Queen of Lulan is likely in danger, so you should depart as soon as possible. Team 7 nodded and left the Hokage building. Once outside, Rin cheered, we are actually assigned an S-rank mission. This is amazing. Although Kakashi didn't speak, he felt a sense of pride as well. Only Minato and Obito remained calm. Obito said, all right, it's just an S-rank mission. Let us go and return quickly. Recently, the preparations for transplanting Hashirama cells are almost complete. It's time to take action. Kakashi was a bit surprised. So soon? In fact, he felt a small sense of displeasure. Obito's transplant of Hashirama cells would allow him to soar, and the gap between him and Obito would only widen. Obito taunted, what's wrong, Kakashi? Are you scared? Kakashi immediately rolled his eyes. You've only lived a few decades longer than I have. I will catch up to you eventually. Minato smiled and took out several masks. Everyone put on these masks. We're heading to the Land of Wind for a confidential mission, and our identities are sensitive. We must keep things under wraps to avoid being detected by Mangekyō. The group nodded, took the masks, and quickly headed toward the Land of Wind. In the desert, a magnificent city appeared faintly in the distance. The 4 members of Minato's team stopped. Looking at the distant city, Rin couldn't help but exclaim, it's so beautiful and grand. Obito expressed some regret. It's a shame that for some reason, this city becomes a wasteland in the future. Rin asked in disappointment, when does that happen? Obito shook his head. In my previous life, I didn't pay attention to that, so I'm not sure when it was destroyed. He knew about this because Naruto had also been nearby on a mission. As you know, because Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, White Zetsu had been keeping an eye on him, so I received some intel from White Zetsu. At that time, White Zetsu said that Naruto had come to execute a mission near the ruins of Lulan to capture a rogue ninja, so at least by then, Lulan had already been destroyed. Rin nodded. I see, it's really a pity that such a beautiful city was destroyed. Then she couldn't help but sigh. White Zetsu is really a useful informant. I wish we had a few White Zetsus too. Obito smiled. It's not impossible. Once we deal with Madara and meet certain conditions, I'm confident I can subdue White Zetsu. Minato's eyes showed a hint of caution. When I first heard you say that Madara is still alive, I was quite shocked. Fortunately, he is unable to move around and cause trouble. Otherwise, I would have only been able to disclose part of the information to Konoha and gather a large number of ninjas to hunt him down. Obito sincerely said to Minato, thank you, Lord Minato, for keeping this secret for so long. Don't worry, I will take care of the Madara situation. Minato nodded. Obito, I believe in you. He then changed the subject with a slight smile. Since Naruto has also been to the Land of Wind for a mission, it seems that the third Hokage's plan has succeeded. This could bring a lot of income to Konoha. It really is a good thing. Obito first shook his head. The situation of Naruto's mission was different. At that time, Mangekyō and Konoha were allies, and Naruto's team should have been dispatched upon a request from an ally. However, Obito shifted the topic. The third Hokage's plan did succeed. In the future, Konoha will receive a large number of commissions from the Land of Wind. Of course, it also drastically reduced the number of missions for Mangekyō, leading to insufficient financial resources. Even the Kazekage at that time had to personally venture into the desert to pan for gold to make a living. To be honest, it's the first time I've seen a village leader personally go out to earn money. Immediately, Minato felt awkward. The third Hokage's actions were indeed beneficial for the village, and even he felt it was the right thing to do. However, The resources in the ninja world are limited, and if Konoha gets fat, naturally, someone else will suffer. He cleared his throat and said, "Let us enter the city and gather information." The group fell silent and quickly entered Lulon, dispersing to collect intel. Lulon was just a small city with not many ninjas, and the group quickly gathered a lot of information before regrouping. Minato looked at the many puppets in the streets and frowned. It has been confirmed that Lushan is a puppet master from Mangekyō, and his puppets are spread all over the city, indicating he is quite powerful. He has used the name Hyakuzoku. I suspect that is his real name. However, strangely, I have no recollection of such a strong puppet master. Either Mangekyō is hiding him well, and information about Hyakuzoku has never leaked, or this ninja does not exist yet. Considering he suddenly appeared in Lulon 6 years ago, I suspect he comes from the future and has used some kind of space-time ninjutsu to travel back to the past. Everyone was astonished. Rin couldn't help but ask, "Is it a situation similar to Obito's?" Minato shook his head. He came back along with his physical body. I don't think he truly mastered such high-level space-time ninjutsu, so it's likely he stumbled upon it by accident, using the forces of nature. For a moment, everyone was amazed, but because of Obito's situation, they had a strong capacity to accept this kind of information, and they quickly calmed down and began to discuss again. Rin said, "The information I collected indicates that Lolon's current queen, Sarah, had a lot of trust in Lushan. But Lushan seems to want to use puppet techniques to replace Sarah, indirectly controlling this country." Kakashi also stepped forward and lazily said, "I found out that all the energy in this country comes from the underground dragon vein, and the power of the dragon vein seems to be inexhaustible, which is why a city can be established in the desert. Perhaps the dragon vein is what Lord Minato referred to, which led Lushan to accidentally travel back to the past using the forces of nature." Obito showed a contemplative expression. "Combining the information you provided, I have a very startling discovery. First of all, I found that the dragon vein is a collection of chakra, similar to tailed beasts with a vast amount of chakra. Therefore, Lushan, or Hyakuzoku, wants to control this country fundamentally to master the dragon vein and create a puppet army to rule the world." Obito continued, "Secondly, in the future, the mission Naruto executed, if I remember correctly, was to capture a rogue ninja named Hyakuzoku. I suspect that Lushan is the person Naruto was supposed to capture. If that is the case, Naruto might also get caught up in this matter and travel back to the past within Lushan. Of course, this is just my speculation without actual evidence." At this point, everyone was shocked. Minato began to ponder deeply. Could it be that Naruto might also be involved? Does that mean that in another timeline where Obito did not reincarnate, I might have met Naruto during this mission? Thinking of this, a hint of regret appeared in Minato's eyes. "It's a pity that we may not be able to meet this time." Rin asked why. Minato explained, "Because Obito was resurrected. Everything has changed. In the future we are in, many people's life trajectories are different because of this. If the Nine Tails incident hadn't happened, I might still be alive, and Naruto might still be born, but whether he could receive this task at the same time again is uncertain." Everyone nodded. Minato continued, his expression more serious. "Even a small change in the past can lead to significant changes in the future. Therefore, if we really encounter someone from the future, we must not casually ask them about information regarding the future to prevent disturbances in the timeline. If necessary, I will place seals on everyone to ensure we forget everything here." Kakashi felt a bit regretful. "Do we really have to go to such lengths?" Minato said seriously, "Just imagine, Kakashi, if you travel back from the future and leak some critical information, change certain things, then what would happen when you return to the future?" Kakashi thought for a moment. If the past affects the future, perhaps everything I am familiar with would cease to exist. If that's the case, it would indeed be a terrifying thing. Minato nodded. "So from this moment on, keep everything confidential, even if we encounter fellow Leaf ninjas from the future." Kakashi nodded. "I understand." At that moment, from a distance near the tower, a series of intense sounds of fighting and explosions suddenly erupted. Everyone instinctively looked over, but they were too far away to see clearly, only able to see a few dark figures engaged in battle. Minato crouched down, pointed to the ground, closed his eyes to sense then opened them. A ninja was fighting against puppets controlled by the power of the dragon vein. There were many puppets, and although the ninja was not weak, he seemed to struggle to find a good way to counter them and could only flee. Kakashi frowned. At this time, a ninja from Lulon appeared and started fighting with the puppets. Could he be someone from the future? Minato said. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Anyway, let's go take a look to avoid any accidents. Everyone immediately nodded and headed toward the direction of the battle. As they got closer, they saw a young ninja, about 16 years old, wearing a leaf ninja headband, with 3 whisker-like markings on each side of his face and yellow hair, being relentlessly attacked by multiple puppets. The puppets, empowered by the dragon vein, seemed to have endless energy, firing various energy attacks from different parts of their bodies without interruption. The ninja tried to form hand signs several times, but was interrupted each time and could only continue to flee. Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, "This really is something else. Unless that person is pretending to be one of our leaf ninjas, but the probability of that is low. Most likely, he is someone from the future." Speaking of which, he does look a bit like Minato-sensei, with the same blonde hair, but Minato-sensei doesn't he have whiskers? Wait, whiskers? Kakashi suddenly remembered something and involuntarily turned to look at Obito. Obito, could it be that he is Minato-sensei's son, Uzumaki Naruto? Chapter 67 Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi recalled that Obito had mentioned that because Minato-sensei sealed half of the 9 tails inside Naruto, Naruto had developed some fox-like features, specifically the 3 whisker marks on each cheek. The more Kakashi thought about it, the more he felt this was a possibility. Otherwise, it would be too coincidental. Obito let out a bitter laugh. The moment he saw the blonde ninja, he recognized that this was undoubtedly Naruto himself. Unexpectedly, the future had changed, and Naruto still undertook this mission and even returned to the past. He nodded and said seriously, "Kakashi, Minato-sensei, there's no doubt that he is Naruto. The power of nature is indeed miraculous." Minato watched Naruto from afar, his eyes filled with concern. "So this is what Naruto looks like. The moment I saw him, I had an inkling. Naruto has already become capable on his own in the future." Kakashi couldn't help but feel emotional as well. I didn't expect Minato-sensei's son to be older than us, to be able to escape from so many puppets empowered by the dragon vein. His strength is impressive. However, while these puppets are tough, their weaknesses are also quite obvious. As long as you cut off the chakra lines controlling them, they can no longer act. Naruto clearly has a chakra blade on him. Why isn't he using it? This question made everyone feel awkward for a moment. Obito, who understood Naruto the best, laughed. Naruto probably forgot about that. Rin also laughed. This really seems like something Naruto would do. I remember you said, Obito, that Naruto was a lot like you when you were younger. Obito couldn't help but blush and quietly retorted, "Rin, I wasn't that stupid." Rin smiled and said, yes, Obito, you were the smartest when you were young." Then Rin looked at Minato. "Sensei, should we go help Naruto right away?" Minato nodded, his eyes revealing a bit of eagerness but also reluctance. "Unfortunately, to avoid interfering with the future that Naruto is in, I cannot reveal my identity to him." At that moment, in the distance, Naruto was already cornered against a wall by a group of puppets. In a moment of danger, he seemed to finally realize the weaknesses of the puppets, drew his chakra blade from his waist, leaped forward, and cut the lines connecting the first few puppets. Instantly, those puppets lost their combat capabilities. Kakashi nodded. That's more like it. Finding their weaknesses makes dealing with these puppets quite simple. However, a sudden change occurred. Due to the large number of puppets, although Naruto managed to take down a few, he exposed a flaw while fighting and was struck by one of the puppets, falling onto a bridge. Before he could get up, the puppets above had already gathered energy, launching an attack similar to a tailed beast bomb. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The bridge was completely destroyed, and even a hole was blasted into the ground, with Naruto being thrown into the hole along with it. Save him! Minato no longer hesitated. If he waited any longer, his son would be in danger. He immediately burst forth with unimaginable speed, using multiple body flicker techniques to approach the hole. At the same time, Obito placed his hands on Rin and Kakashi's shoulders and directly used Flying Thunder God to flash next to Minato. He and Minato-sensei had mutual flying thunder god marks, allowing them to teleport to each other. Everyone jumped down the hole and found themselves in a large, empty underground chamber. Not far away, Naruto, injured and unable to move, watched helplessly as several puppets shot out large amounts of purple chakra lines from their bodies, coming to strangle him. At a critical moment, Minato appeared in front of Naruto, and just as the puppets were about to strike, he used Flying Thunder God to escape with Naruto. The few puppets struck at empty air, adjusting their positions to continue their attack, but Kakashi had already drawn his sword from his back. His figure danced as he swiftly approached the puppets, each slash accurately hitting the chakra lines connecting the puppets. In just a few breaths, all the chakra lines were cut by Kakashi, and the puppets lost their energy, collapsing to the ground. Obito couldn't help but show a bit of admiration. Kakashi has become stronger again, able to accurately and swiftly strike at the weaknesses of these puppets. Rin nodded, clenching her small fist. Yes, Kakashi is progressing quickly. I need to work hard too. Obito laughed. Rin, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Let us go find Minato-sensei. Rin nodded and, together with Obito, rejoined Minato-sensei. After regrouping, the group moved to a secluded corner within the city. Minato gently placed Naruto down and personally bandaged his wounds. Naruto flashed a bright, cheerful smile. Thanks, big brother. If it weren't for you guys, I would have died for no reason. Minato's hand trembled slightly while bandaging, but he quickly regained composure and continued his work. Lin originally wanted to step forward to treat him, but seeing this scene, she wisely stayed in place. When Obito saw this, he found it somewhat amusing. With Naruto's almost abnormal self-healing ability, the wound would probably be healed just after being bandaged. At this moment, the most confused one was Naruto himself. Once the wound was bandaged, he looked at the group of masked individuals and eagerly asked, "Who are you all, and where is this place?" Minato slightly lifted his mask, revealing his Konoha ninja forehead protector, and then quickly put the mask back on. "We are also Konoha ninjas, currently on a confidential mission. Do you still feel pain?" Naruto suddenly felt an indescribable emotion and developed a sense of closeness towards this unknown older brother with a magnetic voice. He shook his head and bravely said, "No, it doesn't hurt anymore. It's just a small injury. You don't need to worry." Minato patted Naruto's head. "You can't be so reckless. Remember to take care of yourself and pay attention to safety." For some reason, Naruto suddenly felt like crying. He unconsciously adhered to the words of this older brother, who hadn't even revealed his true face. "Don't worry, I will." Then, Naruto turned his head and looked at Obito, Rin, and Kakashi with some surprise. "Big brother, did they just graduate from the Ninja Academy? They look so short. Is it really okay for them to be on such a confidential mission?" Kakashi couldn't help but snort, expressing strong dissatisfaction. Naruto suddenly remembered that it was this silver-haired kid who had quickly and decisively dealt with those puppets, and he felt a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head. White-haired guy, I forgot you're really strong. Are you from the same class as Konohamaru? You're much stronger than Konohamaru. By the way, your hair color is the same as Kakashi-sensei's. What is your relationship with Kakashi-sensei?" Facing Naruto's continuous questions, Kakashi simply turned his head away, not wanting to talk to this idiot. Naruto muttered quietly. His personality is quite aloof, just like Sasuke when he was younger. Minato saw this and shook his head helplessly. He gently apologized. "I'm sorry, but we can't reveal our identities to you right now. You can find a hidden place in the city to wait for a while. Once we finish our mission, we will explain everything to you." Chapter 68. Is Naruto from the future of the original timeline? Minato initially wanted Naruto to leave, but then thought about it. Naruto is from the future and likely returned to the past through the power of the Dragon Vein. If he left Luan now, how would he find his way back home? So, he could only let Naruto wait in the city. Perhaps once they dealt with the 100-legged one and time returned to normal, Naruto would automatically leave. Naruto seemed to remember something and asked curiously, "By the way, big brother, you haven't answered me yet. Where exactly is this place? I'm on a mission to capture a rogue ninja from Mangekyō, but suddenly I found myself here." Minato slowly explained. "This is Lulan, but not the Lulan you know. This is the Lulan that is still intact." Naruto was taken aback. How is that possible? Didn't T. Lulon already turn to ruins? Minato sighed. I really can't help you. I wasn't planning to tell you. There is a dragon vein power underground in Lulon, and I suspect that because you came into contact with this power, you traveled back to the past. This place does not belong to your original timeline, but rather 20 years ago. Naruto was shocked. 20 years ago? How is that possible? Minato continued. The rogue ninja you are pursuing is called the 100-legged one, right? Our mission is also related to him. He suddenly appeared here 6 years ago with an unknown origin, and we suspect he is from the future. Your arrival further confirms this point. Lulon was destroyed at some point in the future, but it is indeed still intact now. Naruto exclaimed, Is there really such a thing? Haha, I actually returned to the past. Due to his thick nerves, he quickly accepted everything, big brother. So you are all Konoha ninjas from 20 years ago. Maybe we even know each other. After saying that, he suddenly pointed at Kakashi. Wait, if it's 20 years ago, you wouldn't be Kakashi-sensei, would you? Kakashi snorted again and didn't speak. But Naruto seemed to have confirmed it. Kakashi-sensei, I didn't expect you to be so aloof when you were young. You are completely different from that latecomer image of yours. If it weren't for your distinctly colored hair, I wouldn't even recognize you. At this moment, Obito noticed something unusual. Naruto has a strong perception ability. If he could recognize Kakashi, then why couldn't he recognize his father, Minato-sensei? Could it be? Obito asked anxiously. Can you tell me if the Kakashi you mentioned has any peers or friends of the same age? Naruto laughed, of course. Kakashi-sensei and Uncle Guy are very close. They often fight and throw pots and pans around. Obito's breathing quickened. What about others? Others? Naruto was stunned for a moment and then smiled. Kakashi-sensei is very popular. Most of the ninjas in Konoha have a good relationship with him. Although they're not as close as Uncle Guy, they're still trustworthy companions. But the more Obito listened, the more he felt something was off. If their relationships weren't as close as with Guy, what kind of joke was that? Then, does the Kakashi you speak of have a friend named Rin? Noara Rin? Naruto's face showed confusion. Rin? Who is Noara Rin? Does Kakashi-sensei have such a friend? At this moment, everyone sensed something was wrong. Obito's heart sank. Could it be that Rin still ran into trouble later? He continued to ask, what about Obito? Does Kakashi know Obito? Naruto was even more confused. Who is Obito? Does Kakashi-sensei know him? Maybe he was Kakashi-sensei's friend when he was young. Minato seemed to think of something and walked over, patting Obito on the shoulder. You need to calm down for a moment. Then he looked at Naruto and gently smiled. Does Kakashi have a Sharingan? Naruto was surprised. Big brother, you actually know. Kakashi-sensei is known as Sharingan Kakashi. He is said to have copied thousands of ninjutsu. Minato nodded. I see. Then what happened to the fourth Hokage? Naruto was stunned and then showed a somewhat sad expression. The fourth died in the Nine-Tails incident. Jiraiya-sensei once said that no one could compare to him. Minato then asked, Are you very sad about the fourth's death? Naruto felt a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry. Even though I really admire the fourth Hokage and vowed to surpass him in the future, he is the great hero who saved Konoha. But Naruto lowered his head, tears streaming down his face as he instinctively grabbed Minato's clothes tightly. Big brother, Jiraiya-sensei also died. Can you go back and tell Jiraiya-sensei to be very careful of the Akatsuki organization? He absolutely cannot investigate alone. Minato was shocked and instinctively turned to look at Obito. This intelligence was something Obito hadn't told him. Obito awkwardly coughed a few times. There were many things in the future, and he couldn't possibly tell them all at once. He indeed forgot to mention Jiraiya's death. So, he looked at Naruto. What about the Uchiha clan? How are they doing now? Naruto's expression grew even sadder. Only Sasuke is left of the Uchiha clan, but he is with Orochimaru now. Naruto clenched his fists. But I will definitely bring Sasuke back. Obito suddenly understood. No wonder Minato-sensei told him to calm down. If one thing was a coincidence, then countless things that were exactly the same as in his past life could not be a coincidence. Obito let out a sigh of relief and looked at Minato-sensei. Teacher, I'm 90% sure he doesn't come from our timeline. Minato asked one last time, Are you sure? Obito nodded. His experiences are exactly the same as the development in my previous life, but that's impossible. Minato nodded, confirming that Naruto did not belong to their timeline. Therefore, their actions could not interfere with Naruto's future. Many concerns were alleviated as a result. Naruto, seeing the two in a silent conversation, looked confused and asked, "What are you two talking about? Who doesn't belong to this timeline?" Minato thought for a moment, took off his mask, and smiled at Naruto, saying, "It's just a realization I've come to. Let me introduce myself again. I am Namake's Minato. Pleased to meet you." Naruto happily responded, "Big brother, you finally showed your true face. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Please take care of me." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. "Wait, big brother, what did you say your name was?" Minato only smiled at Naruto. Naruto unconsciously matched Minato's appearance with the face of the fourth Hokage he often pranked as a child. "You are the fourth Hokage." Although Naruto wasn't good at history, he clearly remembered the name of the fourth Hokage. After all, he had vowed to surpass him. Instantly, he became excited and raised his fist to Minato, saying, "I actually met the living fourth Hokage. Listen up. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will definitely become Hokage and surpass you." Minato calmly looked at Naruto and raised his fist to bump it with Naruto's, saying, "I believe and look forward to that day. Actually, I'm not the fourth Hokage yet, but I will work towards that direction. When the time comes, we can compare who the better Hokage is." Naruto nodded vigorously. "Big brother Minato, I will never lose to you." But for some reason, the warmth in his heart grew stronger, and he couldn't help but have some speculations. Naruto took a deep breath and asked, "Big brother, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Do you know who my mom and dad are?" Minato nodded, "I know." Naruto's breathing quickened, and his eyes brightened. "Big brother, can you tell me?" Minato gently patted Naruto's head, his gaze sincere. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I've heard about your situation. I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a father. I swear this time, I will give you a happy family." Instantly, tears streamed down Naruto's face uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but throw a punch at Minato's face. Chapter 69. Father and son conversation. That punch ultimately did not land. Naruto's fist stopped at the last moment. Minato calmly looked at Naruto and asked, "Why didn't you hit me?" Naruto, while crying, said, "Although you are my father, I'm only 16 this year. 20 years ago, I wasn't even born yet. I can't blame you for sealing the nine tails inside me. Can't blame you for making me suffer so much. Can't blame you for making me endure the cold stares of the villagers. Because all of this hasn't happened yet." Naruto became more and more agitated, his speech becoming faster as he continued. Minato stood there, gently saying, "Naruto, although for me, none of this has happened. Perhaps if I had to face the same situation again, I would still make the same choice." Naruto was stunned and couldn't help but ask why. Minato thought for a moment and replied, "Perhaps it's because I love the village and I love you and your mother. The village needed the power of the nine tails. And at that time, only the Uzumaki clan had the vitality to contain that power. Besides, Naruto, I also hope you could harness that power to become stronger." After a pause, Minato continued, "Of course, I hope that when you grow up, you can meet your mother." "I'm sorry, Naruto. This may be my biggest selfishness." Naruto was momentarily unsure whether to be happy or sad. "But father, I just hope you can be by my side. I would rather you not be heroes. I would rather you didn't sacrifice yourselves." Minato shook his head gently and said, "No, Naruto, given the circumstances at that time, sacrifice was unavoidable. I admit I could have survived, but I couldn't just watch your mother leave alone. I believe one day you will understand my feelings." Minato took a moment to collect himself before continuing, "Naruto, I actually don't want you to be a hero. I want you to grow up safely. But if a crisis truly occurs and the village is in danger, can you just stand by?" Naruto was suddenly taken aback and muttered to himself, "I can't do that." Minato smiled and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, saying, "So, don't think too much about it. Just go for it. Dad will always support your decisions." Tears flowed down Naruto's face uncontrollably again as he cried and laughed. "Huh, my father is actually the fourth Hokage. I am not a demon fox. I am the son of a hero." Obito silently watched from the side, unable to help but marvel. Naruto seemed to have become smarter, realizing that he had not been born over 20 years ago. But Naruto still seemed a bit foolish. as he didn't think about how Minato knew so much since he hadn't been born yet. What a fool. After venting for a while, Naruto, being naturally optimistic, regained his lively spirit. After giving Minato a big hug, he curiously asked, "Father, who is my mother?" Minato thought for a moment and smiled. "Naruto, please allow me to keep it a secret, because I want her to tell you our story in person." Naruto was taken aback, seemingly thinking of a possibility. Could it be that Mom is not dead, and we can meet again? Minato shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, your mother has passed away. But for some reason, there is indeed a chance for you to see her again." Naruto felt a bit down. Is that so? But he quickly adjusted. Just being able to see her, I am already satisfied. Thank you, Father, for telling me so much. However, Naruto finally realized something. Wait, Father, 20 years ago, I didn't exist yet. How do you know so much about me? Minato glanced at Obito and explained, just consider it as me meeting the future. You should have met the great sage of the six paths and should be aware of prophetic matters. Naruto suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Father also has the abilities of the great sage of the six paths. Naruto's eyes became determined, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Before long, I will also go to Mount Miyaboku to train. I will definitely become stronger, avenge Jiraiya Sensei, protect the village, and protect my comrades. Minato smiled. I have never doubted that. After all, keeping your word is your ninja way. Naruto exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect you to know this too. That's right. I will definitely do it. Minato said. All right, Naruto, first focus on the task at hand. Our mission is to protect the Queen of Lulon. We can't afford any mistakes. Naruto wiped his tears and nodded heavily. Okay, but I'm also a Konoha ninja. The mission is also related to me. I want to go too. Minato thought for a moment and finally smiled. Then come along, let's go. After saying that, the group began to move. Soon they arrived at a crowded square. It wouldn't be accurate to call it a gathering of people, as all the beings there were puppets made by the 100-footed creature. They were beating drums and celebrating, creating a festive atmosphere. The purpose was to make Queen Sarah of Lulon believe that her subjects were living happily under her rule. However, in reality, most able-bodied men of the Lulon people had been captured by Lushan and were working in an underground factory 007, maintaining the operation of the Dragon Vein and creating various puppet armies. Seeing this group of singing and dancing puppets, everyone felt a sense of great absurdity. And Lushan had indeed woven a huge lie for Queen Sarah. Obito shook his head. The lower-class people of the entire ninja world were no different. They, too, were like controlled puppets, with every move being manipulated by those above them. At that moment, all the puppets looked up and raised their hands, cheering as if welcoming someone. The crowd also looked up and saw two black dots emerging from the enormous central tower. All present were ninjas, and with the enhancement of chakra. Their vision was better than that of ordinary people, even without bloodline ocular techniques. They discerned some characteristics of the two black dots, realizing one was a man and the other a woman. The woman seemed unaware of any unusual occurrences and happily greeted the people below. Rin looked pityingly at the woman and said, "She must be Queen Sarah. I truly feel sorry for her, deceived by an Lushan like this." Minato nodded. "That's why we are here. We must ensure her safety." Just as he finished speaking, a sudden incident occurred. The floor beneath Queen Sarah cracked open, and she lost her balance, falling from the tower. This scene took everyone by surprise, and Minato immediately shouted, "Save her!" Chapter 70. Queen Sarah. Minato was about to take action when Naruto, eager to impress his father, moved ahead and quickly jumped onto the wall, rapidly climbing upward. He darted between several buildings and soon found himself in mid-air, leaping up to catch the falling woman and bringing her to safety. The crowd followed closely behind. Naruto sighed in relief and set the woman down, saying, "That was really dangerous. Are you okay?" He then recognized the woman as the one he had seen singing when he first arrived, and he exclaimed, "You're not." However, before he could finish, the woman quickly slapped him several times and punched him, stepping back with a hint of vigilance. "You rude brat." Naruto was taken aback and protested. "What are you talking about? I just saved you." The woman thought for a moment, and then realized that this person was indeed her savior. If he hadn't caught her during her fall, she would have died. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she still maintained her proud demeanor as a queen and said, "Thank you." Naruto continued to ask, "So you're the queen here?" The woman nodded. "That's right. I am Sarah, the queen of Lulon." Naruto pointed to himself with his thumb and smiled. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, a ninja from Konoha. I will definitely become Hokage." Just as the two were about to say more, Minato stepped forward and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's move somewhere else." After saying that, he quickly led everyone away. Sarah felt confused, not understanding what this group was doing in Lulon, but since they had saved her, she followed along. Soon after, they arrived at the inner corridor of a building in Lulon. Seeing the quiet surroundings, Sarah could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked, "Who are you?" "This is Lulon. We do not welcome strangers, especially unfamiliar ninjas." Minato smiled and explained, "Hello, we are all ninjas from Konoha. We came here because we were commissioned to ensure your safety." Sarah was taken aback and retorted, "I'm perfectly fine. I don't need any protection from ninjas." Obito took off his mask and stepped forward. "Really? Then what was that danger you just faced?" Sarah paused and involuntarily recalled the moment she fell. Although the floor had cracked open, it seemed like someone had pushed her from behind. Obito's voice was filled with persuasion. "I believe you've noticed that someone wants to harm you." Sarah instinctively flinched, but then thought of the people standing behind her. Apart from a few guards, there was only Lushan. She shook her head. "It was just an accident. Lushan is a minister of Lulon. How could he possibly harm me?" Obito replied calmly, "You know someone's face, but not their heart. How can you be sure of what kind of person Lushan really is?" Sarah immediately became angry and shouted at Obito, "You're talking nonsense. You're just a child. And Lushan is an outstanding person. I won't allow you to slander him." For some reason, a scene involuntarily flashed through Obito's mind. At that time, he had already turned to ashes, but he still observed that moment in a spiritual state. Naruto, filled with killing intent, said, "I won't allow you to mock Obito." He then erupted with incredible speed and in an instant tore off Kagaya's arm that was holding Black Zetsu. Obito quickly shook his head and looked at Naruto in front of him. That moment was indeed cool. Seeing Sarah getting angry, Minato immediately stepped forward and said, "Calm down. Queen Sarah, we have investigated in Lushan and found out that his real name is Baizu, a ninja who intends to use the power of the Dragon Vein to create a massive puppet army to overthrow the rule of the 5 great nations." Sarah was filled with disbelief and retorted, "Lushan is Lushan. He is not Baizu at all. Besides, he is a good person. How could he possibly create the puppet army you speak of using the Dragon Vein?" Obito shook his head, thinking that the prejudice in people's minds was like a mountain. To convince Sarah, he needed her to deny her previous self. But before facing the truth, no one could easily deny themselves. Not Sarah, not Madara, and not even he himself. He slowly said, "Naruto, show this Queen Sarah the truth." Naruto, feeling a bit indignant, responded, "It seems like you're still a little kid. Why do you always talk like an adult and even give orders?" Obito had black lines appearing on his forehead. Although he had a favorable impression of Naruto, he still wanted to punch him at that moment. On the side, Kakashi and Rin were stifling their laughter. Kakashi remarked, "So, this is how idiots communicate?" At this moment, Sarah was already impatient. "I don't want to see any truth. If you're really here to protect me, then I am canceling this mission. Please go back. I don't need your protection." For a moment, everyone was at a loss for what to do. What if the mission's protection target was uncooperative? Obito stood up. "Wait." Queen Sarah turned around. "Is there something else, Konoha's little ninja?" Obito spoke with seriousness. "Queen Sarah, do you know who issued the mission to protect you?" Sarah indeed became curious, standing still, ready to listen to what Obito had to say. He continued, "It was issued by your mother, the most loyal subordinate of the former queen of Lulon. He represents your mother's will. Even so, do you still intend to defy it?" Sarah's pupils constricted sharply. "How could that be? My mother would never issue such a mission." Obito's tone was filled with persuasion. "Then you should think carefully about how your mother died." Sarah frowned. "Mother, wasn't it an accident?" Obito sneered. "Are you sure it was truly an accident?" She clearly instructed her subordinates that she was harmed by someone, which is why she was worried and wanted to protect you. Sarah was momentarily stunned. After a while, she walked over to Obito with a serious expression. "You need to clarify what you mean. How exactly did my mother die?" Obito smiled and signaled to Naruto. "Naruto, show the queen the truth." Naruto's mouth dropped open in surprise. Obito was truly impressive. Despite being just a kid, he managed to change Sarah's mind with just a few words. Therefore, he nodded in agreement. Naruto looked at Sarah and pointed to the square at the base of the tower, where the people were still celebrating. Let me take you to see those people, then you'll understand. Sarah followed Naruto's gaze, full of confusion. The truth you speak of is hidden among my people? Chapter 71. Naruto is good at flirting with girls, although Sarah was questioning. When it came to her mother's death, she could not care less and quickly held on to Naruto. Slightly blushing as she said, "It's too high here. Please take me down." Naruto smiled and picked her up in a princess carry, sure. Without caring about Sarah's shy screams in his arms, he quickly descended. The crowd exchanged glances, and Minato felt a bit awkward. Naruto, he is somewhat rough around the edges, but it seems he knows how to flirt with girls. Rin also unconsciously nodded, looking at Obito. Clearly, the two of them had very similar personalities when they were younger. But why isn't Obito as good at flirting as Naruto? Obito, puzzled, said, "Strange, in the reports from White Zetsu, Naruto clearly didn't have this ability." On the other side, Naruto had already brought Sarah to an inconspicuous corner around the square, pointing at the Lulan citizens who were parading in a long line. "Sarah, can you see clearly what they are?" Sarah stood frozen. From the high tower, she saw a scene of prosperity and noise, but now that she was closer, all she saw were puppets making clacking sounds, lined up mechanically and blankly repeating fixed motions. For a moment, her heart sank into a cold abyss. This scene was too bizarre, and she even felt fear and dread creeping in. At that moment, Obito and the others arrived. Seeing Sarah trembling all over, Obito said, "Do you know why this is happening?" Sarah shook her head in confusion. "I don't know." Obito's gaze was deep. "You think you love your people very much, but you've never stepped down from the high tower to get close to them. You've only watched them from afar, high above. To be honest, as a ruler of a city, you've failed. Even the Hokage knows to occasionally understand the people's feelings, while you've been blinded by the superficial prosperity, locking yourself in the high tower, immersed in your beautiful fantasies. You're not a qualified queen." Sarah knelt on the ground. "So I was wrong?" Naruto immediately got angry and shouted at Obito, "Hey kid, how can you talk like that?" He then walked over and flashed a sunny, determined smile at Sarah. "Sarah, don't be discouraged. It's not too late to see clearly now. I believe you can do it. You can become a truly excellent queen." Sarah was touched by Naruto's aura, tears streaming down her face as she gave him a gentle hug. "Thank you, Naruto. I swear I will change from now on and strive to be a good queen." Beside them, Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, "Aren't these two progressing a bit too fast?" After recognizing that the cheering crowd was actually made up of puppets, Sarah also understood Obito's meaning. "So, my mother was harmed by Lushan?" Obito nodded. "Otherwise, why would he create all this and deceive you? He just wants to use you as one of these many puppets under his control." Sarah was momentarily confused and asked, "What should I do now?" Obito replied, "It's simple. If you want to be an excellent ruler, you can't rely on your subordinates for everything. You should have a way to control the dragon vein, right? After all, you're the real queen of Lulan." Sarah nodded. "I do, but I can't trust everything you say. I need to personally go to the location of the dragon vein to see if Lushan is really secretly creating a puppet army, as you said." After thinking for a moment, Sarah said to everyone, "Follow me." The group nodded and followed Sarah. Soon, they arrived in front of a huge underground factory building. Sarah looked at the nearby sewer. "We'll enter from here. That way, we won't alert anyone. Inside is the hub of the dragon vein's power. If Lushan wants to use the power of the dragon vein, it must be through here." The group nodded, lifted the cover, and one by one they slipped inside. Because the terrain under the sewer was complex, with high and low platforms far apart, and since Sarah wasn't a ninja, she could only rely on Naruto's help. Therefore, it was inevitable that they had a lot of physical contact. During this time, Sarah and Naruto gradually opened up to each other, and the more they talked, the more intense their connection became. Before long, they had established a deep emotional bond. Everyone believed that if Naruto were to propose to Sarah at that moment, she would agree. Minato grew more and more confused and quietly asked Obito, Are you sure the Naruto in your memory can't handle a girl? I feel like there would be many girls who like him. Obito awkwardly smiled. I don't know, Minato-sensei. The Naruto in my memory, not to mention handling girls, seemed to struggle with boys too. He chased Sasuke for so long and still didn't get him back, haha. Minato started to sweat. Obito, that joke isn't funny at all. And so, everyone continued to communicate while moving forward, quickly arriving at the core area of the Dragon Vein. Upon arrival, Sarah was shocked by the scene before her. This was a huge puppet manufacturing factory. Countless parts were being produced on the assembly line. And around the assembly line stood countless maintenance workers, forced to labor by the surrounding puppet guards. These people looked haggard, their steps unsteady, numbly doing their work as if they had lost all hope for life. Sarah felt her heart ache. And Lushan is really manufacturing puppet weapons. And he has enslaved a large number of Lulan citizens. No, I must stop all of this. She observed the area and pointed to a square platform on the ground. Take me there. That is the power hub of the Dragon Vein. I can shut it down. Naruto nodded and looked at Minato. Minato smiled. There are too many puppets around. You take Sarah over there and we'll stay here on guard. Naruto nodded and quietly led Sarah to the square platform. Sarah became serious, walked to the central metal controller, knelt down, and declared, I command you in the name of the Queen, cut off the flow of the Dragon Vein and suppress your power. As she recited the incantation, a light shone from her hands, and the entire factory stopped operating in an instant. Sarah breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. Now the power of the Dragon Vein will no longer flow into this factory. Naruto smiled. Great. Now however... Before he could finish, threads of chakra suddenly appeared, connecting to the completed puppets in the factory, which instantly came to life, forming a massive army. And Lushan's figure appeared on a high platform in the factory at some unknown time, with an inscrutable expression on his face. Your Majesty, what are you doing here? Chapter 72. And Lushan is gradually mocked by Obito. The moment Sarah saw Lushan, she understood everything. She angrily said, And Lushan, I command you in the name of the Queen to immediately stop manufacturing puppet weapons and release the oppressed people. And Lushan, however, remained unmoved. His voice gradually filled with murderous intent. Your Majesty, sometimes being too smart is not a good thing, just like your mother. Since you're unwilling to cooperate, I will create a qualified puppet to replace you. You, originally a useful puppet, why don't you act according to my wishes? Sarah grew even angrier. I am not a puppet. I am the Queen of Lulan. And Lushan laughed heartily. Is that so? But facing my puppet army, what do you have to stop me? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding puppet army rushed towards Naruto and Sarah. Naruto clearly saw in Lushan's true form and confirmed. Although I don't know why you've gotten fat, you are definitely the centipede. I will capture you. And Lushan, full of mockery and vigor, said, I have already mastered the power of the Dragon Vein. Now no one can stop me. I will become the king of the world. At that moment, a sudden turn of events occurred. A kunai suddenly shot out from a hidden corner, speeding towards Lushan. It was Obito, who had been hiding in the dark. And Lushan sidestepped to dodge the kunai and taunted, I've noticed you long ago. You were just a few little mice. Come die here with Queen Sarah. However, in the next moment, as the kunai was still flying, Obito's figure suddenly appeared, grabbing the kunai and slashing it towards Lushan. And Lushan didn't even have time to react before half of his face was cut by the kunai. But Obito showed no joy at having landed a hit, because beneath Lushan's face, there was no flesh, but rather components resembling a puppet, and the wound he had just inflicted was already healing rapidly, completely mending in an instant. Obito frowned. Could it be that Lushan, like Scorpion, had transformed himself into a human puppet? Moreover, it seemed that under the influence of the Dragon Vein, his puppet components could regenerate at an accelerated rate. And Lushan laughed arrogantly. Ha ha, in Lulan, I am invincible. Let me show you my true power. Immediately, and Lushan no longer cared about controlling the puppet army. His entire body began to transform, quickly morphing into a giant puppet centipede. Obito looked at the grotesque centipede and couldn't help but comment. No wonder you're called 100 feet. So, this is your true appearance? Honestly, this puppet design is not artistic at all, far inferior to Scorpion. The power you have now is merely due to the enhancement of the dragon vein. 100 Feet was momentarily taken aback as the mention of Scorpion touched on his unpleasant memories, and he instantly became furious. Don't mention that name to me. What is he? Right now, I'm the strongest puppet master. Several of 100 Feet's hands instantly sprouted numerous blades, attacking Obito like a violent storm. Obito activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, entering a phasing state, standing still and taunting him. So you know Scorpion, huh? Well, it makes sense. How many puppet masters from Mangekyō don't know Scorpion? But looking at you, you weren't beaten by Scorpion in the past, were you? 100 Feet's anger surged. I told you not to mention that guy. He accelerated his attacks. I will chop you to death, chop you to death, chop you to death, you filthy bug. However, after slashing for a long time, Lushan found himself exhausted, realizing that countless blades seemed to be cutting through thin air. Obito stood with his hands on his hips, quietly watching his performance. 100 Feet couldn't help but go crazy. Why? Why do my attacks have no effect on you? Why? Why are you completely unscathed? Obito had no obligation to explain anything to Lushan. He simply watched him with interest. Let me guess, why did you defect? Given your strong reaction to Scorpion, could it be that you stole the human puppet technique invented by Scorpion, which is forbidden by Mangekyō? No wonder you transformed yourself into this inhuman, ghostly appearance. 100 Feet couldn't help but roar, and the puppet soldiers around him began to fall apart. He used the power of the dragon vein to gather numerous puppet body parts onto himself, quickly causing his form to swell again. Transforming into a giant resembling the cursed form of Jiao, 200 Feet laughed maniacally. You little brat, you have completely angered me. Let me show you the strongest war machine I have created. The Dragon Flame Dragon Fire. With a loud shout, a purple flame spewed from the mouth of the massive puppet, heading towards Obito. Not far away, Minato saw this scene and couldn't help but shout. Not good. The commotion from the battle is too great. It could easily affect everyone present. Naruto, take Sarah and evacuate the civilians. Lead everyone to a safe place to hide. We'll hold them off. Naruto involuntarily glanced at the massive form of 100 Feet, worriedly asking, Father, don't your companions need support? That big guy looks tough to deal with. Minato smiled. Don't worry, Obito is very strong. Naruto was taken aback. Obito, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Oh right, didn't he ask me personally? It turned out he was Kakashi-sensei's close friend. No wonder he was so concerned about his situation. But why had Kakashi-sensei never mentioned him? Kakashi-sensei, can you explain this to me? The last sentence was directed at Kakashi, who was still wearing a mask. Kakashi felt a bit helpless, since most people had been revealed. It was meaningless to keep hiding, so he immediately took off his mask, rolling his signature deadfish eye. How could I possibly become your teacher in the future? It's simply absurd. Naruto finally saw Kakashi's face, exclaiming in surprise, Kakashi-sensei, you look exactly the same as when you were a child, except without the Sharingan. Minato saw Naruto chattering away and immediately interrupted. Alright, this isn't the time for that. Naruto, quickly take Sarah to evacuate the civilians. Sarah quickly added, this place is no longer safe. I must protect my people. Only then did Naruto remember he had important matters to attend to, and said to Sarah, Sarah, let's go. Sarah nodded, and the two headed towards the group of civilians who were still numb and unresponsive, even though the factory had ceased operations. Sarah quickly untied the chains wrapped around each civilian, addressing them as they remained in a daze. I am Queen Sarah of Lulon. I am taking you away now, and there will never be days of slavery like this again. Chapter 73. Just can't touch it, and Lushan's defense breaks. Some civilians slowly began to regain a bit of awareness, but still numbly asked, Really? Sarah could hardly hold back her tears, nodding emphatically. I swear in the name of the Queen, it is true. Only then did the civilians gradually become energized, helping each other to evacuate in an orderly manner. Seeing that the civilians were settled, Minato finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to observe the battle situation again. On the other side, facing the giant purple fire dragon that 100 Feet had unleashed, Obito still did not evade. The fire dragon also penetrated his body, crashing into the wall behind him. With a loud boom, a massive explosion created a cloud of thick smoke, and for a moment, 100 Feet couldn't see the situation inside, but he was filled with confidence. Damn little brat, this time you must be dead. No one can withstand this move. Now who can stop me? The 5 great nations are already in my pocket. Ha ha. However, amidst the smoke, Obito's figure reappeared. Really? A guy who can't even defeat Scorpion? Who can't face him? What power do you have to unify the 5 great nations? Although, with the power of the dragon vein and Scorpion's human puppet technique, you barely possess strength comparable to a Kage, your intellect is quite poor. Far from matching this power, Obito continued to taunt him, and Lushan went mad. Why? Why is it that when I use this move, you still come out unscathed? Why are you so strong? Obito couldn't hold back anymore. This Lushan had great power, but was truly lacking in intelligence. Other than his impotent rage, he hadn't analyzed any effective information about him so far, compared to Minato-sensei, who stripped him clean within moments of their battle. The difference in battle wisdom between the two was incomputable by reason. But this was also a good thing, as Obito continued to walk towards Lushan. So, you can't even defeat me. How can you talk about ruling the 5 great nations? Just based on those puppet toys of yours? Scorpion mastered the 100 puppets manipulation, able to deploy 100 human puppets in an instant, easily annihilating a small nation. But he was also taken down, and Lushan's real body, hidden beneath the giant puppet, had pupils that constricted sharply as he roared. How do you know so much about Scorpion? Who exactly are you? Clarify this for me. After saying that, he frantically attacked Obito again and again, but once again missed. Obito calmly approached him, step by step, and Lushan's heart began to fill with fear. After gaining the power of the dragon vein, he believed his strength was enough to crush everything, and even if he faced the Kages from various villages, he was confident he could make them look for their teeth on the ground. But no one told him what to do if such a powerful force missed its target. He didn't understand why there were such strange abilities in this world. As Obito drew closer to him, his will began to waver, his faith started to crumble, and he finally couldn't hold on any longer. To hell with ruling the 5 great nations. If he didn't run now, when would he? Instantly. The puppet controlled by Ji turned around and fled. Obito was momentarily stunned. Just a moment ago, he was so enthusiastic about the fight. How could he be scared off in an instant? It couldn't be. Can you really escape? A faint smirk of mockery appeared on Obito's face. Ji, while absorbing numerous puppet parts, was unaware that some of them had already been secretly marked with the Flying Thunder God technique when Obito and the others infiltrated. Thus, with a flicker, Obito appeared on the giant puppet. Thanks to having ample intelligence on Scorpion, he knew where the core of the human puppet was and greeted the centipede by Ji hiding inside the giant puppet. Hello. Damn it, ever since he greeted White Zetsu, he had unconsciously adopted this way of greeting and felt a bit awkward about it. Little did he know, Ji, hiding in the giant puppet, was scared half to death. He couldn't understand why. After he had run away, this person was still haunting him, inexplicably appearing before him. I want to kill you. Ji controlled the giant puppet to raise its arm and slammed it down towards Obito's position. With a loud bang, Obito wasn't hit, but the giant puppet's shoulder was shattered. Fortunately, with the power of the dragon vein, the shattered shoulder quickly healed. Obito couldn't help but sneer, "You're really foolish. Knowing you can't hit me, you still self-harm." At this moment, it seemed Ji had realized something and began to laugh maniacally. "You little brat. Although your ability is strange, I am currently surrounded by layers of protection, and you can't do anything to me. I have the endless power of the dragon vein, and I'm not afraid of exhausting you. I don't believe you can maintain this ability without any cost. Let's see who can outlast whom." Obito showed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. "Finally, you're analyzing some useful information. Not bad. You're making progress. But what if your so-called layers of protection mean nothing to me?" After saying that, Obito slowly, little by little, merged into the giant puppet. Ji was almost driven mad. What the hell was this ability? He had curled up like a turtle. How could he still do this? He controlled the giant puppet to twist wildly, suddenly performing a comical dance, trying to shake Obito off. However, after shaking for a long time, there was no movement, and instead, a voice suddenly came from behind. "So you were hiding here. It took me a while to find you. You surrounded yourself with layers of protection. which is indeed an effective defense method. But have you ever considered one question? If the attack comes from the inside, it's like catching a turtle in a jar. Baiji almost had his soul scared away. He instinctively wanted to undo the outer components to escape, but Obito wasn't giving him any time. After discovering that the space where Baiji's true body was located could accommodate one more person, Obito had completely entered and removed his ethereal state. From their earlier encounter, he had already determined that this person's close combat ability was extremely weak, possibly even weaker than a CH-9. This was simply too easy to bully. Immediately, Obito focused on the core of the giant centipede puppet and attacked. Baiji felt a chill run down his spine. Why did this person possess such a strange ability and know his weakness so clearly? Even the puppet core located in his heart, the source of his life. He wasn't afraid of other damage, but if the core was hit, he would die. At that moment, he couldn't care less about anything else and shouted frantically, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish, die." After saying that, he erupted with a violent purple power, energy gathering rapidly like a tailed beast bomb from the dragon vein. Obito couldn't help but be startled. To launch a tailed beast bomb in such a confined space was a rhythm that could kill himself too. However, he looked at Baiji with some sympathy. Is there a possibility that you're just going to end up hurting yourself? But Baiji could no longer hear Obito's words. Or even if he did, it was too late because this massive energy conglomerate had already been launched. Chapter 74. Naruto wants to see Jiraiya boom. A massive explosion occurred from within, causing the entire giant puppet to collapse. As the smoke cleared, the ground was in ruins, and Baiji's centipede body was also covered in wounds. However, due to the dragon vein's influence, these wounds were healing at an extremely rapid speed. Baiji let out a sigh of relief. He had gambled on the explosion not being able to break through his shell and harm his core. This way, even if the shell was severely damaged, it could be repaired. He grew arrogant again. This time, you must be dead. I don't believe you can withstand this level of explosion. You annoying little brat. Why does someone like you even exist in this world? However, the next moment, Obito's figure slowly emerged from the ground, seemingly recalling something amusing, a hint of mockery lingering at the corner of his mouth. You think you can kill me with just a few seconds of explosion? You're underestimating me too much. Baiji was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't help but want to cry. Why? Why are you still alive? He was almost driven mad. If the puppet could cry, he would be in tears. What could he do? He suddenly had an idea. Since he couldn't do anything to Obito, but he still had companions, and there were so many people in Lulan, even if he died, he would drag everyone down with him. After saying that, his speed surged as he aimed for the source of the dragon vein, intending to explode there and kill everyone. He wanted the little brat in front of him to understand what true pain was. Obito's gaze sharpened. He couldn't let Baiji succeed in such a dangerous plan. Just as he was about to act, a golden-haired figure appeared in front of Baiji's centipede puppet. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. It turned out that Minato, who had regained his senses, had also joined the battlefield. He threw a shuriken at Baiji and quickly formed seals. Instantly, the thrown shuriken transformed into thousands upon thousands. Like a storm, rushing towards Baiji. Obito was taken aback. He had seen the shuriken shadow clone technique before, but he had never seen such quantity and speed. If he had known about a type of modern firearm from another world, he would have immediately exclaimed, "Damn, Gatling." It could only be said that Minato was indeed impressive. Under the barrage of countless shuriken of this level, Baiji couldn't react at all and took full damage. His body shattered under the tremendous impact, leaving him incomplete. However, after the rain of shuriken, Baiji still stood strong, laughing maniacally despite his broken body. "I told you it was useless. I have endless energy, and even if I'm heavily injured, I will recover. Dragon Vein, grant me strength." Baiji roared. He waited for the power of the Dragon Vein to restore him to his former state, eager to see this group of insects try and fail again and again. However, to his disappointment, this time, the power of the Dragon Vein did not come to his aid. His body did not recover and remained broken. Why? Why isn't the Dragon Vein granting me power? Has even the Dragon Vein abandoned me? Baiji screamed madly, like a patient in despair. Minato shook his head. "No, you forgot one person. It seems their plan over there is going very smoothly. Baizu was taken aback. What did this mean? Suddenly, he thought of something. It was Sarah, that damned Sarah. She closed off the entire dragon vein. How could she do this? Damn it. I should have killed her sooner. Watergate calmly said, So, although you possess endless energy, such power does not belong to you, does it? Ha 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 ha. Baizu couldn't help but laugh maniacally. He suddenly realized he had reached a dead end. Even if I die, I will take you all down with me. One of Baizu's centipede hands suddenly grasped his heart and lunged towards Watergate. Obito instantly realized what was happening. Teacher Watergate, he's going to self-destruct. But Obito was not panicked. The time for such a self-detonation was enough for Teacher Watergate to teleport 7 or 8 times. It would be a miracle if the explosion could even reach Watergate. However, Watergate did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and quickly appeared before Baizu. With one hand pressing against Baizu's centipede body, he chanted seal. Instantly, everything Baizu had been preparing vanished, and he could no longer self-destruct because he felt that all the supply lines of his puppet body had been severed by the seal. He lost all combat capability, plummeting down, his entire being on the brink of death, with only a final breath left. Obito watched in astonishment as this scene unfolded. He almost forgot that Teacher Watergate had a powerful sealing technique. Now that Baizu had lost the enhancement of the dragon vein, he could not break the seal with his frenzied power. Furthermore, his puppet body also needed a core energy supply, which was exactly countered by the sealing technique. Everything was over. Baizu could no longer fight, and his centipede puppet gradually degenerated, ultimately transforming back into a human form. At this moment, his upper body was bare, revealing lines of sealing technique patterns. Watergate looked at these patterns and said to Obito, who was approaching, "This is why he was able to travel back to the past. As long as we destroy these patterns, time and space will return to normal, and Naruto will be able to go back." Obito nodded. Then, should we kill Baizu? If we kill him, these patterns will naturally disappear, and everything can return to normal. Watergate hesitated for a moment. He was somewhat reluctant to part with Naruto and wanted to spend a bit more time with this child who had grown up in the future. But after thinking it over, he decided to take action. Naruto did not belong to their time and space, and it was time for him to return. However, just as he was about to act, from a distance, Naruto's voice came, "Wait, Dad." Watergate's hand stopped. Naruto quickly rushed over, panting heavily. He finally caught up. He looked at the barely alive Baizu on the ground and smiled. "It seems that the matter has been perfectly resolved, Dad. Is it enough to just kill him for me to go back?" Watergate nodded. However, a hint of pleading appeared in Naruto's eyes. "Dad, can you wait a little longer?" Watergate was taken aback and then gently asked, "Naruto, do you have any last wishes? But you don't belong here. Even if there might not be any connection between our time and space, it's best not to interfere too much." Naruto looked at him with eyes that Watergate could not refuse. "Dad, I do have one last wish. Let me see the pervy sage just once, just one glance." Okay. Watergate's head was filled with question marks. Who was the pervy sage? But soon, a very fitting image flashed in his mind. Watergate said in distress, "Naruto, you want to see Jiraiya-sensei? But he is in Konoha, far away from Lulan, and we don't have that much time." Naruto's face was filled with regret. "Is it impossible for me to go back and see him just once?" Memories of the days spent with the pervy sage flooded Naruto's mind. Training together, bathing together, eating popsicles together, peeping at beautiful women bathing, and he even helped the pervy sage write a book called Tropical Paradise, which was said to be the best-selling volume. Scenes from the past surged back, and tears streamed down Naruto's face. The pervy sage, would he never be able to see him again? Chapter 75, Kamui Fulfills Wishes. Looking at Naruto's sad expression, Watergate felt a pang in his heart. For a moment, no one spoke. The scene was silent. Ultimately, Naruto reconciled with himself and smiled through his tears. "It's okay, Dad, just kill Baizu. It's time for me to return to my original time and space to train in Sage mode." Naruto clenched his fists. "This time, I will not let everyone down. I will protect the village and avenge the pervy sage." However, the tears that kept flowing betrayed Naruto. Those who cherished each other passed away, and he couldn't even see them one last time. He could only reminisce in front of the memorial stone. How could he easily reconcile? He was just forcing himself to be optimistic. Watergate couldn't bear to see Naruto like this at that moment. He felt a surge of impulse and suddenly looked at Obito. Obito, what do you think? Can we use the Flying Thunder God technique to take Naruto to Konoha for a quick trip and then come back? Obito thought for a moment and shook his head. Not really. Teacher Watergate, this journey is not short. Our chakra might support using the Flying Thunder God to get home, but it won't be enough to teleport back after that. We can only return to Lulan by running. But running would take time. Obito looked at Baizu, who was lying on the ground like a candle in the wind. He relied on the Dragon Vein's power to modify himself. But now that he has lost that power and had his core supply cut off by the sealing technique, even if we don't execute him, he won't live much longer. What if he dies on our way back? Watergate fell silent. The sealing patterns on Baizu's body were closely related to the Dragon Vein's power. If they left Lulan, they would be far from the Dragon Vein's range. What would happen if Baizu died during that time? No one could guarantee it. The worst-case scenario was that Naruto would never be able to return. Moreover, because Naruto was not a person from this time and space, his existence might also disappear along with him. Watergate didn't dare to gamble. Faced with Naruto's rising hopeful gaze, he could only show an apologetic expression and helplessly shake his head. The last glimmer of hope shattered, and Naruto had to muster his courage and put on a nonchalant expression. Dad, it seems there's no way. We still have to part. Thank you for telling me so much. I can take care of myself now. Remember not to forget your promise to me. If my future self is born, you must not abandon him again. You must give him a happy future. Watergate smiled. Don't worry, Naruto, I will definitely keep this promise. Naruto looked at Baizu on the ground and said solemnly, Dad, make your move. It must be hard for him to stay alive. Let him be freed soon. Watergate nodded and was about to use a kunai to pierce Baizu's core. But at that moment, more people arrived from a distance. Rin, Kakashi, and Sarah ran over together. Additionally, a person wearing a Konoha ninja headband was with Kakashi. When Naruto saw this person, he couldn't help but exclaim, Captain Yamato, what are you doing here? Yamato looked confused. After glancing at little Kakashi beside him, he said, I don't know. I woke up and was picked up by a young Kakashi. Kakashi explained, this person is someone we met when we went with Sarah to close the Dragon Vein. He's also a Konoha ninja, but unfortunately, he fainted, so I brought him back. In fact, Kakashi was also full of questions. According to Obito, Naruto's team was not the one he led. So who was this Captain Yamato? Wait, Yamato! Kakashi and Rin exchanged glances and looked at Yamato in astonishment. So you are the renowned, would-release ninja who built sturdy houses? Yamato looked baffled. Was he that famous? Logically, he and Kakashi shouldn't even know each other at this time, right? Although Kakashi had already explained to him on the road that he was a ninja from 20 years in the future, things were developing way too strangely, right? And what was up with the sturdy house? Although he did enjoy using would-release to spend the night in the wilderness, he was still the top expert of the Umbu. That title was a bit much. Never mind, Kakashi was too annoying. It was hard to return to the past. And while he was still young, he should just beat him up first. With that thought, Yamato punched Kakashi on the head. Kakashi turned around, holding his head. Why are you hitting me? That hurts. Yamato had a mischievous expression. It's nothing, just that I've been bullied by you for so long. I couldn't help but hit back. Kakashi was so angry he wanted to say something, but Yamato was already ignoring him and respectfully walked up to Minato, bowing. It's an honor to meet you. Minato smiled, knowing very well why Yamato was so respectful to him. In the future, he not only became the fourth Hokage, but also sacrificed himself to protect the village. However, those were all future events, and it was time to get the world back on track. He gently said, I'm sorry, but it's time to part ways with everyone. Sarah immediately became anxious, rushing to Naruto with reluctance on her face. Are we really separating so soon? Naruto smiled. Sarah, you are already an excellent queen. Even without our help, you can lead your people well. Sarah couldn't help but show a hint of deep emotion. Naruto, I will never forget you. She also knew that Naruto came from the future, and their meeting was fated to end in farewell. But why did her heart hurt so much? Minato watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh. His son had made a girl fall head over heels in such a short time. But now they had to face the pain of parting. He didn't know whether to feel gratified or saddened. If Naruto came from the future of this timeline, he would have sealed everyone's memories. But since Naruto came from a future that didn't intersect with theirs, it was possible to keep these beautiful and precious memories. Seeing that everyone was almost done with their goodbyes, Minato looked at Baku again, ready to take action. At this moment, Baku had already cursed countless times in his heart. He felt worse than death and couldn't even make a sound. If you're going to kill me, just do it already. Stop dragging this out. However, he finally felt that he could be liberated. With that thought, Baku looked at Minato with a gaze full of longing. As he saw Minato's figure getting closer, he finally let out a sigh of relief. This time, nothing should go wrong. However, at that moment, Obito suddenly said, "Minato-sensei, wait." Minato was taken aback. His hand holding the kunai stopped again. Obito looked at Rin and asked, "Rin, Baku is now in critical condition. Can you check and see how long he can hold on if we maintain him with all our strength?" Rin nodded, walked in front of Baku, and, after examining him, said, "I can use medical ninjutsu to keep him alive. He has 3 hours left." Obito showed a confident expression. "That's enough." Minato looked puzzled. "Obito, what do you mean by that?" Obito said to Minato, "I thought about it. I also want Naruto to see Jiraiya-sensei one more time." Minato frowned. "But didn't we just analyze that? It's impossible to meet that requirement. 3 hours, we might not make it back." Obito smiled. "If we only use Flying Thunder God, that indeed won't work, but Minato-sensei, don't you forget that I have more than one space-time ninjutsu?" Before Minato could speak, Rin interrupted, "Obito, no. Jiraiya-sensei is far away in Konoha. The burden and consumption of using that to activate space-time ninjutsu back to Konoha is too great." Obito took a deep breath. "Don't worry, Rin. I can transplant Hashirama's cells right away. Even if I go blind, I can bring him back, right?" Naruto was on the side. Although he couldn't fully understand what Obito was saying, it seemed like he had a chance to see the pervy sage one last time. For a moment, a hopeful expression appeared on his face, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "No, I don't want to see the pervy sage. Obito, even though I don't understand what you guys are talking about, I know this requires you to pay a huge price. I can't let you take risks for my sake." Obito smiled and shook his head at Naruto. "Naruto, you're still so kind, but this time, it's my debt to you. Let me repay it now." After saying that, he no longer hesitated, closed his eyes, and shouted, "KAMUI!" Instantly, 3 scythe-shaped Sharingan opened. Accompanied by a stream of blood tears, a continuously twisting space passage gradually formed. Everyone saw the scene on the other side of the passage. Under the sunset, the faces of the 3 Hokage on Hokage Rock were vividly displayed. On the other side was Konoha. Chapter 76, Ichiraku Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the Konoha scenery from 20 years ago, which seemed to have changed not at all. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Obito. Obito urged, "Minato-sensei, Naruto, hurry over. I can't hold on much longer." The others waited here. "Rin, you must maintain Baku's life." Rin nodded with tears in her eyes and quickly cast medical ninjutsu on Baku. Obito stepped into the passage first and waved to Minato and Naruto. Minato sighed. Since the passage had been opened and the price had already been paid by Obito, he couldn't let Obito's good intentions go to waste. Without hesitation, he pulled the still shocked Naruto and used Flying Thunder God to appear next to Obito. In the next moment, Obito closed the Mangekyō, and the space passage disappeared. The 3 appeared on a deserted cliff in Konoha. Obito was panting heavily. Opening such a distant space passage all at once was still a heavy burden for him. In such a short time, he could clearly feel a significant decline in his vision. Minato walked up with concern, handed him a tissue, and asked, "Obito, are you okay?" Obito shook his head, wiped the blood tears flowing from his eyes with the tissue, and rested for a while, finally recovering some strength. He smiled. "The price is within an acceptable range. My body can hold on, and although my vision has declined, it will be fine after transplanting Hashirama's cells." Minato sighed in relief. "That's good." At this moment, Naruto came back to his senses from his shock and stared blankly at Obito. "Obito, did you just use KAMUI? How do you have the same eyes as Kakashi-sensei?" Obito couldn't help but snort. "First of all, don't call me little brat. Strictly speaking, I'm much older than you. Secondly, Isn't it possible that Kakashi's Sharingan originally belonged to me? Have you seen Kakashi's KAMUI used as well as mine? Naruto first looked enlightened, then showed a disdainful expression. Teach, isn't it the same as Kakashi-sensei? Using it once, and he's out of breath. Obito. Then, Naruto's expression turned serious as he looked at Obito. Feeling emotional. I don't know how to express my gratitude. You sacrificed so much to let me see the pervy sage. Obito shook his head. It's only right. You never need to say thank you to me. All right, time is short. Let's find Jiraiya-sensei quickly. Naruto came back to his senses and looked towards Hokage Rock in the distance, feeling emotional. It really is Konoha. It's incredible that we came here from Lulan in just a moment. Now there are only 3 faces on Hokage Rock. By the time I was there are already 5. By the way, where's the pervy sage now? Minato looked at Naruto and said seriously, Naruto, while I allow you to see Jiraiya-sensei for a moment, you cannot disclose any information about yourself. You cannot tell him who you are. Can you do that? Naruto replied, Dad, just being able to see the pervy sage is enough for me. Minato nodded. Then let's go. The sunset gradually set and night fell. The sunset's afterglow illuminated the sign of Ichiraku Ramen. Shouta watched the last customer leave and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Today was the grand opening, and there were just too many people. Although he was still a vigorous young man, he was exhausted. He wiped his sweat, collected the leftover bowls from the customers, and started wiping the tables. Just then, a figure with white hair walked in. Boss, I'll have a bowl of ramen, the figure said. Shouta turned around, his expression slightly surprised. Lord Jiraiya, you came to try my ramen? Jiraiya smiled. After all, the boss Shouta has inherited the legendary ramen secret recipe. I wanted to come for a long time, but there were too many people this morning, and I couldn't get in. Shouta smiled and said, To receive Lord Jiraiya's recognition is my honor. Please wait a moment. I will make it right away. You won't be disappointed with the taste. After saying that, he quickly finished wiping the table, went into the kitchen, and started making the noodles. Jiraiya found a spot to sit down, feeling empty inside, and picked up the sake he had just bought, taking a sip. This morning, he had just perfected the Rasengan and wanted to show off to his most proud disciple. But unexpectedly, Minato had to carry out a secret mission and left in a hurry. In the afternoon, Tsunade packed her things, took her recently accepted disciple, Shizen, and said she was going out to travel. He tried to persuade her, but ultimately it was in vain. Just before she left, he confessed once more, only to be rejected again. Sigh, who knows how long it will take for them to come back. Thinking of this, Jiraiya felt a heaviness in his heart and couldn't help but drink sip after sip of alcohol until soon he finished a bottle. Feeling tipsy, a figure walked in and sat next to him. The figure seemed very familiar with Ichiraku Ramen, although it was only the first day of opening. He didn't even glance at the menu and said skillfully, I'll have a bowl of miso chashu ramen, without bamboo shoots. As Shouta was making the noodles, a subtle feeling arose in his heart, as if the newcomer was an old customer. He instinctively replied, Okay, just a moment. So, he added another bundle of fresh noodles into the boiling broth, thought for a moment, and added another bundle. Meanwhile, Jiraiya instinctively turned his head to see the newcomer's appearance. In his dazed state, he saw a head of blonde hair, and couldn't help but associate the figure with Minato. How could that be? Minato was still out on a mission. Jiraiya shook his head to dispel some of his drunkenness. When he focused, he realized it was a bearded young man with blonde hair. Impulsively, he asked, Hey, are you here to eat the secret ramen from Boss Shouta too? The blonde young man looked deeply at Jiraiya, his eyes filled with emotion. Ah, yes. Jiraiya became curious and continued to ask, From the looks of you, this isn't your first time eating here, is it? The blonde young man neither confirmed nor denied, but cleverly diverted the answer with another question. Uncle, were you lost in thought just now? What were you thinking about? Jiraiya was taken aback. Uncle? Did he look that old? Perhaps he really wasn't young anymore. Jiraiya pondered what kind of excuse to come up with, his gaze sweeping over the hanging lanterns in Ichiraku Ramen. Actually, I was thinking of a novel, but I haven't figured out what to name the main character yet. The blonde young man seemed to think of something, his expression a bit strange, and he joked, Uncle, it wouldn't be some perverted novel, would it? Jiraiya coughed a few times, feeling quite embarrassed, but said seriously, What are you thinking? What I want to write is a thrilling novel. Upon hearing this, the blonde young man looked even more skeptical. It clearly sounds like a perverted novel. Don't be shy to admit it, uncle. However, Jiraiya firmly stated, "Who said that? My novel is called The Will of the Ninja. It's not perverted at all." Chapter 77. Jiraiya. I've thought of the main character's name. It's Naruto. The noodles are ready. Please enjoy. At this moment, Shouta came out carrying 2 bowls of hot ramen. The blonde young man showed an expectant expression, immediately picked up his chopsticks, stirred the noodles, took a big bite, and let out a satisfied sigh. As expected, Shouta's ramen is the best. The blonde young man looked at Shouta's youthful face and changed his words. Shouta felt a bit strange, but upon hearing someone praise the taste of his ramen, he squinted and showed a kind smile. Is that so? Then you have to remember to come back often. After saying that, Shouta went back into the kitchen to start cleaning the utensils he had just used. The blonde young man stopped talking and focused on enjoying his ramen. He ate with great happiness, but for some reason, as he was eating, big tears fell into his bowl. Jiraiya noticed and comforted him. What's wrong? Are you thinking of something sad? The blonde young man wiped his tears. No, I'm just too moved. It's been so long since I've had such a hot bowl of ramen. Jiraiya suddenly felt that the young man's love for Ichiraka ramen surpassed that of others. And he became curious. Is the ramen really that good? Thinking of this, he picked up his chopsticks and began to taste it. After a few bites, he found it really delicious, truly worthy of the secret ramen master. It lived up to its name. Jiraiya stopped talking and, along with the blonde young man, focused on eating the ramen. For a moment, the sound of slurping filled the air, and soon, both of them finished the noodles in their bowls. Exhaling a breath of hot air, their faces full of happiness. At this moment, the blonde young man turned around and asked, Uncle, you still haven't thought of the main character's name? Do you want me to help you think of one? Jiraiya looked at the young man and smiled. I already thought of it while eating ramen. Let's call him Naruto. The blonde young man's eyes became a bit misty. Naruto? That's a really nice name. After a pause, the blonde young man stood up, took out a frog wallet, and counted some money from it to put on the table. It's getting late. I should be going. After saying that, he turned to leave. Jiraiya looked at the money on the table and shouted, Hey, you overpaid. The young man turned his head, looked at the price list posted in Ichiraku ramen, and suddenly realized. So that's how it is. It's still very cheap at this time. But the young man didn't take back the extra money. Instead, he said, Consider it a tip for the boss. Jiraiya smiled. In such a hurry to leave? I hope one day, when my novel is published, you'll see it. The blonde young man nodded. I will definitely read it. After saying that, he trembled a little and left. Once his figure disappeared, for some reason, Jiraiya felt a sense of loss. As if the young man from just now was someone very important in his life. What a strange young man, Jiraiya murmured. The sorrow in his heart, for some reason, did not dissipate but instead increased. He couldn't help but get up and buy another bottle of sake, then said, Boss, another bowl, the same flavor as before. After Naruto left, he strolled down the streets of Konoha from 20 years ago. At this time, the sun had completely set, and the lights began to illuminate the night. Minato and Obito, wearing masks, appeared beside him. Minato smiled and asked, So, what did you talk about with Teacher Jiraiya? Naruto, with tears streaming down, replied, We didn't say much, just had a bowl of ramen. But having a bowl of ramen is enough. Father, let's go back. Minato nodded, exchanged a glance with Obito, placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, and the three of them used the Flying Thunder God to leave. When they arrived at the original cliff's edge, Minato said, Obito, let us form a formation together and use the Flying Thunder God to return to Lulon. Obito nodded, having regained some stamina after a period of rest. The leader of the Flying Thunder God formation was Minato, so he didn't need to bear too much chakra. It was enough for that technique. The two approached Naruto, held hands, and surrounded him. In the next moment, they disappeared from Konoha and returned to Lulon. Lin was struggling to hold on to the life of the centipede, while Kakashi, Sarah, and Yamato stood by. Lin glanced over and, relieved to see that Obito was no longer in serious danger, let out a sigh. Obito, Sensei Minato, the centipede won't hold out much longer. Minato nodded and approached the centipede, saying, Lin, you can stop now. Lin instantly interrupted the treatment and stood up. Without hesitation, Minato pierced the core of the centipede with a kunai, ending its life. If the centipede could have complained at that moment, it would have probably said, "Finally dead, really? It's been so hard for me." Suddenly, a burst of white light emitted from Naruto and Yamato, and their figures began to gradually turn into phantoms. Naruto looked at Minato, then at Sarah, saying, "Everyone take care." At that moment, Obito said to Naruto, "Naruto, if you see a masked guy claiming to be Uchiha Madara over there." However, he was interrupted as Lin pulled him back. She shook her head at Obito and stepped forward to hand Naruto a small note, continuing Obito's words. "Just give him this note, and don't peek, okay?" Naruto felt a bit confused, but accepted the note, saying, "Okay, if I really meet this person, I'll do as you say." In the next moment, Naruto and Yamato's figures had completely disappeared. Minato looked at Sarah and smiled. "Queen Sarah, our mission is considered a complete success, but I still have one more thing to do, and I hope to get your consent." Sarah had a premonition in her heart and asked, "Are you planning to seal the dragon vein?" Minato nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Yes. The power of the dragon vein is extremely dangerous. If it falls into the hands of ill-intentioned people, it could easily lead to a catastrophe for the whole world." Sarah nodded. "I understand. Although Lulon has developed relying on the energy provided by the dragon vein, losing it might cause the city to collapse soon. But if we encounter someone like Lushan again, it would still bring destruction to my people. You can seal it. Afterward, I will lead my people to find a new place to survive." Minato looked at Sarah in surprise, feeling that she had suddenly matured under Naruto's influence. What good girl she is. Minato couldn't help but think that if Naruto really married such a girl, he would be very happy, right? Chapter 78. Dragon Vein Jinchuriki under Sarah's guidance. Minato and the others arrive at the core area of the dragon vein. It was hidden deep underground, with the core hub of the dragon vein in the center. Sarah pointed to the hub and said, "The power of the dragon vein is hidden below." Minato nodded and was about to step forward to perform the sealing technique when an idea suddenly popped into Obito's mind. "Sensei Minato, wait." Minato turned his head in confusion to look at Obito. Obito said, "Sensei Minato, do you think the dragon vein is somewhat similar to the tailed beasts?" Minato pondered. "It does resemble them. The dragon vein is also a chakra aggregation with immense energy. Moreover, considering that Queen Sarah can command the dragon vein, it possesses some form of living characteristics." Obito thought for a moment and said, "So theoretically, since Sensei Minato can seal the nine tails into a human body, you could also seal the dragon vein into a human body, right?" Minato was taken aback and frowned. "Obito, are you suggesting to create a dragon vein Jinchuriki?" "No, that's too dangerous. Besides, my sealing technique isn't as good as Kushina's. I'm not sure if I can successfully seal a tail beast. Even in the future you described, I sealed the nine tails by using the Reaper Death Seal." He added, "I'm currently researching this technique, but I haven't fully mastered it yet. Maybe I won't master it until a few years from now." Obito was stunned and replied, "But can't we give it a try? The dragon vein is different from the nine tails. Its power is relatively gentle. Also, Sensei Minato, power itself isn't wrong. It's people who are wrong. For example, does the power of Senju Hashirama really pale in comparison to the dragon vein? Yet, is he very dangerous? Also, the nine tails in Madara's hands nearly destroyed the village, but in Naruto's hands, it saved the world. So, is the nine tails dangerous or not?" Minato found himself unable to refute and could only look at Obito and say, "All right, what do you plan to do? I can listen to your specific ideas before deciding." Obito looked at Sarah and said, "Sarah, you can make the dragon vein act according to your will to a certain extent, right?" Sarah nodded. "Yes, the dragon vein listens to me and my mother. Sometimes, I can even feel a connection of some sort of understanding with the dragon vein." Obito said, "Sarah, I can tell you some information. Soon, the Ninja World War will break out, especially the war between the land of wind and the land of lightning, which will ignite on this land. The world will fall into chaos. And I think in such a chaotic era, without power, it will be very difficult for you to protect your people, right?" Sarah shivered at the mention of the conflict between the land of wind and the land of lightning. She had heard of it and indeed found it concerning. During wartime, a large number of refugees would be born, and without ninjas, Lulon would struggle to survive in such circumstances. She raised her head and combined what she just heard from Minato and Obito, asking, "So, you plan to seal the dragon vein into my body, making me a dragon vein Jinchuriki?" Obito replied, "Yes, the dragon vein may not possess a mature intellect, but it has indeed developed a consciousness. It will listen to your and your mother's commands. Perhaps it sees you and your mother as its closest people. If we seal the dragon vein into your body, you might become the perfect Jinchuriki." Sarah didn't understand many of the words, but realized one thing. If she could control the power of the dragon vein, she could change the fate of Lulan. Immediately, her gaze became determined. "Although I don't know what a perfect Jinchuriki is, I am willing to try according to your idea." Obito turned to Minato and said, "Sensei Minato, this is my plan." Minato stood by, somewhat dumbfounded. After carefully considering Obito's words, he realized that since the dragon vein would obey Sarah's commands, sealing it wouldn't provoke as much resistance as the Nine Tails. Therefore, it might be possible to do it similarly to how he sealed Kushina into Naruto. He scratched his head. "Obito, Queen Sarah is a good girl. If it's her, the power will be used for protection, and I am willing to cooperate." However, Minato's expression became serious as he looked at Sarah. "The chakra of the dragon vein is immense. I don't know if you can handle it. This might be quite dangerous." But Sarah was already prepared. "The dragon vein is also a gift left to me by my mother. If possible, I hope to continue using it to benefit my people." Minato said, "Then come over and lie down. I will try to seal the dragon vein chakra into your body using the 8 trigrams sealing technique." Sarah nodded and walked to Minato, lying down. At that moment, Obito leaned closer to Minato's ear and said, "Sensei Minato, since the dragon vein can be matured for use throughout Lulan, it shouldn't be as hard to divide as the Nine Tails. If possible, maybe you could do it bit by bit?" Minato understood Obito's intention. First, to divide the dragon vein and then seal it bit by bit, which would greatly reduce the danger. He might need the Reaper Death Seal to divide the Nine Tails, but dividing the dragon vein would be relatively easier. He smiled. "Indeed, I can manage the dragon vein." "Obito, step back. I'm going to perform the technique." Obito nodded and stepped back. Minato focused intently, gradually guiding the dragon vein chakra out and pulling it towards Sarah, originally somewhat resistant. The dragon vein chakra immediately integrated into Sarah as soon as it touched her. In this process, Minato didn't even exert much effort. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is going even smoother than I imagined." "Sarah, next I will draw in more power. If you can't handle it, tell me immediately." Sarah closed her eyes, feeling a warm power inside her, and smiled. "It seems like it really likes me. If there are any problems, I will let you know." Minato no longer hesitated and continued his actions. Just like that, about half of the dragon vein chakra was successfully sealed into Sarah's body. At this moment, Sarah finally reacted. "I can't take any more. I feel like my body can't handle it, even though the dragon vein is willing." Minato stopped and exclaimed, "Being able to accept half of the dragon vein's power is already impressive." Then Minato thought of Kushina. "Sarah, I want to ask you a question. Is there any sign of madness from the dragon vein in your body?" "Madness?" Sarah looked confused. "No, I feel it is very obedient, willing to lend me all its power, and even willing to protect me. Let me show you." After saying that, Sarah stood up, and a purple light emerged from her body, enveloping her and gradually forming a purple long robe. She exuded a mysterious and noble aura. Minato was somewhat surprised. This is such powerful strength, completely different from the shallow use of the 100-footed beast, almost perfectly controlling all the dragon vein chakra. Is this the chakra cloak that Obito mentioned as the perfect Jinchuriki? But why? On Kushina's side, Obito was also pondering this question. Suddenly, he thought of Naruto, recalling how during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he selflessly tried to save the tailed beasts and gained their recognition. So he asked Sarah a question. "Sarah, what does the dragon vein mean to you?" Sarah smiled, placing her hand on her stomach where the dragon vein was sealed, revealing a gentle expression. "The existence of the dragon vein brings endless energy to Lulan. It is our hope and protector. Now, it is within me, and I feel its naive goodwill. I will not disappoint it. It treats me as the most important person in its life, and I will treat it as my partner." Obito turned to Minato and sighed. "Minato-sensei, Perhaps this is the answer. Konoha's attitude towards the Nine-Tails has always been either enslavement or hatred. The Nine-Tails has never been treated kindly by the village. I think the tailed beasts might be much simpler than humans. Whoever is good to them, they will naturally be good to them, and whoever is not, they will harbor hatred. Chapter 79. The other half of the dragon vein sealed in Rin's body. Minato was momentarily stunned, his mind involuntarily recalling all the restrictions Kushina imposed on the Nine-Tails. From Kushina's perspective, this was understandable. But from the Nine-Tails' perspective, being sealed tightly with no chance to move was akin to being trapped in a cage. It was a form of torture. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Obito, perhaps you were right, but unfortunately, the enmity between Kushina and the Nine-Tails runs deep. It's a bit too difficult to make amends now. Obito shook his head. Minato-sensei, the lady boss is essentially a pure person. Perhaps the Nine-Tails doesn't hate her as much as you think. It's just that Konoha's initial brainwashing and the aftermath of the tailed beast rampage caused her views to become deeply entrenched. We could try to change her perspective. Maybe her relationship with the Nine-Tails can improve. Minato nodded and looked sincerely at Obito. Obito, thank you. Through today's events, I have found a way to completely resolve the looseness of the Nine-Tails seal. If I can become the perfect Jinchuriki, Kushina can return to a normal life. That would be a tremendous blessing. The more Minato spoke, the more excited he became, eager to fly home and tell Kushina about today's situation. Obito sighed. Minato-sensei, I already said there's no need to thank me. This is what I should do. At this moment, Sarah spoke up. What about the other half of the dragon vein? I just heard its intention. It also wants to go out for a walk. Perhaps you can find a trustworthy companion for it. Minato was taken aback, while Obito became excited and couldn't help but look at Rin. In fact, he had this idea from the very beginning. The power of the dragon vein was immense, and Sarah alone might not be able to bear it all. At that point, the remaining power could be given to Rin, giving her the strength to protect herself. In her previous life, Rin could contain the three tails, and Obito felt the chances of success were very high, especially since Madara, who was full of schemes, was behind the three tails. Obtaining the power of the dragon vein would be much safer. Minato immediately sensed Obito's thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle. Obito, you. Then he looked at Rin and asked, So Rin, would you like to give it a try? Rin looked at Obito, beamed a bright smile, and then firmly told Minato, Minato-sensei, I can do it. Minato smiled, looking at Sarah. Then I will seal the remaining half of the dragon vein into Rin's body. Is that okay? Sarah smiled and said, Of course, I will cooperate to soothe the dragon vein. Rin was one of Minato's favorite characters besides Naruto. She was so gentle and adorable. Minato said to Rin, Then come over, with Sarah helping. Sealing it should not be difficult. Rin smiled and lay down, while Sarah came to Rin's side and calmed the emotions of the dragon vein. Minato easily sealed the remaining half of the dragon vein into Rin's body. As the dragon vein was sealed, the ground below returned to calm. However, Minato suddenly sensed something. This place is not simple. I sense a strange power lurking below, a power that can continuously distort time and space. Perhaps it is not the power of the dragon vein that caused Naruto and the others to travel through time, but this force below. Obito realized, that makes sense. Although the power of the dragon vein is strong, I don't think it can allow people to traverse time and space. It seems there are deeper secrets here. Minato nodded. This power is, after all, forbidden. We should avoid interfering with it. Now, it has calmed down along with the disappearance of the dragon vein, and as long as we don't deliberately disturb it, it shouldn't appear again. Then Minato looked at Rin and asked, Rin, how do you feel? Rin smiled. I feel fine. It's just that I need to spend some time getting along with the dragon vein. I can't use the chakra cloak like Queen Sarah right away. Sarah smiled. Don't worry. It won't take long. It has already told me that it will get along well with you, and you will soon become companions. Rin smiled at Sarah. Thank you. Queen Sarah, the dragon vein is a treasure of Lulan, and you are willing to share it with me. Sarah shook her head. You have helped me so much. And the dragon vein itself wants to go out for a walk. There's no need to thank me. Minato breathed a sigh of relief and said, Then we can consider this mission perfectly completed. It's time to go back. Sarah suddenly felt a bit reluctant. Are you leaving so soon? Many people in Lulan want to thank you. Minato shook his head. I'm sorry. The ninja world is not peaceful lately. We still have a lot to do. Sarah regretted. I thought I could keep you here for a few more days to properly visit Lulon. But Obito said at that moment, Sarah, now that you possess the power of the dragon vein and have become a perfect Jinchuriki, you are considered a strong person in the ninja world. Are you willing to contribute to the peace of the ninja world when necessary? Sarah thought for a moment. Peace? If it doesn't harm my people, and if true peace can be achieved, then I'm naturally willing. Obito couldn't help but smile. Sarah had truly become a qualified queen, always thinking from the perspective of her people. Is this the change that Naruto brought? If someone else said that understanding between people is possible, Obito wouldn't believe it. But if it were Naruto, he suddenly felt it might be possible. However, this would have to wait until Naruto was born, right? Now, Obito's voice was once again filled with temptation as he looked at Sarah. In the future, I would like to invite you to join an organization called the Dawn's Break, which will bring peace to the world and also provide a cool uniform. Are you willing? Sarah was taken aback and calmly replied, I haven't thought that far ahead. I don't know what the future will be like. However, I can consider it, provided that this organization is truly what you say it is, the Dawn's Break. After a moment of thought, Sarah added, Actually, whether or not I join any organization, if you encounter difficulties in the future, you can still seek my help. We are already friends. Obito smiled and said, Then I will officially invite you again in the future. After that, he reminded her, by the way, Sarah, many things that happen today are confidential, so remember to keep them secret. Sarah replied irritably, I know without you telling me. You're from the future. You travel through time and space, and there's a Jinchuriki involved. This must be high-level intelligence in your ninja world, right? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think of Naruto and instinctively tightened her grip on the beautifully crafted chakra knife that Naruto had given her. Chapter 80 Sakura opened the note. In the original world of Naruto, and Captain Yamato woke up. A large white bird suddenly flew close, and a girl with pink hair jumped down from the bird. Worriedly rushing to Naruto's side, she supported Naruto and asked, Naruto, are you okay? Naruto covered his head, his eyes transitioning from confusion to clarity. And then he recalled the amazing experience he just had. He couldn't help but exclaim, Sakura, you absolutely have no idea what I encountered, haha. If I tell you, you'll definitely be shocked, but unfortunately, many things are too bizarre, and I don't even know if I should say them. Sakura looked confused and replied, Didn't you just faint? What could you possibly have encountered? Suddenly, Sakura seemed to think of something. Her expression shifted from worry to disgust. You didn't have some indecent dream while you were unconscious, did you? Naruto retorted, Of course not. That wasn't a dream. It was another world. After saying that, he instinctively raised his hand to gesture. A note fell to the ground. Sakura immediately noticed it and picked it up in confusion. What is this? Naruto remembered that this was the note Rin had given him, to be handed to someone who wore a mask and claimed to be Uchiha Madara. At the same time, he recalled Rin's warning that he absolutely must not peek. Thinking of this, he hurriedly told Sakura, Sakura, you can't look. However, it was already too late. Sakura had opened the note and was reading aloud. I have been watching you, Rin. Sakura looked at Naruto in confusion. Naruto, what does this mean? Then, Sakura realized something. Wait, this was clearly written by a girl, and the handwriting is so delicate. Sakura grabbed Naruto's ear. So, Naruto, when did you attract a girl named Rin? How come I didn't know? And she wrote such mushy words for you. Naruto couldn't help but shout, Ouch, 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 Sakura. This really isn't for me. It's something a companion entrusted me to deliver to someone else. Sakura huffed, applying more pressure. Are you still not telling the truth? When did you become so dishonest, Naruto? Naruto shouted in protest. No, it's really not me. On the other side, on the way back, Obito curiously asked Rin, Rin, what exactly did you write on the note for Naruto that you wanted another me to see? Rin smiled and said, I just reminded him that another me has been watching him. Obito's expression changed. What if the other me finds out and destroys the world? Rin tapped Obito lightly. Can't you think positively? What if he knows that I've been watching him and changes his mind? Obito smiled wryly. Although that's a possibility, Rin. You don't understand how extreme I was back then, and by that time, I had already done so many wrong things that there was no turning back. Rin's gaze suddenly became profound, and she asked, Obito, did you want to tell Naruto the information about the other you before? Obito's eyes flickered. I did have that intention. Rin sighed. Obito, do you want Naruto to stop you, or do you want him to join the ninja coalition to defeat you? Obito replied with a bitter smile. I've had such thoughts. Rin shook her head. But Obito, is this fair to the other version of you? Obito was left speechless. It was indeed unfair. In the ninja world, many times the battle is about intelligence. If he leaked his secrets, the other version of him would be in great distress. Rin said, So Obito, it's not that I don't know how extreme you were back then, but much of what he did was because of me. At the very least, I want to give him the right to choose, to let him decide for himself. Suddenly, Obito felt a bit sour. Rin, are you concerned about him? Rin replied affirmatively. I am indeed concerned about him, and I also feel sorry for him. Obito felt even more sour and quietly asked, So, do you care more about him or about me? Rin suddenly chuckled, her face slightly flushed. What do you think? Obito's mood visibly dipped. Rin, you clearly care more about him. Seeing Obito looking a bit sad, Rin suddenly felt soft-hearted and quickly said, Of course, I care more about you. Because of you, I can't ignore him. Obito huffed. I don't believe it. Rin helplessly asked, How can I make you believe it? Obito suddenly smiled. After we finish our mission, come home with me. You haven't stayed at my place for a long time. Rin then realized she had fallen into Obito's trick. Obito is becoming more and more cunning. She huffed and smiled. Let me think about it. I haven't made up my mind yet. Obito looked at Rin and said, Rin, I also want to see what you look like when you sleep. It can't just be you secretly watching me after I fall asleep. That's not fair. Rin's little face turned bright red, thinking Obito has learned bad habits after spending time with Naruto. The team led by Minato finally returned to Konoha late at night. Rin eventually agreed to Obito's request and followed him home. Of course, the two really just slept together and nothing else happened. The next day, Minato's team submitted a mission report to the third Hokage, but many details were concealed by Minato. The excuse was ready-made. Since they had indeed encountered time-space ninjutsu, Minato sealed everyone's memories to avoid interfering with time and space. Minato had no ill intentions toward the third Hokage, but after hearing Obito recount Naruto's childhood experiences, he felt that the third Hokage had not taken good care of Naruto. He could understand why the third Hokage did not publicly disclose Naruto's identity or tell Naruto who his biological parents were. After all, considering the situation during the Third Great Ninja War, the rise of Konoha's Golden Flash was the process of suffering for other major countries. He truly was a god of death at that time, offending countless people. So, concealing Naruto's identity could indeed protect him. But if the identity of the fourth Hokage's son can be concealed, why not also hide the information about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, allowing Naruto to have a relatively stable childhood? The legend of the Fox Demon was widely known. The other four great nations knew that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which would also bring danger to Naruto. Perhaps at the beginning, the rumors were spread by Danzo, but the third Hokage really did nothing about it. He neither denied the rumors nor stopped them, letting things run wild, making Naruto the target for the public's venting of anger. Just as Obito said, why should a family sacrifice everything for Konoha, only for their descendants to become a punching bag for Konoha? Therefore, Minato felt somewhat disappointed in the third Hokage and was no longer as unreserved as before. As for Kushina, there's no need to mention her. After hearing Naruto's story, she almost rushed into the Hokage's office to reenact the Nine-Tails chaos for the third Hokage. Of course, the third Hokage was unaware of all this. From his perspective, Minato's team had completed their mission exceptionally well. Therefore, he not only rewarded them with a substantial mission bonus, but also granted them a long vacation. During this time, Minato's team began a new round of training. Under the suggestion of Obito and Minato, Kakashi attempted to combine lightning release with the kenjutsu of the Hitaki clan. Rin was continuously adapting to and mastering the power of the Dragon Vein. Rin was also an excellent student at the Ninja Academy with solid foundational skills. Once someone like her broke through her bloodline limits and gained immense power, she would become incredibly formidable. Consequently, this period saw Rin making the most significant progress. In their recent sparring match, she could already match Kakashi and even had the upper hand due to her large chakra reserves. without risking her life. Of course, since Rin was not a dedicated combatant, she might still have shortcomings in life-and-death situations. However, Obito didn't want Rin to risk her life. He just needed her to be able to protect herself until he could come to her rescue. While Rin was improving, Obito was also busy. Once all the conditions were in place, he prepared to begin the transplant of Hashirama's cells. Chapter 81. Chakra Measurement Unit. One card in the KAMUI space. A specially isolated area created by Obito. Various experimental devices were set up. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi's figures appeared here. Looking at the various high-precision machines around, Rin exclaimed, "I can't believe you managed to transform this place in just 3 months, Obito." Seeing Rin's admiring gaze, Obito couldn't help but feel proud. He had indeed put in a lot of effort to set this up. First, he met with Fugaku and persuaded him to provide a large sum of money secretly kept by the Uchiha clan in the Land of Cats. Then, he used Flying Thunder God to make several trips to the nearest black market to clean the money. Finally, he sourced everything from various channels without anyone noticing. Fortunately, Obito had dealt with the black market in his previous life and was very familiar with its operational rules. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to get everything done. The purpose of doing all this was, of course, to maintain secrecy. Otherwise, right after he obtained the would release experimental data from Orochimaru, it would be suspicious if someone heard about him buying various experimental equipment. Moreover, Madara was secretly watching, although he had lost a white Zetsu, which didn't transmit any information. It would still raise his vigilance. Therefore, even the experimental location was moved into the KAMUI space. Although frequent use of KAMUI could lead to decreased vision, Obito had little concern since he was about to transplant Hashirama's cells. This space could only be freely entered and exited by him, and no one else could infiltrate it, ensuring maximum safety and confidentiality. The only thing to be cautious about was not to teleport various items into this area during combat. However, the KAMUI space was vast and seemingly endless. As long as a distant location was chosen, there was no need to worry about anything except for powerful 6 paths level ninjutsu. When it came to truly needing to evade a 6 paths level attack, there wouldn't be much time to worry about anything else. Thinking of this, Obito said to Rin, "This will be our secret base from now on. It can serve as both a laboratory and a temporary shelter during wartime." Rin nodded, delighted with this secret base. "Our safety during missions will greatly improve. At least we won't have to worry about being ambushed by enemies while camping outside." Obito smiled, then Rin, "I'll leave the transplant of Hashirama's cells to you." Rin replied, "Don't worry, I've studied all the materials you gave me. I have no problem with the specific transplant procedures." Meanwhile, Kakashi let out a dissatisfied grunt. "Obito, I can understand that you need Rin's medical ninja assistance for your experiment. But what do you mean by bringing me into this?" Obito pointed around and said, "Kakashi, don't you notice something missing in my lab?" Kakashi paused, "Missing what?" Obito explained, "We're short on power, so I need someone to generate electricity for this lab." "Kakashi, you're obviously the best choice." Kakashi immediately became displeased. "You actually want to use me as a power generator?" Logically, Rin's Dragon Vein power could also accomplish this, since such a large structure as Lulon required Dragon Vein energy supply. A small lab like this would be no problem. Obito replied, "The Dragon Vein can indeed provide energy, but Rin will be busy transplanting cells for me. Kakashi, actually supplying power for this experiment will also benefit you. While your chakra amount isn't small for your age, it's somewhat lacking compared to true chakra users. I thought a great way to increase your chakra. By repeatedly consuming chakra, your chakra limit will gradually increase through this consumption." Kakashi glared at Obito with disdain in his dead fish eyes. "You're clearly treating me like a workhorse, pretending it's for my own good. So, how do I generate electricity?" Obito pointed to a metallic platform in the center of the area. "Just input your lightning release chakra there. This is an energy converter specially crafted by Sister Kushina. It contains advanced sealing techniques that can effectively utilize energy without excessive waste, even more advanced than Lolon's." Kakashi rolled his eyes but couldn't help but feel curious. He stepped forward and input his lightning release chakra into the controller. Immediately, the surrounding space lit up, and some machines began to operate. Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't know chakra could be used like this." If used well, it's not just for killing. It can bring convenience to many people. Obito replied, "Yes, I never thought of this in my previous life. I only got inspired after seeing how Lulon utilized the dragon vein. Perhaps this is the original intention of the Sage of Six Paths when he founded the ninja religion and spread chakra, to use chakra for the benefit of humanity." After inputting chakra for a while, Kakashi felt his chakra gradually depleting and said, "I can't hold on for too long. Will the lab stop operating once I stop inputting?" Obito shook his head. "Don't worry, the chakra you input will be automatically stored. That's why I had Sister Kushina help out. Although your chakra amount isn't much, a single input should last for a long time." Kakashi immediately felt deceived. Rin could also input her dragon vein chakra like this. Obito laughed. It was originally designed based on Rin's dragon vein power, but the Jinchuriki's chakra is too immense. Ordinary ninjas can't compare, making it inconvenient to calculate how long an ordinary ninja's chakra would sustain this place. Kakashi's face darkened. "So this is your goal? To use me as an experiment?" That said, Kakashi didn't stop inputting. Obito reassured him, "Kakashi, I'm doing this because I hope to invent more similar devices in the future for ordinary ninjas to use. Maybe we can use this device to benefit humanity and make a fortune ourselves." After hearing this, Kakashi felt there was indeed some possibility. Suddenly, he didn't know if he felt more resentment or more comfort. Obito continued, "So don't be stingy. Input all your chakra at once, and then stop. Once the subsequent data is calculated, we can use your chakra amount as the standard measurement unit for this device." He pondered for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Let's call it 1 Kakashi's total chakra amount, or simply 1 card. In this way, if this device really becomes popular in the future, you could be considered somewhat famous, right? Chapter 82. Successful Transplant of Hashirama Cells. Is it a card? Kakashi listened, feeling something was off. Was this a compliment to his greatness? Or was it mocking him for having such limited chakra that it could only be used as a standard measurement unit? Kakashi immediately shook his head. "No. Why don't you try it? Input all your chakra, and then we can call it 1 band or 1 earth." At that moment, Kakashi's chakra was completely exhausted, and he stopped inputting. The surroundings continued to function normally. Obito smiled and said, "Kakashi, just relax. Do you see that blue energy bar on the console? That represents your total chakra, and there won't be any issues here until it runs out." Kakashi snorted and ignored Obito, instead sitting on the ground, closing his eyes, and focusing on refining his chakra. Obito then looked at Rin, took out a small sealing scroll, unsealed it, and pulled out a small vial. "Rin, this vial contains Hashirama cell tissue. I've processed it according to the experimental data provided by Orochimaru, adjusting it to the most suitable state for transplant. Now, I need you to transplant it into my right arm. The transplant comes with various risks, but since it's just a small piece, it should be fine." Rin took the vial, looking at the small piece of cells submerged in a special solution, hesitating. "Obito, are you really ready?" Obito nodded, sat down on a chair, and took off his shirt, exposing his entire right arm. "Come on, I don't think I will fail." Rin could only nod, taking out the surgical tools that Obito had prepared in disinfectant. Then, she carefully opened the vial containing the Hashirama cells, put on gloves, and used the tweezers to pick up the piece of cell tissue. "Obito, it might hurt a bit, just endure it." After saying that, a blue glow appeared on Rin's other hand, gently touching Obito's right arm and making a cut downwards. Instantly, a gash opened on Obito's right arm, and Rin quickly placed the Hashirama cells into the cut, swiftly performing the cell fusion technique. The entire process was seamless, and not a drop of Obito's blood was spilled. As Rin's meticulous operation stopped it, Rin's medical skills have improved again. Suddenly, Obito felt a familiar energy in his right arm, a vast vitality, which could also be described as the power of yang release. In his past life, Obito relied on this to use the Mangekyō Sharingan without hesitation. However, this energy was highly invasive. It began to spread immediately after merging with the cells, showing a tendency to assimilate all of Obito's cells. Obito knew the consequences. If he couldn't suppress this assimilation, his entire body would eventually turn into a tree. However, he was prepared, with his 3-Tomo Sharingan activated. A unique cold chakra from the Sharingan emerged, heading toward that energy. Soon, The two energies collided, forming a standoff. Thanks to his past experience with wood release, Obito began to manipulate this energy, and before long, he had complete control over it. He spread this energy throughout his limbs, wrapping his entire body in a thick vitality. Obito smiled at Rin. Rin, the transplant went very smoothly. Perhaps it's because I'm familiar with the energy of Hashirama cells, so the fusion wasn't that difficult, and the three-tomo Sharingan suppressed it. Rin also breathed a sigh of relief. So, Obito, do you want to transplant more? Obito shook his head. No need. Just having this is enough. Hashirama cells represent a mixture of yang release chakra and Ashura chakra. Under the stimulation of my Sharingan's in release chakra, it will gradually merge with my body, self-replicate, and eventually replace all the cells in my body. Of course, this is something only the Uchiha bloodline can achieve. So even though I only transplanted a small piece, it's already enough. Rin exclaimed with joy. So, does that mean Obito, the side effects of your Mangekyō Sharingan have been resolved? Obito thought for a moment, opened his Mangekyō, and began to feel it. After a while, he said, some of the issues have been resolved. Now using these eyes doesn't put much strain on my body. Some techniques that don't consume too much chakra, like using the right eye's KAMUI to absorb or transfer myself, still have some side effects, but they can be used without too much concern. Perhaps it would take tens of thousands of uses for blindness symptoms to appear. However, the KAMUI for my left eye, such as spatial cutting and spatial distortion abilities, as well as the more advanced abilities that require both eyes working together, still have significant side effects and should not be used recklessly. Rin became worried again. Is that so? Then we'll need to find more methods in the future? Obito shook his head. I just said that my original cells will gradually be replaced by the yang release chakra cells, but this will take time. As the replacement increases, my own yang release chakra will also become stronger, and the side effects of those abilities will gradually lessen in the future. Only then did Rin feel relieved. That's good. I initially thought that transplanting Hashirama cells would be very difficult, but the actual process is so simple. Obito smiled. The difficulty lies in the preparation and trial and error. The piece of Hashirama cells you transplanted for me today is the purest part 1 isolated after countless failures, not to mention the many people who died during Orochimaru's experiments. Rin thought about it, and suddenly felt it was cruel. Yes, what seems like a simple experiment now is built on the deaths of so many people. And Obito is a reincarnator. Rin couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, information and experience are the two most powerful abilities in the ninja world. Obito nodded, the image of Itachi appearing in his mind, and couldn't help but say, we also need to add health to that. Rin immediately smiled. Yes, health. We all need to be healthy. At this moment, Kakashi, who had mostly recovered, stood up and said, is that it? Obito nodded. Although the side effects haven't been completely resolved, my strength has increased significantly, and today is a day worth celebrating. Let us go have a meal with Teacher Minato. Kakashi scoffed, but didn't refute Obito's suggestion. The group was transferred out of the KAMUI space by Obito and headed towards Minato's house. As soon as they arrived at Minato's house, everyone heard Kushina inside throwing a tantrum, giving Minato a good beating. Kushina's voice came through. I told you not to tell me. How could you do this, Minato? Then came Minato's voice. Kushina, you need to calm down. The situation was urgent, and there wasn't enough time, and... Kushina interrupted. And what? You're driving me crazy. Everyone couldn't help but break out in a sweat, not knowing what had happened inside. Since both people in the house had excellent sensing abilities, upon sensing someone at the door, Kushina temporarily stopped her outburst and walked over to open the door. Kakashi was about to ask about the situation, but Kushina sneered and raised her fist. Huh, you all came just in time. Get in here. Chapter 83. Kushina got angry because she didn't see future Naruto, and Obito suggested they get married on the spot. The three of them saw that Kushina's expression was not good and couldn't help but feel anxious, not daring to resist at all, and obediently walked into the house. As soon as they entered, they saw Minato with a bruised face. He was clearly a handsome guy, but now looked like he had been beaten into a pig's head. Kushina scolded, You three, come here and stand with Minato. The three of them felt their scalps tingle, shrinking back and standing in line with Minato. Kushina went to the kitchen and came out holding a spatula. Upon seeing this, the three of them exclaimed that this spatula was definitely not meant for cooking, or rather, the dish to be cooked wouldn't be them, right? Rin cautiously asked, a bit embarrassed. Sensei, what happened? Kushina was furious, and she scolded Rin without holding back. Rin, how could you learn bad habits from those three stinky men? You actually know how to hide things from the teacher. I've been so good to you. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Then she turned to Obito, even angrier this time, and smacked his head with a spatula. And you, getting capable, huh? Don't you know how much of a backstabber you were in your past life? I've forgiven you in this life. You wanted to catch Black Zetsu, and I set up the sealing technique for you without hesitation. You wanted to create a chakra energy converter, and I helped with that too. And what is the result? You're still an ungrateful backstabber. Kushina then looked at Kakashi and smacked his head again with the spatula. You too. Don't think that wearing a mask will make me not notice you, Kakashi. You like to be silent, huh? You like to keep everything from me, don't you? Finally, Kushina turned to Minato and landed a punch that made his nose bleed. Of course, the most detestable one is you. If you don't give me an explanation today, none of you can leave. As Kushina transformed into a furious red pepper, Obito covered his head and looked at Minato, asking quietly, Teacher Minato, what happened to make the big sister so irritable? Did you get us into trouble? Minato covered his face and smiled wryly. I accidentally let it slip about Naruto, and Kushina found out. What? The three exclaimed in unison, immediately realizing the gravity of the situation. Kushina's eyes blazed with anger. That's right. You all encountered future Naruto, and Minato has told everything in detail. Why didn't you tell me? Why hide it from me? Rin explained nervously. Teacher, we didn't mean to hide it from you. We were afraid you'd be sad if you found out. Sad. If it weren't for Rin being a girl, Kushina would have smacked her too. Naruto went back to the village to see Jiraiya, right? If he can see him, why can't he come see me? Kushina pointed at herself angrily. Why didn't you tell Naruto that his name is Uzumaki Naruto, and my name is Uzumaki Kushina? We both have the Uzumaki surname. Why didn't you tell him that I am his biological mother? If you had told him, would he not come to see me? The three couldn't help but look at Minato. He awkwardly said, Isn't it to leave the opportunity for Naruto's first meeting with his mother to another world as Kushina? She is so pitiful, I couldn't bear it. Kushina was furious. Then why didn't you leave the opportunity for the first meeting with Naruto to another world as you? Why can you meet Naruto? But I can't, Minato replied. I had no choice. I just happened to run into him while on a mission, looking for a beating. Kushina punched Minato again. Then, she started to cry. Well, what a great opportunity to meet Naruto, and you all kept it from me. Then, Kushina's expression became determined. No, I have to see Naruto. Kushina turned to Obito. Obito, you have the most clever ideas. Think of a way for me to see Naruto. Otherwise, I want to forgive you. Obito's heart sank. This was a death sentence for him, and he couldn't refuse the big sister's request. But how could he make her meet Naruto? Should he try the sleeping space-time power beneath Lulan? But could he really guarantee that nothing would go wrong? Obito could only look at Minato for his opinion. Minato shook his head immediately. No way. No one knows what might happen. If we really disturb the time-space continuum, we will become sinners in the ninja world. Kushina was unconvinced. Minato, in your heart, what is more important, the ninja world or me? Minato was suddenly at a loss for words, and finally muttered softly, both are important. Kushina pressed on. Then if one day the ninja world is destroyed and I die, and you can only choose one, who would you choose? Minato's expression fell. Was that even a choice? He really thought about it for a moment and finally sighed. I choose you. Kushina said, if you choose me, then find a way. I want to see Naruto. At that moment, Obito interjected, Big sister, that 16-year-old Naruto is really hard to meet again, but I have a way for you to see Naruto. Kushina became curious. What way? Obito smiled, Big sister. Why not starting tonight? You and Teacher Minato work hard. Maybe next year, you'll be able to see Naruto. Kushina's face turned red, and she smacked Obito's head again with the spatula. You're not serious? We're not married yet, and besides, the third great ninja war is about to break out. Obito said, not being married is fine, big sister. Don't worry, the ninja war can be fought. It won't affect your ability to have children. I guarantee you, without you needing to step in, which of the other 4 great nations would dare to disturb you? I'll make them cry. After Obito's interjection, Kushina's anger dissipated by half, and she asked suspiciously, Obito, where does your confidence come from? You are strong, but you're not that strong yet, right? Suddenly, Kushina thought of a possibility. Could it be that you've implanted Hashirama's cells? Did it succeed? Obito smiled. Yes, it succeeded. Although the side effects haven't been completely eliminated, I've become much stronger. At least I can activate the Mangekyō Sharingan now. Kushina pondered. You can activate the Mangekyō now? So what kind of strength do you think you have now? Obito confidently replied. Even if I'm not as strong as the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara at the founding of Konoha, I should surpass an average Kage. Fighting the third Raikage and the third Tsuchikage shouldn't be a problem. Kushina thought for a moment. Okay, Obito, you promise me, if the major villages really dare to attack Konoha, you'll go talk to their Kage and make them give up their unworthy ideas. If you can do that, I want to hold today as matter against you. Obito patted his chest and assured her, Don't worry, big sister, I've got this. Kushina snorted and looked at Minato, her expression shifting from anger to tenderness. Honey, let us get married. Let us do it this month. Minato's mouth dropped open. Huh? But isn't this a bit too rushed? Kushina impatiently said, Just tell me, are you going to marry me or not? Don't you want to see Naruto sooner? Minato had initially felt it was inappropriate because if the war really broke out, he might be very busy, especially since, after Obito's resurrection, the entire timeline had changed. And he couldn't guarantee that nothing unexpected would happen on the battlefield. What if something went wrong? What would happen to Kushina? But then he looked at Obito and thought. Obito was right. As long as they had strong power to convince the various nations, wouldn't the danger be eliminated? With Obito around, there was nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, he smiled and nodded at Kushina. If you say to get married, then let us get married. Chapter 84. Minato's wedding invitation delivered to the Hokage office in the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the wedding invitation brought by Minato and suddenly felt his heart not quite right. He could only shakily take out his pipe and take a puff to calm himself down. Originally, he wouldn't smoke in front of his subordinates while working. If he did, he would hide his smoke. But this time, he was genuinely startled. Minato was still a bit too hasty. They were on the verge of war. And getting married at this time probably wasn't appropriate. Minato pointed at his bandaged face. Third Hokage, please understand, I must get married. Otherwise, my wife will go berserk. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed and had noticed Minato's injuries as soon as he entered the room. Did Kushina do this? Minato nodded, tacitly acknowledging it, thinking to himself that if it weren't for him pulling Kushina back from Obito, the third Hokage would have been beaten up even worse. Hiruzen didn't know what to say for a moment. Finally, he managed to say, Do you have confidence in ending this war by yourself? Minato replied, I have confidence. Actually, part of his confidence comes from Obito, but he naturally wouldn't mention it in front of the third Hokage. Moreover, even without Obito, he could still influence the outcome of the battle. The third Hokage stood up, turned his back, and for a moment, his figure seemed a bit aged. Sigh, if you want to get married, then go ahead. I can't control the thoughts of you young people. Encouraging marriage before the war isn't bad. It's beneficial for reproduction. Minato immediately felt awkward and could only say, If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave then. The third Hokage waved his hand. Seeing this, Minato quickly left. Not long after, as Sarutobi Hiruzen was still in his sorrow, someone walked in. This time, the door slammed open. Hiruzen didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Before he could speak, the intruder spoke first. Danzo, I am a Hokage. Can't you be more careful when entering and exiting the office? How many times have we repaired this door? Danzo was furious and slammed the wedding invitation onto the Hokage's desk. Do you know this invitation has already reached my roots? This is outrageous. Minato has no sense of the bigger picture. Doesn't he know how tense the situation in the ninja world is right now? Sarutobi turned around and looked at his old friend, staring at the extra wrinkles on his face and sighed. Danzo, you're getting old. The anger that Shimura Danzo had been holding back nearly burst out. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am no longer worthy of the Hokage position? So, he retorted, as if you're not old yourself. You couldn't even stop a farce. Why don't you just step down and let Minato take over? Sarutobi thought to himself, Danzo, how do you know I don't have that intention? However, he simply said, don't misunderstand. What I mean is, since you're old, you shouldn't always stay in the shadows. It's also good to go out more and participate in the weddings of the young. Danzo was taken aback and then realized, so you really agree to this wedding? And you plan to attend? Do you know Kushina's identity? Sarutobi looked at his old friend and suddenly felt that after all these years, his friend was still so naive. So what if he knows? Can he do anything about it? Danzo was immediately at a loss for words. Kushina's current identity was very special. Due to her connection to the Uzumaki clan, she represented the Senju clan. In a sense, the Senju clan represented the village. Now that Mito had just died, at a time when the older generation missed her the most, daring to touch Kushina would make Sarutobi's position unstable. Danzo immediately deflated and finally gritted his teeth. Damn it. I should have controlled the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki back then and recruited Minato into the roots. Sarutobi revealed a barely perceptible mocking expression before Minato learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Would your roots even care? After he learned it, could your roots control him? Just like Obito, after he mastered the Flying Thunder God. You came to ask for him 3 times. But is that possible? Someone like Obito, who fully comprehended the will of fire, should follow Minato and serve as his most loyal subordinate. Danzo sensed something unusual in his old friend's gaze and angrily said, Hiruzen, what are you really thinking? In any case, as for this wedding, whoever wants to go can go. I certainly won't. Sarutobi suddenly felt less troubled because someone was even more troubled than him. Minato had good relationships with the high-ranking officials of various clans. Perhaps he would be the leader of the next generation. Are you sure you want to go? Danzo was infuriated. Hiruzen, you will regret this. This time he didn't give his old friend a chance to mock him. Bang! Danzo left. Sarutobi looked at the nearly broken door and shook his head helplessly. Sigh, it seems I have to find someone to fix the door again. On the other side, at the Uchiha clan, the invitation was delivered to Fugaku by Obito. Fugaku was taken aback. Obito, Minato is getting married now? Even Fugaku felt it was untimely. But Obito smiled and said, Fugaku, Itachi is already 1-year-old. Fugaku coughed. But at this time, the war. Obito interrupted Fugaku. So what about the war? If we fight, who is afraid? Fugaku suddenly remembered that Obito had not only awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, but also learned the Flying Thunder God technique. He had no idea how strong Obito was now. Thus, he smiled. Since you think it's fine, then it's really fine. Miko and I will attend Minato's wedding on time. Kushina's marriage will also make Miko happy. At this point, Fugaku stopped focusing on the wedding issue and instead asked about something else. Obito, last time you asked me for a large sum of money. What exactly are you planning to do with it? That amount is not small. Obito replied casually. This money can solve a very important issue for the Uchiha clan. When the time is right, you will be the first to enjoy it. Fugaku was taken aback. What could he enjoy? Obito, are you referring to the enhancement of the Uchiha status? Obito shook his head. Forget it, it's fine to tell you. Just remember to keep it a secret. This money is used to solve the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan, but the method of resolution is quite sensitive, especially at this critical moment. So we'll talk about it after the war. Fugaku was suddenly shocked. Obito was indeed giving him one surprise after another. It was almost turning into a scare. That little money could solve the side effects of the Mangekyō? He suddenly felt it was worth it, extremely worth it. Indeed, whenever Fugaku invested, he had never failed. Obito, is the money enough? If not, I can give you another sum. It's also secret funds hidden in the land of cats, and one to be noticed. Obito shook his head. For now, it's enough, but after the war starts, I will contact the Akatsuki organization, and it might not be enough. We'll talk about it then. Fugaku nodded. If you need anything, just find me anytime. Obito stood up. All right, I mainly came to deliver the invitation today. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Obito left. Upon returning to his residence, he ran into Shursui. Shursui looked excited. Obito senpai, under your guidance. I've made progress with my body flicker technique. I've resolved the issue with the Sharingan marking. As long as my chakra is sufficient, I should be able to perform this technique without any problems. Chapter 85. Flickering body Shursui was gradually taking shape. Obito was taken aback. Although he had indeed given Shui a lot of help, Shui should have developed this technique earlier than in his previous life. But this progress was too fast. This truly gave him a huge surprise. He immediately forgot everything else and pulled Shui to the Uchiha's special training ground. In the past, Obito could only train at the regular training ground, but since becoming an elder, his treatment was different. Originally, a small number of Uchiha high-ranking officials who knew he had become an elder had some complaints, but after hearing that Obito had learned the Flying Thunder God, those complaints disappeared. At the training ground, Obito looked at Shui. Shui, show me your technique. Uchiha Shui nodded and then said, somewhat shyly, Obito-senpai, my chakra is currently insufficient, so I can only create 2 clones. After saying that, he opened his one-tomo Sharingan and formed hand seals. Body flicker technique. Instantly, 2 clones identical to him appeared beside him and began to move around skillfully. Obito opened his Sharingan and observed for a while, surprised. It indeed looked like an ordinary clone, just an illusion, but the difference was that the original body was nowhere to be found, and even with the Sharingan, he couldn't see through it. The Shui on the right said proudly, my first battle with you, Obito-senpai, made me understand the importance of trickery. The Shui in the middle chimed in, therefore I use my Sharingan Jinjutsu to hide myself as well. The Shui on the left continued, this way, the enemy will be unable to make an effective judgment and attack my original body. Obito smiled slightly. Interesting, Shui, attack me. I want to see to what extent this technique can do. The 3 copies of Shui nodded and simultaneously rushed towards Obito. The first Shui quickly approached Obito and threw a punch. This time, in order to test Shui's technique, Obito didn't use any strange abilities, but simply blocked the attack. Bang! Their fists collided. At this moment, the second Shui flew in with a kick. Obito twisted his body to block it. The attack from the third Shui followed closely. Just like that, the 3 Shijuis launched a series of 7 or 8 attacks, and Obito successfully blocked all of them. Although he knew that 2 of them were just clones, each of the attacks he blocked was a physical one. Obito found it increasingly interesting, and in the next moment, his speed suddenly surged as he attacked the clone that he had analyzed during the fight, which was most likely the real Shui. This attack caught Shui off guard. With his training in the Flying Thunder God technique, Obito's speed had improved, making him faster than in his previous life. He naturally enjoyed catching the recovery time after attacks and had a keen sense of timing, so when he moved, it was astonishing. As a result, that Shui clone didn't react in time and could only watch as Obito's fist approached. However, Obito's fist didn't hit the target, but instead passed through it, striking at a massive air. This clone was merely an illusion. At that moment, Obito felt an indescribable sense of wonder. Was this scene familiar to him? Of course, it was. He was all too familiar with it. In the past, he was the one who was intangible, but now the roles had reversed. Shui didn't give him time to adjust. As soon as his punch missed, the other 2 clones seized the opportunity and attacked him simultaneously. Shui thought that Obito must have exhausted his energy and wouldn't be able to respond. Sure enough, Obito quickly threw a Flying Thunder God Kunai, and his body abruptly vanished from the spot, reappearing at the original position. Had he left a Flying Thunder God mark there from the very beginning? Shui felt a bit regretful, realizing how troublesome the Flying Thunder God technique was, but he was also somewhat pleased. Forcing Obito to use this technique meant he had made progress. Compared to their first encounter, he now had a clear understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique, and, instead of relaxing his guard when Obito vanished, he kept a close watch on the kunai that Obito had thrown into the air just before leaving. Sure enough, in the next moment, Obito's figure appeared again in front of the kunai. At this point, the 3 Shui clones were not far apart and happened to be lined up in a straight line. Obito simply grabbed the kunai and swept from left to right. Since he couldn't distinguish which was the real body, he decided to attack all 3 at once. Surely one of them had to be real. However, something strange happened. The kunai swept through the 3 clones, all hitting empty air. Were all 3 of them illusions? Where did the real Shui go? No. Obito suddenly thought of a possibility and instinctively looked at the leftmost Shui clone that he had passed through during his sweep. Sure enough, that clone moved. As Obito's attack was about to be used again, it rushed towards him. Obito instantly understood that Shui had teleported to the rightmost clone during his sweep. By the time his attack completely passed through the leftmost clone, Shui had already teleported to the leftmost clone. This created the illusion that he had swept through 3 illusions. Each of Shui's clones was effectively a flying thunder god mark, allowing instant teleportation without delay. It was truly a troublesome technique, and combined with Shui's powerful reflexes, he had nearly perfected it. However, this technique was similar to his own intangibility. The flaw was still in the moment of transitioning from intangible to tangible, at the moment of collision. In other words, at this very moment, the leftmost Shui clone attacking him was the real body. A smile curled at the corners of Obito's mouth. Shui was still too young after all. In the next moment, Obito moved, making a sudden maneuver and quickly reaching out to grab the leftmost Shui. The leftmost Shui was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Obito to react, and suddenly found himself without a countermeasure, getting caught off guard. He instinctively activated his teleportation ability, and Obito's grab instantly turned from real to illusory. Obito ended up grabbing at empty air again. But at this moment, Obito shook his head and said, "Shui, it's already useless. The outcome is decided." Shui was taken aback, and then Obito's figure vanished in an instant, appearing beside him. Shui was startled and teleported again, but this time, Obito seemed to have discerned his real body. Following him closely, Shui teleported several times, but Obito kept up with him, merely not launching an attack. Suddenly, Shui realized something and looked at his arm. Sure enough, the spot where Obito had just grabbed him now bore a flying thunder god mark. The mark wouldn't disappear unless he took off that piece of clothing. Obito looked at Shui's real body with a half smile, arms crossed, and asked, "Still want to fight?" Shui smiled wryly and shook his head, dispelling the clones. "No more fighting. This time, it's another victory for you, Obito-senpai." Chapter 86. Obito learns Shui's instantaneous technique. Obito praised him. "Shui, your progress is rapid. With this technique, you can now cause me some trouble." However, Shui felt somewhat disappointed. Just trouble? He had originally thought that after developing this phantom instantaneous technique, he had closed the gap between himself and Obito-senpai. Yet, as usual, he couldn't see the depth of Obito-senpai's abilities. He even felt that Obito-senpai still had many cards left unplayed. He couldn't help but ask about his earlier confusion during the battle. "Obito-senpai, during our first encounter, when you hit my clone's illusion, your technique was used up, and when I seized the opportunity to attack, you clearly couldn't react and had to escape with the flying thunder god. But why the second time? Could you suddenly react and grab my real body at the moment of collision?" Obito replied, "Shui, the illusions and realities in battle. Didn't you already experience them during our first fight? What made you think that when I first hit your illusion, my technique was genuinely used up and I couldn't react?" Shui suddenly understood. So it was that Obito had deliberately left him with the illusion of not being able to react and escaping with the flying thunder god, so that he would let his guard down during the second attack. Obito nodded, jokingly saying that as a veteran who played with intangibility, he had the deepest understanding of it. The moment he hit Shui's illusion, he already knew how to respond next. In simple terms, it was about tricking the opponent into a surprise attack, making them think he was careless and didn't dodge, while in reality, he did dodge, just like how Minato-sensei had done to him. Otherwise, with such an intangibility ability, it would be difficult for the opponent to catch a flaw if they didn't attack. Shui was completely out of temper now. Obito laughed and said, "All right, tell me about your technique." Shui nodded and began to elaborate. After listening, Obito once again marveled at Shui's genius level. Shui had actually used the Sharingan illusion technique to achieve something similar to the flying thunder god, placing marks on each clone. Although it didn't travel as far as the flying thunder god, with the increase of chakra, he could create many clones at once, and they could also move. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that he had fully grasped the principles of this technique, with no so-called learning threshold. Even the most challenging aspect of using the Sharingan illusion to place marks on clones was easy for him due to his experience with the Flying Thunder God and his more advanced Mangekyō Sharingan. After Shui finished speaking, he immediately activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, instantly creating more than a dozen clones. Shui stood by, dumbfounded, and couldn't help but feel inferior. Obito-senpai had only listened to him explain the theory once and was able to do it. Because of the higher chakra level, the number of shadow clones is also more than his. Is this what true genius looks like? Obito looked at Shui, who appeared to be disheartened, and patted his shoulder. All right, don't be discouraged. As I said, I am better than you now because I am older. This technique of yours is indeed terrifying. Enemies cannot attack the entity, and unlike shadow clones, they cannot be destroyed. Yet, when attacked, each can turn into the real body, making it hard to defend against. To invent this technique, your talent is not inferior to that of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. You have already surpassed your ancestor, Uchiha Kagami. Shui immediately felt embarrassed. Influenced by Kagami, their clan held great respect for the second Hokage, and Obito said that his talent was not below Tobirama's. That was just too amazing. Seeing the corners of Shui's mouth lift, Obito thought for a moment and said, All right, Shui, to thank you for teaching me this technique. Let me treat you to some dango. Shui's eyes brightened. Really? Although eating too many sweets isn't good, I quite like the taste of dango. Obito smiled. Of course it's true, let's go. So, the two happily left the Uchiha clan's territory and headed towards the busiest street near the Hokage building. On the way, they passed by the Konoha Ninja Academy. Today happened to be the annual ninja graduation assessment day, and many teachers were involved in the assessment. So the academy was closed for the day, which was why Shui had the time to find Obito. Obito saw that many graduates were gathered under the teaching building, waiting for all their classmates to pass the assessment, just like they did last year. Obito couldn't help but sigh. Time really flies. Before he knew it, he had been a full-fledged ninja for a year. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, it was Akamichi. He suddenly remembered that Akamichi was only 1 year younger than them, and it was indeed time for her to graduate. At this moment, Akamichi had already put on the Konoha ninja headband, which suggested that her assessment had gone quite smoothly, but she didn't seem to be in a good mood. Her shoulders slumped, looking dejected. As Lin's friend, Obito felt a duty to take care of her. Seeing her like this, he waved at her. Akamichi, come over here. We're going to eat dango. Want to join? Upon hearing about the dango, perhaps her appetite overcame everything else, and she immediately cheered up and ran over excitedly. It's Obito, and Shui too. Is Senior Lin not here today? Obito smiled. Lin went with the matriarch to set up the wedding venue. Akamichi was taken aback. Wedding? Is your team leader going to get married? Obito nodded. Yeah, it's scheduled for a week from now. Make sure to come. There will be a lot of delicious food. The Yamanaka family will definitely receive an invitation. If you don't get one, it's okay. Just ask Lin to help you out. Akamichi nodded with a smile. She had no resistance to delicious food. Obito then asked, What happened to you just now? You don't seem very happy. Akamichi seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. Normally, after the graduation assessment, the teachers announced the class assignments in advance. That's how it was for your class last year, but Akamichi said with a bitter expression, I didn't receive the class assignment information, and there are no team leaders for me. Do you think it's because no one wants me? Obito was taken aback. It turned out that Orochimaru had already taken Akamichi as his apprentice at this time. He smiled. Think about Shizun's situation. Maybe you're in a similar boat. Akamichi thought for a moment and suddenly remembered, but her sorrowful face didn't improve. Lady Tsunade even took Shizun away from the village. How can my situation be the same? Obito didn't want to reveal Orochimaru's information to Akamichi, fearing that Orochimaru would notice something amiss. So he said, Then don't think too much about it. Just focus on the dango. Are you going to eat or not? Akamichi firmly replied, Of course I want to eat. I need to eat away all my sorrow. Chapter 87. Sudden Change. The Hokage building explodes. Thus, the three continued towards the busiest street in Konoha. Soon, they arrived at the bustling area near the Hokage building. Boom! Just then, a massive explosion suddenly erupted from the distant Hokage building. Flames roared within the Hokage building. This scene shocked everyone. The surrounding civilians screamed and scattered. Those living nearby immediately ran home and shut their doors tightly. Those who were not nearby also fled in the opposite direction. The once crowded street was instantly devoid of people. Of course, in contrast, many ninjas from Konoha jumped onto rooftops and rushed towards the Hokage building. Akamichi wanted to run away. After all, an attack on the Hokage building was a serious matter that she, a freshly graduated genin, could not handle. But she was stopped by Obito. Don't run around. It's safer to stay by my side. Huh? As soon as Obito finished speaking, he suddenly felt a surge of chakra rapidly approaching. Someone was coming this way. They were fleeing, and it must be related to the explosion. Obito looked towards the Hokage building. Akamichi was startled, her face turning pale. Then what are we staying here for? We should find a place to hide. Obito shook his head. There are too many civilians around. I'll stop him here. Akamichi felt like crying and tugged at Obito's clothes. Obito, a ninja who can attack the Hokage building, is definitely not someone we can deal with. We should leave this to the Jounin and Chunin of Konoha. Obito smiled and teased. Akamichi, your will of fire training is still lacking. As ninjas, how can we abandon civilians and flee? Akamichi was almost in tears. Unable to find a reason to refute him, she could only weakly say, but I'm a bit scared of dying. At this moment, Obito had already noticed that the chakra was very close. He said seriously, all right, that person is already here. It's too late to say anything now. Akamichi instinctively looked around, but saw nothing. No one. Next to her, Uchiha Shirsui instinctively activated his Sharingan and immediately sensed something was off, pointing toward the nearby tree. Over there, I see him. It seems he has cast some kind of ninjutsu that allows him to blend in with the trees, making it hard to detect. He is running at full speed and has already gone far. The target is the Ninja Academy. Akamichi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he didn't come over. Otherwise, we would be doomed. But Obito said lightly, I was wondering why this felt so familiar. It turns out to be the camouflage technique? Is he a spy from the Rock Village? Shirsui, Akamichi, I will go intercept him. There is no immediate danger nearby, so you can find a safe place to hide. Akamichi was taken aback, instinctively trying to stop him. Hey, Obito, don't go. However, before she could finish her sentence, Obito had already moved, his figure quickly disappearing. Akamichi anxiously looked at Shirsui. Shirsui, can't you talk him out of it? Why does a genin have to go stir up trouble? Shirsui simply shook his head, confidently smiling. Don't worry, Akamichi, Obito is very strong. Meanwhile, Obito suddenly appeared, blocking the escape route of the fleeing figure. Stay here. The figure, realizing he had been exposed, could no longer hide and gradually revealed his true form. He appeared to be a young man around 15 or 16 years old, with a handsome face and wearing a Konoha ninja headband. At this moment, the young man looked anxious, even desperate. Let me go. I promise I won't harm anyone. I just want to reunite with my family. Obito shook his head. The direction you're heading is the Konoha Ninja Academy. That is too dangerous. I can't let you pass. The young man, seeing Obito blocking his way, became extremely anxious and glanced back over his shoulder. Although the Konoha ninjas had not yet pursued him, it was only a matter of time before they noticed something unusual. Suddenly, his expression twisted into a grimace. A mere small fry thinks he can stop me? You brought this upon yourself. After saying that, he quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth spear technique. Instantly, a long spear emerged from the ground beneath Obito, rapidly thrusting towards him. The young man didn't even glance at Obito and took the opportunity to continue fleeing. He believed this technique was enough to take down a small fry. However, the earth spear aimed at Obito was easily dodged, since he refused to listen. I have no choice but to take action. After saying that, Obito's figure instantly appeared in front of the young man, stabbing him with a kunai. The young man fell to the ground, clutching his wound as blood gushed out. Obito said faintly, I held back. It's not a fatal wound, just enough to incapacitate you. Your issue will be handled by the Umbu or the torture department. Despair flickered in the young man's eyes. Why are you so strong? You're clearly just a small fry. Obito shook his head. You're too weak. How dare Amir Chunin try to blow up the Hokage building? The young man forced a smile. I didn't blow it up. I was just helping cover. Obito coldly snorted. So, as a Konoha ninja, why are you helping the Rock ninjas? The camouflage technique and the earth spear just now must have been taught to you by the rock ninjas, right? The young man looked sorrowful. I was forced into this. The rock village sealed me when I was very young, forcing me to be an undercover agent in Konoha. If I didn't come, I would be dead. Obito instantly became curious. At first, he thought this Konoha ninja was lured by the rock ninjas. He didn't expect that he had been a spy sent by the rock ninjas from the very beginning. How did you evade Konoha's various screenings? Obito knew very well that Konoha had a strict screening process for people of unknown origin, even for war orphans, especially the soul detection of the Yamanka clan. Basically, no one could hide from it. Therefore, it wasn't easy for outsiders to send spies into Konoha. The young man self-deprecatingly said, I was lucky. On my way to Konoha, I encountered Konoha villagers with a rock ninja who brought me. Their family of 4 was out for a stroll, and I looked very similar to their 5-year-old son. So that adult came up with a plan. He disguised himself as a bandit, killed everyone except the baby girl, and had me swap identities with their son, holding the baby girl and waiting in place. Later, Konoha ninjas did come to rescue, and they didn't suspect me. Instead, they took me back to Konoha. That's how I became a real Konoha villager, and later smoothly attended the Ninja Academy and graduated as a ninja. Obito sighed. Konoha, due to the will of fire, has always been loose internally and strict externally, scrutinizing outsiders but not making things difficult for its own villagers. Ninjas will go to great lengths to accomplish their missions. Such actions as killing an entire family and swapping identities, leaving no evidence, are indeed difficult to investigate, especially since that rock ninja cleverly left a baby girl, which made it even less suspicious. Thus, being a ninja only brings trauma to the world. Obito slowly said, You also played a part in harming Konoha villagers and exterminating families. Although you were forced, you're not innocent. The young man's expression became somewhat dazed. Yes, I'm not innocent. I can only take care of myself and my family. His expression gradually became agitated. That adult promised me that as long as I completed this mission, he would lift the curse seal and I would be free. Unfortunately, I fell just short of it. The very last bit. Obito couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, don't be so naive. As a rock ninja undercover agent, how could they possibly let you go? Either you will work like a slave for the rest of your life, or you will be secretly dealt with. That's your fate. The young man became dazed and finally looked at Obito, forcing a smile. Actually, I know, but this is my last hope. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with yearning. I beg you, help me take care of my sister. Chapter 88. The joint operation of the 4 great ninja villages. Sister? Obito showed a hint of confusion. You still have family held by the rock ninjas? The young man shook his head, then revealed a nostalgic look. I haven't had a family for a long time. I don't even know who I am. The sister I mentioned is that baby girl. I raised her and have long regarded her as the most important person in my life. She also enrolled in the ninja school and just graduated today. I was just about to go to the ninja school to take her away. Obito mocked. She is not you. She is a proper Konoha villager. Why would she leave with an undercover agent like you? The young man became agitated. This time, the Jonin who was supposed to meet me is dead. The Yamanaka clan will surely investigate his memories, and I will definitely be exposed. I'm not sure if my sister can still lead a normal life after I'm discovered. I want to take her away. Obito nodded. What this person said was also true. Being associated with such an undercover agent, even if it seemed there was no suspicion, she probably wouldn't have a good ending. She might face a series of interrogations and inquiries, be placed on a suspect list, or even be sent to the root for brainwashing because of Danzo becoming an emotionless killing machine. Obito sighed. All right, I'll help her as much as I can. Associating with a person like you is indeed bad luck for her. The young man's face turned pale, and he whispered, I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. It's brother who got you into this. Then he raised his head and looked at Obito. Thank you. Obito coldly snorted. No need to thank me. Her misfortune was all caused by you, and I personally captured you, so I take on this cause and effect. It's fate. Hearing Obito say this, the young man instead felt relieved. My name is Sato Chuan, and my sister's name is Sato Yu. You must remember Sato Yu. She is in the 4th grade of the ninja school and just graduated this year. Class. Obito murmured. This is a typical commoner class, cannon fodder in the war. He looked at Sato Chuan and said, Sato Chuan, that is not your real name, is it? It's the name of the eldest son of the family you caused to die. What was your original name? The young man shook his head, his eyes confused. I have been a war orphan since I was young, without a name, only a code called Zero. I don't know who I am, so. The young man's eyes became determined. Sato Chuan is my name, Sato Yu is my sister, and my sister is the meaning of my life. I will always be Sato Yu's brother. After saying that, the young man suddenly clutched his head and let out a wail. Blood flowed from his eyes, mouth, and ears, and in an instant he lost all vitality. Obito looked at this scene with a calm expression. Did he activate the seal in his body to commit suicide? He could have stopped it. After all, he had learned a lot about sealing techniques from being with Sensei Minato and Sister Kushina for a long time. However, since this person wanted to die, he didn't want to stop him. Dying now is better than enduring round after round of torture in the torture department. At this moment, Obito sensed two familiar chakras approaching. It was Akatsuki and Shursui. He couldn't help but shake his head. He clearly told them to hide, yet they still ran around. Soon, their figures appeared. Akatsuki jumped in front of Obito, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. You are indeed here. Shursui and I followed your traces all the way here. The Uchiha Sharingan is really useful. Where's the enemy? I've thought it over. As comrades, we can't leave you to fight alone. Obito couldn't help but chuckle. Akatsuki was quite cute as a child. Although afraid of death, he was loyal. At this time, Shursui calmly walked over and pointed to the corpse of Sato Chuan on the ground. The enemy should be this person. He is already dead. Only then did Akatsuki realize that there was a corpse lying on the ground, and he was startled by the gruesome sight of blood flowing from all 7 orifices. This death is too tragic. Then, feeling a bit scared, Hongdo looked at Obito and asked, Obito, did you do this? Obito shrugged and replied, although I didn't kill him, he did die because of me. Hongdo immediately expressed admiration. Obito, when did you become so powerful, managing to take down the person who blew up the Hokage building? Why is he still wearing the Konoha ninja headband? Obito, we didn't target the wrong person, did you? Obito was suddenly filled with black lines on his forehead. Why was Hongdo's personality so erratic? At that moment, he suddenly sensed something and looked into the distance. Don't worry, the Umbu has arrived. They should be here for this person. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures appeared in front of Obito, Hongdo, and Shursui. They were wearing masks and special uniforms. The leader looked at the corpse on the ground, then at the kunai in Obito's hand, and spoke coldly. Did you do this? Obito nodded and briefly explained, I didn't intend to kill him. I just incapacitated him, but he triggered the seal within him and committed suicide. The leader of the Umbu nodded. That's normal. Spies usually have suicide methods. You all come with me to the Hokage building. There are some questions to ask, and we'll take the body with us to be handled by the interrogation division. Hongdo was a bit scared. Do I have to go too? But I don't know anything. The Umbu seemed to recognize Hongdo. Don't worry. We won't make things difficult for you. We just need to clarify the situation. And your team leader is also looking for you. Team leader. Hongdo's voice rose an octave. Who is my team leader? The Umbu thought for a moment. And since this wasn't confidential information, he directly said, Lord Orochimaru. Hongdo's mouth dropped wide open, and she looked at the Umbu suspiciously. You mean? My teacher is Orochimaru? The Umbu seemed helpless with Hongdo and sternly said, Come with me. Don't talk. You'll find out when you get there. Hongdo immediately shut her mouth. Thus, the group, under the escort of a team of Umbu, arrived at the Hokage building. As soon as they reached the front of the building, they found it surrounded by numerous ninjas wearing green vests, packed tightly. The ones responsible for maintaining order were at least Chunin. It had been a long time since Konoha had such a major incident, and it looked quite spectacular. Obito even saw members of the Uchiha Police Department. He didn't expect that the Konoha Police Department still held significant power at this time. If it had been after the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha wouldn't even have been able to maintain order, let alone get close. They only stopped briefly before being taken to the top floor of the Hokage office. At this moment, the Hokage office was filled with traces of various explosions. A complete mess. People were standing all around, including Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi, Nara Shikaku, and other powerful clan leaders. The Hokage faction, including Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, Mito Kamen, and Tsunade, were also present. Of course, there was no sign of Danzo. The three kids stood out awkwardly among them. Sarutobi Hiruzen was asking the captain of the Umbu, "How many got away? Have you found out who was responsible?" The captain replied, "Only 2 got away. One is very strong, proficient in lightning release, and extremely fast. We lost 4 men trying to stop him, and we haven't identified him yet, but we initially suspect he is from the Cloud Village. The other one, named Sato Chuan, is a Konoha Chunin. We have confirmed he is an IWA ninja spy. This operation was a joint action by the other 4 major ninja villages, spies from the Cloud, Sand, Mist, and Rock villages were all involved." The 3 representatives looked serious and asked why. The Umbu captain explained, through memory searches from the interrogation division, they obtained the news that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is getting married. At this point in time, getting married is not something the intelligence departments of the 4 major ninja villages believe. They think it's a conspiracy from Konoha. So they activated their spies hidden in Konoha to obtain relevant intelligence. By coincidence, during their investigation, they recognized each other, leading to this alliance. Since their combined strength was significant, they decided to take the risk and attempted to break into the 3rd-floor confidential archives of the Hokage building to steal classified documents. This explosion was meant to blow up the door of the archives. Chapter 89. The most deadly misunderstanding. Upon hearing this news, everyone in the Hokage office was stunned. The 4 major ninja villages launched a surprise attack on Konoha, and the cause was actually because Minato and Kushina were getting married. Did the other villages really want to jump to such conclusions? It was just an ordinary wedding. How could it possibly be a conspiracy? Even Obito, who had just entered, felt the same way. No wonder Konoha was peaceful during this period in his past life. He had wondered how such a major incident of the Hokage building being blown up could suddenly occur. It turned out that it was because, under his interference, Teacher Minato and Sister Kushina got married early, causing a series of chain reactions. The future had indeed changed. This was actually a good thing. However, the spies from the 4 villages were quite interesting. They actually managed to recognize each other while trying to gather intelligence, and, instead of exposing each other, formed an alliance due to their common purpose. To say the least, the leaders of these ninja villages were quite cunning. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Obito's face. However, just as he was pondering, the atmosphere in the Hokage office changed again. Initially, everyone thought this was just a farce, but upon reconsideration, they felt that the 4 major ninja villages couldn't be that foolish. Moreover, Minato and Kushina getting married during this time did indeed seem illogical. Therefore, they couldn't help but think, could there really be some conspiracy behind this? The more they thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and naturally, they thought of one person, one who was not present at the scene. Danzo. Everyone gasped. What if this incident was orchestrated by Danzo? Then everything would make sense. This indeed resembled the style of that dark figure in the ninja world. Thus, the representative of the Hyuga clan, the future head of the Hyuga clan, Hisashi Hyuga, was the first to stand up, looking suspiciously at the 3rd Hokage, then at Minato, and asked Tokasuma, "Minato, could this all be part of Danzo's scheme?" These few sentences voiced the thoughts of the high-ranking officials of various clans, and in an instant, everyone turned to look at Minato and the 3rd Hokage, hoping for a response. Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen both started to cough violently. Minato stepped forward first, awkwardly explaining, "Everyone, Kushina and I just want to have a simple wedding. You all received the invitation, and the date is set for next week. We hope you will grace us with your presence." Everyone collectively felt disappointed, thinking there would be some big scoop to enjoy. Seeing this, the 3rd Hokage raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. "All right, let's get back to business." After saying this, he continued to question the captain of the Umbu. The lightning release expert escaped. "What about the IWA ninja spy?" The Umbu captain reported, "I've already sent people to capture him. He won't get away." At this moment, the Umbu who had brought Obito and the others finally found an opportunity to interject, quickly reporting, "Captain Hokage-sama, the IWA ninja spy we were pursuing is dead." Preliminary estimates suggest he activated a death curse buried in his body and ended his own life. I've already sent the body to the interrogation division, and the Yamanka clan is responsible for the memory search. We should have a conclusion soon. Everyone present immediately looked at the Umbu and noticed the 3 kids standing behind him. The Umbu hurriedly explained, "These 3 are the first witnesses on the scene. The person died right in front of them." After a pause, the Umbu pointed at Obito. This Konoha genin intercepted and injured him. He may have realized escape was hopeless, which led to his suicide. Some higher-ups who didn't know Obito immediately had question marks on their faces. A genin who looked like he hadn't even grown hair, yet managed to intercept a spy who could cause such a big mess? However, those who understand Obito, such as Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha, are not surprised at all. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, and according to Minato's report, Obito had already attained Jonin-level strength after learning the Flying Thunder God technique, making it no problem to intercept a Chunin. He looked at Obito and said with a gentle smile, "This can be considered a B-rank mission. Once everything is verified, I'll record it for you." Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained silent throughout the event, only licking his lips with interest upon noticing Anko. Anko trembled in fear and hid behind Shursui Uchiha. The Umbu who brought Obito back couldn't help but say, "Lord Third, the situation is not entirely clear yet. What if he colluded with that spy? I'm not at ease." However, before he could finish, Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted. "No need to say more. Obito could not be a spy. It's a joke." When they arranged for a Uchiha to join Minato's team, the 3rd Hokage had already thoroughly investigated Obito. Moreover, even if he didn't trust himself, he wouldn't distrust Danzo. Recently, to let Obito join the route, Danzo had thoroughly checked Obito, intending to find a weakness. As a result, nothing was found. Obito was so clean that even Danzo couldn't find an excuse. Seeing that the situation was clear, the 3rd waved his hand. "All right, this is just a farce. The matter is clear, and we can disperse." However, the fact that Konoha was infiltrated by so many from other villages indicates a need for investigation. With a great war imminent, we must ensure Konoha's purity. "Shinji, you will be responsible for this matter." The last sentence was directed at the team leader. The team leader nodded. "I will ensure the task is completed." The 3rd waved his hand, ending the meeting. Everyone dispersed. As Fugaku Uchiha was leaving, he took Shursui Uchiha with him. Orochimaru also walked over and looked at Anko. Anko was startled and called out, "Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru chuckled. "From now on, call me teacher." Anko called out timidly, with a mix of fear and joy, "Orochimaru-sensei." Orochimaru said, "Come on, follow me. I have something to discuss with you." After saying this, he left without caring whether Anko would follow. Anko hurriedly shouted, "Orochimaru-sensei, wait for me," and then trotted to catch up. Obito couldn't help but laugh, wondering what it would be like for such a lively Anko to interact with such a gloomy Orochimaru daily. At that moment, Minato also approached Obito with a hint of awkwardness. "Haha, Obito, I didn't expect such a situation would arise because of me." Obito smiled. "So, Minato-sensei, do you understand now?" Minato was taken aback. "Understand what?" Obito's eyes deepened. "Understand the caution other ninja villages have towards Konoha." Minato realized and sighed. "Yes, we are wary of them, and they're also wary of us. If we want to gain more influence, we must maintain a strong stance externally. Whoever shows weakness first will be at a disadvantage." Chapter 90. Bullying in ninja school has always existed at this time. The crowd in the 3rd Hokage's office had dissipated, leaving only Hiruzen Sarutobi, Obito Uchiha, and Minato Namikaze. The 3rd walked over and smiled. "Minato, Obito, are you not leaving? Is there something you need to report privately?" Minato was about to take his leave when Obito suddenly said, "Yes, actually, when that IWA ninja spy died, I promised him a request." The 3rd was taken aback and frowned. "What specific request? Tell me." Obito recounted the incident involving Sato Yu. After listening, the 3rd became somewhat angry. Iwa's methods to send a spy in are truly impressive. "Obito, rest assured I understand your thoughts. You don't want to involve an innocent person in this. Once we get the memory inspection results for Sato Yu, if she has no issues, I won't make things difficult for her. After all, she is also a victim." Obito nodded. "I understand. I'll find time to check on her later." The 3rd said with relief, "Obito, I knew I didn't misjudge you. You are truly kind-hearted. I hope one day, this new sprout of Konoha can grow strong. Obito felt a bit embarrassed and couldn't help but complain. Here we go again. He hurriedly pulled Minato, using an excuse to take his leave. Konoha Ninja School's graduation assessment was not interrupted by the unexpected explosion at the Hokage building. This year's graduates, like the last, all passed the assessment. Sado-yu was among them. In the class, she was relatively average in terms of grades and thought she would fail the assessment, but ended up passing smoothly. Looking at the ninja headband on her forehead, she felt very happy and couldn't wait to go home to show off to her brother. Due to an accident that occurred when she was young, her family was very poor, and her brother worked hard to raise her. Therefore, she also wanted to become a ninja, so she could take on missions to earn money and lighten the family's burden. However, on her way home, she was blocked by 3 arrogant girls. Isn't that Sado-yu? How can a crybaby like you, who gets bullied easily, become a ninja? Yeah, even if you become a ninja, you're still useless, just like your useless brother. Haha. The 3 girls burst into laughter. Sado-yu couldn't help but clench her small fists. These 3 girls were the most privileged in the class, and she didn't dare to offend them. Usually, when she was bullied, she could only hide and cry silently, not even daring to tell her brother for fear of worrying him. But today, they touched her reverse scale. I won't allow you to speak about my brother like that. My brother is already a chunin. As soon as these words came out, the 3 girls laughed even louder. Ha ha ha, Sado-yu. A child without parents like you doesn't even know that there are differences between chunin and chunin. Yeah, Miri's father works in the Umbu as a civil servant. Do you even know what the Umbu is? You definitely don't. After all, your brother is just a janitor in the Hokage building. Ha ha ha. The harsh laughter made Sado-yu feel downcast because she knew they were speaking the truth. Life is inherently unequal compared to those with wealth and power. Her family had nothing. Her brother could only grit his teeth and climb step by step. Even after becoming a chunin and entering the Hokage building, he could only start from the most basic level. But for some reason, Sado-yu felt a surge of courage in her heart and retorted loudly. So what if your parents are powerful? My brother is only 15 this year. He's still young and might even become a special jonin in the future. Can your parents do that? However, this statement drew even more laughter. Special jonin? Huh, Sado-yu. Do you know what harsh standards are required to be promoted to special jonin? Yeah, my dad also became a chunin at a young age, but after so many years, he hasn't become a special jonin. That's a big shot in the village. Can your brother do that? Sado-yu, your brother must be lying to you. A useless person like him can only fool little kids. Ha ha. The harsh laughter pierced Sado-yu's heart like needles, and she couldn't help but shed big tears. Sado-yu cried again. How amusing. Yeah, she only knows how to cry all day. Let's take her ninja headband. She doesn't deserve to wear it. The 3 girls, seeing this, approached Sado-yu with malicious intent. Sado-yu was startled and kept retreating until she reached a corner. Trembling, she asked, "What are you going to do?" "What are we going to do?" One of the girls grabbed Sado-yu's hair and pulled her over. Then, the 3 girls pulled her hair, yanked off her Konoha ninja headband, and threw it to the ground, stomping on it hard. "You guys are too much." Woo-woo. Sado-yu wanted to resist, but she didn't dare. She couldn't even defeat any one of them in a formal battle, let alone all 3 together. Too much. What does that matter? If you have the guts, call your brother. If you dare to call him, I'll call my cousin. Yeah, do you think your brother, a chunin, is something impressive? My second uncle is also a chunin, and he knows a jonin. Wow, he even knows a jonin. That's amazing. No way, Miri is the real deal. Her grandpa knows a big shot from the Uchiha police force. The 3 girls praised each other while looking down on Sado-yu. Sado-yu bit her lip tightly. She had decided that she couldn't cry anymore today. If she cried too much, her eyes would be red, and her brother would notice. She couldn't let her brother worry. The 3 girls were very displeased to see her stubborn and strong demeanor, and the leader, a girl named Miri, slapped her across the face. Slap. You better cry. If you don't cry, how are we supposed to have fun? That face you're making, who are you showing it to? Yeah, cry for me. Another girl followed up with a slap. However, Sado-yu still gritted her teeth, even when her mouth bled from the slap. Tears swirled in her eyes, but refused to fall. Beat her to death. Yeah, beat her to death. The 3 girls were completely furious and decided to make Sato Yu understand the consequences of not pleasing them. At that moment, no one noticed that Uchiha Obito had appeared in the distance, quietly watching this scene. He murmured to himself, "That's why I think this world is hopeless. In this life, how can I change all of this?" Chapter 91. Uchiha version of showing off and slapping faces? Thinking this, he slowly walked over. The three girls bullying Sato Yu noticed the movement and turned their heads. When they saw a boy around their age, they instantly became arrogant. "Hey, what do you want? Are you trying to meddle? You don't even know who we are. If you dare to interfere, we'll beat you too." Uchiha Obito looked at the brown-haired girl leading them, and suddenly felt she looked a bit familiar. After thinking carefully, he remembered. In his previous life, when he secretly returned to the village to see Rin, there was always a brown-haired woman spreading rumors about the fox demon, inciting villagers to prepare rotten eggs to throw at the fox demon. Even he had some impression of her. Sure enough, some people have been like this since childhood. Obito replied blandly, "Yeah, due to some circumstances, I'm getting involved." The brown-haired Miri sneered, "Oh really?" With that, she threw a punch at Obito. He reached out and caught her fist, unable to help but laugh a little. This Miri didn't even have 1/10 of the strength he had during his graduation period. Yet she dared to show off here? Miri's expression changed. As a top student in her class, she was very confident in her strength. But now she was being restrained by this boy, who looked about the same age as her. She angrily said, "Let go of me, or I'll call my cousin to beat you up." Miri's cousin was also a Chunin, and one of the strongest among Chunin, which is why she usually dared to act so arrogantly. Obito mocked, "Well then, let your cousin worry about you first. After all, your punching hand might not be able to be kept safe." With that, he exerted force. Crack! Miri's wrist was brutally crushed by Obito. He tossed her to the ground like a dead body. She let out a scream, clutching her hand and falling to the ground, large beads of sweat pouring from her forehead. This scene shocked the other two girls and Sato Yu. They didn't expect Obito to be so ruthless, incapacitating someone with one blow. However, since they were all ninjas, though young, they weren't completely frightened. The other two girls glared at Obito fiercely and threatened, "You're dead." Miri's grandpa knows a big shot from the Uchiha police force. "Yeah, hurry up and apologize, or break your own hand. Maybe Miri will spare you." Obito chuckled mockingly. "Or else what?" The two girls were instantly speechless. They had already assessed that Obito was much stronger than them, so they couldn't fight back. After some thought, they picked up Miri and threw out threats. "What's your name? If you have the guts, stay right here." Obito shrugged, just as he was about to speak. One of the girls looked behind him, and her eyes lit up. She shouted, "Lord 8th Hokage, Miri has been beaten. She is the granddaughter of your friend. You can't just stand by." Upon hearing this, Miri was instantly shocked and, forgetting the pain, stopped her. "No, don't say that. Don't disturb Lord 8th Hokage." What a joke! If her grandpa really knew some big shot from the Uchiha clan, she would have been in a different class long ago. But it was too late. Over there, Uchiha Hakadai, who was patrolling, had already noticed something unusual. He walked over quickly and said coldly, "What happened?" The three girls were suddenly startled. One of them weakly asked, "I ascend Team Miri's grandpa acquainted with you?" Uchiha Hakadai glanced at Miri, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Who is her grandpa to know me? My Uchiha clan is not something just anybody can connect with." Instantly, Miri wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. However, Uchiha Hakadai noticed Miri's severely crushed wrist and frowned. "What happened? Who did this to your hand?" "Humph, daring to hurt someone under my Uchiha's nose. They must be looking for death." Miri's mood instantly brightened. Pointing at Obito, she said, "It was him. He harmed me maliciously. Lord Hakadai, you have to uphold justice for me." Uchiha Hakadai turned his head and looked coldly at Obito. However, just one glance surprised him. "Uchiha Obito? What?" The three girls exclaimed, and they were about to cry. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to provoke someone from the Uchiha clan. No matter how arrogant they were, they couldn't be as arrogant as the Uchiha. Uchiha Obito simply said calmly, "I did it. What is it to you?" Uchiha Hakadai knew that Obito was an elder of the Uchiha clan, and his tone immediately softened. "What happened?" Obito just glanced at the three girls, who were now scared silly. "Nothing much. When I came over, they were bullying another girl. I want to stop them. but they looked down on me and said they would beat me too. Uchiha Hakadai immediately withdrew his gaze from Obito and looked at the three girls again. This time, he was genuinely angry. Who gave you the guts to despise the Uchiha? The two girls were instantly frightened and nearly peed their pants. Lord Hakadai, we won T-Dare again. Lord Hakadai, spare us. This was all Miri's idea. It has nothing to do with us. In fact, they even threw Miri, whom they had just been carrying, onto the ground and began to complain. Miri's wrist was still broken. This sudden pain left her speechless. However, Uchiha Hakadai just coldly watched this clownish scene and asked, Obito, do you want me to help you deal with this? Obito shook his head. It's fine. They're just a few little girls. You can leave. I'll handle it myself. Uchiha Hakadai nodded, snorted coldly, and walked away. The three girls were already frightened silly, feeling very uneasy about how Obito would deal with them. But Obito didn't even glance at them. He just walked up to Satoyu. Let me confirm. You're Satoyu from the 4th grade class of the Ninja Academy, right? Satoyu weakly nodded and then said softly, Thank you. This won't cause you any trouble, will it? Obito glanced at the three girls. If you're talking about them, then it's no trouble. Then, looking at Satoyu's pitiful appearance, he sighed as he recalled her family's tragic fate since childhood. He took out the 1 million ryo he had just settled from his pocket and handed it over. This money is for you. Take it. Satoyu was taken aback. It was the first time she had seen so much money. No, I can't accept it, she said softly. This is what you deserve. Consider it money left for you by your brother, said Obito in a low voice. Satoyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Obito. What do you mean? What happened to my brother? How could he have so much money? Satoyu was not naive. As a chunin, she understood that this amount of money was excessive, just like the compensation funds issued by Konoha at the time. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she grabbed Obito's collar. Where's my brother? I want to see him now. Chapter 92. Rin, listen to my excuses. Obito admitted that he was not like Rin, who could comfort people. His heart had grown cold over more than 20 years in his previous life. It was difficult for him to be considerate unless he was a special person. If Rin were here, she might have temporarily concealed the fact that Satoyu's brother was dead, but he simply said, You can no longer see him. Your brother has died. The explosion at the Hokage building just now, you must have heard about it. Your brother died then. You're lying. The news said that the clerical staff at the Hokage building were all safe. Satoyu said hoarsely, staring intently at Obito, wanting his response. Obito thought to himself, generally, the clerical staff are fine, but your brother was an undercover agent, a spy. He ultimately did not say this out loud, only stating, Your brother asked me to take care of you before he died. The money I gave you is all obtained from him. Just consider compensation. Satoyu did not let go of Obito's collar, but her expression gradually became numb, and her gaze slowly blanked out. Is it true? You're not lying to me? Obito felt very troubled. He really was not good at handling such matters. If only Rin were here. Suddenly, he caught sight of two figures on the street out of the corner of his eye. One had bright red hair, very eye-catching, and the other had noticeable purple patterns on her face. It was unexpected to run into Rin and Kushina here. He breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps it would be better to let the girls handle this kind of situation. Perhaps, sensing Obito's gaze, Rin subconsciously looked over, and the next second, her expression became very strange. Obito was taken aback. What was wrong with Rin? Then he suddenly realized that he was being held by a girl by his collar. From Rin's perspective, it might seem quite ambiguous. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Obito felt a sudden panic and hurriedly broke free from Satoyu, rushing towards Rin. Ha! What a coincidence, Rin, sisterhead. I didn't expect to run into you here. Rin smiled slightly, tilting her head at Obito. Not a coincidence at all, Obito. What sweet talk are you using to deceive another girl again? Seeing Rin like this, Obito suddenly felt very scared. Rin, listen to my explanation. Rin laughed. Sure, Obito. I'll listen to your excuses. Obito wished he could give himself a slap. Why was he so clumsy with words and ended up saying the wrong thing? He stammered. Rin, it's not what you think. I just encountered something today and was asked to take care of that girl. Take care? Rin tilted her head and smiled. Obito, you're going to take care of her? How long will you take care of her? Is it for a lifetime? The most terrifying thing in the world was this. Obito was almost sweating in panic. Rin, How could that be? Before Obito could finish, Kushina spoke up. Obito, you little brat. How could you flirt with another girl behind Rin's back? How can you face Rin like this? Look at the girl. She's already crying. After saying that, she punched Obito on the head. Obito held his head, feeling very wronged. He was truly being unfairly accused. However, he turned around and saw Sato Yu already kneeling on the ground, crying uncontrollably. He became serious. Sisterhead, Rin, that girl is really pitiful. You both came at the right time. Girls' matters are quite troublesome, and I don't know how to handle it. Could you help me? Kushina smirked. Help you? ISNT, that adding fuel to the fire? I just saw you acting all lovey-dovey with her. Rin covered her mouth, unable to hold back her laughter. All right, sisterhead. Don't tease Obito. Obito, what exactly happened? Obito sighed in relief. He was terrified, but thankfully Rin believed him. He briefly recounted the events. Soon, both of them couldn't help but feel sympathy. Kushina sighed. Her parents and brother died when she was young, yet she grew up with her enemy without knowing anything, and regarded her enemy as her closest brother. Rin also felt sorry. Yes, but her spy brother was indeed sincere to her. Their relationship could be described as relying on each other for survival. A brother is just a brother. It doesn't even matter who it is, right? Especially, Rin looked at Obito. Obito, it was because of you that her brother died. If she knew the truth, wouldn't she want revenge no matter what? Obito shook his head. It's okay. She is not from the Uchiha clan. Rin suddenly felt a chill and angrily punched Obito. Don't make such cold jokes at this time. Forget it. I'll go comfort her. Obito, you must not say a word. You really want to say anything at all. Obito nodded, and just like that, they walked over. At this moment, the three girls who had bullied Sato Yu were still trembling in place. Without Obito saying anything, they didn't even dare to leave. Obito suddenly gained a deeper understanding of this ninja world. In his previous life, he mostly faced strong people. These individuals stood at the top of the world. They possessed strength that ordinary people could hardly match and had the courage to fight against even stronger opponents. He almost forgot that ordinary people yield under power, meekly obeying. Just like these three girls, when faced with someone weaker than them, they could freely pour out their malice, but when faced with someone stronger, they instantly became lambs ready for slaughter. How pitiful and hateful. Kushina also saw this scene, especially noticing that one girl's wrist had been broken for a while. If not treated soon, even if it healed, her ninja career would be over. She angrily said, Obito, what is going on here? Obito shrugged. It's nothing. They were bullying Sato Yu before, and I stopped them. Since they were so detestable, I taught them a lesson. Kushina walked toward Misato. That is not how you teach a lesson. Did you intimidate them? Otherwise, how could you be scared like this? After teaching them a lesson, at least let her get her hand treated. Are we just going to watch her hand become useless? Misato, seeing Kushina being very gentle, instantly looked pleading. Please, lady. We were wrong. Please let us go. Kushina nodded, then took Misato's hand and said to Rin, Rin, come over and treat her. Just as Rin was about to go over, Obito slowly spoke up. Sisterhead, I remember you told me that you were bullied like this when you were young. Even so, can you empathize with such scum? Chapter 93. Obito comforting people stands out as breaking the pot and smashing it. Kushina hesitated for a moment and then looked at the pitiful Misato. Forget it, they are all young and ignorant. Besides, Kushina raised her fist, her red hair fluttering. If anyone dares to bully me, I'll just hit them back. Obito sighed, but, big sister, not everyone is like blood red chili. They don't have your abilities and can only watch helplessly as they are bullied, too afraid to curse or retaliate. Kushina looked puzzled. Obito, what's wrong with you today? I just asked Rin to save someone. Why all this nonsense? Obito thought for a moment and said, Big sister, you've heard of the Fox Demon legend, right? Kushina knew Obito was talking about Naruto, but there were too many outsiders around now, so she couldn't say it so clearly. Immediately, she became concerned. Of course I've heard of it. What's wrong? Obito slowly said, for this legend to become popular, someone has to stir things up, right? Guess who started the trouble? Kushina was taken aback, then looked at Obito and then at Miri, her heart already having a vague guess. Obito nodded. Miri had a confused expression, not understanding what this Uchiha kid and this obviously important adult were talking about, but it didn't stop her from playing the victim. She cried, "Sister, it hurts so much. But I don't want to trouble you. I'm fine. If that Uchiha Lord wants to punish me, let him punish me." What she didn't know was that at this moment, the sister she mentioned had eyes glowing with blood-red light, and her blood-red hair began to fly wildly. This was the final state of blood-red chili. "You are so despicable." Kushina clenched her fists and delivered a heavy punch to Miri's head, knocking her out cold. The other two girls beside Miri were almost scared senseless. They initially thought Obito was fierce enough, but unexpectedly, the newly arrived adult was truly terrifying. "Get out of my sight!" Kushina shouted angrily. The two girls, seeing this, turned to run, but after glancing at the unconscious Miri, and recalling how they had called her their leader for so long, as well as how she had included them in her plea, a sense of loyalty overcame their small fears. They carefully approached, picked up Miri, and then slowly walked away, getting faster and faster. At this moment, everyone finally turned their attention to the already broken Satoyu. Satoyu's eyes were vacant as she curled up in a corner, tightly hugging herself. It was as if she was using this way to seal herself in a small space. Rin sighed, walked up, squatted down in front of Satoyu, and comforted her. "I'm sorry, once someone dies, they cannot come back. You should learn to be strong." The teacher said in class, "To become a ninja, one must be prepared for death." Satoyu slowly regained some color. She looked at Obito, then at Rin, and asked, "I saw everything just now. Your feelings for each other seem really good, right?" Before Rin could speak, Obito had already replied, "Of course, we are the best." Satoyu nodded and asked Obito a question. "So, if one of you dies, can the other accept it?" Obito fell silent instantly. He suddenly recalled that scene, the night when there were corpses all around and blood rained down. It was hell. How could he accept such a world? Rin also fell silent. She suddenly remembered the moment Obito calmly faced death in front of Kushina, and her fear exceeded any she had felt before, to the point that she had succumbed to Obito's persuasion and agreed to be his girlfriend. Watching the two in silence, Satoyu lowered her head. "So, I would rather have nothing, just want my brother to come back." Rin didn't know what to say anymore. She couldn't comfort others with something she couldn't accomplish herself. Instead, Obito stepped forward and looked at Satoyu. "Do you know your brother's identity?" Satoyu was taken aback. Feeling a sudden unease, "I don't understand what you mean. Isn't my brother CH Nin from Konoha? He died while on duty during the village's disaster." Obito said, "That's just your one-sided thinking." Rin suddenly realized what Obito was trying to do and felt somewhat reluctant, shaking her head at him. But Obito gave Rin a reassuring look and continued to address Satoyu. "In fact, the disaster that occurred today has part of your brother's involvement. Sato-chuan died many years ago. The brother you know is just an Iwagakure spy with the code name Zero." Satoyu's pupils constricted violently. Shaking her head, "That's impossible." Obito stated blandly, "I think, regardless, the village will want to question you once they investigate the matter clearly. This news cannot be hidden, and rather than keep you in the dark, it's better to let you know sooner. If you don't believe me, but there is no need for me to lie to you about this. After all, you could just ask someone relevant to verify it, right? Brother, brother, brother." Satoyu kept repeating this phrase, starting to recall everything, as if she wanted to imprint all the beautiful memories in her mind and never forget them. After a while, she seemed to understand something and murmured, "No matter who my brother is, I know he is the best brother to me." Obito said, "Indeed, before he died." He kept saying that. Satoyu suddenly noticed some doubts and couldn't help but ask if my brother really was a spy and caused this explosion. Why did he still receive compensation and even asked you to deliver it? The village wouldn't he do that? Are you really not lying to me?" Obito shook his head. "I said, just consider compensation. I never said it was real compensation. But you clearly said this money is related to my brother." "Yes, it is related." Obito did not deny this point, "because this money is my reward for completing a mission." This mission was named obstructing the escape of the rogue ninja from Konoha, the Iwagakure spy, Sato-chuan. Your brother died in front of me. Seeing no hope of escape, entrusted me to take care of you before activating the curse seal within him to commit suicide. At this moment, Satoyu understood everything. She stared intently at Obito, as if trying to remember his appearance firmly. "So you killed my brother?" Obito nodded. "You can understand it that way if you want. But honestly, even without me, your brother wouldn't have escaped. Konoha Zumbu were already pursuing him, and with his skills, the chance of survival was minimal. Satoyu looked at Obito. You should kill me, otherwise one day. Obito interrupted Satoyu's words, his tone filled with mockery. Who didn't even dare to fight back when bullied by 3 peers? What do you think could defeat me? Before boasting, you should work on improving yourself. You're too weak, weaker than your brother. Satoyu's tears flowed again. I want to ask one last question. Which direction did my brother run when he escaped? Obito slowly said he was heading towards the Konoha Ninja Academy. Perhaps he knew himself that he couldn't escape, and he might just have wanted to see you one last time. Chapter 94. Communication among sick friends. Satoyu stared blankly at Obito. Why are you telling me all this? You don't have to say anything at all. Obito replied calmly. Concealment is the most inefficient way of communication. One lie often requires countless other lies to cover it up. Even if some lies are well-intentioned, when the day comes to unveil them, it may backfire. Obito silently added in his heart, just like Sasuke. Satoyu nodded, her expression blank as she said, I understand. Obito asked, so, do you still hate me now? Satoyu's gaze became complex for a moment. I thought I would hate you, but for some reason, after knowing everything, I can't bring myself to hate you. Satoyu didn't know how to express that feeling. Obito covered his chest and spoke for her. You just feel emptiness here like a huge void, right? Satoyu was taken aback, looking at Obito in disbelief. Her heart involuntarily thinking, how does he understand so well? Toby said, I understand the feeling of losing an important person. At that moment, nothing else matters, neither love nor hate, because these emotions need to be placed on someone, but when that person is gone, one's existence seems to lose its meaning. Satoyu's breathing became rapid. So what should I do now? Toby looked at Satoyu's expression and couldn't help but feel a sense of self-mockery. It was so similar to how he felt back then, like a drowning person desperately trying to grasp the last straw. If at that moment he had said, have you heard of the Tsukinomi plan? Do you want to create a world where your brother is still alive? Satoyu would immediately become a pawn in his hands. Of course, Toby wasn't that evil. He simply expressed his understanding. Honestly, I don't want to discuss such grand topics right now, but your brother essentially became a war orphan because of the war, and because he was a war orphan, he had no one to rely on and was forced to become a pawn in the hands of those in power. If you think about it from his perspective, he actually did nothing wrong. He was just a puppet controlled by higher-ups, gradually walking into the abyss. So, it's not your brother who is wrong, it's this world. After hearing Toby's words, Satoyu couldn't help but repeat softly, yeah, it's not my brother who is wrong, it's this world. Her expression twisted. Since the world is wrong, then it has no meaning of existence at all. I want to destroy the world. Beside her, Rin looked at Satoyu and couldn't help but sigh. In her past life, was Toby led astray step by Obito like this? Toby said, destroying the world won't bring your brother back. Even if he comes back, he will have nowhere to stand. Most importantly, Toby paused, his voice once again filled with temptation. Do you think your brother would want to see a Satoyu like this? I know, and I understand. He is your brother who loves you the most. He would respect your choice, but if he sees you like this, wouldn't it break his heart? Do you really want to cause your brother such heartache? Satoyu instantly deflated like a deflated balloon, going limp. She wasn't unaware of this. She was just self-deceivingly unwilling to understand. If she really became like this, could she still face her brother calmly? So what should I do? She questioned. Toby smiled and said, try to change this already rotten world. We can't heal all the wounds in the world, but at least we can make it look not so rotten. Satoyu said painfully, but I don't want to do that. Toby advised, be a good person. Consider it for your brother. Perhaps being a good person isn't your choice, but only by being a good person can you play the role of a good sister and make your brother a little happier in the afterlife. Satoyu murmured, a good person? She finally regained some vitality. I will try to do it. My brother has always hoped I would become a capable ninja. I didn't understand before, but I understand now. My brother was afraid that after he left, I wouldn't be able to take care of myself. So, let's start by fulfilling my brother's wish. From now on, I won't be a crybaby. I will be strong, solve difficulties on my own, and become even stronger. Satoyu's gaze was resolute. Beside her, Kushina couldn't help but marvel. Toby's way of comforting people was very strange but unexpectedly effective. Is this what communication between patients is like? Toby took out the silver coins he hadn't given earlier. Sato, you take this money. Because of your brother's identity, you can hardly receive any assistance from Konoha. I know your family is in difficulty. However, Sato, you just shook her head. This is your reward for the mission. I do not need it. She became unusually firm. Although I no longer hate you, it doesn't mean I've completely let go of this matter. One day, I will challenge you. As for my family's poverty, don't forget. Sato, you stood up, picked up the ninja headband that had just been thrown on the ground and stepped on, and put it back on. Her eyes radiated determination. I'm also a ninja. Rin watched as this girl, who was about her age and had just looked so weak, suddenly transformed into a spirited female ninja. She suddenly thought this scene was so cool. She couldn't help but associate the person in front of her with a certain blonde female ninja who liked to wear green. She suddenly felt inspired. It turns out a person's transformation can be so great, even if born a commoner, even if with nothing to rely on, as long as one has a firm will, one can shine brilliantly. How could Toby be so skilled at comforting a girl? She didn't want to rely on Toby for everything. She also wanted to become a strong female ninja on her own. Toby looked at Sato Yu's transformation and couldn't help but feel gratified. All right, then I won't give you the money. It seems you no longer need to rely on anyone, but I promised your brother that if you encounter difficulties in the future, you can come to me. Sato Yu shook her head. I don't need it. On the contrary, since my brother trusted you enough to entrust me to you before he died, it shows he has great faith in you. If you have something in the future that needs my help, and if I have a strength, I will do it. Goodbye. After saying that, she turned her head and gradually walked away. Toby looked at Rin, helplessly saying, Sigh, she's really stubborn. She could have accepted the money, and life would be a bit better. Rin punched Toby playfully. This isn't stubbornness, this is strength. She doesn't need to rely on anyone. Toby, you still don't understand girls. Toby immediately felt wronged. How can I not understand girls? Look, I told her everything, and she not only didn't collapse but became more spirited. This is enough proof that I understand girls very well. Rin raised her little fist again, squinting her eyes. So Toby, how many confused girls did you deceive in your past life? Chapter 95. Minato and Kushina's wedding. Toby was forgiven only after being playfully punched by Rin several times. The real reason for the punches wasn't that Rin was jealous. It was simply that Rin felt Toby was too cruel for revealing everything. This was a huge blow for a girl. Of course, Toby appeared to be wronged on the surface. But who knows if he actually wished to be punched a few more times inside. The group noisily returned to the Namikaze family to help prepare the wedding room. Originally, Kushina and Minato were living separately. Although Kushina often came to the Namikaze house and had seemingly become the mistress of the house, she would still return to the Senju clan to sleep at night. Now, she didn't pretend anymore and directly moved into the Namikaze family. After a week of preparation, the wedding of Minato and Kushina began. On this day, the wedding venue specially set up by the Senju clan was decorated with lights and festoons. After a bit of dressing up, Kushina and Minato looked very compatible, a match made in heaven. Since Minato was like a little son, the future heirs of many prominent families, including Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, and Yuhi Kurenai, all came to the scene to sincerely congratulate Minato. Beside them, Sarutobi Hizashi watched this scene and suddenly understood something. In his heart, his choice regarding the fourth Hokage became much clearer. Orochimaru quietly sat in a secluded corner. Lost in thought, Akimichi ran over with a large plate filled with pastries she had brought, stuffing her mouth continuously. They're delicious. Orochimaru-sensei, aren't you going to eat a few bites? Orochimaru shook his head. I prefer quiet. You can go play by yourself. Akimichi nodded. After spending some time together, she was no longer so afraid of Orochimaru. This teacher seemed gloomy, but was actually quite nice to her. She turned around and ran off to play with Hong, Asuma, and others. At that moment, Obito, Rin, and Kakashi had also finished their tasks and walked over. Obito looked at the group and suddenly asked, Where's Guy? He didn't come? Asuma thought for a moment and said, His father is just a low-ranking ninja. He probably didn't receive an invitation. Obito slapped his forehead and said, I forgot to mention this to Teacher Minato. I'll go call him now and invite his father along. After saying that, Obito turned and left. Kakashi immediately became curious. Looked at Rin and asked Rin, "It seems Obito places a lot of importance on Guy." Rin leaned closer to Kakashi and whispered because Obito said that in the future, the strongest in our class will be him and Guy. Kakashi became puzzled. Guy has been coming to me for sparring lately. He is indeed very strong in taijutsu, and even I think he will definitely be a powerful ninja in the future. But can Guy really make that weirdo Obito take him seriously? A couple of days ago, Kakashi had sparred with Obito. He was the first to feel how terrifying the combination of Flying Thunder God, Phantasm Body Flicker Technique, and Intangibility could be. To sum up Kakashi's feelings at that time in one sentence, he didn't want to fight anymore. On the other side, Might Guy and Kai were training in a grove. Obito appeared in an instant. The two stopped. Kai saw Obito and smiled. "Obito, are you going to join our training?" Might Guy became curious and asked Kai, "Is this your classmate?" Kai nodded. "Dad, this is Uchiha Obito. Thanks to him frequently providing me with Kakashi's whereabouts. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find him." Might Guy smiled. "I see, Uchiha's young man. Do you want to join us?" Obito shook his head. "No training today. I'm here to invite you to my teacher's wedding." The two were taken aback, and Might Guy asked, "Wedding? Is it Minato-sensei's wedding?" Suddenly, he became embarrassed, "But I haven't prepared any gifts." Obito smiled. "Just your presence is the best gift." "Sorry, Teacher Minato clearly instructed me, but I forgot to give you the invitation." Might Guy was immediately moved to tears. "Minato-sensei actually remembered me. Wow, this is youth." Might Guy wiped his tears and said to Kai, "Let's go, Kai. We will attend Minato-sensei's wedding together." Obito looked at Guy, a man who was almost forgotten by everyone. No one knew that this man would directly determine the outcome of a battle in the future Third Ninja War, single-handedly kicking the 7 ninja swordsmen into the dust. "Let's go," Obito said. "Okay, let's go," Guy said loudly. So the three of them headed towards the wedding venue and soon arrived at the entrance. At the entrance, Minato was welcoming guests and immediately recognized Guy upon seeing the three. After all, Guy's identity as a long-time low-ranking ninja was quite well known. He quickly approached and sincerely said, "Guy, I completely forgot about you. I'm really sorry." Guy felt deeply moved. "Minato-sensei, today's time is a bit rushed and I haven't prepared any gifts. Tomorrow, I will personally tailor a couple's version of a tight suit for you and Kushina, so we can burn our youth together." Minato could not help but imagine himself and Kushina wearing tight suits, their eyebrows trimmed thickly and shivered all over. "Guy, I'm already very happy that you can come. You don't need to spend anything for us. Please come in." He hurriedly invited the three inside, finally letting out a sigh of relief, and went back to greet other guests. As the time approached, the wedding officially began. Minato and Kushina walked hand in hand to the altar. Jiraiya sat above, looking at the two with satisfaction as the elder representative of the groom's side. However, until now, the seats on the bride's side were still empty. Kushina couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. Her clan, her close ones, either died or were not present. Even for the wedding, she couldn't find a proper elder. Seeing this, Minato tightened his grip on Kushina's hand and comforted her. "Kushina, you still have me." Kushina was very touched and shyly looked at Minato. "It's so nice to have you." Obito watched this beautiful scene from below, his eyes bright. He sincerely congratulated Teacher Minato and Big Sister Kushina in his heart. "Teacher Minato, Big Sister, I swear in this life, you will have happiness forever and no longer suffer the pain of separation from your son." On stage, Kushina and Minato stepped in front of Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked at Minato and, for some reason, suddenly thought of that day in the Ichiraka ramen shop. The boy who looked just like Minato with the same hair and eyes. For some inexplicable reason, he asked, "Minato, do you have any relatives?" Minato was taken aback, then smiled and said, "Teacher Jiraiya, I'm an orphan. You already know that, right?" "An orphan?" Jiraiya sighed. "Minato, you've grown up. You're going to start a family." For some reason, a sudden impulse surged in him. "Minato, Kushina, have you thought a name for your son?" "I thought of one while eating ramen, and I think it suits your son." Chapter 96. Tsunade takes a disciple. Kushina remembered that Naruto had already met Jiraiya and couldn't help but give Minato a white glance. Then, she pretended to smile mischievously and looked at Jiraiya, What if we have a daughter? Jiraiya suddenly became awkward. Haha, I forgot, right? It might not necessarily be a boy. But soon, Jiraiya said, a daughter is fine too. I also thought of a name for a girl. Kushina asked, then Jiraiya-sensei. Tell me. Jiraiya said seriously, if it's a son, let's call him Naruto. It's the name of the protagonist in a novel I'm writing. I believe you'll see it soon. He has a strong character, never gives up, and keeps his promises. He's cheerful and sunny, just like Minato. Kushina was filled with admiration. Okay, Jiraiya-sensei, from now on. My son will be named Uzumaki Naruto. But what about the daughter? For the daughter, Jiraiya laughed and said, let's call her Naruto. Kushina clicked her tongue, but looking at Minato, her face turned red again. Naruto sounds good too, Minato. How about we have a Naruto and let Naruto be Naruto's little brother? Minato instantly broke into a cold sweat, but seeing Kushina's expectant look, his heart softened, and he gently said, everything is up to you. Kushina became happy and hugged Minato. Giving him a kiss, you're the best, hubby. Jiraiya laughed. You two don't rush to show your love. The time is almost up. Let's hold the ceremony. Kushina and Minato nodded, and the ceremony was about to begin. Just then, suddenly, a loud noise came from the entrance. Boom! The door of the Senju clan was violently burst open. This scene shocked everyone, and they involuntarily looked towards the door. An elder in charge of guarding the Senju clan became angry and shouted, who dares to disrupt the Senju clan? This was originally the residence of Lord Hashirama and Lord Mito. However, upon seeing the newcomers clearly, the elders suddenly became awkward and coughed a few times. At the entrance, as the smoke dissipated, Tsunade and Shizun's figures slowly appeared. At this moment, Tsunade was raising her fist, and when she saw that the ceremony hadn't started yet, she breathed a sigh of relief. Finally made it. Then she looked at the elder, feeling a bit embarrassed. Grandpa Stone, I broke the door again. I will definitely be more careful next time. Grandpa Stone became helpless and said earnestly, Princess Tsunade, you really need to change this habit of breaking doors. You can break more than Danzo. Suddenly, many high-ranking Konoha officials felt embarrassed, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kazumi, and Tsunade's table. There were not many people in Konoha who dared to criticize Tsunade, but coincidentally, the elder in charge of guarding the Senju clan had this qualification. Kushina was overjoyed, regardless of the ceremony, and flew towards Tsunade. She pounced into Tsunade's arms, her head rubbing against Tsunade's huge weapon continuously. Sister Tsunade, you actually came. I thought you weren't coming. Tsunade's heart instantly softened as she patted Kushina's head, saying, you should have mentioned the wedding earlier. If I hadn't happened to hear the news, I might have missed it. I don't want that guy Jiraiya to steal the spotlight. Minato has Jiraiya as a senior, and you have me. Let me back you up. Kushina, however, started to complain, isn't it because Sister Tsunade said she would just leave? If it weren't for my wedding, who knows when you would have come back? Tsunade thought of her younger brother, Nawaki, and her lover, Dan Kato, and couldn't help but sigh, feeling guilty. I am sorry, Kushina. It's my fault. I overlooked you. Kushina then broke away from Tsunade's embrace, stretched out a hand, and mischievously grinned. Sister Tsunade, what about the gift? You wouldn't forget to prepare a gift for such a big event as my wedding, would you? Tsunade immediately felt awkward. She had actually thought about the gift on the way here, but she had lost all her money gambling and even owed a few million outside, so she couldn't afford anything at the moment. Seeing this, Kushina huffed and said, Sister Tsunade actually didn't prepare a gift. I'm so sad. Tsunade helplessly replied, Kushina, just tell me what you want. Kushina emphasized her nasal tone. This is what Sister Tsunade said. You can't go back on your word. Tsunade nodded, whatever it is. As long as I can do it, I will give it to you. Kushina immediately waved to Rin. Rin, come here. Rin was taken aback, not knowing what the mother-in-law had in mind, but Obito quickly nudged her forward. Rin, hurry up. Rin walked over in a daze and took Kushina's hand. Kushina introduced. Sister Tsunade, this is Minato's subordinate, Noera Rin. She's an excellent medical ninja. I will leave her in your care from now on. Kushina bowed to Tsunade. Rin's eyes widened, and her heart raced. The mother-in-law was actually asking Lady Tsunade to take her as a disciple, but would Lady Tsunade agree? Rin looked at Tsunade anxiously. Tsunade smiled and said, Kushina, so this is your plan. Then she looked at Rin. Wanting to be my disciple is very difficult. Are you mentally prepared? Rin immediately smiled. Her eyes firm. Lady Tsunade, no matter how difficult the test is, I will definitely complete it. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. With just one glance, she could tell that Rin was an outstanding female ninja, possessing the same charm as her. She was quite pleased with this disciple. No longer should she be called Lady Tsunade. She should be called teacher. Rin nodded and immediately corrected herself. Yes, Tsunade-sensei. Below the stage, various ninja clans couldn't help but feel envious. Tsunade had taken on another disciple. Last time it was because of Dan Kato, and this time it was because of Kushina. If possible, they also wanted their clan members to become Tsunade's disciples. Obito was happy for Rin. She had finally realized her dream. He had been worried about how to persuade Tsunade, but unexpectedly, the big sister took the initiative and succeeded. He cast a grateful glance at her, feeling that his debt to her had increased. At this moment, Tsunade said, "All right, Rin, step back. The wedding ceremony should begin." Rin nodded, returning to Obito's side. Her small face still filled with excitement. Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru, who was sitting in the corner, then walked over to Jiraiya and sat down in the seat reserved for Kushina's elder. Jiraiya was very happy. He hadn't expected to see Tsunade in such a setting. "Tsunade, it's really great that you could come back." Tsunade looked at Jiraiya disdainfully. "Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm not back because of you. If it were you getting married, I'd be too lazy to come back." Jiraiya was instantly petrified, struck down again by the goddess. Thus, the wedding resumed its normal course, with Minato and Kushina retreating, hand in hand, to walk through the ceremony again, coming in front of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Tsunade looked at Minato and said loudly, "Minato, I entrust Kushina to you. Take good care of her. If anything happens, you'll have to answer for it." Chapter 97. The Third War begins. Only Orochimaru fights for Konoha. Minato glanced at Kushina, firmly stating, "Lady Tsunade, rest assured, I am willing to give my life for Kushina and will never let her die before me." This made Kushina anxious. If sweet words weren't taken seriously, they were just nice to hear. But because of past experiences, she absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. She punched Minato hard, saying, "No martyrdom, no martyrdom, no martyrdom. If anything happens to me, you have to live well, got it?" Minato nodded pitifully. "Understood, my dear wife." Tsunade, witnessing this, felt a bit envious of their relationship. For some reason, she secretly glanced at Jiraiya, her face slightly reddening. She then said loudly, "All right, enough of the fluff. I announce that from today on, Kushina is the wife of Namikaze Minato, and Namikaze Minato is the husband of Kushina. The two are happily united for a long time." After that, she looked at the guests below. "Everyone, eat well and enjoy yourselves. The wedding ceremony is over." Immediately, many delicious dishes were brought in by specially invited chefs, including handmade delicacies. Guests began to eat and drink. Obito and Rin returned to their seats, while Akamichi began to grill meat enthusiastically. Next to them, Akamaru curiously watched Shizen, who had just joined them, and asked, "How is it, Shizen? Training with Lady Tsunade outside is great, right?" However, Shizen's small face revealed others might not know, but she was well aware that this so-called training involved half the time gambling and running from debts, and the other half taking care of Lady Tsunade's daily needs. She was almost becoming a mother figure, but she certainly couldn't say that openly, so she just awkwardly smiled and said, "It's indeed great." For a moment, at the wedding banquet, each table was lively, chatting and joking, with everyone enjoying themselves. However, at that moment, suddenly, an Umbu member burst in, appearing in front of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi. "Third Hokage, I have urgent news to report." The third was happily drinking, his face flushed from alcohol. But the Umbu's serious demeanor startled him, causing his intoxication to dissipate somewhat. "What urgent news?" This scene caught the attention of many guests, who turned to look at the Umbu. The Umbu said seriously, "We just received news that the Cloud Village's forces have clashed with the Sand Village's forces. They are fighting. War has begun." "What?" The third slammed the table, standing up. He spoke with a serious expression, returned to the Hokage office. After saying that, he hurriedly left with the Umbu. Many people heard this news, causing an uproar among the crowd present. "War has begun?" "Yes, just at this moment. I wonder when Konoha will get involved." Minato furrowed his brows, tightening his grip on Kushina's hand. However, Kushina glanced in Obito's direction and smiled. Don't worry. That kid promised me that if Konoha is attacked by the 4 great villages, he will go talk things over with the village leaders. Minato nodded. Although he said so, it was evident that he would also be busy next. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, who had already sat at a table, also heard the news. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. It was Jiraiya who spoke first. Tsunade, will you leave this time? Tsunade thought for a moment and smiled wryly. You know my situation. If I don't leave, I won't be able to go to the battlefield. But in the end, Tsunade added, since we've returned and it's wartime, I won't be leaving for now. I should also properly train my 2 disciples. During this time, I've been grateful for Shizen's care. Jiraiya said solemnly. I might have to leave. I've been back for quite a while. Tsunade shot him a glare. Are you going to look for your so-called child of prophecy again? But Minato is already exceptional. Jiraiya sighed. Yes, any ninja pales in comparison to Minato. However, he looked up at the sky, his gaze deep. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that the child of prophecy is neither Minato nor Nagato. Unconsciously, Jiraiya's mind drifted back to that day when he met the golden-haired boy with a beard. They had only met once, simply sitting together and having a bowl of ramen. Yet why was it so unforgettable? Orochimaru chuckled. Instead of searching for that elusive child of prophecy, why not be practical and do something concrete? Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru, frowning. Are you referring to that experiment you're collaborating on with Danzo? Orochimaru, don't think I'm unaware. You must not do anything you'll regret. Orochimaru shook his head. Looking at Jiraiya, you don't understand, but Tsunade should. I'm merely pursuing the truth. Tsunade fell silent. She did understand. As a medical ninja, she also needed to conduct human experiments. Otherwise, how could she comprehend the structure of the body and advance medical ninjutsu? But after thinking it over, Tsunade still cautioned Orochimaru. You should indeed keep it within balance. Your methods can sometimes be too radical and too dangerous. Orochimaru looked at his 2 friends, feeling very calm inside. He was keenly aware that at this moment, the things the 3 of them were pursuing were completely different. Moreover, compared to the 2 of them, he had already begun to think outside the village's perspective. Yet some emotions were still hard to let go. He eventually said, the topic you're discussing has become meaningless because the war has begun. With Sarutobi Sensei's personality, I'll soon receive an appointment to leave Konoha and command the front line in the Sand Village. Instantly, Jiraiya and Tsunade felt awkward. Among the 3 of them, one would be going out, one wouldn't be on the battlefield, and it would be Orochimaru who would be at the front lines doing things for Konoha. Given this, why did they have to criticize their friend? The wedding was hastily wrapped up due to the news of the war starting. The various clans lost their appetite and began to leave. Uchiha Fugaku also departed, leaving only Mikoto, who stayed behind to pull Kushina aside and discuss some intimate topics, such as post-marriage happiness tips and parenting knowledge. Such topics were naturally not meant for anyone else to hear. Rin was taken away by Tsunade, likely to test her qualifications for tailored teaching. Kakashi was again stopped by Might Guy, who took him somewhere to spar. For a moment, only Obito and Minato remained at the wedding venue, staring at each other. Minato pondered for a moment, then pulled Obito into another hidden room and asked, Obito, since we have this time, tell me about the Akatsuki organization. According to Naruto, this organization seemed to become very dangerous in the future, causing many deaths, including that of Jiraiya-sensei. Chapter 98. Explaining the reasons behind Nagato's betrayal to Minato, Obito nodded and began to explain about the Akatsuki organization. Minato-sensei, you already know that in the future, I will collect the 9-tailed beasts and initiate the 4th Great Ninja War, only to be defeated by Naruto. But there's a question within this that I wonder if you have considered. How could I possibly collect so many tailed beasts alone? Minato laughed, of course. I've thought about it. So it's the Akatsuki organization that helped you capture the tailed beasts. Their leader, I remember Kakashi once mentioned, is named Nagato, right? No wonder they could accomplish such things. Obito said, Minato-sensei, actually, there were 3 founders of this organization, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. And at first, the leader was not Nagato, but Yahiko. Minato was surprised. The wielder of the Rinnegan wasn't the leader? This Yahiko must have had extraordinary qualities. Obito nodded, smiling. Minato-sensei, Yahiko is quite similar to you. Although he may not be the strongest among the three, he was the sun in everyone's hearts. It was his belief in peace that inspired everyone, bringing light and hope to Mangekyō, thus creating the dawn. Minato couldn't help but feel inspired. This Yahiko indeed sounds remarkable. If possible, I would even want to be friends with him. But why did the leadership of the Akatsuki change later? And why did they help you capture the tailed beasts? It seems you've done something wrong. Obito felt awkward. He admitted, the Akatsuki's fall indeed has my share of responsibility. I was the one who ambushed all the members of the Akatsuki when they came to rescue Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, which made Nagato experience profound pain. That's why he later wanted the 5 great countries to feel pain as well. Minato sighed wryly. Indeed, many of the evils in the future stem from you, Obito. However, Obito shook his head. Minato-sensei, the Akatsuki's decline is partly my doing, but it's not solely my fault. Aren't you curious why the Akatsuki members wanted to rescue their leader? Minato smiled. Of course I'm curious. So this incident is similar to the Uchiha massacre night. You were just going with the flow? Was there another mastermind behind it? Obito smiled. That's right. Minato-sensei, can you guess who this mastermind is? Initially, if Obito hadn't said it, Minato wouldn't have guessed. But now that Obito mentioned it, a person had already surfaced in his mind. Minato sighed. Is it Danzo again? Obito nodded. Danzo felt that such a peace-seeking organization was too dangerous and would interfere with his plans. So he went to Mangekyō, killed many of Hanzo's men, and framed it on the Akatsuki. Under Danzo's misdirection, Hanzo began to fear the Akatsuki. During a peace talk between both sides, he suddenly attacked, capturing Konan and forcing Yahiko to die by Nagato's kunai. Nagato personally killed his close friend and felt an indescribable pain. Thus, he completely changed. He began to embrace the ideology Yahiko once held, wanting to become a god of the new world and achieve peace through sheer power. Minato fell silent for a moment. So, yet another person had gone to extremes due to the death of a friend? This certainly couldn't have happened without the involvement of Konoha's Hokage's assistant, Danzo Shimura. Minato couldn't understand